Celestial meteors descend, and rifts in the fabric of time and space emerge across the globe, igniting a fervor of evolution upon the blue star. By the hand of fate, the newly born Lin Che was rescued from a refuse bin by an elderly scavenger, who nurtured him until the age of 14. However, the capricious nature of destiny struck, and the old man succumbed to a grave illness, leaving Lin Che to navigate life alone. In the throes of sorrow, Lin Che wandered the streets, where he encountered a low-level, mutated creature. At the brink of death, Lin Che awakened his lethal abilities, capable of enhancing his own strength through the slaughter of these aberrations. From that moment forth, Lin Che roamed the hidden corners of the city, evolving into a martial artist of the transcendental realm through his relentless hunt of mutated beings. Upon reaching the age of 17, members of the Lin family sought him out, wishing for his return to the family fold. Yet, there was another adopted son within the Lin family, who had been favored over Lin Che for 17 years. The reason the Lin family sought to reclaim Lin Che was primarily due to the necessity for him to fulfill a marriage pact. In exchange, the Lin family promised to grant Lin Che admission to a martial arts academy. To secure his place of enrollment and acquire knowledge of martial techniques, Lin Che feigned acceptance of the betrothal. During the admission process, Lin Che, in an effort to conceal his true capabilities, proclaimed that he had only awakened a C-grade speed talent. However, the radiant Chu Yao from the Chu family, bound by the same engagement, gradually became aware of Lin Che's extraordinary nature. The realms of martial arts are classified as body refinement, meridian opening, transcendence, innate, master, transcendental, divine communication, and martial saint. Prior to the day of revelation, the highest realm attainable was innate, while the subsequent three realms emerged thereafter. Chapter 1. The young master returns home. On the Blue Star, in Huaxia, New Sea City, within its suburbs, a torrential downpour drenched the night. A girl desperately sprinted through the rain. Behind her, a humanoid creature leapt swiftly across the ground, poised to catch up with her. The sound of rain intertwined with the creature's guttural growls, sending shivers down her spine. The girl sensed the creature drawing ever closer, panic flashing in her eyes. Finally, the creature leapt high once more, its claws reaching for her back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the girl turned and swung her long knife, parrying the blow. Yet, the force was so immense that the knife slipped from her grasp. The creature lunged again, its maw brimming with jagged teeth, exhaling a nauseating stench. Faced with such dire circumstances, the girl, overwhelmed and unwilling, closed her eyes in resignation. Bang! Thud! A resounding crash was followed by the sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh. Roar! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the girl gradually opened her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was a tall figure. As her eyes descended, she beheld the very mutated creature that had been pursuing her, now pinned beneath the figure's foot. The creature, with claws on all four limbs and sinewy muscles, resembled an oversized sloth stripped of its fur. Despite its grievous injuries, it continued to writhe in resistance. Crack! With a sharp sound, the figure decapitated the creature, and after a few futile convulsions, its defiant body finally fell still. Thank you. The girl's heart raced, her breath uneven. The figure offered no response, instead extracting the crystalline core from the creature's brain, sheathing the long knife before preparing to depart. My name is Chu Yao. May I inquire as to your name? Chu Yao hastily interjected. No need. The figure did not turn around, merely responding casually, his voice suggesting he was likely a youth. He stood there quietly, enveloped in a dark raincoat, his silhouette melding seamlessly with the nocturnal shadows. In such darkness, had it not been for the raindrops falling upon him, he would have been exceedingly difficult to detect, remaining motionless. I merely wish to ascertain who rescued me. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Chu Yao continued to press. The figure lifted his foot, hesitated slightly, and spoke once more. Please call me Lei Feng. Having said this, he gestured dismissively towards Chu Yao without turning, his form vanishing into the rain-soaked night, leaving Chu Yao alone and bewildered in the downpour, unable to regain her composure for a considerable time. Shortly thereafter, a black Maybach sped into view, slowing gracefully to a halt beside Chu Yao. The driver exited the vehicle, opening an umbrella to shield Chu Yao from the rain. I apologize, miss. It was my oversight. You are not to blame. How is Uncle Lu faring? Chu Yao gradually regained her tranquility. Old Lu has sustained multiple severe injuries and has already been sent to the hospital. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Chu Yao's eyes. I was too reckless. I did not expect to encounter a level 4 mutant in the outskirts. I am grateful that Uncle Lu protected me at the cost of his own life. Miss, there is no need for self-reproach. It is our duty to protect you. The driver, visibly moved, continued. Miss, shall we return now? Otherwise, the madam will grow concerned. Very well. Chu Yao nodded and subsequently entered the vehicle. The tail lights of the car gradually faded, and a figure emerged once more from the shadows. Casting a glance at the departing vehicle, he bent down to retrieve the long knife that Chu Yao had dropped earlier. Such a fine blade, yet it is disregarded. What a waste. Ding! He flicked his finger, causing the long knife to emit a resonant hum. I suppose I have benefited from this. The figure sheathed the long knife, once again disappearing from sight. The following morning, Lin Che was roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking at the door. Who is it? Lin Che rubbed his bleary eyes and rose to open the door. A well-dressed, unassuming middle-aged man stood outside. Upon seeing Lin Che, the man inquired, Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Che? Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, This is peculiar. I did not reveal my identity yesterday, nor did I show my face. How could this person have found me? Who are you? Lin Che asked. I am Li Mingrue, the current steward of the Xinhai Lin family. You may call me Steward Li or Old Li. I have come today to escort you back home, young master. Li Mingrue spoke with utmost seriousness. What young master? You must be mistaken. Lin Che prepared to close the door. Having grown up with a scavenger, he had no knowledge of his parents for the past 17 years. The scavenger, named Lin Yuan, had claimed to have found Lin Che in a trash bin by the roadside. Noticing the clarity in his eyes, he named him Lin Che. Others joked that the child was merely a product of the trash bin, but it was all in jest. However, Lin Che was indeed taken from the trash bin by Lin Yuan, a true twist of fate. 3 years prior, Lin Yuan had succumbed to a grave illness, leaving Lin Che to navigate life alone. The loss of his only kin rendered him profoundly despondent. In the stillness of the night, he wandered alone by the roadside, encountering a second life-threatening crisis. A mutant blocked his path. Abandoned at birth in a trash bin, he had been rescued by Lin Yuan. Yet now, in this solitary encounter with a mutant, no one was there to assist him. A 14-year-old boy, unarmed, stood alone against a mutant. Though it was merely a level 1 mutant, it posed a sufficient threat. Fortunately, fortune does not abandon those in dire straits. In the face of death, Lin Che awakened his extraordinary abilities. After a fierce struggle, he successfully vanquished the level 1 mutant. Moreover, in the instant of the mutant's demise, Lin Che distinctly felt a surge of power entering his body, granting him a comprehensive enhancement. Subsequently, through numerous trials, he discovered that each time he killed a mutant, his body would consequently experience augmentation. Thus, he realized that his ability was inherently designed for slaughter, and he aptly named this power Slaughter. It must be said, this is a rather fitting appellation. Additionally, he noted that mutants bore a crystalline core in the center of their foreheads, exhibiting a remarkably regular rhomboid polyhedron shape. These cores could be sold in the black market, with a level 1 mutant core valued at 500 Huaxia coins. The buyers did not inquire about the origins of the cores. As long as the goods were provided, cash would be exchanged. Lin Che was unaware of why these individuals sought the cores. As far as he knew, they had yet to be developed for any practical use. They could neither be absorbed by the human body nor serve as biological batteries. In fact, there were no precedents for purchasing cores in the market. Perhaps some wealthy scions serving in the military used purchased cores to offset their merits. It could also be that certain specialized organizations utilized the cores for particular research. However, none of this concerned Lin Che. He was solely interested in whether the money offered was genuine. Since that fateful night, Lin Che had managed to scrape by on the meager living he earned from hunting mutants. Of course, mutants were not encountered at every turn. Thanks to towering walls and the presence of city guards, urban areas remained relatively safe, allowing for encounters perhaps once every few days or even weeks. The level 4 mutant he faced yesterday was a first for Lin Che. A level 4 mutant core was valued at 10,000 Huaxia coins, sufficient for several months of Lin Che's expenses. Thus, his spirits had been relatively high. Had it not been for this stewardly before him, perhaps his mood would have been even better. There can be no mistake, young master. You are indeed the scion of the Lin family lost for 17 years. Li Mingrue asserted with unwavering confidence. No, I must say, this Lin family sounds utterly ridiculous. Just because my surname is Lin does not mean you can randomly claim me as a son. Lin Che expressed his slight exasperation. My surname is Lin because my grandfather bears that name, and it has no connection to any Lin family. Li Mingrue also displayed a look of helplessness. If the young master does not believe me, a visit to my home will surely clarify everything. In Li Mingrue's perspective, Lin Che bore a striking resemblance to the patriarch of the Lin family. It would indeed be peculiar if they were not father and son. Oh, by the way, I have a photograph of the master. The young master may wish to take a look. Li Mingrue retrieved his phone, opened a photograph, and handed it to Lin Che. At that moment, Li Mingrue became even more convinced that Lin Che was undoubtedly the young master of the Lin family. Given their likeness, if the two were to stand side by side, a paternity test would be rendered unnecessary. Lin Che accepted the phone, his brow furrowing deeper until he finally exhaled a long sigh. Very well, I will accompany you to have a look. However, let me make one thing clear. Resembling someone does not necessarily imply kinship. Even if it is true, I may not acknowledge it. Although Lin Che felt a 7/10 conviction after viewing the photograph, he maintained a degree of vigilance. After all, the world is vast and full of surprises. Who knows what schemes the Lin family might be concocting? A child lost for 17 years has now resurfaced, which in itself seems rather peculiar. Residing in Xinhai City, if they genuinely sought him, it would not be an arduous task. The vehicle sped along, and an hour later, they arrived at the Lin family villa. Lin Che followed Li Mingrue into the living room. Master, madam, the young master has returned. Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes instantly turned toward them. Just as Lin Che steadied himself at the entrance, a young man rushed forward to greet him. Brother, you are back. Although the voice sounded sincere, Lin Che detected a glimmer of hostility in his eyes. It is all my fault for usurping my brother's identity. I have caused him suffering all these years. Upon hearing this, Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Was it too much to expect his nominal brother to exhibit such eagerness upon his arrival? Zishuan, do not say such things. This is not your fault. As she spoke, the elegant woman seated on the sofa slowly rose. Oh, then should the blame be placed upon me? Lin Che halted in his tracks, gazing at the woman who might very well be his biological mother. Chapter 2. A family blind to their own hearts. No, Chair, that's not what I meant. The woman stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Upon hearing the name Chair, Lin Che felt an involuntary wave of physiological repulsion. Please, refrain from calling me that. The circumstances remain unclear, and I do not dare to make presumptuous claims. Having lived in solitude for an extended period, Lin Che bore an aura that discouraged any approach. Humph, what kind of attitude is that? A serious man spoke from the sofa, his voice low and commanding. This was Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family, and Lin Che's estranged biological father. As a prominent figure in Xinhai City, Lin Hai exuded a certain gravitas. Is this your way of expressing dissatisfaction with your mother upon entering our home? Although Lin Che felt indifferent to the accusation, he would not allow himself to be bullied. Setting aside any familial ties, if I were indeed the son you lost, wouldn't I have every right to harbor some resentment? He had initially intended to inquire about the reasons for his abandonment, but it now seemed unnecessary. Chair, dear Chair, you cannot be mistaken. I truly am your mother. Su Qianqian stepped forward, visibly agitated, reaching out to touch Lin Che, only for him to sidestep her. She hesitated momentarily before continuing. I understand that you harbor grievances. I promise I will make it up to you in time. No need for that. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This place may not be suitable for me, Lin Che declared, turning to exit. Stop. Who permitted you to leave? Lin Hai's expression darkened. To him, Lin Che displayed not a shred of respect for his biological parents, and his demeanor reeked of vindictiveness, leading to a sense of disappointment toward this son lost to the world. As Lin Che approached the door, Lin Zexuan secretly reveled in his triumph. It delighted him to see Lin Che so easily driven away. However, his moment of satisfaction was short-lived as Lin Hai interjected. In response, Lin Zexuan felt compelled to speak again. Brother, it should be me who departs. Lin Che had no intention of engaging with Lin Hai, but upon hearing Lin Zexuan's words, he halted. Do you truly believe you should be the one to leave? A sardonic smile crept across Lin Che's face. If Zexuan relished the theatrics, he would let him play his part to see if he truly had the fortitude to depart. I will gather my belongings and return your rightful place to you, brother. As he spoke, Lin Zexuan feigned a gesture to retreat to his room. Enough, Lin Hai exclaimed, calling attention to Zexuan's misguided attempts to defend Lin Che. You've been coddled and indulged, and now you wish to drive him away from the Lin family? What gives you such audacity? Lin Hai's words struck a nerve with Lin Che, who had spent years as an orphan. Despite the fact that Lin Hai was addressing his own flesh and blood, he was oblivious to the inappropriateness of his remarks, revealing his true sentiments. Fortunately, Lin Che possessed a resilient heart and was unfazed, instead responding with a cold smile. Ah, yes, I am merely a wild child. Indeed incomparable to the esteemed young master of the Lin family. No, Che, your father did not mean it that way. Su Qingqian's expression turned anxious. As Lin Zexuan observed the tension escalating between Lin Hai and Lin Che, he seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation. Brother, please don't argue with father. If you avoid conflict, I will leave at once. Just then, a melodious voice cut through the discord. You need not go anywhere. If he chooses not to return, then so be it. No one can expel you. Eldest sister, please do not let our quarrel affect your decision. I never belonged in this family, for I have usurped my brother's rightful life. Lin Zexuan seized the moment to fan the flames further. Such nonsense. You were merely an infant then. How could you be to blame? Lin Wanting descended slowly from the stairs, followed by the second daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yuro. Indeed, Zexuan. Do not think that way. He has no right to force you out. Lin Yuro's gaze swept over Lin Che, tinged with disdain. Eldest sister, second sister. Lin Zexuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his words caught in his throat. Bravo. Lin Che clapped mockingly. What a splendid display of sibling affection, truly enviable. Though he spoke with feigned admiration, his eyes shone with derision. Do not mock us here. The Lin family owes you nothing. Our parents went to great lengths to find you, not to have you return and create chaos. To Lin Wanting, Lin Che was merely a stranger connected by blood. In contrast, Lin Zexuan, who had grown up alongside her sisters, felt more like family. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly stand by Lin Zexuan's side. Oh, you went through great efforts to find me? What was the purpose? To showcase what familial love looks like. Impudent. Lin Hai's fury reached a boiling point as he shouted. Apologize, and I may allow you to remain in the Lin family. Otherwise, you shall find no refuge here. Apologize? For what? Your family is utterly bewildering. You exerted so much effort to locate me, only to demand an apology? Lin Che, a cultivator of the transcendence realm, possessed an innate pride. He felt no wrongdoing on his part, and even if he were at fault, he owed no apologies to those unrelated to him. Ultimately, you are my son, Lin Hai's son, and this disgraceful display reflects poorly on the Lin family. Lin Hai stepped forward, asserting, I will teach you a lesson so that you understand the importance of respect for elders. Kneel. Huh? On what grounds? Lin Che's gaze darkened with menace. On the grounds that I am your father, Lin Hai declared, as if this were an undeniable truth. Though he had never fulfilled a father's duties, he claimed the role without a hint of remorse. Lin Che's disdain only deepened. You believe you are worthy? Lin Hai raised his hand to strike Lin Che. Yet, as his arm lifted, Lin Che effortlessly blocked it. TCH. Old man Lin, times have changed. Do not attempt to impose archaic patriarchal principles on me. Lin Che stepped closer, narrowing his eyes and curling his lips into a slight smile. If you dare to strike again, I won't hesitate to demonstrate a defense of my own. Lin Hai hesitated, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. He had never struck his son before. If Lin Che retaliated, it would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Is that self-defense? It would be nothing short of a rebellion. Seeing Lin Hai falter, Lin Zexuan sought to stir the pot further. Brother, do not provoke father. Throughout my life, I have never witnessed him lay a hand on anyone. You truly have angered him this time. To Lin Hai, this insinuated that Lin Che was disrespectful to his elders. To Lin Che, however, it echoed the sentiment that Lin Hai repudiated his own flesh and blood. After years of restraint, he had never laid a hand on his children. Yet the moment Lin Che returned, he was ready to strike. The implication was unmistakably clear. Such clumsy attempts at incitement were easily seen through by Lin Che. Yet, the Lin family remained blind to their own follies, seemingly incapable of grasping the true meaning behind Lin Zexuan's words. Che, just apologize to your father to quell his anger. I promise I will make it up to you later. Su Qianqian began to exert pressure on Lin Che. Her offer of supposed compensation clear. Little did she know, Lin Che was indifferent to her promises, finding the entire spectacle utterly laughable. It is indeed perplexing. I am repeatedly urged to acknowledge my fault, yet I find myself questioning, what exactly have I done wrong? Chapter 3. The Martial Arts Academy of Xinhai City. As for any form of compensation, it is entirely unnecessary. I merely wish for you to cease disturbing me in the future. Lin Che's resolve was unwavering. Without a hint of hesitation, in such a familial environment, he found solitary freedom far more preferable. It is not to say that Lin Che had never envisioned a family. Having never experienced parental affection in his youth, he harbored a modicum of fantasy. However, to acquiesce in exchange for what they termed familial love was utterly out of the question. Upon hearing Lin Che's declaration, both Lin Hai and Su Qianqian stood momentarily stunned. How had matters escalated to this point? Where had things gone awry? No, do not leave. This is your home. Su Qianqian interjected hastily. Mother understands the hardships and grievances you have endured over the years. You must harbor resentment, but I do not blame you. While speaking, Su Qianqian reached out to grasp Lin Che's hand, only to have him effortlessly evade her touch. She faltered slightly, and Lin Zexuan, witnessing this, began to speak on her behalf. Mother did not intentionally lose you. She has suffered as well. Can't you be magnanimous and forgive a sorrowful mother? Sensing that his tone may have come off as too forceful, Lin Zexuan softened his approach. Blame me if you must. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have endured so much suffering. Lin Che regarded him with a bemused expression, pondering the theatrics of this individual. What suffering have I endured? I am quite unaware. Although Lin Yuan had raised him through scavenging until the age of 14, he had never deprived him of anything. There may not have been luxury, but being able to fill his stomach was sufficient for his happiness. The only grievance he had ever faced was the pitying gazes of others upon learning of his lack of parents. Yet, such matters became easier to bear with time. Had the Lin family not intruded upon his life, he might have continued to live untroubled. 17 years ago, the very year Lin Che was born, a meteor shower heralded a cataclysmic change. All species on Blue Star entered an evolutionary frenzy, humans included. This evolution encompassed both normal and aberrant transformations. The humanoid mutant that Lin Che had slain the previous day had once been human. The uncontrollable evolution of their genes had caused physical deformities, rendering them monsters. Such deformities predominantly occurred in adults, while children typically underwent positive evolution. Perhaps adults, having fully developed, were less malleable, whereas the bodies of children, still in formation, possessed greater adaptability. Thus, only a scant few adults managed to evolve successfully. It is essential to note that not all individuals undergo mutation or evolution. The majority of the world remains populated by ordinary people, such as Lin Hai and his wife, along with the general populace of the city. The Lin family possessed little understanding of the hardships Lin Che had faced, nor could they articulate their reasoning. However, in the eyes of these affluent families, any slight deficiency in nourishment, attire, or housing constituted suffering. Raised by a scavenger, Lin Che had lived in a cramped rented room, barely scraping by with the essentials. Indeed, he was deemed to have suffered. Living in a minuscule rented space, scavenging daily to sustain oneself. Do you truly believe that is enjoyable? Lin Hai was unreserved in his criticism, instantly exposing Lin Che's facade. In his view, Lin Che was merely putting on a brave front for the sake of pride. Enjoyment is hardly the word, yet I do not perceive it as suffering, Lin Che replied, surveying the lavish living room of the Lin family, adorned with genuine leather sofas, mahogany furniture, and exquisite paintings and ornaments, all radiating opulence and sophistication. The crystal chandelier and floor-to-ceiling windows imbued the space with a sense of spaciousness and brightness, undeniably more comfortable than his diminutive rented room. Nevertheless, Lin Che was not particularly swayed by these luxuries. With his current capabilities, while he could not reside in a villa, he could certainly move out of that cramped space. The reasons for his continued stay were twofold. First, living in the outskirts facilitated his self-improvement, and second, he felt that the rented room provided him with a semblance of home. Lin Che fixed his gaze upon Lin Hai, his expression serene. You may find this hard to believe, but I am quite content in that rented room. I do not require anyone's pity. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke with a quiver in her voice. How can you say it's pity? You are our son. We are meant to cherish you. A sense of inexplicable irritation welled within Lin Che, prompting him to state firmly, enough of this charade. If you have summoned me back for a specific purpose, feel free to articulate it directly. Let us not squander time. Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback again. Glancing toward Lin Hai, what purpose could we possibly have? We want you to return to your roots. Lin Hai's gaze flickered slightly, lacking conviction. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I too shall not indulge further. Farewell. With that, Lin Che turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused to add, "Oh, and let this be our final parting. There is truly no need for further encounters. Do you wish to attend Xinhai Academy?" Lin Hai finally revealed a bargaining chip. At this, Lin Che's demeanor shifted. A slight smile graced his lips. "Now this is more like it. Speak plainly. What do you wish for me to do?" Xinhai Academy, formerly known as the Xinhai City Martial Arts Academy, was established following the mutations on Blue Star, specifically to train humanity in martial skills and guiding techniques to combat aberrant entities. Primary education through junior high constitutes 9 years of compulsory education, after which students are assessed for martial aptitude. Ranging from the lowest F level to the highest SSS level, these varying talents predict future martial accomplishments. The minimum admission criterion for Xinhai Academy is C level, as only those with C level talent have a chance to awaken formidable abilities. Furthermore, a C level talent can at least evolve into a transcendent realm warrior, forming the backbone of the defense against aberrant beings. Currently, the known realms of martial artists are classified into 7 stages: body refinement, meridian opening, transcendence, innate, extraordinary, divine, and martial sage. Lin Che presently occupies the transcendent realm, having utilized that strength to vanquish a level 4 mutant. To advance further into the innate stage, also referred to as martial master, is a goal he aspires to. Prior to the upheaval, the highest martial cultivation attainable on Blue Star was that of a martial master. The latter 3 stages have emerged only in recent years. The president of Xinhai Academy is a martial master, held in high esteem throughout Xinhai. Lin Hai was uncertain of Lin Che's martial aptitude, but inquired whether he wished to attend the academy. While ordinary individuals could learn martial skills, Xinhai Academy typically did not accept them. Lin Hai was evidently confident that he could secure Lin Che's admission into the academy, implying that he had put considerable effort into this endeavor. Clearly, he intended to exchange the academy's opportunity for something in return. The Lin family has an engagement with the Chu family. If you agree to honor this engagement, I will ensure your admission to Xinhai Academy. Lin Hai, seeing Lin Che's obstinate demeanor, opted for frankness. Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan exhibited a look of realization. He had been troubled by the engagement, unaware that Lin Hai had already made arrangements. The reason for Lin Zexuan's aversion to this engagement was straightforward. The Chu family's daughter had a tarnished reputation, or rather, infamy. Standing at a mere 1.50 meters and weighing 180, she exhibited erratic behavior, fiery temperament, and violent tendencies, often injuring her bodyguards. Even though Lin Zexuan was not a particularly upright individual, he certainly did not wish to wed a woman of such dubious reputation. Naturally, these were merely rumors. The Lin family had yet to lay eyes on the young lady from the Chu family. The reason being that Miss Chu was in a fragile mental state and had never entertained visitors. However, with the gossip circulating, and given that the Chu family had not made any effort to dispel the rumors, it was likely that the truth came perilously close to the speculation. Do you not have a son as well? Why not allow him to fulfill the engagement? Lin Che did not believe that any favorable outcome would befall him. This engagement undoubtedly harbored significant issues. Chapter 4. A genius must first grow to be called a genius. The reasons are inconsequential, as long as you agree. I can secure your admission to Xinhai Academy. Lin Hai was reluctant to elaborate further, fearing that if Lin Che were to learn the truth, he might waver. Yet, this concern proved somewhat unwarranted, for Lin Che intended to acquiesce, albeit with no intention of honoring the engagement. After all, matters of engagement could only be truly assessed after he graduated from the Martial Arts Academy. By agreeing now, he need not concern himself with the identity of Miss Chu. Should Lin Che choose not to fulfill the promise later, he could simply depart without a backward glance. After all, knowledge once acquired could never be unlearned. And what could Lin Hai do about it? Lin Che adopted a pose of serious contemplation, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. Very well. Let it be as you say. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Remember to notify me once the admission process is complete. With that, Lin Che turned and walked toward the door. Wait. You must reside at home. Who knows when the Chu family may come to visit you? Lin Hai reiterated his request. This time, Lin Zexuan chose not to stir the pot further. Perhaps he felt that with Lin Che agreeing to uphold the engagement, he had narrowly escaped a predicament, thus temporarily changing his mind. Indeed, Xiao Che, since you are home, how could we possibly allow you to continue residing outside? Su Qianxian stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Lin Che's arm, only to be evaded once more. Must I really stay here? Lin Che frowned slightly, displaying a hint of impatience. Of course. Moreover, the distance from home to school is quite considerable. You cannot possibly commute from the suburbs daily. Lin Hai nodded, his tone resolute. That makes sense. Then please help me prepare a room. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, a playful smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. as he turned back to the living room and boldly settled onto the sofa. Possessing a talent for slaughter, he could effortlessly elevate his martial prowess. Yet this only enhanced his martial realm. For a martial artist to truly advance, both martial realm and techniques must be balanced. Lin Che required both a cultivation method and martial skills, yet he was devoid of funds. Thus, he genuinely needed an admission slot. In truth, had Lin Che been willing to showcase his talents, he could have acquired an admission spot through other means. However, years of orphaned existence, forced to navigate the treacherous underbelly of society, had afforded him a keen awareness of deceit and a preference for retaining a few hidden cards. Revealing his talents and cultivation to the public would jeopardize his sense of security. Thus, the prospect of a ready-made admission slot was indeed a considerable relief. Following the upheaval on Blue Star, the majority of talented youths awakened between the ages of 16 and 18. Typically, those who awakened at 16 could only reach the chi-channeling realm within a 2-year span. Only scions of prominent families, meticulously nurtured and guided, had the chance to awaken before the age of 16. Among them, those who advanced to the transformation realm before 18 could be regarded as true geniuses. Apart from the types of abilities, the level of talent also determined future achievements. Among those with fire abilities, some were rated A, some S, and others F. An S-rated ability could unleash blazing flames, while an F-rated ability could merely ignite a spark. Lin Che's talent for slaughter was rated S, even bordering on SSS. Consequently, he possessed considerable confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, attaining the transformation realm at 17 was indeed a rarity among prestigious families, and thus Xinhai Academy would undoubtedly not refuse him. Lin Che's agreement to Lin Hai's request stemmed from a clear understanding that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Exposing one's talents invariably invited risks, and a momentary lapse could lead to irreparable consequences. Even an SSS-level genius must first mature before being deemed a genius. Those who faltered along the way were, in essence, no different from the inept. Hence, Lin Che was determined to be low-key, to conceal rather than reveal, and to remain passive rather than assertive. All right, I shall assist you in preparing your room. Su Qianqian transformed her worry into joy, her concern appearing genuine. Oh, mother. Simply having Aunt Zhang tidy up a room for him would suffice. There is no need for you to do it yourself. Lin Yura tugged at Su Qianqian to return to the sofa, and then called for the housekeeper. Aunt Zhang, please prepare a room for our newly arrived young master. Certainly. Second, miss. Aunt Zhang readily responded, and proceeded toward the second floor. Wait, Aunt Zhang, where are you going on the second floor? Lin Yura pointed to the storage room. Couldn't the adjacent room work? Aunt Zhang glanced at Su Qianqian. Madam, what do you think? Before Su Qianqian could respond, Lin Yura pouted. Mother, my sister and I are not accustomed to living too close to strangers. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep at night. As she spoke, Lin Yura shot a playful wink at Lin Wanting. Right, elder sister? Lin Wanting nodded. Indeed, mother, what the little sister says is true. It is indeed rather inconvenient. The two sisters clearly disapproved of Lin Che's presence and intended to join forces against him. Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment before turning to Lin Che. Cheer, why don't you endure a few days? Once you and Yura become familiar, you can move to the second floor, all right? No way. Why should I have to endure for a few days? Am I here to be wronged? Lin Che immediately rejected her proposition. In truth, he did not care about his living arrangements. After all, even a few square meters of rented space would suffice, and a storeroom in a villa would be no worse. However, he absolutely would not indulge anyone, not even once. Su Qianqian found herself momentarily speechless, prompting Lin Hai to assume the role of the patriarch once more and began his lecturing. Isn't it merely a place to stay? As a man, must you quibble with two young ladies? Haha, I too believe that sharing a space with strangers is rather inconvenient. Lin Che paused slightly, surveying the others. The Lin sisters believed Lin Che had acquiesced, a smirk of triumph gracing their lips. Yet, Lin Che continued. Why don't you two move to the storage room and leave the second floor for me? At this, the Lin sisters' expression soured. What right do you have? Mother, look at him. Lin Che feigned ignorance, continuing, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I thought the Lin family young ladies would possess some decorum. Haha. Upon hearing this, the faces of several members of the Lin family, including Su Qianqian, darkened considerably. Who are you calling uncouth? Lin Wanting demanded sharply. Lin Yura was no less eager to retort. You are the one without manners, raised outside without parental guidance, just like a wild beast. Simultaneously, Lin Jakeshuan seized the opportunity to assert his presence once more. Brother, how can you speak to elder sister and second sister like that? Although I feel quite sorry for you, I absolutely cannot condone your treatment of them. Haha. Do I need your permission to say what I want? Who do you think you are? Lin Che shrugged, pretending to be exasperated. I sense that I am not particularly welcome here. Perhaps I should take my leave. As he spoke, Lin Che feigned to rise. After all, the Lin family has another son. It would be just as well for this younger brother to fulfill the engagement. Lin Che deliberately emphasized the term younger brother, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Having already surmised that this engagement was fraught with complications, he could ascertain that Lin Zexuan had no desire to honor it. The Lin family's attempt to leverage the admission quota of the Xinhai Martial Arts Academy against him might not yield the desired results. However, if he were to use the matter of the engagement to maneuver the Lin family, he was confident it would prove advantageous. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to summon him back over a mere engagement. Enough. Sister Zhang, please prepare a bedroom on the second floor. Let us bring this matter to a close. Lin Hai had come to realize that this young man was a reckless troublemaker, bristling with defiance. As long as Lin Che agreed to fulfill the engagement, the rest of the issues were of little consequence. It was merely a room. There was no need for fruitless contention. Yet, while Lin Hai sought to quell the dispute, Lin Che was not inclined to relent. Wait a moment. Lin Che interjected once more. I believe what elder sister and second sister have said holds merit. Since you all are uncomfortable living in close proximity to strangers, why not consider relocating to the first floor? Of course, if elder sister and second sister truly wish to avoid residing on the first floor, I could always return to the suburbs and continue living in my rental. Lin Che shrugged, casting a sardonic glance at the Lin sisters, his lips curling into a smirk. After all, we reside in a civilized society that values human rights and freedoms, do we not? Do not push your luck. Lin Wanting gritted her teeth. To her, allowing Lin Che to occupy the second floor was already a concession on their part. She had not anticipated Lin Che's relentless obstinacy, which lacked any semblance of grace. No, no, no. Elder sister misunderstands me. I am not greedy and have never sought to overreach. As he spoke, Lin Che's smile gradually turned frosty. However, I must confess that I possess little patience and am not one to let grievances linger until the morrow. As the standoff intensified, Lin Zexuan seized the opportunity to interject at an opportune moment. Brother, elder sister, second sister, please do not quarrel. I will take the utility room instead. His stance had shifted, and with the intention of having Lin Che fulfill the engagement, he had no desire to expel him further. Moreover, by making this suggestion, he appeared to genuinely care for the two sisters while simultaneously diminishing Lin Che's standing in the eyes of the Lin family. However, before the Lin family could express their gratitude, Lin Che preemptively voiced his dissent. How can that be acceptable? It is elder sister and second sister who are uncomfortable residing near strangers, not you. How does placing you in the utility room resolve anything? Lin Che was resolute and unwilling to concede. Since he had already offended this family, he was indifferent to the prospect of further antagonizing them. While the admission quota was significant to him, he was not beholden to the Lin family for it. If necessary, he could endure some risks, reveal a portion of his capabilities, and devise a means to earn tuition fees. It would be inconvenient, but he could still gain admission. Should the Lin family wish for him to honor the engagement, they would have to acquiesce to his demands. Otherwise, the matter was non-negotiable. Lin Hai took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, before addressing them again. There is no need for contention. None of you will reside in the utility room. Sister Zhang, please tidy the master bedroom on the third floor and move my and my wife's belongings to the second floor. Then he turned to Lin Che. Henceforth, you shall reside in the master bedroom on the third floor. I trust there are no objections? How can this be appropriate? Lin Che's expression brightened once more. Addressing the housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, please attend to this promptly. I shall come to inspect the room shortly. Father, how can you indulge him so? Lin Yuru feigned a look of grievance. Lin Hai waved his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. Sister Zhang, please prepare. The family found it difficult to comprehend Lin Hai's leniency, including Su Qianqian. Although she wished to compensate Lin Che, she had never envisioned doing so in this manner. It felt less like reclaiming a son and more akin to inviting back an ancestral spirit. Yet, since Lin Hai had made his decision, Su Qianqian chose not to contest it. Recognizing that Lin Che was not her own child, she resolved to make some concessions for the time being, hoping to gradually influence his character later on. As matters settled, the Lin family prepared to depart. Lin Hai and his eldest daughter, Lin Wanting, were heading to work at the Lin Group, while Lin Zexuan and Lin Yuru were to attend Xinhai Academy. Su Qianqian had no other business and did not intend to leave, likely preferring to remain at home alone. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lin Che inquired casually. When Li Mingrui had come to find him, he had still been in bed catching up on sleep, and after washing up, he had headed straight to the Lin residence without having eaten breakfast. Lin Hai and Su Qianqian had insisted on compensating him, yet they had summoned him back early in the morning without even providing him a meal. This hardly felt like compensation, it was outright neglect. It seems your mother, have been remiss and forgot to ask if you had breakfast. I shall personally prepare something for you right away. Su Qianqian promptly rose. her face reflecting an apologetic demeanor. Thus far, she was the only one in the family who had treated Lin Che with any semblance of kindness. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can make do with whatever is available. Lin Che was generally indifferent about food, merely seeking to satiate his hunger. However, Su Qianqian was insistent on cooking for him. Moments later, she returned to the living room, bearing a bowl of noodles. Come, try it, and see if it suits your palate. The woman, now over 40, appeared almost like a child awaiting praise. Lin Che, not one to be impolite, took up his chopsticks and began to eat. Yet, after just a few bites, Lin Che's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to spit it out. How could one even begin to describe this bowl of noodles? It was difficult to fathom what combination of seasonings could produce such a flavor. It could not simply be labeled as unpalatable, it was truly difficult to swallow. Nonetheless, Lin Che had endured far worse during his most trying times, and this was far from his threshold of tolerance. Noticing Su Qianqian's hopeful expression, Lin Che refrained from being blunt and casually tossed his chopsticks aside. I've lost my appetite. I shall step out for a moment. With that, he did not wait for Su Qianqian to respond, rising and making his way outside. Without receiving any praise, Su Qianqian felt a pang of disappointment and could not resist picking up the chopsticks to try a bite herself. The moment she did, she vomited on the spot. She could not comprehend how Lin Che had managed to suppress his urge to retch, yet she was certain he had spared her some face. Perhaps, she mused, that child was not entirely bad. In truth, Lin Che was like a hedgehog. Upon sensing hostility, he would bristle with defensive quills. Once the danger had passed, those quills would soften. Beneath that prickly exterior, however, lay a vulnerable being, capable of joy and sorrow, never devoid of emotion. After completing middle school, Lin Che did not continue to high school, for at that time, he could barely sustain himself, let alone afford further education. He spent his nights hunting mutated creatures to enhance his strength and his days catching up on sleep, leaving no room for additional part-time work. Initially, he had intended to reveal part of his abilities to gain special admission to the Xinhai Martial Arts Academy. Now, with the Lin family's offer of an admission quota, he was content to remain passive. For the sake of convenience in attending school, Lin Che would temporarily reside with the Lin family. Yet he planned to maintain his rental property. Compared to the Lin family, that small rental space was far more akin to home. Thus, Lin Che sought out Butler Li, requesting a ride back to the outskirts of the city. Upon entering the rented apartment, Lin Che gathered a few changes of clothing and took with him 2 long knives. After casting one last glance at the room, he stepped out. He sought out the landlord, producing the remaining 5,000 yuan from his pocket, and promptly paid a year's rent. The cost of living in the suburbs was remarkably low, for a few square meters of rented space. The monthly fee was merely 500. By paying for a year in advance, he received a discount, totaling just 5,000 each month. Slaying a single first-tier mutant creature would sufficiently cover the rent, thus alleviating any financial burden. However, Lin Che was not guaranteed to encounter mutants every night. That largely depended on fortune. Moreover, the mutants that prowled the outskirts of the city were predominantly first or second tier, with third-tier specimens being exceedingly rare. Consequently, hunting mutants and selling their cores on the black market barely sufficed for his subsistence. Lin Che, have you struck it rich? The landlord inquired, perplexed. Not at all. Just happened to have some cash on hand, so I decided to pay the rent up front. Otherwise, I might have been tempted to squander it. Lin Che refrained from acknowledging his identity as a scion of the Lin family, choosing not to disclose it to others. His willingness to pay the landlord the entirety of his cash stemmed not from any confidence in his family's standing, but rather from the possession of a 4th-tier core valued at over 10,000, allowing him to liquidate it any time should funds run low, ensuring he would not face starvation. Are you planning to travel far? The landlord, noticing Lin Che's backpack and the 2 long knives, posed the question. Yes, I will be away for a while, but I've already settled the rent, so please do not rent the place to someone else while I am gone. Lin Che jested, elucidating the rationale behind his advance payment. Go on, do you think of me as someone untrustworthy? In this vicinity, who does not know of Zhao Deifu's integrity? Chapter 6, I apologize, but I do possess sea-level talent. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Uncle Zhao is renowned for his integrity. I shall take my leave now. I look forward to your tales upon my return. Lin Che turned and departed, ignoring Zhao Deifu's frustrated outburst behind him. Rascal, who was boasting to you? Zhao Deifu chuckled, shaking his head as Lin Che walked away. Upon returning to the Lin estate, Lin Che ascended directly to the 3rd floor. He entered the master bedroom, casually tossing his backpack onto the bed, and surveyed his surroundings. The expansive bedroom, nearly 50 square meters, featured solid wood paneling on the walls, with a grand landscape painting of rivers and mountains at its center, surrounded by harmonious patterns. To the left of the 3-meter bed was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, while the right housed a floating water bar. The bathroom was separate, and beside it lay a walk-in closet, albeit currently devoid of clothing, in stark contrast to the few square meters of his rented apartment. This bedroom could only be described as luxurious. Lin Che scanned the room and reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, his thoughts wandering. Given the Lin family's status, it seemed implausible that they would willingly abandon their own kin. Even if some members of the Lin family were not particularly fond of him, it likely had nothing to do with his abandonment. Otherwise, they would not have adopted a son. Furthermore, how could the Lin family fail to locate their lost child in the same city of Xinhai for 17 years? Unless they had never genuinely attempted to find him, or someone had impeded their efforts, creating obstacles for them. Lin Yuan had claimed to have found him in a trash bin, which he believed was not a fabrication. The elder had always treated him like a beloved grandson, and their bond was strong. Lin Che trusted that the elder would not lie about such matters. Yet, this complicated the situation. Why had he ended up in a trash bin? Who had discarded him there? Logically, if the perpetrator had intended for him to live, they could have easily left him at an orphanage's doorstep. Conversely, if their intent was to ensure his demise, why not simply kill him outright rather than resorting to placing him in a trash bin? Of course, from a rational perspective, it would be exceedingly difficult for an infant to survive a frigid winter night in a trash bin. Perhaps the individual responsible simply did not wish to commit murder with their own hands, believing that discarding him in a trash bin sufficed to signify his death. If that were the case, it could only be said that Lin Che was remarkably fortunate. Currently, there were no leads, nor could he identify the mastermind behind these events. Lin Che was hesitant to ascertain whether his presence in the Lin family would provoke further hostility. In summary, there was someone who had wished him dead over a decade ago, and they had been willing to act against an infant. Such a person likely possessed no moral boundaries, prompting Lin Che to exercise utmost caution and vigilance at all times. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. The door is unlocked. Lin Che responded casually. Su Qianqian entered, glanced at Lin Che, and inquired, "How is it, Xiao Che? Are you satisfied with your room? It's quite nice. Is there something you need?" Lin Che sat up and looked at Su Qianqian. "Mom didn't mean it this morning. It was just that I haven't cooked in so long that I'm a bit out of practice," Su Qianqian said, slightly embarrassed. Typically, the Lin family had their meals prepared by a housekeeper, so Su Qianqian had not stepped into the kitchen in ages. She had originally intended to make a bowl of noodles for Lin Che to foster their mother-son relationship. Unexpectedly, her attempt backfired, resulting in a rather awkward situation. Thankfully, Lin Che did not expose her mistake, or she would have felt terribly embarrassed. "It's no big deal. I've eaten worse. Is there anything else?" Lin Che remained aloof. "About this morning's incident, Mom would like to apologize on behalf of your elder and second sisters. They merely have a closer relationship with Sexuan, which led them to side with him. Once you all become better acquainted, I believe they will treat you well too," Su Qianqian said, her expression hopeful. "Can you forgive them?" Lin Che frowned slightly, appearing somewhat impatient. "Apologies cannot be substituted by others. Moreover, even if I were to accept your apology, those two sisters might not acknowledge it." Lin Che shrugged. "So, there's no need for you to play the role of a peacemaker." Regarding the Lin sisters, Lin Che was indifferent. They were merely pawns in someone else's game. However, Su Qianqian's attempt to resolve the conflict as a parent while choosing to communicate with Lin Che privately was evidently a form of favoritism. Perhaps Su Qianqian herself did not realize that she ultimately leaned towards her two daughters. If she genuinely wished to mediate, she should have addressed the three of them openly and honestly, rather than privately apologizing for her daughters, making Lin Che feel like an outsider. Ironically, Su Qianqian was already the person in the family who treated Lin Che the best. Were it not for the opportunity to secure a spot in school, Lin Che would undoubtedly not linger in the Lin household for a second longer. While living in the villa was indeed comfortable, it hindered his ability to hunt freely, making it inconvenient for him to enhance his strength. Even if the Lin family did not mind his nightly excursions, it was impractical for him to traverse dozens of kilometers daily for hunting. Seeing Su Qianqian rendered speechless, Lin Che spoke again. "When can the enrollment matter be arranged?" "I'll call your father to inquire," Su Qianqian replied, pulling out her phone to dial. "Never mind. I'll wait until he returns to discuss it. If there's nothing else, I would like to rest for a while." Lin Che issued a dismissal. "Oh, all right, you should rest first. I'll come to call you for lunch," Su Qianqian said, rising and gently closing the door behind her. In truth, the enrollment process was quite straightforward, even though Xinhai Academy had certain requirements. They could hardly deter the scions of wealthy families. The school required substantial funding to operate, and if the Lin family were to donate a building to Xinhai Academy, the institution would undoubtedly welcome a promising student. Regardless of the student's merit, it is imperative that they be regarded as an exemplary pupil. At the dinner table, Lin Hai informed Lin Che of the school's arrangements. "Tomorrow, you will accompany Zexuan to school. you will directly transfer into his class. And it will be beneficial for you both to look out for one another. As he spoke, Lin Hai turned to Lin Zexuan. This year, Zexuan has awakened his psychic abilities, classified as an S-grade talent, and has been specially recruited for admission. His tone exuded a certain pride. I will take good care of my brother, Lin Zexuan earnestly replied. Zexuan is indeed remarkable, unlike some individuals who still rely on family wealth to secure their education. Lin Yura began her usual mockery, ridiculing Lin Che. Huh, an S-grade talent. How impressive is that? Lin Che found the notion utterly laughable. What? Are you still unconvinced? Lin Yura's expression turned increasingly disdainful. My elder sister and I have both awakened elemental abilities, classified as A-grade talents. Logically, being of the Lin family bloodline, you should possess at least an A-grade talent. Even if it were slightly inferior, perhaps a B or C grade, it shouldn't necessitate spending so much money on a special admission slot for you. Observing Lin Yura's arrogant demeanor, Lin Che shrugged. Unfortunately, I actually possess a C-grade talent, an ability in body enhancement, specifically speed. As he spoke, Lin Che rose to fetch a bottle of water from the kitchen, returning to the table in mere seconds. The sound of the refrigerator door closing only echoing in the kitchen once he had settled back down. Taken aback, Lin Yura opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Why didn't you mention your C-grade talent sooner? Lin Hai expressed his displeasure. He had donated 10 million to the new Sea City Martial Arts Academy under the pretense of charity, while 10 million was negligible for the Lin family. If Lin Che could enroll normally, why waste such a sum? However, Lin Che remained indifferent. Even if the money were saved, it likely would not benefit him directly. So why should he concern himself with sparing the Lin family that expense? Did you even inquire? After all, a C-grade talent is hardly something to boast about. Why should I bring it up voluntarily, right? Lin Che glanced at Lin Yura, deflecting responsibility while subtly mocking her for her own showiness regarding talent. Chapter 7. How dare he approach that woman? At 17, Lin Che achieved the cultivation level of transcendence, even before his killing talent was fully awakened. If provided with ample mutated entities to hunt at will, he might have already become a martial arts master. Even the legendary SSS-grade talents might not boast such a rapid advancement. His claim of being a C-grade talent was merely a reflection of his distrust towards the Lin family. Such a significant matter should have at least been communicated. Lin Hai felt a surge of frustration, his chest tightening. Is it really that significant? I thought a C-grade talent was rather poor. Thus, there was no need to mention it. Lin Che continued to taunt Lin Yura. Can you speak properly? Lin Wanting's expression darkened. She could not tolerate Lin Che's jabs at Lin Yura, even though Lin Yura had previously mocked Lin Che. I am simply a master of speaking to people as people, and to ghosts as ghosts. Lin Che replied nonchalantly. The Lin sisters offered no kindness to Lin Che, and he had no intention of lowering himself before them. Responding kindly to malice only emboldens their arrogance, leading to further antagonism. Brother, please don't say that. Neither sister harbors ill intentions towards you. Lin Zexuan seized the opportunity to interject. The bad news was that Lin Che possessed a talent, while the good news was that it was merely a C-grade talent. While he himself boasted an S-grade talent, he was not of Lin blood. Until his potential transformed into strength, he still required the Lin family's resources. Should Lin Che's talent prove superior, even if only an A-grade, it could pose a significant threat to him. Now that Lin Che had just arrived in the Lin family, he was currently out of favor. Yet, the Lin family needed Lin Che to fulfill his engagement, which would not come to fruition until at least 4 years later, upon his graduation from New Sea Academy. 4 years was ample time for many changes to occur, should Lin Che alter his disposition or mend relations with the Lin family. It was a situation Lin Zexuan wished to avoid. A slightly inferior talent for Lin Che was preferable. After all, the Lin family required a remarkable successor to maintain their facade, thereby securing his own position. If Lin Che's talent were to rival his own, the Lin family might very well abandon their biological son in favor of him, the adopted one, which was a rather precarious prospect. Lin Che's C-grade talent still posed some threat. Having no talent at all would be far more favorable. Whether they bear malice, I cannot say. But your intentions are quite clear. What? Do you think my talent is insufficiently low to jeopardize your standing in the Lin family? Lin Che directly exposed Lin Zexuan's ulterior motives, causing his face to flush crimson. Brother, how could you think that? It seems I am a burden in this household. Perhaps I should move out. Lin Zexuan, reluctant to linger on the topic, opted for retreat rather than confrontation. Nonsense. We already settled this in the morning. Why bring it up again? Lin Hai feigned anger. On the surface, he reprimanded Lin Zexuan, but in reality, he was cautioning Lin Che not to entertain thoughts of driving Lin Zexuan away. Indeed, little Xian, do not overthink it. Regardless of whether you reclaim your brother, you will always be a child of the Lin family. Su Qianxian quickly offered words of comfort. Precisely. Both my elder sister and I consider you our true brother. Lin Yura chimed in, casting a glance at Lin Wanting. Right, elder sister? Lin Wanting concurred, indeed. Little Xian, rest assured, in this family, no one can replace you. Observing the three siblings embarking on yet another performance, Lin Che tossed his chopsticks onto the table, surveying them with exasperation. I have truly had enough. Will you ever cease? We are here to eat, not to engage in this endless chatter. Lin Hai exchanged glances with Su Qianqian, who quickly understood and attempted to mediate. Yes, let us eat first. We can discuss other matters afterward. Yet, Lin Yura refused to relent, her disdain evident. Have you never eaten before? Oh, I see. It's not that you haven't eaten, but that you've never experienced such a lavish feast. Lin Yura continued her derision of Lin Che. Indeed, I am merely an orphan. Where would I have tasted such delicacies? Upon hearing this, the Lin family's expressions turned exceedingly awkward. Meanwhile, Lin Che resumed eating, sampling the array of dishes on the table. This is quite good. This one is acceptable. Ah, this dish does not suit my palate. Too sweet. I prefer bitter flavors over sweets. As Lin Che dined, his commentary made the Lin family increasingly uneasy. Brother, please don't be upset. My second sister did not intend those remarks. Lin Zexuan spoke up again. Huh, who cares? I am full. You all may take your time. Lin Che declared, rising to leave. Although he was indifferent, he also wished to make things uncomfortable for the Lin family. Noticing their grim expressions, he found them more pleasing to the eye. As Lin Che turned the corner of the staircase, Lin Yura could not help but mutter softly. I didn't say anything wrong. The following morning, Lin Hai arranged for Li Mingrui to take Lin Che to school, introducing him to the class advisor of Martial Arts Class 1, Bai Yaning. Subsequently, Bai Yaning oversaw Lin Che's enrollment procedures. Bai Yaning, a graduate of New Sea Academy, had remained on staff this year as an advisor. In her youthful prime, she radiated elegance, and her seniority instilled obedience among the students of Martial Arts Class 1 in her presence. First, she guided Lin Che through the registration process before leading him into the classroom. Attention, everyone. We have a new student joining our class today. Let us have him introduce himself. Applause erupted from the students in response. At the tender age of 17, Lin Che, possessing a C-grade talent and an extraordinary ability, introduced himself rather awkwardly, concealing the true extent of his gift. Typically, students undergo a standardized assessment of their abilities upon enrollment, which dictates their class placements. Class 1 of the Martial Arts Academy is regarded as the elite class, and upon hearing Lin Che declare his C-grade talent, a wave of murmurs erupted among the students. Can it be true that a C-grade talent is admitted to Class 1? The least among us boasts of B-grade talent, doesn't he? What kind of background does this fellow have? Surely, he must have used some connections to gain entry. Connections are a form of strength as well. You possess supernatural abilities, while others wield financial power. Neither should look down upon the other. As Lin Che was a transfer student, it was evident that he had navigated some channels to enter Class 1. Therefore, his claim of possessing a C-grade talent did not raise suspicions among his peers. Given his apparent connections, whether or not he truly had talent, it seemed he could easily secure a place in Class 1, rendering any exaggeration of his abilities unnecessary. In a corner of the classroom, a young woman regarded Lin Che with a scrutinizing gaze. She felt a vague sense of familiarity towards him, but couldn't quite place when they had crossed paths. Noticing Lin Che's reluctance to elaborate further, Bai Yaning spoke up, Please. Feel free to choose a seat. Very well, thank you, Lin Che replied politely. Nuzhu Academy had no stringent regulations regarding seating. Students were generally free to select their spots. If one wished to occupy a front seat, they simply arrived early, and the same applied to back seats. For those indifferent to their seating arrangements, arriving early was unnecessary. However, certain exceptions existed, as specific seats were reserved for particular individuals, whether they arrived early or late. At that moment, Lin Zexuan rose and waved at Lin Che, Brother, come sit here. He indicated the empty seat beside him. I thought as much. He must be from the Lin family. No wonder a C-grade talent can enter Class 1. It truly speaks to his financial backing. When did the Lin family acquire another son? From the discussions around him, Lin Che concluded that the creme de la creme of Nui City resided in this elite class. It appeared that this 30-some strong class harbored exceptional talents. Nevertheless, none of these matters concerned Lin Che. He ignored the gossip and Lin Zexuan's invitation and headed straight to the vacant corner. Goodness. This fellow possesses quite the audacity to approach that woman. Alas, one must tread carefully. This student may be courting disaster. Is it possible he and Lin Zexuan are at odds? He doesn't even acknowledge him. As the chatter continued, Lin Che settled into his seat, retrieving his book and diligently reading. Chapter 8 Qinming. You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? The primary curriculum at the Martial Arts Academy comprises 3 core subjects: martial techniques, guiding arts, and practical combat exercises. Additionally, there are elective courses such as mutant research, tactical training, genetic medicine development, and conventional cultural studies, from which students can choose 2 electives. After 3 years, achieving proficiency in 5 subjects ensures graduation. However, if a student excels extraordinarily in one area, they may also graduate smoothly. For instance, an average student typically reaches the late stage of the transcendence realm or the early stages of the transformation realm after 3 years. If a student ascends to the innate realm within that time, they need not concern themselves with their progress in other subjects. Indeed, even if a student falters in all other areas, no one could impede a master from graduating. Similarly, a student making significant contributions in genetic research, even if their martial prowess is lacking, would not face graduation obstacles. Yet, in today's era, the martial arts hold the highest esteem on Blue Star. Even becoming a research prodigy ultimately serves the martial giants. Brother, you should sit on my side. Chu Yao doesn't appreciate close proximity to others. Lin Zexuan feigned concern. Is that so? Lin Che turned to Chu Yao. May I sit here? Suit yourself, she replied, exuding an aura that suggested a desire for solitude. Yet she did not outright reject Lin Che. Thus, Lin Che glanced back at Lin Zexuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Since Chu Yao has no objections, I believe your concerns are unwarranted. Instantly, a fresh wave of discussion erupted in the classroom. That woman didn't dismiss him. How peculiar. Does being handsome grant one immunity? I suspect it's his financial backing. Unlikely. Neither Lin Zexuan nor Qin Ming fared well in the past. The Qin Ming mentioned in their conversations boasted an S-grade talent, wielding lightning abilities and possessing a family martial art, the lightning whip. He often displayed a flamboyant demeanor, easily overshadowing Lin Zexuan in class. As whispers circulated, a shadow of malice flickered in Lin Zexuan's eyes, and he began to plot against Lin Che through Qin Ming. The enigmatic Chu Yao, who kept her abilities and talents under wraps, was speculated to possess at least an S-grade talent based on her performance during training. Previously, both Lin Zexuan and Qin Ming had attempted to approach her. Who could resist the allure of a stunning beauty endowed with S-grade talent? Unfortunately, she was as frigid as she was formidable, and every boy who dared to approach her was swiftly dealt with. Even Lin Zexuan and Qin Ming, both S-grade talents, had been unable to withstand her prowess for more than 3 exchanges. Ultimately, talent alone does not equate to true combat prowess. An S-grade talent in the body refinement realm would struggle against a C-grade talent in the transcendence realm, unless abilities were inherently counteractive. As both Lin Zexuan and Qin Ming were in the body refinement realm, they could never triumph over Chu Yao, who was in the transcendence realm. After their defeat at her hands, no one in Class 1 dared to provoke her again. Due to her ruthless nature, she earned the moniker that woman among her classmates. Regardless of Chu Yao's demeanor, her beauty and talent remained undeniable. Lin Zexuan and Qin Ming were far from content with the status quo. The morning classes in the elite class primarily consisted of theoretical lessons, including foundational guiding arts and mutant identification. Lin Che remained focused, and the classes proceeded without incident. During the lunch break, Lin Che attempted the foundational guiding arts for the first time, only to discover with astonishment that his cultivation had not only failed to improve, but had regressed significantly. Previously nearing the mid-stage of the transformation realm, he now felt as though he had just entered the early stage. However, despite the setback in his cultivation, his vitality and blood energy became increasingly robust. Moreover, through the guiding process, his meridians expanded further, allowing for a smoother flow of energy. It was likely due to Lin Che's initial lack of exposure to martial techniques, with his progress being solely reliant on slaying mutants. Before practicing the guiding arts, his energy resembled a haphazard pile of bricks, leading to an unstable foundation. Now, after engaging with the guiding arts, his energy felt like neatly arranged bricks infused with concrete, resulting in a more solid structure. In summary, any enhancement in strength could only be seen as a boon, and for Lin Che, whose talent lay in slaughter, advancing his cultivation was the simplest task. In the afternoon combat training arena, before the instructor's arrival, Lin Che was approached by others. "You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you?" Qin Ming feigned a boastful demeanor. As he spoke, 2 of his lackeys stepped forward, encircling Lin Che. "Me?" Lin Che pointed at himself. It seems that Lin Che's reaction was unexpected, causing Qin Ming to feel a twinge of irritation. "Do not feign ignorance with me. Tomorrow, I expect you to sit elsewhere. If you dare to approach Chu Yao again, I shall break your legs." "Wait a moment." Lin Che scanned the surroundings and called out to the distance. "Chu Yao? Are you quite close with this individual?" Chu Yao frowned slightly before responding. "Not familiar." Witnessing this exchange, Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared at Lin Che, gritting his teeth. "You are seeking your own demise. This fellow is meddling too much." As Lin Che spoke, he unleashed a punch. Bang! Qin Ming was sent flying 3 meters away. He then continued, I have little patience for those who refer to themselves as in my presence. So I kindly request that you take more care next time. Upon finishing, Lin Che cast a cold glance at the two, who seemed to recoil as if faced with a ferocious beast, instinctively stepping back. Lin Che's desire to conceal his true abilities did not imply that he would allow himself to be bullied. In such circumstances, being oppressed would not be a display of restraint, but rather sheer foolishness. Meanwhile, this spectacle had caught the attention of many onlookers, particularly since Lin Che had deliberately called out to Chu Yao, drawing numerous gazes. Damn, isn't this guy supposed to possess sea-level talent? How can he possess such strength with his speed ability? This must be a farce. He doesn't seem to be at the body refinement stage, does he? He only claimed to have sea-level talent and never specified when he awakened it. If he awakened it years ago, even with D-level talent, he could have advanced to the Chi opening stage. This implies that another Chi opening stage individual has emerged in the class. It appears that woman has found a rival. No wonder he wasn't driven away. It seems there is mutual respect among experts. Amidst the chatter, Qin Ming slowly rose from the ground. Fine, you wait for it. Once I break through to the Chi opening stage, I shall repay today's grievance 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, lacking any real ability, yet still throwing threats? Do you think I went too easy on you? As he spoke, Lin Che took 2 steps forward, causing Qin Ming to retreat repeatedly like his 2 lackeys. Stop! Don't come any closer! Qin Ming shouted in alarm. Yet Lin Che paid no heed, steadily advancing. Had Qin Ming not been previously humbled by Chu Yao, he might have dared to confront Lin Che. After experiencing the disparity between the body refinement stage and the Chi opening stage, he found no will to resist against Lin Che, who was in the Chi opening stage. As Lin Che closed the distance, Qin Ming, in a state of desperation, had no choice but to flee. Don't think that the Chi opening stage is all that impressive. I will soon break through. He ran while attempting to salvage his dignity. Lin Che halted and casually retorted, not my concern. Qin Ming wanted to say more, but, fearing Lin Che would pursue him, he begrudgingly fell silent. In truth, when Lin Che had thrown his punch, he had restrained 90% of his strength and had deliberately employed finesse to send Qin Ming flying, thus avoiding any real harm. Otherwise, considering Lin Che's initial strength in the transcendent stage, a single blow could have left Qin Ming in a state far from whole. If he inadvertently turned the combat training ground into a scene of carnage, it would not bode well. Of course, Lin Che refrained from making Qin Ming suffer too much primarily because he discerned that Qin Ming lacked any cunning. Unlike Lin Zexuan, who appeared gentle and considerate while harboring ulterior motives, scheming to ensnare others. At this thought, Lin Che glanced at Lin Zexuan. Brother, are you not going to assist when others make things difficult for me? Chapter 9. Remember, your only task is to survive. Brother, I saw you easily take down Qin Ming, so I refrained from intervening. Lin Zexuan fabricated a reason that seemed plausible enough. Oh, so you would have acted against Qin Ming had I not dealt with him? Lin Che feigned skepticism. Of course, if you were being bullied, I would certainly come to your aid. Lin Zexuan replied promptly, resolutely. Regardless, he needed to maintain appearances. Good. Lin Che then called out to Qin Ming. Once you break through to the Chi opening stage, feel free to settle the score with my brother. Whatever means you wish to employ, he will handle it for me. Speaking thus, Lin Che turned his gaze back to Lin Zexuan. Right, my dear brother? With Lin Che's instigation, Qin Ming was seething with rage. Damn it, you scoundrel. Secretly inciting me to act while pretending to be the Good Samaritan. What nonsense. Qin Ming glared at Lin Zexuan, his teeth clenched. Lin Zexuan felt utterly wronged. But before he could explain, Lin Che preemptively countered, impossible. I refuse to believe it. You shall not sow discord between us brothers. Upon hearing this, both Lin Zexuan and Qin Ming wore expressions akin to having swallowed something foul. Lin Zexuan realized he had fallen into Lin Che's trap, yet he had no recourse. For now, he could not afford to confront Lin Che. Otherwise, his own image would be compromised. Meanwhile, Qin Ming perceived the 2 brothers as conspiring against him, feeling like a mere jester at that moment. Fine, fine. So that's how you want to play, is it? You 2 wait. When I break through to the Chi opening stage, I shall make sure you both regret this. From a distance, Qin Ming hurled threats at Lin Che and Lin Zexuan. Lin Zexuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. This time, he had undoubtedly offended Qin Ming beyond repair, leaving little room for reconciliation. Lin Che, however, feigned arrogance, further fanning the flames. Afraid you won't be? You are S-level, and my brother is also S-level. Once you break through to the Chi opening stage, my brother will not lag far behind. His meddling effectively set the stage for a future confrontation between Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan. Once both reached the Chi opening stage, Qin Ming's personality would undoubtedly compel him to challenge Lin Zexuan. A wave of chatter erupted among the classmates until the instructor for the combat class arrived. gradually restoring calm to the scene. A new student has joined our class. Lin Che, is it? What is your current stage? The combat instructor inquired, directing his attention toward Lin Che. Yes, sir, I am currently in the early Chi opening stage. Lin Che had just demonstrated his prowess and had repelled Qi Ming with a single punch, so he could not claim to be at the body refinement stage. Of course, to maintain his concealment, Lin Che could not directly reveal his transcendent stage cultivation, since others speculated that he was at the Chi opening stage. He opted to affirm this status, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. My name is Yang Xin, and I will be your combat training instructor from now on. You may call me Teacher Yang. Yang Xin nodded at Lin Che, clearly satisfied with his early Chi opening stage cultivation. All right, Teacher Yang, Lin Che responded casually. Today, everyone will practice the basic fist techniques. The new student may follow along to learn. Yang Xin signaled for everyone to line up and begin practicing the fundamental fist techniques. Lin Che merely followed suit, quickly realizing that these basic techniques were indeed quite elementary. Having long honed his combat skills amidst life and death struggles against mutated beings, he found these rudimentary techniques far less practical. In contrast, while the basic guiding techniques were also quite ordinary, they appeared significantly effective to Lin Che, who had never encountered guiding methods before. After all, Lin Che had regressed a small realm during his training, making any improvement remarkably evident. Lin Che, how can you be so distracted on your first day of class? If you cannot master the basic fist techniques, how will you progress to more advanced martial arts? Before the crowd could retract their fists, Yang Xin perceived that Lin Che had already transcended into a realm far removed from the present, prompting him to admonish. He initially believed that Lin Che, having just entered the school, was already at the Chi opening stage and should be a diligent student. However, to his dismay, this fellow displayed an alarming indifference during his first practical class. Apologies, teacher, I will pay more attention in the future, Lin Che responded, recognizing the teacher's good intentions and adhering to decorum. You needn't apologize to me. If you do not study earnestly, it is ultimately your own loss, Yang Xin replied, shaking his head. Very well, we shall now proceed to weighted training. Everyone, head to the equipment room and collect a 50-kilogram weighted backpack. Move quickly. Thus, the students complied with the teacher's directive, embarking on an hour of weighted training. Although all students in martial arts typically possessed a talent level of B or above, Lin Che, despite being perceived as the least gifted, was merely a reflection of innate ability. A cohort of body refinement stage warriors, regardless of gender, bore the 50-kilogram burden, resulting in a collective perspiration. Some weaker individuals had already collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move a muscle. Even Chu Yao, at the Chi opening stage, was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Among the students, Lin Che stood as an anomaly. After an hour, he maintained a steady gait and a composed breath. Though he endeavored to feign fatigue, he remained markedly distinct from the others. Yang Xin surveyed the group, nodding slightly. Excellent. Warm-up completed. Next, we will engage in a virtual drill. Everyone, don your holographic suits. We will enter the training scenario in 10 minutes. The holographic suits consisted of a helmet and motion capture attire, integrated with tactile feedback mechanisms, temperature regulation systems, and core computing devices. Once the scenario was fully loaded, every movement and reaction would be meticulously captured, allowing for interaction with the virtual environment. If struck by virtual monsters during the drill, the suits would deliver feedback through electrical currents, simulating varying degrees of injury. Minor injuries might merely result in a tingling sensation, while severe wounds could incapacitate one with a powerful jolt, creating an immersive experience that instilled a sense of survival pressure and unlocked latent potential. After changing, everyone swiftly returned to the training ground, standing in formation. Remember, your sole task is to survive. With that, Yang Xin activated the virtual scenario, and the surroundings transformed rapidly. The streets lay in ruins, punctuated by distant screams and cries. The 39 students materialized in the midst of the desolation, swiftly attracting a horde of mutated creatures. Lin Che's thoughts flickered as he swiftly detached from the group, entering a convenience store to procure several watermelon knives. Hey Lin, don't stray from the group. Qin Ming couldn't help but voice his reproach. What is the point of standing together? Are we just waiting to be slaughtered by mutants? Lin Che retorted casually. Gripping a watermelon knife, he attempted to swing it, finding the tactile sensation indistinguishable from reality. However, the knives were relatively short and lacked the heft of a proper alloy blade. In the meantime, several mutants had charged forward, and the others began to search for tools or utilize their unique abilities to confront the creatures. Observing Lin Che's deft strikes, Lin Zexuan's mind began to churn. Bro, there must be more knives in the store. Could you toss some over for everyone? Absolutely not. Lin Che replied without hesitation, dismissing the request. If you want them, Come and get them yourself. Having lived in solitude for an extended period, Lin Che had grown accustomed to self-reliance and rarely considered the needs of others. Naturally, if someone had directly asked him for assistance, he might have obliged without much thought. However, since it was Lin Zexuan making the request, he felt no inclination to acquiesce. Seeing Lin Che's demeanor, Lin Zexuan felt a surge of delight rather than anger. Yet, he feigned a wounded expression, continuing, "Bro, you can't be like this. We are all part of a collective. You can't just look out for yourself. Besides, we aren't as fast as you and can't get over there. Do help the others." Chapter 10. Collective environments are more prone to sowing malice. That's a rather astute observation, but unfortunately, I'm not inclined to comply. Lin Che reiterated his refusal, all the while continuing to dispatch another mutant. Having perused the compendium and analysis of mutants that morning, Lin Che could now discern various common types of mutants. For instance, the humanoid mutants currently assailing the group were identified as predators. These beings instinctively hunted normal creatures, including humans, and were among the most commonplace of their kind. Previously, during his hunts on the outskirts of the city, he had frequently encountered them. These mutants were still in the early stages of mutation, retaining human-like appearances. However, they typically ran on all fours, with their upper limbs often stronger than those of a human. Furthermore, any organism undergoing mutation would experience a significant enhancement in regenerative capabilities, often surpassing that of physical enhanced ability users. Thus, these students, lacking weapons, were naturally ill-equipped to confront numerous mutants. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual exercise, with no kill requirements. The students only needed to ensure their own safety. Are you not the least bit selfish? If we ever find ourselves on the battlefield, who would dare entrust their back to you? Exactly. Even the simplest of gestures you refuse to assist with, who would want to be your teammate? How can someone from the Lin family be so vastly different? Hearing the murmurs, Lin Zexuan felt a swell of pride. Don't blame my brother. He has been lost for many years and is merely a bit reclusive. He is not selfish. As a psychic ability user, Lin Zexuan possessed a significant advantage in this virtual exercise. Physical enhancement or elemental ability users had to utilize their powers, which would be captured and calculated by the system. Since this required computation, there would inevitably be a slight delay in dynamic capture. Although this delay was minimal, it was nonetheless present. Conversely, psychic abilities did not require motion capture. Wherever the mind focused, the psychic force would follow. This allowed for a direct influence on targets, eliminating the risk of missed attacks and essentially achieving perfect synchronization. Against these first-level mutants, Lin Zexuan could easily manipulate his psychic power to carve a path. Even if his psychic energy was insufficient to eliminate a mutant, merely repelling or restraining their movements should be well within his capabilities. Within 100 meters, if he charged into the convenience store, he could immediately resolve the weapon issue for the others. Yet, he preferred to hide behind a crowd, instigating discord between Lin Che and the others. It seemed to him that turning Lin Che into a target was far more important than succeeding in a virtual drill. How could the esteemed young master of the Lin family be reduced to an orphan? What young master of the Lin family? He must be a stray taken in by them. No wonder his disposition is so vile. It appears he was never taught any better. Please don't speak so harshly. He is already quite pitiable. At times, it takes but a small provocation for humanity to breed unwarranted malice. Particularly in a collective environment, such malice can be magnified exponentially. Lin Zexuan was undoubtedly skilled at sowing discord. With just a few words, nearly half the class began to harbor animosity towards Lin Che, whether in disdain, contempt, or outright aversion. Of course, a handful of perceptive individuals could see through Lin Zexuan's ploys. However, even those who were aware could not help but go along with the tide. Fortunately, Lin Che remained largely unconcerned, diligently eliminating the mutated entities outside the convenience store. Although he disguised himself as a practitioner at the initial stage of the chi-connecting realm, unable to exert power or speed beyond that threshold, it was more than sufficient for dealing with these level 1 mutants. However, the watermelon knife proved less effective than a steel blade. At times, a single strike did not suffice, necessitating an additional blow. Regrettably, this was merely a virtual exercise. Slaying digital entities did not enhance Lin Che's vitality, as students began to sustain injuries, vanishing into the virtual ether upon collapsing. Class Monitor Fong Hoken commenced organizing a breakout towards the convenience store. Possessing an A-grade strength talent and being at the later stage of body refinement, he could easily send a level 1 mutant flying with a single punch. Among the 3 S-rank students in the class, only Chu Yao, a practitioner of the chi-connecting realm, could consistently outmatch Fong Hoken. Despite their abilities, Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan could not withstand a punch from Fong Hoken at their current levels. Of course, this was a temporary situation. As everyone advanced to higher realms and further developed their powers, Fong Hoken would likely no longer be a match for them. After a fierce battle, the group finally surged the 100 meters to the convenience store's entrance. However, during the tumult, several more classmates fell. In a mere 10 minutes since the virtual exercise began, the number of participants had dwindled from 39 to 27. Lin Che, shall we enter and procure some weapons? I hope you don't mind. Fong Hoken approached Lin Che, initiating a dialogue. In truth, within this virtual realm, all items were unclaimed. Fong Hoken had no need to seek Lin Che's permission. Yet, his inquiry drew Lin Che's attention, prompting him to regard him with a hint of curiosity. Feel free. Lin Che stepped aside, allowing the others to enter the convenience store. They rushed in, eagerly rummaging through the shelves. Unfortunately, the selection of weapons was limited. They could only find watermelon knives or kitchen knives, both rather short and cumbersome for effective slashing. As the group flooded into the convenience store, the pressure on Lin Che outside intensified. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been expelled from the virtual scenario by now. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut, causing Lin Che to furrow his brow slightly before revealing a disdainful smile. It was predictable that this was yet another of Lin Zexuan's tricks. Even in a virtual exercise, he resorted to such petty antics. If they were to encounter real mutants in the future, Lin Che would never dare to turn his back to such a person. As he continued to slash at the mutated entities, he cast glances to either side. To his right stood a beef noodle shop, while to his left was a bubble tea store. Considering the confined space of the bubble tea shop would hinder his movements, Lin Che opted to break right along the wall. Who shut the door? Chu Yao was the first to notice the anomaly, her brow furrowing. Although she was not particularly fond of Lin Che's methods, leaving him outside while they surged into the convenience store felt somewhat like cutting off the bridge after crossing it. The others exchanged glances, seemingly uncertain who had closed the door. It's fine, my brother is already a practitioner at the Chi-connecting realm. Dealing with these level 1 mutants is a piece of cake. Lin Zexuan quickly reassured the group, primarily wishing to divert their attention. In truth, he had used his mental power to shut the door, intending merely to vex Lin Che. He had not anticipated that Lin Che, upon seeing the door closed, would choose not to enter the convenience store, but rather to leave directly. As Lin Che entered the adjacent beef noodle shop, the convenience store became a focal point for the mutated entities. The glass door was swiftly shattered, and the students found themselves once again embroiled in combat with the mutants. With weapons in hand, their combat efficacy saw a slight improvement. Yet, the limited space of the convenience store made it challenging for the 20-some individuals inside to fully unleash their potential. The few standing outside bore the brunt of the assault. Enduring all the pressure, they took turns stepping up. Otherwise, they would all inevitably be slain. Fong Hoken, as class monitor, exhibited a leadership quality. No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped up to replace a classmate in the front lines. After several rotations, the group believed the exercise was nearing a successful conclusion when an unexpected twist occurred. A level 2 mutated entity emerged from among the predators. This level 2 mutant towered over the others, easily exceeding 2.5 meters in height. Walking upright, its grotesque visage was accentuated by a massive axe it dragged behind. With a casual swing, several students fell, transforming into data fragments that dissolved into the scene. Judgment. How could this be? Who could possibly withstand this? It was among the strongest of level 2 mutants, after all. Rather than lamenting, we should strategize our response. The virtual exercise would gradually increase in difficulty. On the battlefield, distinctions between level 1 and level 2 would blur as they all charged forth indiscriminately. Some had resigned themselves to defeat, while others still sought to fight back. Fong Hoken's mind raced, and he declared, "Everyone, use the shelves to block its axe." With that, he seized a shelf, lifting it with all his might towards the judgment entity. Crack! The shelf splintered in two, and Fong Hoken narrowly avoided meeting the same fate. The group winced. Their plan to trap the giant axe with a shelf had clearly failed. Let me give it a try. Lin Zexuan grabbed a few small boning knives, channeling his mental power to direct them towards the judgment's eyes. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, but alas, the knives did not find their mark in the mutantess' eyes, instead being deflected by its arm. Roar! The judgment became enraged, swinging its axe with increasing ferocity. Even the surrounding predators were indiscriminately swept away, severed in the onslaught. As the judgment continued its rampage, the number of survivors dwindled from 26 to 19, then to 13. With annihilation imminent, let us try again. Fong Hoken lifted another shelf. Qin Ming exerted all his power to paralyze the entity, while Lin Zexuan continued to manipulate the flying knives for distraction. I'll provide cover. Chu Yao, move in from behind. All right. Qin Ming responded casually. Lin Zexuan and Chu Yao raised no objections, while the remaining students had little voice in the matter. Faced with the judgment, the few remaining had become non-combatants, merely cheering on or sacrificing themselves to draw the mutantess axe. Awakens' plan was indeed sound. Chu Yao, the only practitioner at the Chi-connecting realm present, should serve as the main assault force. Unfortunately, the disparity between planning and reality often diverges, despite Qi Ming and Lin Zexuan's efforts. They could not create significant disturbances for the judgment. As Chu Yao leaped behind the judgment, raising her dagger to strike at its neck, the creature subtly shifted, evading a direct hit to the vital spine. Although the blade pierced the back of the judgment's neck, it failed to damage the central nervous system. With the recovery speed of a level 2 mutant, this strike would clearly have minimal impact. Roar! The judgment raised its hand, extracting the dagger from its neck, then turned to swing its axe towards Chu Yao. Having just landed, her balance faltered, and she was unable to evade in time, resulting in her being swept away from the virtual scene. Subsequently, the remaining students fell victim to the judgment as well. Meanwhile, inside the beef noodle shop, Lin Che continued to fight valiantly. Since entering the scene half an hour ago, he had already slain over 100 level 1 mutants. In the realm of reality, such a massacre would undoubtedly propel him into the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Regrettably, the act of vanquishing a multitude of data bears no impact on his martial prowess. At best, it merely enhances his combat experience and facilitates the mastery of the watermelon knife. Previously, Lin Che's hunting targets were always solitary aberrations. He had never encountered a scenario of simultaneous assault until today, which serves as a valuable opportunity to refine his skills in dealing with groups. As the Arbiter emerged from the convenience store, wielding a colossal axe, he stormed into the beef noodle shop. Witnessing this, Lin Che felt a sense of helplessness. He still needed to feign the strength of an initial stage Aperture Realm martial artist, and he lacked an appropriate weapon. Confronting such a behemoth posed a considerable challenge. Had he possessed a titanium longsword, he would not dare claim a single strike would suffice against a mere level 2 aberration. It would surely take no more than 2. In the current predicament, attempting to sever the Arbiter's head with a watermelon knife was evidently unrealistic. Yet, he could not easily concede, after all. As a martial artist of the Aperture Realm, it was inconceivable that he could not contend with a level 2 aberration. Had Chu Yao been privy to Lin Che's thoughts, she would surely have offered him a stern reprimand in her mind. As the massive axe hurtled toward him, Lin Che's thoughts began to stir. Students participating in the virtual drill would instantaneously vanish from the scene upon being declared dead. However, the slain aberrations would persist for 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. If he could disarm the Arbiter by knocking the axe from his grasp, it would likely not vanish immediately. Then, seizing the opportunity, he could reclaim the axe and deliver a strike to this hulking adversary. How splendid would that be? Lin Che, always one to act upon his thoughts, immediately crouched to evade an attack and swung his knife toward the Arbiter's wrist. Crack! The watermelon knife lodged into the Arbiter's wrist, but the power of the Aperture Realm was insufficient to sever it. Roar! With each injury sustained, the Arbiter emitted a fierce roar, expressing his displeasure. The massive axe descended toward Lin Che's head, but fortunately, as a speed-oriented awakener, evading the blow was effortless, and no one would suspect otherwise. As a predator lunged from behind, Lin Che deftly sidestepped yet again, drawing forth a spare watermelon knife. With a swift motion, he decapitated the predator and turned his gaze back to the Arbiter. If he could not sever the wrist, he would have to target the fingers. The watermelon knife, though somewhat short, would wield greater efficacy against the more diminutive fingers. With agility, Lin Che rolled and leaped, seizing the moment to cleave off the Arbiter's 4 fingers. Clatter! The massive axe fell with a resounding thud. The Arbiter attempted to extend his left hand to grasp the axe handle, but Lin Che was quicker, seizing it for himself. Crack! Lin Che swung the giant axe at the Arbiter, but the Arbiter blocked it with his right arm. Under normal circumstances, such a strike would have cleaved through the Arbiter's arm and neck. However, Lin Che had to temper his strength, otherwise, his true realm would be exposed. Nevertheless, with the Arbiter disarmed, a single blow might not be lethal, but would surely inflict considerable damage. As Lin Che finally severed the Arbiter's head, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Within a magnificent palace, a brawny man wielded an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Swinging the axe at his foes, a streak of golden light flashed, and the giant's head tumbled away, yet his body remained standing. The headless giant continued to wield the axe, striking toward the figure seated upon the throne, who radiated with golden brilliance. The scene was imbued with an unyielding ferocity. The vision abruptly ceased, returning Lin Che to the training ground. Lin Che? Yang Xian inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. Awakened by the call, Lin Che shook his head. Oh, I'm fine. The preceding scene had been quite jarring, and he was uncertain whether it was a mere hallucination or a cutscene following a victorious outcome in the virtual training. Nonetheless, that scene felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before in some capacity. During this virtual drill, Lin Che demonstrated exceptional prowess, quick wit, audacious, and possessing remarkable combat talent. However, Yang Xin paused momentarily before continuing. You must not isolate yourself too much. Now that you have classmates, there will be teammates in the future. When facing aberrations, you must learn to collaborate with others. What you are learning now extends beyond martial skills. It is imperative to enhance your combat acumen, including cooperative tactics. Next time, I hope you can work together to achieve a higher survival rate. Yang Xin scanned the group, inquiring aloud. Understood? Understood. The students chorused in unison. I didn't hear you. Say it louder. Yang Xin's demeanor turned serious. Understood. They responded, their voices ringing louder. Yang Xin nodded. Very well, you are spirited. Now, take a 10-minute break before we embark on the highly anticipated practical combat exercises. Chapter 12. I am not accustomed to riding in the same vehicle as strangers. With 39 students in the class, one person would inevitably be left out during the sparring session. Lin Che harbored a desire to be that fortunate individual, but alas, someone was intent on thwarting his wish. Before the gaze of all, Chu Yao boldly extended an invitation to practice with Lin Che. Lin Che, would you be interested in a spar? Chu Yao maintained her usual serene demeanor. Could I possibly decline? Lin Che replied, somewhat exasperated. He felt akin to a firefly in the night, endeavoring to conceal himself, yet finding it exceedingly difficult. This declaration sparked a flurry of chatter among those present. Wow, so audacious? To outright refuse? I respect you for being a man. Are you afraid of losing to Chu Yao? Impossible. Just moments ago, in the virtual drill, he surpassed that woman by far. Despite the doubts surrounding Lin Che's character, one could not deny his formidable strength. Chu Yao frowned slightly. Only the two of us are in the aperture realm, making us the most suitable sparring partners. Lin Che wished to refuse again, but upon noticing Yang Xin's gaze, he could only offer an awkward smile and nod in agreement. All right then, I shall spar with Chu Yao. The two positioned themselves at the center of the arena, exchanging respectful gestures. Chu Yao initiated the engagement, her form flashing forward like a specter, delivering a punch aimed at Lin Che's chest. Lin Che sidestepped nimbly, evading the strike. And leveraging his speed advantage, he swiftly circled behind Chu Yao, launching a knife-hand strike toward her neck. Chu Yao reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting sharply and raising her arm to block Lin Che's attack. The two exchanged blows, with neither gaining a definitive upper hand. In an effort to maintain the facade, Lin Che exerted considerable effort, wary of striking too hard and revealing his true capabilities. Good. Impressive. As the bystanders witnessed the intense exchange, they could not help but cheer. Some gazed in awe, clearly astonished that martial artists of the aperture realm could possess such formidable prowess. Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan, however, wore grim expressions, particularly Lin Zexuan, whose jealousy flared at seeing Lin Che's prowess far surpassing his own. Nevertheless, Lin Zexuan was astute enough to quickly compose himself, joining his peers in applauding the duel. In contrast, Qin Ming maintained a sullen demeanor. It was evident to all that he was displeased. In Chu Yao's punches, traces of fundamental boxing techniques were evident, while Lin Che's movements seemed chaotic and inscrutable. Just as everyone anticipated a prolonged battle, Lin Che abruptly altered his attack rhythm, intentionally exposing a weakness. Chu Yao, falling for the ruse, launched a full-force assault, which Lin Che seized as an opportunity to employ a grappling maneuver, swiftly subduing her. The arena was initially enveloped in silence, only to erupt into enthusiastic applause moments later. It's no wonder he exudes such arrogance. If I possessed such prowess, I would too. The mantle of leadership in our class has officially changed hands today. Regrettably, his character leaves much to be desired. Chu Yao broke free from Lin Che's grasp, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. You are formidable, but next time, I shall certainly reclaim my victory. Merely luck, nothing more. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. The two had made a promising start, and soon after, other classmates took their turns in the spotlight. At first, Lin Che observed with interest, but soon his enthusiasm waned entirely. This group of students had never faced the trials of life and death. Their every move adhered strictly to protocol, engaging in a lackluster display of skill. After all had competed in one-on-one matches, Fong Hoken received a bye, and Yang Xin specifically sparred with the class leader for guidance. The teacher's intervention showed a glimmer of skill, albeit minimal. Lin Che placed himself in Fong Hoken's shoes, managing to identify over a dozen flaws in Yang Xin's technique. Of course, it was also possible that Yang Xin was merely holding back for the sake of instruction and did not exhibit his true capabilities. After school, Lin Zexuan and Lin Yura departed together, leaving Lin Che behind. The Lin family had provided Lin Zexuan and Lin Yura with a chauffeur-driven car, which should have included Lin Che as well. However, once they entered the vehicle, Lin Yura insisted that the driver depart immediately. Despite Lin Zexuan's feigned attempts to persuade her otherwise, he could not sway her decision. Sister, Isn't it a bit inconsiderate to leave brother behind? Mother and father will surely be upset. As the vehicle pulled away, Lin Zexuan continued to feign goodwill, trying to reason with Lin Yura. To this, Lin Yura scoffed. He was the one who came out late. Who can he blame? We are under no obligation to wait for him. But this morning, father and mother asked us to look out for one another. Brother is new at school and unfamiliar with the route. Lin Zexuan's protest was abruptly cut off by Lin Yura. So what if he is unfamiliar with the route? He is grown. He won't get lost. Watching the vehicle slowly disappear, Lin Che squinted slightly. The Lin residence was not far from Xinhai Academy. A few kilometers was a mere matter of minutes for him. Yet, Lin Che did not rush home, but instead strolled leisurely back to the Lin household. By the time he arrived, half an hour had already passed. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was met with Lin Hai's interrogation. What happened? Why are you so late returning? Why didn't you accompany your sister and the others? Lin Che did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed Lin Zexuan and Lin Yura. Noticing the slight evasiveness in their gazes, Lin Che let out a cold laugh. Shouldn't that question be directed at the ones who returned first? Lin Hai was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find a retort. Who knows what you were up to? Zexuan and I waited for you at the door for several minutes, but never saw you come out. We can't just stand around waiting for you. Lin Yura chimed in, attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Che. In reality, she and Lin Zexuan had commanded the driver to start the vehicle as soon as they got in. Waiting not a moment for him, Lin Che chose not to argue, instead making his way to the sofa, carelessly tossing his backpack aside before reclining and looking at Lin Yura. Is that so? Should I thank you then? If you wish to return home together next time, you should come out earlier to wait for me. I certainly won't wait for you. Lin Yura had never waited for Lin Che in the first place, and thus felt embarrassed to accept his gratitude, resorting to salvaging her dignity. No need. I'm not accustomed to riding in the same vehicle with strangers. Lin Che retaliated with her own words. Before coming to the Lin family, he frequently took public transportation. The claim of not being used to sharing a vehicle with strangers was entirely fabricated, merely a veiled reference to their earlier room selection dispute. Brother, please don't be upset. Sister didn't mean it that way. It's just a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Che turned his gaze to Lin Zexuan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do I appear to be angry? You returned so late, and the whole family was waiting for you. Have you been wronged? Lin Wanting interjected. Oh, is that so? I kept you all waiting? Lin Che refused to back down, meeting Lin Wanting's gaze with equal intensity. Dad, look at him. Lin Yura gently shook Lin Hai's arm. Lin Hai wished to chide Lin Che further, yet he felt that if he opened his mouth, he would only be met with more retorts. As the head of the family, he wished to maintain at least a modicum of dignity. He could not allow himself to be continually rebutted by his son. All right, everyone. Let's tone it down a bit. Sister Zhang has prepared dinner. Let's eat first, Su Qianqian interjected, attempting to mediate. Not so fast. Let's first discuss the matter of my discomfort riding with strangers. Lin Che scanned the Lin family. Either provide me with my own vehicle, or I shall move into the school dormitory. In truth, whether or not he had a car was of little consequence. Lin Che simply wished to disrupt Lin Zexuan and Lin Yura's comfort. No way. You must stay at home. Lin Hai reflexively rejected the notion. Chapter 13. The Art of the Broken Blade and the Undying Soul Technique. Lin Hai summoned Lin Che back to ensure he fulfilled his marriage contract. If Lin Che were to break free from the Lin family's control, who could predict whether this young man would continue to honor the engagement? A single vehicle and a driver were expenses negligible to the Lin family. It was merely a matter of providing transportation. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you a car. You only need to focus on your studies. If not for the marriage contract looming over them, Lin Hai's words would have sounded like those of a caring father. How embarrassing. But if you insist on providing me with a car, I shall graciously accept. Lin Che, having gained an advantage, ceased to linger on the matter and headed towards the dining room. In the depths of the night, Lin Che found himself ensnared in a dream. Amidst a haze of confusion, a fierce wind howled. Within the verdant mountains, a colossal figure, as imposing as a mountain, materialized before Lin Che. Bring me my head. With his chest as his eyes and his navel as his mouth, one hand wielded a great axe while the other bore a massive shield. Lin Che finally recognized this figure, the war god Xing Tian, a man who refused to die even after losing his head. Bring me my head. Xing Tian repeated incessantly. Lin Che felt utterly bewildered. Wait, you've got the wrong person. I have no idea where your head is. According to the records of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Xing Tian battled the Heavenly Emperor for divine status and was beheaded, with his head sealed on Mount Chanyang, because the Heavenly Emperor had resorted to treachery during their duel. Xing Tian's resentment knew no bounds. He refused to die despite his beheading. In the end, he managed to send the Heavenly Emperor into reincarnation with his headless body. This deity's abrupt intrusion into Lin Che's dream, demanding his head, left him feeling quite helpless. Not to mention that Lin Che had no knowledge of the whereabouts of Mount Changyang. Even if he did, he lacked the power to break the Heavenly Emperor's seal. On Mount Changyang, with my axe, bring me my head. Xing Tian spoke again. Lin Che grew increasingly perplexed. He had never anticipated that this divine being could communicate so coherently. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Che attempted to inquire, where is Mount Changyang located? And what kind of axe is needed to cleave it open? To the southwest, in the depths of the great wilderness. The axe in my hand is sufficient. Xing Tian's tone was calm, yet filled with grandeur. Initially, Lin Che believed that to break the Heavenly Emperor's seal, one would need a divine axe of unprecedented power. For instance, Yang Jian's journey to rescue his mother required the arduous quest for the axe of heaven. Yet, in Xing Tian's case, the need for such a quest was entirely bypassed. However, despite this, Lin Che was still uncertain about the precise location of the so-called Great Wastelands corner. It was not that I was unwilling to assist you. Rather, I was not well acquainted with the geographical area you mentioned. Perhaps you could inquire with others? Upon hearing this, Xing Tian fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly began to demonstrate his martial skills, shattering the mountains and rivers. Xing Tian leapt high into the air, executing a spin, and forcefully thrust his shield forward. Boom! The nearby forest was struck by the shield, causing rocks to shatter and vegetation to be reduced to powder. Reversal of the vast abyss. Xing Tian suddenly stepped forward, swinging his giant axe, which manifested a massive axe shadow imbued with the power to annihilate, cleaving towards the distance. Rumble. As the axe fell, a towering mountain split apart in an instant, its surface smooth as a mirror. 1,000 blades breaking the sky. Xing Tian wielded the giant axe with incredible speed, unleashing countless air blades that sliced through the surroundings incessantly. Whoosh. Whiz. The ominous sounds of blades slicing through the air echoed, and soon, Lin Che witnessed a shocking spectacle. The sky was collapsing. Literally, thousands of air blades swept across, carving out fissures in the heavens above Xing Tian's head. As Xing Tian sheathed his giant axe, the entire sky shattered, dissolving into nothingness. What was the principle behind this? Lin Che expressed his bewilderment. I do not comprehend. These three techniques comprise the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique. Xing Tian's gaze bore into Lin Che's as he solemnly stated, bring me your head, and I shall impart to you the eternal soul slaying technique. As his voice fell, Xing Tian's figure gradually dissipated. When Lin Che awoke, he initially thought he had merely dreamt a vivid dream. The following day, he attended school as usual. On January 19th, 2189, a meteor shower struck, leading to a mutation on Blue Star, a day that would be forever known as the Day of Revelation. At the podium, the teacher spoke eloquently. While listening to the teacher's discourse, Lin Che busied himself with his books. He was acutely aware of the significance of January 19th, 2189. It was not only his date of birth, but also the day he was abandoned, and the day his grandfather Lin Yuan rescued him from a trash can. With the calamity came a rebirth, making it impossible to forget. Sometimes, Lin Che felt a surge of emotion, reflecting on that frigid winter night 17 years ago when he miraculously survived in a garbage bin. Thus, ever since he could remember, he had adopted a particularly cautious demeanor. After all, his life was hard won. Every additional day alive was a gain. Consequently, he was determined to prolong his existence as much as possible, refusing to succumb easily to death. During the afternoon's free training, Lin Che took a training long sword, seeking a secluded corner to practice his slashing techniques. He was not well acquainted with his classmates, and no one approached him, which he found quite agreeable. While continuously chopping, Lin Che inadvertently executed a slash reminiscent of his dream. Reversal of the vast abyss. A terrifying scene unfolded before him as he, possessing only the initial strength of the chi opening realm, unleashed an air blade. The dream had transcended into reality, and it seemed as if these martial skills and techniques were indelibly etched in his mind. To achieve such proficiency on his first attempt was remarkable, although the air blade only traveled 3 meters before dissipating into nothingness. It made Lin Che realize that the Xing Tian he saw in his dream was indeed the legendary war god Xing Tian, the one who defied death and battled against the Heavenly Emperor. The release of true energy was typically possible only at the innate realm. Yet Lin Che had been suppressing his own realm at the chi opening stage, and merely relying on the martial skills gleaned from his dream, he had performed a technique akin to that of a master. Clearly, the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique was beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. Consequently, Lin Che developed a profound interest in the so-called eternal soul slaying technique. Such formidable martial skills surely warranted equally impressive accompanying techniques. Lin Che centered his thoughts, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed that no one was aware of his situation, allowing him to relax. It seemed prudent to be more cautious during future practical training. if he inadvertently invoked the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique? It would be difficult to explain. Lin Che pondered. Perhaps he should venture out to the suburbs at night for additional practice. Displaying martial skills in public was impractical, rendering ordinary training somewhat meaningless. Suddenly, Lin Che realized that being in a martial arts academy was, in fact, a constraint upon him. And the training regimen within the academy did not satisfy his desire to enhance his strength. At present, only virtual simulations and basic guiding techniques were of some utility to him. The other courses, while not entirely devoid of value, felt like mere trifles. Although virtual simulations could enhance combat experience, they did not improve one's vitality, and he had already mastered the basic guiding techniques, with no indication of when he might learn the more advanced forms. Given this situation, he reasoned that rather than squander time at school, it would be wiser to venture out at night in search of fortune. However, just as Lin Che was contemplating whether to request a long leave or withdraw from school, a turning point emerged. The practical training instructor, Yang Xian, announced that there would be an outdoor trial at the end of the month. Upon hearing this news, Lin Che's previously conflicted thoughts instantly settled. He understood clearly that hunting mutated creatures in the city was ultimately inferior to doing so in the wild. Since the last wave of mutations 3 years prior, the frequency of mutated creatures appearing within the city had drastically diminished. In the urban environment, attempting to enhance one's strength through hunting mutated beings was inherently slow. Moreover, regulations stipulated that he could not leave the city without permission until he turned 18. Now, with the opportunity to join the school's team in an outdoor trial, it was undoubtedly an excellent chance for him. The wild would be rife with mutated creatures, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to hone the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique and elevate his own strength. Thus, Lin Che no longer dwelled on the notion of withdrawing from school, attending classes with peace of mind, and preparing for the upcoming outdoor trial at the end of the month. Chapter 14. Another World Beyond the High Walls. In addition to completing the academy's basic curriculum, Lin Che began to engage in extra training every night. In the stillness of the night, he would stealthily slip out of the villa and venture to the city's corners, repeatedly practicing the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique. As time passed, he grew increasingly adept at these 3 martial techniques, and his application of them became more intricate. Shattering the mountains and rivers, although a technique involving a giant shield, could also be employed as a form of boxing. Each time he threw a punch, Lin Che could feel a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. With his techniques becoming more refined, the force of his punches also steadily increased. Reversal of the vast abyss and 1,000 blades breaking the sky, as techniques for the giant axe, could equally be utilized as skills with a long sword. Although a long sword lacked the immense power of a giant axe, it did not hinder Lin Che from unleashing air blades. Reversal of the vast abyss, as a single target annihilation technique, perhaps required greater strength, where the giant axe would have the advantage. Meanwhile, 1,000 blades breaking the sky, inherently a crowd control technique, proved to be even more agile when paired with a long sword than with a giant axe. It was only natural, for as a war god, Xing Tian was known for wielding an axe, yet he was unlikely to be inept with a sword in the shadows. Armed with the heavenly blade shattering the sky technique, Lin Che found himself paying less attention to martial skills within the academy, instead focusing more intently on physical training. He consistently vied to excel in high-intensity physical drills such as weighted training, endurance running, and obstacle climbing. Even Fong Hoken, a student with A-grade strength talent, could only sigh in self-deprecation when observing Lin Che's performance. Through day after day of rigorous training, Lin Che grew increasingly robust, with notable improvements in both speed and endurance. Undoubtedly, his ability to withstand such training was aided by the excellent provisions provided by the Lin family. Eating well had a tremendous impact on martial arts advancement. In the past, relying on hunting to sustain himself, he could not afford to expend his physical strength in such a manner. Should he encounter a formidable foe on an unfortunate day when his strength wanes, it would indeed be a scene ripe for comedy. Meanwhile, Lin Che began to gather information regarding Changyang Mountain. Through the internet, libraries, and consultations with teachers, he ultimately identified 3 coordinates, one being Kaiki Mountain in Longnan, another being Changyang Mountain in Shinnong Town, and the last being Changyang Mountain in Huatong. Kaiyuki Mountain is surrounded by water on 3 sides. Its topography and geographical location aligning closely with the descriptions found in the classic of mountains and seas. On the other hand, the Changyang Mountains in Shinnong Town and Huatong were noted solely due to their identical names, both of which are tied to the legendary Emperor Shinnong. Huatong is recognized as the birthplace of Emperor Yan, while Shinnong Town houses the tomb of Emperor Shinnong himself. It is not beyond possibility that Xingtian, the foremost general under Emperor Shinnong, may have had his head severed by the Heavenly Emperor and interred in a location associated with the Shinnong clan. Lin Che planned to wait until the end of the semester and the conclusion of the spring festival before seeking a way to investigate these 3 locations. By then, he would have just turned 18, and with a certificate of passage as a martial artist obtained through his school, he should be free to traverse the city. A busy month soon passed, and the time for the outdoor trial arrived. Yang Xin, as the leader of the martial arts class, solemnly addressed the entire class once more before their departure. This outdoor trial will serve as a testament to the fruits of your learning over this period and provides a splendid opportunity for personal growth. The mutated entities in the wild are not only diverse in type, but also vary in ability, and you may encounter entities of level 3 or above. So vigilance is paramount. Furthermore, the wilderness is fraught with complexities. Aside from the threats posed by these entities, you may also face inclement weather and unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, during the trial, you must prioritize your safety and heed commands. At this point, Yang Xin scanned the crowd. Do you understand? We understand. The students responded in unison. Excellent. Now, everyone, gather your belongings and let us depart immediately. With a grand gesture, Yang Xin led the group of students towards the school gates. As this was an outdoor trial, trekking on foot out of the city constituted their first lesson. All participants were required to carry camping gear, hiking 50 kilometers on foot to enter the nearby mountain forests. Subsequently, they would engage in a week-long survival trial amidst the wooded expanse. Naturally, as a designated trial area for students, the mountains and forests surrounding Xinhai City were frequently monitored by the city's defense forces. Most high-level mutated entities had been promptly eliminated, leaving only a handful of level 1 or 2 entities to serve as the students' challenges. As a transcendent martial artist, Lin Che faced no pressure even against level 4 mutated entities. For him, this trial resembled more of a grand hunting feast. After a month of dormancy, his killing abilities were eager to be unleashed once more, and Lin Che could hardly contain his anticipation. Beneath the watchful eyes of the city defense forces, the students of the Martial Arts Academy stood in neat formation, the atmosphere slightly tense. The soldiers of the city defense wore serious expressions, diligently verifying the identity of each student. Upon completion of the identity checks, the massive alloy gates finally activated with a deep rumbling sound, slowly opening to the sides. Beyond this gate, they would no longer enjoy the protection of the city defense forces. Their fates now rested solely in their own hands. The city defense major spoke with gravity, his gaze sweeping over the students before him. When his eyes fell upon Lin Che, he paused for a brief moment. As if scrutinizing something, Lin Che felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that his martial prowess had been discerned? Fortunately, the major merely assessed him for an instant before moving aside, signaling the students to exit the city. For ordinary mutated entities, this towering wall of over 10 meters indeed provided significant protection. Since the day of revelation, humanity, in its quest for survival, erected a series of high walls at the city's edge. Though these walls could not defend against all mutated entities, they at least effectively slowed their advance toward the city, granting humanity precious time to respond. The students gradually stepped through the city gates, each class heading in different directions. Some wore expressions of anxiety, while others displayed excitement. Their faces reflected a myriad of emotions. Lin Che closely followed the group, a complex surge of feelings welling within him. On one hand, he felt exhilarated by the impending opportunity to enhance his strength, yet on the other, a shadow of worry loomed over him regarding the unknown dangers beyond the walls. Ever the cautious one, he disliked this feeling of being out of control. As the high walls faded behind them, the distant forest drew nearer. The interior and exterior of the city felt like two disparate worlds. The once broad roads were now cloaked in wild grass and vines, permeated by a scent of decay intertwined with new life. The contours of the mountains emerged hazily through the mist, resembling a colossal beast that gaped at the crowd with a gaping abyss, revealing its fearsome fangs. The group proceeded along a relatively clear path, with their mentor, Yang Xin, at the forefront, ever vigilant for any signs of movement around them. The students' chatter diminished, seemingly hesitant to make too much noise for fear of attracting lurking mutated entities in the underbrush. The trees on either side towered overhead, each trunk measuring nearly a meter in thickness. It was hard to fathom that these coniferous trees had grown to such an extent in merely a decade. As Lin Che walked, he surveyed the surroundings, occasionally spotting enormous claw marks on some tree trunks, as if left as warnings by some large creature asserting its dominance over the territory. Suddenly, a student at the front of the line exclaimed in surprise, "Look! What is that?" The group turned to follow his pointing finger and beheld, not far ahead in the thicket, pairs of eerie green eyes fixated on them. As if his exclamation had provided a signal, before anyone could react, a pack of canine mutated creatures burst forth from the underbrush. Their fur had largely fallen away, revealing mottled and rough skin seeped with viscous fluids. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with a thirst for carnage, sharp fangs protruding from their mouths, drool cascading down. In the hurried chaos, the first few students were caught off guard, perilously close to becoming the prey of these mutated beasts. Chapter 15. Lin Che. My brother has been lost since childhood. He is truly pitiable. The mutated jungle wolves, classified as level 1 mutated entities, were widely scattered across the mountain forests, second only in prevalence to predators. In this dire situation, before their mentor could take action, Confronting and Chu Yao had already surged forward to confront the mutated jungle wolves. Observing this, Lin Che seized the opportunity without hesitation. Propelling himself forward, Yang Xen spoke calmly, undeterred by the tense atmosphere, and continued to instruct his students. As he spoke, numerous mutated forest wolves began to close in from all directions. Do not panic. Maintain formation, group into threes, and coordinate with one another. Following Yang Xen's command, the students promptly aligned themselves into a triangular defensive formation as instructed. With dozens of level 1 mutated wolves surrounding them, any lapse in vigilance could lead to casualties. Although being out in the field came with its own risks, as a teacher, he naturally wished for all his students to return to school unscathed. Moreover, Class 1 of Xinhai Academy encompassed all the elite students of Xinhai City, making their safety far more critical than that of other classes. Except for one student who falsely claimed to possess C-level talent. Every student here had the potential to stand independently in the future. Students with B-level talent had a chance to advance to master, while those with A-level talent could undoubtedly become extraordinary individuals if they avoided mishaps, with the possibility of attaining divine status through diligent effort. Students with S-level talent were almost guaranteed to achieve divine realms and, with the right opportunities, could possibly become martial saints. In this entire class, only Lin Che possessed C-level talent. The rest were at least B-level. In other words, except for Lin Che, every one of the 30 students present had the potential to grow into formidable masters in the future. Naturally, for someone of Yang Xen's caliber, a peak practitioner at the transformative realm, these forest wolves were merely a minor challenge. The focus remained on safeguarding the students while allowing them to gain valuable experience. Fortunately, these students were not ordinary individuals. After initially panicking, they gradually regained their composure as they stood firm in their formation. Crack, crack. Just as everyone braced for the impending confrontation, Lin Che was seen hacking at the corpse of a slain wolf. To be precise, he was targeting the wolf's head. Earlier, a few mutated wolves had charged forward, and Lin Che had managed to claim only 2, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. He had hoped to slay more mutated creatures to enhance his cultivation, but the current circumstances gave him the impression that there were more wolves than there was meat. The students were the wolves, and the wolf pack represented the bounty in Lin Che's eyes. As Lin Che extracted several crystal cores, Confronting could no longer contain his curiosity. We are all training together, and there is no need to tally scores based on crystal cores. What are you collecting those for? I simply have a penchant for collecting these things, Lin Che replied nonchalantly. These students were mostly from the elite social stratum and had never encountered the black market. They naturally had no idea that a level 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 500 Huaxia coins. Lin Che could not divulge the existence of the black market to a group of students, as it was inherently an illegal market. Furthermore, based on the backgrounds of these students, it was likely they would not regard 500 Huaxia coins as anything of value. Even if all the mutated forest wolves surrounding them were slain, the total worth of the crystal cores would barely amount to several tens of thousands of Huaxia coins. Perhaps even less than some students' weekly allowances. How? The Wolf King, witnessing Lin Che's actions, seemed to perceive them as a provocation and immediately commanded the wolf pack to attack. Lin Che glanced at Confronting and Chu Yao beside him and whispered, I will take the lead in the assault. You two focus on defense. How does that sound? Sure. Confronting readily agreed. No way. Chu Yao firmly rejected. The mutated forest wolves had already rushed to the forefront, leaving Lin Che no time for further discussion as he broke from formation and plunged into the fray. With Chu Yao unwilling to relent, he had no choice but to take the initiative and attempt to slay as many mutated wolves as possible. That jerk! Chu Yao muttered under her breath upon seeing his actions. Confronting, unable to hear clearly, inquired, What? Nothing. Since Lin Che has broken formation, let us fight separately. Chu Yao suggested to Confronting. I imagine these level 1 mutants won't pose much of a challenge for the class leader. All right. Confronting nodded in agreement. The Wolf King observed the scene from a distance, and, seeing Lin Che rampaging through the pack, quickly summoned more mutated wolves to attack him. While others faced 3 against 1, Lin Che found himself in battles of 1 against 3, or even 1 against 5. Fortunately, Lin Che possessed a speed advantage, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly. After taking down over 10 mutated wolves, half of which were attributable to Lin Che's efforts, the students began to synchronize, and the advantages of their formation became increasingly apparent. The mutated wolves could no longer pose a threat. The Wolf King, recognizing the growing strength of these humans, realized that victory was slipping from its grasp. Thus, it issued a retreat signal. Howl! Howl! The surrounding wolves responded in unison. The pack quickly withdrew, and as the Wolf King vanished into the forest, Lin Che vaguely noticed it casting one last glance in his direction. He had initially intended to pursue and slay a few more mutated wolves, but as he had taken just a few steps forward, Yang Xian halted him. Lin Che, return. No one is permitted to leave the formation. Upon hearing this, Lin Che could only reluctantly abandon his pursuit, feeling a twinge of regret as he watched the wolf pack disappear into the woods. Subsequently, he shifted his focus back to hacking at the wolf heads to collect crystal cores. While everyone else prepared to leave, Lin Che remained behind, diligently chopping away. Lin Zexuan, feigning concern, remarked, "Brother, we should really hurry along. Everyone is waiting for you. Why would we need to wait for something that can be done in a minute?" Lin Che retorted sharply. His movements were swift, each strike yielding a crystal core in less than 3 seconds. The group had just emerged from battle and had yet to catch their breath, so they had not intended to rush Lin Che. However, Lin Zexuan's comment led many to perceive Lin Che as slowing their progress. Lin Che, your individuality is detrimental to the collective activity. Qin Ming interjected, unable to hold back. With one person speaking up, others quickly chimed in. Indeed, what is the use of those useless crystal cores? Why waste time on them? He doesn't think those crystal cores resemble gemstones and can be collected as such, does he? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Lin Che is the young master of the Lin family. He wouldn't care about mere gemstones. I heard he was lost in the world since childhood and has only recently been reunited with his family. He probably hasn't encountered any gemstones before. Lin Zexuan continued to stoke the flames. Don't speak of my brother like that. He was abandoned at a young age and hasn't received a proper education. It's truly pitiful. At that moment, Lin Che had finished collecting all the crystal cores and looked up at Lin Zexuan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Do you think that if I were to give you a beating at school, you could go home and complain, leading the Lin family to despise me even more? Lin Zexuan's pupils contracted, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother, how could you think that? I'm just trying to defend you. Oh, should I thank you for that? Lin Che slowly approached Lin Zexuan. If you wish to be beaten, just say so. I don't mind fulfilling that wish. No, brother, that's not what I meant. Chapter 16. Yang Xian, bear meat does not taste good. I do not recommend consuming it. Observing the situation, Yang Xian immediately interjected, all right. Everyone pack up and let's leave this place as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Che cast one last glance at Lin Zexuan and proceeded to walk towards the front of the group. Lin Zexuan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of regret. The students complied with the directive and continued their journey forward. As the group delved deeper into the wilderness, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. Approaching dusk, a thick fog began to rise in the mountains, diminishing visibility. Suddenly, a deep roar emanated from the side. The students present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from the sound. Yang Xian's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, not good. 3-level mutated creatures are approaching. Everyone, be cautious. The students immediately tensed, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing for battle. Lin Che couldn't help but silently rejoice. Indeed, the outskirts of the city were conducive to enhancing one's cultivation. During his 3 years within the city, he had encountered no more than a handful of level 3 mutated creatures. Now, having just exited the city, he was first met by swarms of level 1 mutated wolves followed by a level 2 mutated wolf king, and now, a level 3 mutated bear. At this rate, it was likely that within a few days, he would ascend to the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm. Roar! Beneath the shroud of thick mist. The roar grew increasingly closer, causing the hearts of the students to race. In a virtual simulation, a single level 2 mutated creature had led to the annihilation of the group, leaving only Lin Che as the sole survivor. Now, facing a level 3 mutated creature in reality, despite being fully equipped, he felt a lack of confidence. Fortunately, the previous encounter with the mutated forest wolves had provided some combat experience, preventing their spirits from plummeting too low. Yang Xian squinted, attempting to pierce the mist to discern the assailant's form, yet could only make out a vague, massive silhouette. As the mutated creature drew nearer, they finally beheld its full appearance. This behemoth towered over them at more than twice the height of a man, exhibiting distinct bear-like features. Its body cloaked in a layer of black scales that allowed it to conceal itself within the mist. Its eyes blazed like twin infernos, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Roar! The colossal creature unleashed another earth-shattering roar, the sheer force of its voice stirring a ferocious wind that dispersed much of the surrounding fog. This is bad. It's a mutated armored bear. Yang Xian shouted. This creature is exceptionally powerful. Everyone, tighten your formation. I will confront it. He then leapt into action, brandishing his blade towards the mutated armored bear. Clang! The blade struck, resonating with the sound of metal clashing. The might of a transcendent realm warrior wielding a sword was comparable to that of a large-caliber armor-piercing round. Nevertheless, Yang Xian's strike failed to penetrate the bear's armored scales. After the day of revelation, conventional firearms had gradually become obsolete. The reason was simple. Creatures like the level 3 armored bear, adorned in scales, could withstand bullets with ease. For instance, the maximum penetration force of an AK bullet is approximately 350 kilograms, which is even less than the cutting power of a transcendent realm warrior's casual strike. Moreover, most mutated creatures possessed astonishing speed, making them nearly impossible to target with firearms. This meant that, when faced with a horde of beasts, while low-level mutated creatures could be dealt with through broad fire coverage, high-level mutated creatures could only be confronted through the keen edge of advanced warriors' blades, seeking out vulnerabilities. Of course, a master-level warrior could effortlessly cleave through the scales of a level 3 mutated creature. However, within their group, the highest martial prowess belonged solely to Yang Xian, the leading instructor. The armored bear, struck by the blade, suddenly turned its fierce gaze towards Yang Xian, its eyes filled with fury. It then raised its massive paw and swiped at him. Boom! Yang Xian raised his fist to block, only to be sent stumbling back several meters. Seizing the opportunity to elevate his cultivation, Lin Che could not let this chance slip by and shouted, "Teacher, I'll assist you." The other students, witnessing this, began to murmur among themselves. Is this guy out of his mind? The teacher has already stated that the armored bear is incredibly strong. Does he really think he can handle it? Does he not have any awareness of his own capabilities? He is only going to complicate matters for the teacher. How frustrating. If he endangers the teacher, we'll all suffer the consequences. Lin Zexuan also chimed in to assert his presence. Bro, don't be reckless. The teacher needs to focus on the armored bear and can't afford to be distracted by you. Yang Xian also called out, stay back. You won't be of any help. However, Lin Che was not in the mood to heed their warnings. He had already leapt high, driving his blade into the creature's eye. Thud! Roar! The sound of metal piercing flesh was accompanied by a furious roar as the armored bear swiped at Lin Che. Fortunately, leveraging his speed, Lin Che managed to stomp on the bear's head, withdraw his long knife, and retreat several meters. Roar! The armored bear, having missed its strike, let out another furious roar and charged at Lin Che. Get out of the way! Yang Xian shouted as he rushed forward. Lin Che feigned evasion, but aimed his long knife once more at the bear's injured eye. Crack! Taking advantage of the bear's momentum, the blade plunged directly into its skull. Thud! Finally, after stumbling several meters, the armored bear collapsed, lifeless. Yang Xian stepped forward to examine the bear's carcass, his expression turning complex. How did you manage that? He asked Lin Che, his gaze scrutinizing. Lin Che shook his head. I merely acted hastily, thrusting at its wound, not anticipating that it would have such strength and drive the blade into its own brain. He had no intention of admitting that he had calculated the angle perfectly, waiting for the armored bear to charge in. Such recklessness cannot be repeated. It's far too dangerous. Yang Xian thought, unable to fathom Lin Che's concealed talents, and could only temporarily accept his explanation. The remains of this armored bear still held some value. The bear's gallbladder, paws, and scales could be exchanged for Chinese currency, amounting to approximately 50,000. Since you personally struck down this armored bear, you can collect these spoils yourself, he stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Che could not help but inquire, is the bear meat not edible? This bear evidently belonged to a positive evolutionary line, unlike the earlier mutated forest wolves, and should pose no harm if consumed. While it is not entirely inedible, the taste is likely quite poor and not recommended for consumption, Yang Xian replied, shaking his head slightly. Moreover, we still have quite a distance to cover to reach our destination, so carrying an entire giant bear is impractical. Lin Che gazed at the massive bear's corpse, feeling a tinge of regret. The surrounding students began to gather around, casting envious glances at Lin Che. As a student, vanquishing a level 3 mutated armored bear was no small feat and would certainly earn him considerable prestige, at least within the entirety of Xinhai Academy. He would certainly be regarded as a prominent figure. How fortunate. Sometimes, luck itself is a form of strength. Indeed, being born into fortune is also a form of strength. Ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Lin Che swiftly removed the bear's scales, severed its paws, and extracted the gallbladder and crystal core, placing them into sealed bags. After much deliberation, he decided to cut a piece of meat from the bear's leg, intending to sample its flavor. After 2 battles, the students felt mentally fatigued. Although many had not actively participated, the adrenaline surging through their bodies during moments of peril had unleashed their latent potential. Thus, as they continued on their path, fatigue set in, and they fell into silence. In the dead of night, they finally reached their designated location. The group retrieved portable tents from their backpacks and assembled them individually. From today onward, we shall spend the next week here, young Xian announced, a playful smile gracing his face. Now, surrender all food and water. Starting tomorrow, you must hunt and gather to address your basic survival needs. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of murmurs erupted among the students. No way. Teacher, you must be joking, right? Hunting and gathering? What is this primitive life? I might not even have the chance to die at the hands of a mutated creature, as I will likely perish from thirst or hunger. Hearing their discussions, Lin Che had a sudden thought. Teacher, the bear paws and meat should count as spoils from hunting, right? They shouldn't be surrendered. Yang Xian nodded. That is acceptable. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Just a moment ago, the teacher said the bear meat was unpalatable. Teacher, doesn't your conscience ache for doing this? A bear of such massive proportions, a mere leg could sustain me for an entire week. A chorus of students lamented, regretting their earlier hesitation to sample bear meat. Ahem. Wilderness training is no occasion for shortcuts. Yang Xinqiang concealed his embarrassment, subsequently adopting a demeanor of profound dismay. If you indulge in laziness now, it may lead to your demise later. The instructors are acting solely in your best interests. Chapter 17. Lin Che, do give me a punch and see. Nonetheless, despite their complaints, this group of students had traversed into the forest, already wearied from their journey. Even if Yang Xian had not misled them, it was highly improbable that they would have chosen to dismantle a massive bear merely to increase their own burdens. Remember, throughout these 7 days, every meal and every sip of water must be procured through your own efforts. Yang Xian emphasized once more. This is not only a test of your individual prowess, but also a means to cultivate your fundamental survival skills. Regardless, the students had no choice but to comply, adjusting their mindsets to prepare for the impending survival challenge. Subsequently, Fong Hoken arranged the night watch schedule, grouping them into teams of 3, dividing the night into 2 shifts. With 39 individuals, they formed exactly 13 groups. There were no objections, and everyone dispersed accordingly. Lin Che returned to his tent, organized his weapons, and contemplated the issue of water sources. For him, food was not a significant challenge. Indeed, the 4 bear paws in his possession, along with a piece of bear meat, would suffice for 5 days. Conversely, the matter of water had become urgent. However, since the school had orchestrated this camping expedition, it implied the existence of nearby water sources, albeit potentially distant or concealed. He would remain on watch tonight and explore further on the morrow. The first group consisted of Fong Hoken, Chu Yao, and Lin Che, primarily because neither Lin Che nor Chu Yao had formed many friendships in class, while others teamed up with their closer acquaintances. The 2 were left to endure the exhausting first night alongside the class leader. Lin Che, with his sea-level talent, had reached the aperture realm at the tender age of 17, suggesting an early awakening, perhaps. In the tranquil surroundings, Fong Hoken sought to strike up a conversation. 14. Lin Che replied casually. So early? Fong Hoken expressed mild surprise. Across the campfire, Chu Yao couldn't help but glance at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. Indeed, quite early. Caught off guard. At just 14, Lin Che had encountered a mutated being on the outskirts of the city, a harrowing experience that had brought him perilously close to death. Had it not been for the extreme environmental pressures, he might not have awakened his abilities at such a young age. What about classmate Chu Yao? It seemed the rest of the class were unaware of her talent. Fong Hoken turned his attention to her. Spatial type. Chu Yao replied nonchalantly. Lin Che's interest was piqued. Is it the kind that allows for the storage of resources? Chu Yao wore a puzzled expression. I don't understand what you are referring to. Is it not? Lin Che chuckled awkwardly. Chu Yao fell silent, seemingly losing her enthusiasm for the conversation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Fong Hoken to clarify for Lin Che. Lin Che misunderstood. The spatial type abilities currently known include spatial transmission and spatial compression, both classified as S-level talents. Spatial transmission enables instant movement and long-distance transport, while spatial compression can create spatial blades or induce spatial collapse. Both abilities are extraordinarily powerful. Anyone awakening either one begins at the S level and potentially even higher. Fong Hoken looked at Chu Yao. I wonder which type of spatial talent Chu Yao has awakened? Spatial compression, but its current development is quite limited and lacks lethality. Chu Yao replied calmly. Such a formidable ability, yet it bears no offensive power? Lin Che queried, perplexed. Chu Yao frowned slightly. My current capacity for spatial compression is insufficient to create spatial blades. If applied to an object, it could at most flatten a soda can. This, evidently, was the crux of Chu Yao's current predicament, causing her considerable distress. Although spatial compression abilities are advantageous, their enhancement poses greater challenges. Some physical enhancement abilities can achieve a secondary upgrade in the early stages of the Aperture realm. Most elemental abilities will progress into their second stage before reaching the late stages of the Aperture realm. However, according to existing records, spatial compression abilities require the practitioner to reach the Transcendence realm to enter their second stage. Flatten a soda can? That sounds somewhat akin to mental telekinesis, Lin Che murmured. It does share some similarities. However, the mechanisms differ. Telekinesis directly affects the object itself, while spatial compression operates through external spatial augmentation. Chu Yao seemed to be invigorated by the discussion. Once I master the spatial blade, there will be a distinct difference from mental abilities. In the initial stage, mental telekinesis allows for control over objects via mental power, such as manipulating flying knives to harm or repel others. Upon reaching the second stage, the weight and volume of controllable objects significantly increase, even enabling one to easily launch a person away. In contrast, spatial compression in its initial stage equates to the strength of an ordinary punch, having almost no effect when applied to a mutated being. Only upon reaching the second stage can it be compressed into a lethal blade, thus gaining a degree of lethality, and the manifestation will markedly differ from telekinesis. Lin Che grew increasingly curious. Do give me a punch and see. What? Chu Yao thought she had misheard. I mean, unleash your ability on me, so I can feel it. In Lin Che's view, while talent does not equate to strength, it at least offers a competitive edge within the same realm. If an S-level spatial compression ability cannot surpass an A-level strength ability in its initial awakening, what justifies its S classification? His own Awakened Slaughter ability permitted an exceptionally rapid advancement, unmatched by any other. While others may require years to progress within the same realm, he could achieve elevation in mere days, provided there were sufficient targets for him to hunt. Therefore, the S-level must possess certain advantages over the A-level, at the very least not being entirely ineffectual. Are you serious? Chu Yao found Lin Che's request rather bewildering. Lin Che nodded slightly. Of course. I am genuinely interested in S-level abilities. All right. Chu Yao decisively threw a punch, and indeed, a wave of air surged, striking Lin Che in the chest. Bang! Lin Che, caught off guard, coughed, cough, cough, cough. Fong Hoken observed and inquired. Are you all right, Lin Che? Yes, I'm fine, just wasn't he prepared. Lin Che replied awkwardly with a chuckle. Would you like to try another punch? Chu Yao asked eagerly. Lin Che waved his hand. No need. I've already grasped this so-called punch's prowess. Oh, it seemed that not being able to deliver another punch left Chu Yao somewhat disappointed. The atmosphere fell quiet for a moment, and Lin Che contemplated before speaking again. Is it necessary to throw a punch to exert this spatial compression ability? Not necessarily. It's merely a habit I've developed with the punching motion. While speaking, Chu Yao flicked her fingers, and a burst of compressed air shot into the campfire, instantly igniting sparks. She deliberately controlled the force, which was roughly equivalent to lightly tossing a pebble. Seeing this, Lin Che shook his head and continued to inquire. What I mean is, if you abstain from such bodily motions, can you still employ the spatial compression ability? Of course. But doing nothing feels a bit strange. Chu Yao gazed at the campfire, employing the air compression once more, sending another shower of sparks into the air. Lin Che nodded thoughtfully. In that case, when you wield your blade, if you apply spatial compression to the entire back of the sword, might it not enhance the force of your strike? At your current stage in the Aperture realm, your striking power is at least equivalent to 3 times that of an adult. If you were to implement spatial compression on the back of the sword, could it not escalate to 4 times that power? Furthermore, if you were to apply spatial compression successively on the sword's back during a single strike, might you not achieve 5 or even 6 times the strength? Chapter 18. You are a good person, but we are not suited for one another. Before reaching the second stage of your ability awakening, such an application should indeed provide you with substantial assistance. Lin Che spoke earnestly. The average adult punch exerts a force of approximately 75 kilograms, while a power-type awakened individual can initially strike with a tremendous force of 150 kilograms. For instance, Fong Hoken, a late-stage body refinement practitioner, can deliver a punch with a force of 300 kilograms. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, as a practitioner in the early Aperture realm, can only muster about 200 kilograms of striking power. In terms of sheer strength, Fong Hoken undeniably holds a distinct advantage. However, when considering overall capabilities, including speed, reaction time, and resilience, Chu Yao surpasses him. Yet, among practitioners of the Aperture realm, Chu Yao, possessing S-grade talent, is evidently inferior to Fong Hoken's A-grade talent. As Chu Yao mentioned, the unlocking of innate abilities typically occurs between the early stages of the Aperture realm and the early stages of the Transcendence realm. The unlocking points vary according to the type of talent. An A-grade power talent enters the second stage in the early Aperture realm, causing strength to surge from 300 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Comparatively, 500 kilograms versus 200 kilograms in the same realm is nearly a crushing defeat. Conversely, S-grade spatial compression talent only advances to the second stage in the early transcendence realm, thus enabling mastery over the spatial blade. This suggests that Chu Yao, as a wielder of spatial abilities, must reach at least the early transcendence realm to have a chance of surpassing an A-grade power-type practitioner. This, evidently, is quite unreasonable. However, according to Lin Che's proposed method, if one continuously applies spatial compression to the weapon, theoretically, as long as the weapon is held firmly, the force behind the strike can increase infinitely. Naturally, maintaining a firm grip on the weapon is itself a considerable challenge. Moreover, executing a strike occurs in the blink of an eye, making multiple applications of spatial compression rather difficult. Thus, Lin Che conservatively estimated that if Chu Yao were to apply spatial compression 4 times within a single strike, she would likely reach the limit of her grip strength. Even so, with a foundational strength of 200 kilograms, applying spatial compression 4 times could elevate her to 500 kilograms, bringing her level with power-type practitioners. With continuous practice, it may even be possible to apply spatial compression 5, 6, or even more times in one strike. As long as you can maintain a firm grasp on the hilt, the force can accumulate, providing a genuine opportunity to surpass power-type practitioners. Noticing Chu Yao's silence, Lin Che continued, "Of course, this is merely one method of application. It does not imply it is the only way. Perhaps in terms of increasing speed, spatial compression could also propel you forward, enhancing your mobility." At this point, both Chu Yao and Fong Hoken stared at Lin Che, as if he were a creature from another world. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? The intensity of their gazes made Lin Che feel slightly uncomfortable. Yes, absolutely right. How did you come up with such an idea? I could never have thought of that. Fong Hoken praised him without reservation. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Chu Yao's eyes. "Thank you. I acknowledge your excellence, but I will still annul the engagement. I hope you can understand." Engagement? Lin Che responded with surprise, not minding the fact that he had been handed the good person card, and instead inquired, "Are you the esteemed young lady of the Chu family?" Fong Hoken's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had heard something momentous. Chu Yao nodded slightly. "Indeed. That is me. Rumor has it that you stand at a mere 1.50 meters in weigh." Lin Che abruptly halted his words. Out of curiosity, he had previously inquired about this young lady from the Chu family, and the answers had indeed confirmed his suspicions. The Lin family had summoned him back to fulfill the engagement precisely because the betrothed was deemed utterly unworthy, standing at 1.50 meters, weighing 180. Exhibiting erratic behavior, a fiery temper, and a propensity for violence, often injuring her bodyguards. "Isn't that so?" Chu Yao, seemingly unperturbed, candidly revealed. "I intended to discredit myself to prompt the Lin family to voluntarily dissolve the engagement. Unexpectedly, they remained resolute and even sought you out to fulfill it. Regarding Lin Zexuan, I initially planned to keep everything concealed. However, you are different. You deserve my honesty." Chu Yao's gaze was sincere. Thus, "I hope Lin Che can understand that I cannot possibly honor this so-called engagement." Lin Che absorbed the information she disclosed. Realizing that this young lady from the Chu family was equally discontented with the engagement and had intentionally sullied her reputation to dissuade the Lin family. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would recruit him as a scapegoat to maintain the engagement. Initially, he believed that the Chu family's influence forced the Lin family into a corner. Now, it was evident that it was the Lin family's own intention. Judging by Lin Hai's various displays, he seemed to hold this engagement in high regard. Lin Che even suspected that had the Lin family failed to retrieve him, Lin Zexuan would still have been compelled to fulfill the engagement, regardless of the Chu lady's tarnished reputation. What exactly does Lin Hai seek from the Chu family? I am curious to know what interests bind the Lin and Chu families together. Lin Che casually voiced his confusion. In response, Chu Yao appeared equally puzzled. What interests are you referring to? Was it not due to an agreement made by our elders years ago? Oh, perhaps I am overthinking it. In that case, let us part amicably. Lin Che nonchalantly replied. It seemed that Chu Yao was also unaware of the intricacies involved, perhaps requiring Lin Hai to uncover the truth. What amicable parting? We have never even come together. Chu Yao frowned slightly. Since you have no objections, let us consider the engagement nullified. Upon my return, I shall have my family personally visit to dissolve it. Lin Che nodded. No problem. You are welcome at any time. Meanwhile, Fong Hoken, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. Oh, how tragic it is to sacrifice one's dignity. Why would you wish to annul such a splendid engagement? While he did not explicitly indicate whom he referred to, it was abundantly clear he was speaking of Lin Che. After all, Chu Yao possessed S-grade talent, was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and her looks and figure were unparalleled, akin to a celestial being. Missing such an opportunity would leave Lin Che searching in vain for another fair maiden to marry. In his view, Lin Che, despite currently holding the status of an Aperture Realm practitioner, was still slightly stronger than Chu Yao. However, he ultimately bore only C-grade talent, with his potential already capped, making breakthroughs to the Master Realm a rare possibility. How could he possibly compare to Chu Yao? Yet, one must consider that matters of the heart are ultimately dictated by fate. Since Chu Yao has no interest in me, I cannot force her. Lin Che had never intended to fulfill the engagement, and stating so now merely served to benefit him while appearing virtuous. Naturally, this statement made Lin Che appear somewhat helpless, thereby making it easier for Feng Hoken and Chu Yao to believe him. Feng Hoken nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. A brother must know when to embrace and when to let go. That takes true spirit. The transition from being a classmate to a brother requires only a single encounter with life's adversities. Fate, is it? Chu Yao murmured, a figure clad in a black raincoat flashing through her mind. Since that rainy night, she had visited the site of the incident multiple times, yet she had never once encountered that figure again. It was uncertain whether fate would grant her another opportunity for their paths to cross. The sense of security she felt, being shielded by someone in her moment of despair, was something she feared she would never forget in this lifetime. Infuriatingly, that individual had introduced himself as Lei Feng, a name that was evidently a fabrication. Nevertheless, Chu Yao had taken the initiative to verify this identity, and the results were predictable. Throughout the entirety of Xinhai City, she had meticulously searched for anyone bearing similar names, Lei Feng, Lei Feng, Lei Feng, and so forth. Yet, she found no one who was a martial artist of the transcendent realm or higher. How dare he toy with her? If I catch him next time, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Chu Yao couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. Chapter 19. Li Chong, fishing? Isn't it as simple as having hands? To think that the esteemed Miss Chu was none other than Chu Yao. If Lin Zexuan were to uncover the truth, one could only imagine the tumult of emotions he would experience. Lin Che couldn't suppress a chuckle. The Lin family had exerted considerable effort to bring him back in place of Lin Zexuan, only for Miss Chu to have no intention of honoring the engagement. Consequently, this spared him a great deal of trouble. It seemed inevitable that once the Chu family arrived to annul the engagement, the Lin family would hold him in even greater disdain. It wouldn't be long before he found himself back in his rented room in the suburbs. The following morning, as the sun broke over the horizon, the campers began to emerge from their tents in succession. Close friends paired up, setting off to seek sustenance and water. Although Lin Che felt somewhat fatigued, he steeled himself to address the issue of water supply and ventured out of the campsite. Typically, one could expect to find water sources in areas where vegetation flourished more abundantly. However, in this forest, nearly every direction was obscured by towering trees, rendering any reference points virtually useless. Thus, Lin Che made his way towards the mountain peak, hoping to glean some insight from a higher vantage point. He deliberately avoided the crowd, proceeding alone, contemplating that if he were to encounter a mutated creature, it would provide an excellent opportunity to practice the dry chi breaking sky technique. In principle, Yang Xin did not permit any student to venture out alone. At least 2 groups were required to travel together. However, Lin Che's remarkable performance the previous day had compelled even his instructor to regard him with newfound respect. Thus, when Yang Xin observed Lin Che walking alone into the forest, he refrained from intervening. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Lin Che encountered no mutated creatures. Therefore, he practiced the 3 styles of Xingtian, took a brief rest, and then climbed a giant tree to survey his surroundings. Although the foliage obscured the sun, the areas where water flowed were still discernible. Lin Che pinpointed his direction and made his way to the water's edge, first splashing his face. Suddenly, a mutated fish leapt out of the water, lunging toward Lin Che. Fortunately, he remained vigilant and avoided being bitten. I haven't even tasted you yet, and you're already eager to take a bite out of me, Lin Che thought, retrieving a fishing hook from his backpack, fastening the line, and selecting a sturdy branch as a makeshift fishing rod. Using bear meat as bait, he cast his line into the water. Moments later, the hook plunged sharply. These mutated fish were notoriously aggressive. Once they latched onto food, they would not let go. However, Lin Che was cautious not to exert excessive force, concerned that the branch and line might not withstand the strain. As Lin Che struggled against the mutated fish, he gradually drew a vividly colored specimen to the shore. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to belong to a mutated variant of the black fish, over half a meter in length and weighing approximately 5 kilograms. It was a substantial catch. Moreover, this fish was akin to a first-level mutated entity, in addition to serving as sustenance. Lin Che could also derive cultivation energy and a crystal core from it. With such a fortuitous find, Lin Che was in no rush to depart. He dug a small trough at the water's edge, threaded the fish's gills with rope, and placed it into the trough. He then secured the other end of the rope to a nearby stake. It was wiser to keep the fish alive for a while longer, otherwise, the flesh would deteriorate. Settling back on the shore, Lin Che resumed fishing. Perhaps the scent of blood held a potent allure for the mutated fish, for within half an hour, he had successfully caught 7 or 8 large fish. The day of revelation had evidently been a catastrophe for humanity, yet for many creatures, it had presented an opportunity. The usually modest-sized stream grouper, which typically grew to merely a few inches, had mutated to lengths exceeding a foot. Such a grouper, if encountered by a predator like the black fish in the water, could potentially outlast it, even if it could not kill it outright. Water source ahead, splendid. The biggest problem has been resolved. Quick, quick, let us see if there are any fish in the water. A chorus of voices approached, followed by hurried footsteps. Lin Che? Someone called out from a distance, having spotted him fishing. Just then, Lin Che lifted his rod, landing another large fish. Lin Che, are you fishing? Song Xia approached, searching for conversation. No, I'm just playing in the water, Lin Che replied, glancing up before firmly denying it. Song Xia paused slightly, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Hee. Lin Che, you certainly have a sense of humor. In class martial arts, there were 2 stunning beauties, Chu Yao and Song Xia. Each possessed her own unique allure. However, Chu Yao was notoriously aloof and had few friends. Conversely, Song Xia was approachable and had always been surrounded by admirers. But this was the first time she had been met with indifference since enrolling. Wow, so many fish. It seems Lin Che has quite the talent for fishing. Song Xia exclaimed, drawing the attention of others who approached. Impressive. This mutated black fish must weigh at least several dozen pounds. Indeed, in such a small stream. This fish is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain. Not necessarily. With the current mutations, it's entirely possible for black fish to grow to 100 pounds. How could that be? Not all mutations are about size. Wherever there are people, there are rivalries. While some praised Lin Che, there were always those who resented it. Li Chong, the chief sycophant of Song Xia, could not bear to see her regard Lin Che favorably. Thus, he feigned disdain, saying, just a few fish. These mutated ones are very easy to catch, no skill required. While his reasoning held some truth, the act of catching fish was a different matter altogether. True. It is indeed quite easy. Lin Che decided to pack up his fishing rod, holding a few fish in his hands as he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Li Chong asked, why don't you catch a few more? Why catch so many? I can't eat them all myself, Lin Che replied, heading towards the camp with the fish in hand. If you can't finish them, you could share with everyone, Li Chong retorted. Lin Che paused, glancing back. If you want to eat, go catch your own. With that, Lin Che turned and departed, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. Oof, what is so impressive about that? As if anyone can't catch fish. Exactly, it's just a few fish. However, it seems we don't have fishing hooks. As they spoke, Lin Che suddenly turned back. Li Chong and the others, who had been gossiping about him, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. However, Lin Che's return was not directed at them. He simply recalled that it would be difficult to clean the fish scales and entrails back at the campsite. In a moment of resignation, he was compelled to return to the water's edge once more, intending to dispose of several fish simultaneously. Lin Che, may I borrow your fishing rod? Song Xia inquired once again, taking the initiative. Upon hearing this, Lin Che cast a scrutinizing glance at her before carelessly tossing his fishing rod in her direction. It's yours now. A mere fishhook and a length of line bore little cost, and the rod was fashioned from materials readily available. Since she had spoken up, Lin Che felt little concern. During the week-long wilderness trial, it was unlikely he could feast on fish every day. Even if he desired fish, his backpack contained hooks and lines, allowing him to fashion another rod at any time. Song Xia quickly caught the rod. Thank you, Lin Che. Meanwhile, Lin Che busied himself with cleaning the fish scales and entrails. Li Chong, on the other hand, grasped the rod and sought out a worm, attempting to catch fish. Yet, despite Lin Che finishing with several fish, Li Chong had not managed to catch a single one. It wasn't that the mutated fish were particularly finicky. It was more likely that the fish scales and entrails Lin Che had tossed into the water were far more appealing to the mutated fish. Thus, until Lin Che departed, Li Chong's fishing rod remained utterly still. Chapter 20 Chu Yao grilled fish? Isn't that a piece of cake? Strong brother, are you up for it? Don't be ridiculous. How could strong brother not manage? Shall I give it a try? Li Chong listened to the cacophony around him, feeling increasingly unsettled, and made repeated attempts to cast his line anew. The result was a growing irritation that led to even fewer fish being caught, and the more he failed, the more vexed he became. Enough noise. If there are fish, you'll frighten them away. The group fell silent, some harboring unspoken disdain. Song Xia tentatively suggested, what if we consult Lin Che for advice on how to catch fish? This statement rendered Li Chong utterly exasperated. It's just a few fish. Even if I can't catch them, I could always dive in and grab them. No way, that's too dangerous. Strong brother, please don't be reckless. Exactly, strong brother. The water's conditions are uncertain. However, Li Chang paid no heed to their warnings. He removed his electronic devices and leapt directly into the water. Moments later, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the woods. When Li Chang finally emerged on the shore, his clothes were tattered, and he bore numerous injuries. Nevertheless, some of the mutated fish proved quite ferocious. Even after he had climbed ashore, a few were reluctant to let go. In this manner, he managed to haul in several fish using his own body. On his way back, Lin Che took the opportunity to gather some spirit mushrooms, another form of mutated fungus. Thankfully still edible. With fish and mushrooms in hand, Lin Che could have concocted a delightful soup if only he had a pot. Unfortunately, circumstances dictated otherwise, and he would have to make do with grilling them. At that moment, other classmates began to return to the camp, some boasting bountiful catches of various game and fruits, while others wore expressions of disappointment over meager returns. Class monitor, start a fire. Lin Che signaled to Fong Hoken, having previously divided tasks with him and Chu Yao before leaving the camp. Lin Che was responsible for sourcing ingredients, Fong Hoken for gathering firewood, and Chu Yao for preparing the food. Before long, Li Chang was assisted back to the camp, looking quite disheveled. Yang Xian hurried over to inquire what happened. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to explain. Cough. I went into the water to catch fish and got bitten, Li Chang admitted. What were you thinking? Yang Xian questioned in confusion. After the day of revelation, you can't go into the water in the wild. Isn't that common knowledge? Sigh. I saw Lin Che catch fish that didn't seem too fierce. Who could have known it would be different once I was in the water? Li Chang attempted to salvage some dignity, but his words only made him seem more foolish. Once the fish are caught, they are food, but if you enter the water, you become the food. How can that be the same? Yang Xian sighed. Are your injuries serious? Do you need to be sent back to the city? It's nothing. Just minor wounds. I have a strong recovery ability. I'll be fine in a couple of days, Li Chang replied, shaking his head. Yang Xian offered no further commentary, merely advising Li Chang to rest well before turning to leave. Lin Che skewered several large fish on a branch and handed them over to Chu Yao. Now, it's your turn to perform. All right, just wait, Chu Yao responded, taking the fish and placing them directly over the fire. Lin Che quickly intervened. No? You're just going to grill them like that? What else is there to do? How should I grill them? Chu Yao asked, bewildered. Lin Che slapped his forehead in exasperation. At the very least, you should sprinkle some salt on them first to marinate, right? Oh, right, salt. Do you have any? Chu Yao feigned composure. Can you really grill fish? If it's too much, don't force it. We can collaborate with someone else. Lin Che's gaze held a hint of skepticism as he slowly retrieved a jar of salt and a jar of seasoning from his backpack. It's just grilling fish. Hand me the salt, and you can just wait to eat. As the daughter of the Chu family and a girl of exceptional talent, Chu Yao would never admit to her inability to grill fish. How could she possibly lack the skill for such a simple task? Upon hearing this, Lin Che ceased to argue further and busied himself with cleaning the spirit mushrooms. He approached the water's edge, washed them briefly, then strung them together before bringing them back to the camp. The campfire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow on Chu Yao's delicate features. With a wooden fork in hand, her brow slightly furrowed, she focused intently on grilling a fish over the flames, her body motionless, her large eyes fixed on the fish impaled on the fork. In such earnestness, she appeared less a cook and more a scientist engaged in a crucial research project. Initially, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Under the caress of the flames, the fish began to change color, releasing a subtle aroma. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived as she appeared uncertain in her control of the cooking time. In the blink of an eye, the fish turned black, and a burnt odor wafted through the air. Oh no, Chu Yao exclaimed, hurriedly flipping the fish. Yet, in her haste, the fish nearly slipped off the fork due to her excessive force. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to stabilize it. But now the entire fish was a tragic sight. One side charred like coal, while the other remained half raw. The surrounding classmates wore varied expressions, some stifled laughter behind their hands, while others shook their heads in disbelief. As Lin Che returned to the camp, he was greeted by this comically disheartening scene. Chu Yao gazed at her culinary creation, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. This seems quite different from what I had envisioned. Lin Che stifled a laugh, suggesting, shall I give it a try? As he spoke, he picked up another fish, holding it beside the campfire, rotating it continuously. Soon, the fish transformed into a golden hue, exuding an enticing aroma. This looks decent, Lin Che remarked with satisfaction regarding his creation. Chu Yao glanced at the charred remains in her hand, then at the delectable fish Lin Che was grilling, her face falling into a comically awkward expression. How about starting tomorrow? I'll take charge of sourcing ingredients, and you can handle the cooking. Chu Yao proposed tentatively. No need. I primarily enjoy sourcing ingredients. Lin Che quickly declined. He certainly would not confine himself to the camp. having practiced the Xingtian 3 styles for an extended period without any real combat testing. Lin Che longed to encounter some mutated entities in the forest to test the potency of the heavenly destruction technique. Constantly practicing in the air left him uncertain of his true capabilities. However, Lin Che's words only led to further misunderstandings for Chu Yao. There is no need for you to be overly considerate of me. Now that we have annulled our engagement, it is preferable to delineate our roles clearly. Chu Yao perceives herself as a person of principle, for she has never contemplated relying on her status or beauty to gain preferential treatment. Well, do as you please. I certainly intend to venture out for hunting. Lin Che remained unfazed, continuing to turn the roasted fish in his hands. It seems almost ready. Would you care to sample it? As he spoke, Lin Che extended the roasted fish towards Chu Yao, observing the calmness in Lin Che's eyes. Chu Yao felt a slight stirring within her. Thank you. She accepted the fish and took a delicate bite, her eyes narrowing slightly. How does it taste? Lin Che inquired eagerly. Chu Yao nodded. Yes, it's quite delicious. I never expected you to possess culinary talent. Oh, that is splendid. If it tastes good and is not poisonous, I can indulge without worry. Lin Che promptly snatched the fish back from Chu Yao and took a hearty bite. Chu Yao initially exhibited a look of astonishment, followed by a realization. Lin Che? Chu Yao seethed. To provoke the frigid beauty into such a state was indeed a remarkable feat by Lin Che. Ha ha ha, I'm merely jesting. Here you go, I shall roast another. Lin Che again offered the roasted fish to Chu Yao, a mischievous grin on his face. Chu Yao remained obstinate. It's all covered in your saliva. I refuse. Oh, then I shall eat it myself. Lin Che feigned to take another bite, but was swiftly thwarted by Chu Yao, who snatched it away. You are not allowed to eat. You must roast me another. No, my dear young lady. This one is already cooked. It would be wasteful not to eat it. Fishing is quite laborious. Lin Che exaggerated the difficulty. As for the supposed hardship, it was hardly applicable, since he was not Li Chong, who had to physically fish. Chapter 21. The opportunity has been presented to you. If you cannot comprehend human speech, it is not my fault. Ultimately, Lin Che assisted Chu Yao in roasting another fish, and also prepared one for Fong Hoken. As night descended, the valley was shrouded in darkness. In the camp, the flickering campfire swayed in the night breeze, offering a modicum of comfort to the students. The group gathered around the fire, sharing their experiences and discoveries of the day. Today, I nearly fell victim to a mutated hedgehog. That fellow curled into a ball and rolled towards me. Had I not been swift, I surely would have been punctured by 108 quills. Why 108 quills? Did you count the number of quills on the hedgehog? That was merely an exaggeration. Do you not understand hyperbole? Then why use such an exaggerated expression? Fine, if I hadn't escaped, I would undoubtedly have been injured. Do you comprehend? Understood. So, did that hedgehog actually possess 108 quills? Li Chong jumped into the water to feed the fish. I found a stalk of hemostatic grass. The carcass of that bear from yesterday has been reduced to nothing but bones. Lin Che listened quietly as others recounted their experiences, his mind contemplating the hunting plans for tomorrow. After a full day of fish, a change in flavor is certainly in order. One wonders if there are any wild chickens or rabbits in the mountains. Even if the jungle wolves are formidable, these small creatures must have their own means of survival. Just as there are black fish in the water, there must also be creek trout. Otherwise, the black fish would eventually starve. For now, this forest seems relatively safe. Apart from yesterday's armored bear, none have encountered mutated creatures of level 2 or above. However, a smooth first day does not guarantee continued fortune. As the hunting and gathering range expands, encounters with more mutated entities are inevitable. Lost in thought, Lin Che caught a fleeting glimmer in the underbrush and frowned slightly. He rose to pursue the direction of the light, but was halted by Yang Xin after only a few steps. Lin Che, where are you going? You cannot leave the camp alone at night. I merely need to relieve myself. Lin Che offered a casual excuse. Have Fong Hoken accompany you. Yang Xin, responsible for the safety of all students, could not permit Lin Che to wander alone at night when the danger significantly escalated. Very well, Lin Che acquiesced reluctantly. Fong Hoken stepped forward, placing a hand on Lin Che's shoulder. Let us go together. Lin Che shook his head and walked alongside Fong Hoken into the woods. After walking a short distance, Fong Hoken felt it was far enough and suggested Lin Che take care of his needs right there. However, Lin Che had ulterior motives and was pondering the chance to slay a mutated creature, thus he refused to comply. He feigned that he could not relieve himself with someone nearby and walked a few steps further away. After a thorough search, he ultimately found nothing unusual and had to abandon the endeavor. Returning to the camp, Lin Che entered his tent, finding sleep elusive. The flickering light he had glimpsed earlier must have been the reflection of an animal's eyes. However, that creature was quite alert. Fleeing the instant it met Lin Che's gaze, he pondered repeatedly, devising contingency plans for various unforeseen events. In the wilderness, any oversight could lead to fatal consequences. Hence, Lin Che would remain ever more vigilant. A night passed without incident, and the following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a warm glow upon the tent. Lin Che awoke languidly, and after a brief wash, resolved to explore the opposite side of the valley today. Based on his observations from the previous day, the forest on the other side appeared denser, potentially offering greater rewards. Lin Che navigated through the dappled light, constantly attuned to his surroundings. As he traversed the valley, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound, as if something was moving swiftly through the grass. Lin Che drew his weapon and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Chittering, a squirrel darted out from the underbrush and scurried up a tree. Halting midway up the trunk, the squirrel paused and began to chitter at Lin Che, as if attempting to drive him away. The squirrel was small, measuring about a foot in length, but its tail was incredibly bushy, even exceeding its body's size. Lin Che initially perceived it as an ordinary squirrel and was about to turn away. However, as the shadows shifted and sunlight illuminated its form, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the creature. This squirrel possessed a pair of golden eyes, and its fur gleamed with a golden sheen, appearing quite extraordinary. More importantly, the squirrel was clutching a golden pine cone between its paws. Although Lin Che was uncertain whether there existed a golden variety of pine cone, he could unmistakably discern that this particular one was remarkable. Hand over that pine cone, and I shall spare your life. What do you say? Lin Che, harboring a flicker of mischievousness, proposed this condition, indifferent to whether the squirrel could comprehend him. Though the golden squirrel did not understand Lin Che's words, it grasped the intent in his eyes. It hurriedly concealed the pine cone behind it, continuing to emit threatening sounds. Chitter, if you refuse to comply, I shall have to take it by force. Lin Che pretended to climb the tree. Upon seeing this, the golden squirrel swiftly grasped the pine cone and dashed along the branches to escape. It leaped rapidly through the trees, attempting to elude Lin Che. However, as a practitioner of the Transcendence realm, Lin Che's speed was exceptional, and he remained hot on the squirrel's tail. After a brief chase, the mutated squirrel reached a colossal tree with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Even amidst the lush forest, this tree stood out prominently. It climbed up the trunk until its form vanished among the branches. Since Lin Che had pursued this far, he certainly would not give up easily and immediately began to ascend the tree. After climbing about 10 meters up the trunk, Lin Che finally spotted a hollow in the tree. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to reach into the tree hole, a few larger mutated squirrels suddenly sprang forth. These formidable creatures bared their teeth and emitted sharp screeches, evidently warning Lin Che not to approach. Following this, a colossal squirrel, its fur a resplendent gold, slowly emerged from the hollow. Standing nearly a meter tall, it did not crawl out, but ambled forth upright, much like a human. Lin Che steadied himself with a stout branch, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized this giant squirrel. He muttered to himself, so it is a level 2 mutant. Previously, having encountered a level 2 mutant within a pack of wolves, Lin Che could comprehend that the Wolf King, being inherently robust, could evolve further. However, the notion of such a diminutive creature as a squirrel achieving level 2 mutation was perplexing. There must be something unusual at play. Chattering and chattering, the giant mutated squirrel raised its head high, issuing a warning to Lin Che. In response, Lin Che resorted to his previous tactic. Hand over that golden pine cone, and I shall pretend I never came here, otherwise. As he spoke, Lin Che brandished his long blade, striking it against a thick branch. Crack! The branch, as thick as a water bucket, snapped at the impact. With his mastery over the reverse severing of the heavens technique, Lin Che executed the maneuver effortlessly. If you refuse to comply, this entire nest of squirrels may become mere phantoms beneath my blade. The giant squirrel, evidently intelligent, recognized Lin Che's prowess and immediately retreated into the tree hole. Lin Che thought, want to escape? It won't be that simple. Thus, he bellowed. Experience my 1,000 blades shattering the firmament. With a sweeping motion of his sword, the tree hollow was instantly pierced by the blade's energy. The surrounding robust squirrels leaped away in fright, screeching incessantly. Before long, the giant squirrel emerged once more from the hollow, cradling the golden pine cone between its claws and presenting it to Lin Che with utmost reverence. Chapter 22. Squirrel, do I have a choice? Cough, cough, cough. Your actions place me in quite a predicament. Lin Che frowned slightly. He had initially intended to wipe out the entire nest of squirrels, which would yield at least 5 or 6 level 1 crystal cores and 1 level 2 core. Although slaying a few mutants wouldn't significantly elevate his own realm, every morsel counts, no matter how small. However, he was taken aback to discover that this giant squirrel could comprehend human speech and was remarkably astute. Thus, it became increasingly difficult for Lin Che to take direct action. After all, He had previously stated that if the giant squirrel surrendered the pine cone, he would consider the encounter forgotten. It seemed improper to go back on his word, even if no one else witnessed it. Lin Che felt a twinge of discomfort within himself. In his moment of uncertainty, Lin Che accepted the golden pine cone. He examined it closely, unsure of its edibility. Consequently, he broke off a single pine nut and tossed it to the giant squirrel. "Eat it," Lin Che commanded. The giant squirrel looked back with a puzzled expression, displaying an unusually human-like confusion. Nevertheless, it complied, picking up the pine nut and swallowing it whole. Strangely, Lin Che felt that the giant squirrel seemed to exude a stronger aura after consuming the nut. After contemplating, Lin Che decided to eat a pine nut himself. Moments later, he felt a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation, the effect comparable to slaying a level 1 mutant. Lin Che's gaze widened in astonishment as he examined the pine cone in his hand. This singular pine cone contained nearly 100 pine nuts, meaning that consuming the entire cone would equate to defeating almost 100 level 1 mutants. No wonder this squirrel evolved into a level 2 mutant. It must have consumed a substantial number of pine nuts prior. Lin Che looked at the giant squirrel, once again torn between choices. Should he kill this entire nest of squirrels? Or perhaps eliminate them? Or still, should he eradicate them? Before Lin Che could reach a conclusion, the giant squirrel exhibited a look of terror and bowed repeatedly. This perplexed Lin Che even further. He had merely been contemplating in silence. Yet the squirrel seemed to sense his thoughts. Could it be that this squirrel possessed telepathic abilities rather than merely understanding human language? As Lin Che pondered this, he noticed the giant squirrel nodding vigorously, as if in response to his unspoken musings. Goodness, such an extraordinary ability. To eliminate it seemed a waste. Seizing a glimmer of hope, the giant squirrel retreated into the tree hollow once more, emerging with half of a golden pine cone, ready to present it to Lin Che. Seeing this, Lin Che felt a touch of embarrassment. Forget it. Keep that half for yourself. I could consider you as a pet. If you continue to evolve, you might prove to be quite beneficial. Lin Che continued to assess the giant squirrel, and once the thought took root, he could hardly suppress it. To have a pet that could sense others' intentions would mean never having to worry about hidden plots again. As soon as any adversarial intent arose, this little creature would immediately alert him. With a bit of training to teach it how to notify him, it shouldn't be too difficult. It seemed clear that this pet was destined to be his. Noticing Lin Che's eager gaze, the giant squirrel shrank back slightly. "Rest assured, if you become my pet, I will treat you well," Lin Che vowed earnestly. The giant squirrel glanced back at the tree hollow, its eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. "Oh, that line of thinking is misguided. A true man exists between heaven and earth, not merely in a tree hollow." Hearing Lin Che's words, the giant squirrel's expression turned to one of confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Even if you aren't a great man, possessing such extraordinary abilities means you should not squander your gifts, right? The giant squirrel remained indecisive. "I advise you not to be unappreciative. If you refuse to become my pet, you shall simply become experience points." The giant squirrel's fur bristled in alarm, its eyes wide with fear. It glanced back at the tree hollow, then at Lin Che, hesitating multiple times before ultimately capitulating. The giant squirrel took a few steps forward, approaching Lin Che's feet and rubbing its tail against his pant leg. "Excellent, you've made a wise choice." With that, Lin Che leaped back to the ground, signaling for the giant squirrel to follow. "Let us go." The giant squirrel looked back at the other squirrels, seemingly imparting some last words of advice. It then leapt down from the tree to accompany Lin Che, with a squirrel in tow. Lin Che searched the woods for some time before finally encountering a mutated wild boar. Although the boar's hide was tough and its bristles as hard as iron, it was no match for Lin Che's technique, the dry chi breaking the firmament. With a single strike of reverse severing of the heavens, Lin Che effortlessly dispatched the mutated boar and proceeded to dismember it on the spot. The entire boar weighed over 200 kilograms, and for the sake of convenience, Lin Che opted to leave behind portions of the torso and the forelegs. The remaining parts were discarded, which felt somewhat wasteful. Yet, Lin Che needed to conceal his cultivation level and had no alternative means. Although he could exert 200 kilograms of strength at the connecting chi realm, carrying such weight over long distances was not feasible. If Lin Che were to return to the camp with an entire wild boar without any disguise, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and potentially expose his true realm. Lin Che selected a sturdy stick and skewered the boar meat, making his way toward the camp. The giant squirrel trailed closely behind him. Upon reaching the camp, he found Fong Hoken and Chu Yao each returning with their own catches, busily tending to the fire. After a thorough discussion yesterday, the two decided that it was unwise to allow Lin Che to undertake the hunting responsibilities alone. Everyone had come to participate in the trial, and simply waiting for a meal would defeat its purpose. Since Lin Che opted for solitary action, The two felt confident in their own abilities and chose to pursue their own paths. Yang Xian did not voice any objections, as Lin Che and his companions were currently the strongest forces in the martial arts class. Allowing them to showcase their skills individually should not lead to any unforeseen mishaps. Thus, Chu Yao returned with 2 wild rabbits, while Fang Hoken brought back a roe deer. Upon seeing Lin Che return to the camp with a boar slung over his shoulder, a wave of discussion ensued. Such a large boar must surely be a second-level mutated beast, right? Wasn't that quite normal? The previous armored bear was even a third-level mutated beast. It felt surreal to think that someone at the Meridian opening stage could slay a third-level mutated creature. At that moment, someone finally spotted the gigantic squirrel behind Lin Che. Goodness, a second-level mutated squirrel. It's enormous. Many began to grow wary. Observing this, Lin Che commanded the giant squirrel, "Come. Greet everyone." The squirrel complied, chittering and bowing to the group. "So, you went out and adopted a mutated squirrel as a pet?" Chu Yao inquired casually. After openly discussing their previous engagement, she no longer maintained her icy demeanor towards Lin Che, and their interactions felt increasingly natural. "What can I say? Its charm is too compelling. It insists on following me," Lin Che replied, feigning exasperation. "What is its name?" Chu Yao asked, glancing at the giant squirrel. "A name? Let's call it Big Squirrel," Lin Che suggested, turning to the creature. Chu Yao scoffed. "That's rather lackluster. How about I give it a proper name?" Lin Che inwardly grumbled. "Are you planning to be its mother?" However, he merely replied nonchalantly, "All right, go ahead." Let me think," Chu Yao mused briefly. "It's entirely golden. How about we call it Golden Treasure?" Lin Che raised an eyebrow. "What did you say? Red golden treasure?" "Not red golden treasure, golden treasure. What's wrong with your ears, young lady?" Chu Yao couldn't help but retort. "Haha, whatever, that works," Lin Che said, looking at the giant squirrel. "From now on, your name is Golden Treasure, understood?" The squirrel nodded slightly, signaling its comprehension. "Wow, it really is clever," Chu Yao exclaimed in admiration. "Well, if it weren't clever, it would have become a corpse by now." Lin Che concurred. At this, Golden Treasure instinctively shrank closer to Chu Yao. Just then, a sudden voice broke the moment. "Brother, I see your group has brought back so much game. Surely you won't be able to finish it all. Could you share some with everyone?" Lin Zexuan, having been intimidated by Lin Che the previous day, had been compliant all day. Now, spotting an opportunity, he couldn't resist trying to provoke Lin Che again. "No." Lin Che dismissed him outright. He had developed a conditioned reflex to reject Lin Zexuan. With so much game, it would be a shame for it to go stale by tomorrow. Lin Zexuan continued to sway the crowd. Although Lin Che had only returned with part of the boar's torso and legs, after removing the bones, there was still over 100 pounds of meat, while Fang Hoken brought back a roe deer, which weighed about 50 to 60 pounds. Chu Yao's 2 mutated rabbits added up to a dozen pounds. Even with the large appetites of martial artists, 3 people would be hard-pressed to consume nearly 200 pounds of meat in a single day. "Well, you do have a point," Lin Che conceded slightly, surveying the crowd. "That one over there, Song Xia, this piece of boar meat is for you. No need to thank me." He gestured with the chunk of boar meat in hand. "Lin Che, while I appreciate your kindness, my name is not Song Xia. It's Song Xia." Song Xia's expression was complicated. "I hope you can remember that next time." Despite Lin Che misnaming her, she decided to accept his offering. Having already borrowed a fishing rod from him the day before, accepting a piece of pork today posed little psychological burden. Lin Che felt a bit awkward. "Ahem, all right. Song Xia, I've got it." Though he had been enrolled for over a month, Lin Che had rarely communicated with others, making it difficult for him to recall many classmates' names. The reason he specifically gifted a piece of boar meat to Song Xia was mainly due to their prior interaction, which made her somewhat familiar to him. As for the others, they were merely faces he recognized. Upon seeing Song Xia depart with the boar meat, Lin Zexuan chimed in again. "Brother, I see your group still has plenty of game. Surely you can't finish it all, right?" "Well, that's true," Lin Che replied with a mocking smile. "So what? Can't you share some with those who are short on food? We are all part of the same collective and should help one another." Although Lin Zexuan often relied on the same rhetoric, it proved effective time and again. The crowd, after being incited by Lin Zexuan, began to echo his sentiments. "Yeah, you won't be able to finish it anyway. Why not share a little? We're all classmates. We need to learn and train together. If you have extra meat, sharing it with those in need is surely not a bad idea. Isn't it suspicious that you gave a piece of boar meat to Song Xia? Do you have feelings for her? You get so close to that woman, and yet you're not satisfied. Now you're trying to woo the class flower. Truly insatiable." It was evident that they were just a bunch of students, easily swayed by Lin Zexuan's provocations. "I earned this through my own hunting. I can do with it as I please. As for the game in the class leader's possession, you may inquire with her directly." Lin Che was never one to allow others to unjustly criticize him. If these individuals were gossiping behind his back, he could let it slide. However, now that someone was openly pointing fingers, he could not easily tolerate it. Yet, if one cannot even secure their own food during a trial, they would likely amount to nothing after graduation. As he spoke, Lin Che swung his knife, cleaving a boar leg in two, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Some had initially intended to counter Lin Che's assertion, but, upon witnessing his commanding presence, promptly silenced their thoughts and fell quiet. Lin Che kept what he needed and handed the remaining meat to Fong Hoken, instructing him to distribute it as he saw fit. Aren't you looking to collect crystal cores? Why not trade this meat with your classmates for some? Fong Hoken suggested a clever solution. The game varied in size. Perhaps some had only managed to hunt smaller creatures and found themselves short on food, yet they might possess crystal cores. That's a solid idea, Lin Che exclaimed, raising his voice. Any classmates short on food can exchange crystal cores for meat. 5 pounds of meat for 1 crystal core. Although crystal cores couldn't be directly consumed, each core represented a mutated creature, and thus were regarded as merit tokens within military ranks. Additionally, some research institutions utilized crystal cores as materials for developing potions. However, military achievements required on-site verification, and not every crystal core would be acknowledged. As research materials, they didn't necessitate large quantities, as the military could supply a continuous stream of materials and wouldn't have research institutions specifically purchasing them. Therefore, while crystal cores currently held some value, to claim their worth as significant would be somewhat exaggerated. In fact, given their current valuation, they were not yet suitable for circulation in the market. It is only in the black market, for reasons unbeknownst to the general populace, that certain individuals acquire items with intent. Initially, none of these students were aware of the existence of such a black market, nor did they have any intention of collecting crystal cores. However, having witnessed Lin Che collecting them, some students developed a burgeoning interest. Consequently, a few of them, after slaying the mutated creatures, retained their crystal cores. Given the scarcity of food, they found it fortuitous to exchange these cores with Lin Che for wild boar meat. I have 3, trade me for 15 pounds. I have 2, give me 10 pounds. I possess but 1, yet it is a second-tier crystal core. Can it not be valued as 2? At this, Lin Che felt a surge of joy. Of course, in the black market, a first-tier crystal core is valued at 500, a second tier at 2,000, a third tier at 6,000, and a fourth tier exceeds 10,000. This pricing system appears rather illogical. According to scarcity, third-tier and fourth-tier crystal cores should command higher prices. However, with only the black market purchasing crystal cores, Lin Che found himself without alternatives. By this valuation, a second-tier crystal core equates to 4 first-tier cores. Thus, the student, offering a second-tier core as if it were 2 first-tier cores, elicited Lin Che's approval. A second-tier core could be traded for 10 pounds, a third tier for 20 pounds, and a fourth tier for 40 pounds. Nonetheless, Lin Che merely jested. It was improbable that any student present possessed a third-tier core, let alone a fourth tier. Ultimately, Lin Che acquired 13 first-tier cores and 1 second-tier core, while Lin Zexuan was left seething with frustration. Brother, we are all classmates. We ought to assist one another. How can you demand crystal cores from your peers? Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zexuan, his smile unwavering. If we are to assist each other, then is it not reasonable for me to provide food while my classmates gather crystal cores for me? After a brief pause, Lin Che's expression turned icy. Your notion of mutual assistance cannot imply that I alone must help others while I am forbidden from receiving help myself, can it? That is not so. You mustn't think that way, brother. Lin Zexuan vehemently denied. Oh, if that is not your sentiment, do you then believe there is anything inappropriate about my requesting crystal cores from other classmates? Lin Che's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Lin Zexuan, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Lin Zexuan felt a wave of panic wash over him, fearing that an inadequate response would lead to his untimely demise. No, brother, your actions are entirely justifiable. Although Lin Zexuan mentally berated Lin Che countless times, he refrained from uttering any further provocations. Ah, how considerate. Lin Che flashed a bright smile. Lin Zexuan awkwardly chuckled. Lin Che chose to ignore him thereafter, instead offering a roasted pig leg to Chu Yao. Here, you may have it. I don't want it. Give it to Song Xia instead. Chu Yao was perplexed by her own words. Perhaps believing that since their engagement had not yet been formally dissolved, Lin Che should not show favor to another woman in her presence. Unbeknownst to her, this was a manifestation of a feeling known as jealousy. Heh, if you truly want to eat, I shall indulge myself. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. At this, Chu Yao snatched the roasted meat from Lin Che's hand, biting into it fiercely as if to vent her emotions. As she chewed, she mumbled, "If you said it was for me, then it belongs to me." As night descended once more, after 2 days of exploration, the students were largely fatigued and retreated early to their tents for rest. Only a few campfires emitted a faint glow, flickering in the tranquil darkness. However, in the shadows, a group of figures stealthily approached. Though the Wolf King had led the pack away, seemingly abandoning the group of trial students, in reality, the Wolf King possessed exceptional intelligence and covertly directed scouts to follow, having even ventured close to gather intelligence the previous day. The eerie light Lin Che had seen the night before was indeed the glimmer of the Wolf King's eyes. That evening, the Wolf King returned to surveil the camp and noted the significant drop in vigilance among the inhabitants, deeming it an opportune moment for vengeance. The wolf pack navigated through the serene woods, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the camp. The Wolf King stood atop a massive rock, surveying the entire encampment, his eyes glinting with malevolence. With a low growl emanating from his throat, the wolf pack received their signal and surged toward the camp like a relentless tide. Had the night watch been more alert, even the slightest disturbance from the wolves would not have gone unnoticed. It was only when the wolf pack charged into the camp that someone finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wolves, everyone, be cautious. With this shout, the students, roused from their slumber, scrambled out of their tents. Instantly, a brutal conflict erupted, the sounds of battle intertwining with the howls of the wolves, echoing through the valley. As the others battled against the wolf pack, Lin Che had already stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the Wolf King. Golden Treasure, being a squirrel, was particularly sensitive to foreign scents. Long before the night watch awakened the others, Golden Treasure had already roused Lin Che from slumber. Initially, Lin Che had been somewhat irked, contemplating a lesson for the squirrel. However, upon sensing the commotion on the ground, he quickly emerged from his tent, circumventing the frontal confrontation with the wolves to target the Wolf King. Lin Che understood well that within the pack, the Wolf King was the linchpin. Once he was slain, the remaining wolves would pose little threat. Moreover, for his slaughtering ability, eliminating a second-tier mutant was equivalent to vanquishing several first-tier mutants. Thus, Lin Che was determined to deal with the Wolf King first. He crept stealthily to a point not far from the Wolf King, unleashing a blade of air with a swift stroke. Swish! The cutting wind zipped past but failed to strike down the Wolf King. Unbeknownst to him, the Wolf King, possessing extraordinary sensitivity, had already sensed Lin Che's movement. As Lin Che swung his blade, the Wolf King nimbly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the whistling air blade. Heh! The Wolf King truly lives up to his reputation. He is certainly not easy to kill. Lin Che could not help but exclaim, though both were second-tier mutants. The disparity in intelligence greatly influenced combat prowess. For instance, the mutated wild boar Lin Che had previously dispatched lacked the Wolf King's alertness. Compared to the cunning Wolf King, those mindless mutants that merely charged forward were undoubtedly more manageable. Naturally, if one could utterly overpower the opponent, considerations of intelligence would be irrelevant. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Che's missed attack, the Wolf King suddenly pivoted, lunging at Lin Che. Its speed was astonishing. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, its gaping maw aimed at Lin Che. Lin Che swiftly retreated a step, raising his weapon to block the Wolf King's bite. Clang! The alloy blade clashed against the Wolf King's teeth, producing a resounding metallic ring. Undeterred by the obstruction, the Wolf King attempted to bite the blade, continuing its assault with its forepaws. Lin Che retaliated with a kick, striking the Wolf King's abdomen and propelling it 3 meters away. A wolf! The Wolf King bellowed in fury, immediately prompting other mutated wolves to disengage from their battles and converge on Lin Che. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Unable to win a fair fight, you call for reinforcements? I see you are rather cunning. Meanwhile, the other students gradually formed a formation. Although many were injured, they had begun to steady themselves after the initial panic. Yang Xin observed the students' orderly response, opting not to engage directly in the fray, but instead surveying the situation from the sidelines. Students, remain calm and maintain your formation. They are merely first-level mutants, and you shall surely cope. With Yang Xion's encouraging words, the students felt a surge of reassurance. Their morale significantly bolstered as they gradually gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin Che swiftly dispatched several mutated wolves, once again facing the Wolf King. He leapt high into the air, wielding his long knife with great force as he aimed to strike at the Wolf King. Sensing the impending blow, the Wolf King nimbly evaded to the side. However, Lin Che, despite his downward momentum, managed to twist the blade at the last moment, grazing the Wolf King's hind leg. Though the injury was minor, it elicited a flicker of fear in the Wolf King's eyes. With the pack of wolves now subdued by the students, unable to provide support, the Wolf King found itself with no avenue of retreat, compelled to fight with all its might. A mournful howl erupted from the Wolf King as it began to circle Lin Che in a frenzied run. Observing this, Lin Che adjusted his stance, gripping his knife tightly, poised to strike at any moment. The Wolf King accelerated its pace, and just as Lin Che's gaze could no longer track its movements, it pounced towards him with ferocity. Crack! With a sorrowful cry, the Wolf King was cleaved in two by Lin Che's blade. His earlier feigned clumsiness, deliberately misdirecting his gaze, had been a ruse to bait the Wolf King into attacking. Had the confrontation continued in a stalemate, the Wolf King would have remained a threat, while Lin Che risked succumbing to dizziness from maintaining his position. As the Wolf King's anguished howl echoed, the remaining wolves began to scatter and retreat. Lin Che plunged into the fleeing pack, effortlessly dispatching several mutated wolves in his wake. Ultimately, the fierce battle concluded, leaving only a handful of mutated wolves to escape. Lin Che busied himself with the aftermath, collecting spoils of war, while many classmates also took to cleaving the heads of the mutated wolves to extract their cores. Is anyone seriously injured? Do not hesitate to speak up, Yang Xian inquired. We're all fine, teacher. Our group is unscathed, came the chorus of responses. Lu Chong from our group sustained a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. The mood was decidedly optimistic. Lin Che, your impulsiveness was reckless. The mutated Wolf King is not an ordinary second-level mutant. Confronting it alone is perilous. Yang Xian's expression was grave. I apologize, teacher. I didn't think much of it at the time. I merely felt that if I allowed the Wolf King to escape, it would undoubtedly return. Lin Che feigned a look of contrition, feeling no indignation despite being reprimanded after achieving victory, although he had already reached the realm of transcending the mundane. In Yang Xian's eyes, he remained merely at the threshold of enlightenment. Facing a second-level mutated Wolf King alone was inherently dangerous. Aware of the impropriety of his actions, and recognizing the teacher's concern, Lin Che discerned the distinction between right and wrong. Yang Xian, observing his expression, let out a gentle sigh. I understand your intentions, but this approach carries too great a risk. In the future, do not act rashly in similar situations. Understood, teacher. I will be more cautious next time. Lin Che nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, gather yourselves and continue to rest. Yang Xian's gaze swept over the group, nodding slightly, clearly satisfied with their performance. Chapter 25. The emergence of a fourth-level mutant. It seems this cannot be concealed any longer. In the following days, the students exercised increased caution in their explorations. Various groups supported one another, simultaneously foraging for food and hunting mutants, forging an ever-deepening camaraderie. After this outdoor trial, the spirits of each individual were markedly transformed. The flowers of the greenhouse, when compared to the wild grasses, were evidently less resilient. On the dawn of the seventh day, as all assembled, preparing for their return journey, Yang Xian smiled warmly, surveying the crowd. Everyone performed admirably during this trial. Upon our return, I will petition for credits on your behalf. Hooray! The students cheered in unison. Subsequently, they chatted and laughed as they embarked on their journey home. The group traversed the wooded edge smoothly until, just as they believed the trial had come to a successful conclusion, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. The ground began to tremble slightly, followed by a thunderous roar that grew closer with alarming rapidity. At that moment, Bai Yining, their class instructor, rushed towards them from behind. It's a beast tide. Everyone, quickly distance yourselves from the forest. It was evident that the students' trials were not solely overseen by one teacher. While Yang Xian led openly, Bai Yining had been covertly providing support. Hearing her warning, Yang Xian's expression turned serious. Do not panic. Evacuate in an orderly fashion. Lin Che, who had been at the forefront, immediately slowed his pace and moved to the rear of the group. Turning back, he saw dust swirling in the forest, with countless mutated beasts surging toward them like a tidal wave. Have the city defense forces been notified? Yang Xian asked Bai Yining. They have been alerted. The city defense forces will arrive within 15 minutes. During this time, we must do everything we can to ensure the safety of all students. Bai Yining nodded, then turned to Fong Hoken, calling out, Fong Hoken, as class monitor, you must take charge. The teachers will buy you time. Understood. I will ensure the orderly evacuation of my classmates. Fong Hoken responded from afar. The beast horde was in disarray, moving at remarkable speed. Some mutated creatures collided with trees, meeting their demise in the process. In the sky, flocks of birds took to the air, fleeing in panic. What on earth was happening in the forest? Lin Che pondered uneasily. At that moment, the golden treasure at Lin Che's feet tugged insistently, urging him to depart swiftly. Lin Che, however, would not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly scooped up the golden treasure and tossed it to Chu Yao. Chu Yao, please look after my pet. What are you planning to do? Chu Yao furrowed her brows slightly. I intend to assist the teachers in resisting the beast tide, Lin Che declared, feigning a noble demeanor. As he spoke, he drew his long knife and called out to Yang Xian. Teacher, I'm here to help. Although Chu Yao wished to protest, she watched as Lin Che dashed away. Seeing him return, Yang Xian's brow furrowed in concern. What are you doing? Hurry and evacuate. In terms of true strength, While Yang Xian's realm surpassed Lin Che's, his combat prowess might not be greater. Though Yang Xian was at the late stage of transcending the mundane, he had yet to reach the innate realm and could not project his true energy outside his body. In contrast, Lin Che could wield the sky-breaking blade to slay mutants from a distance of 10 meters. However, Lin Che had concealed his abilities, leading Yang Xian to mistakenly believe he was causing chaos. Faced with such a significant opportunity to enhance his strength, Lin Che could not simply hide his talents. One cannot play the role of the naive sheep while neglecting their own growth. Missing out on this beast tide would mean losing an invaluable chance to experience the thrill of battle. Ignoring Yang Xian's warnings, Lin Che seized the moment and unleashed 1,000 blades breaking the sky against the oncoming tide of beasts. Energy blades sliced forth from the tip of his knife, felling various mutants in their path. The once chaotic beast tide was cleaved in two by Lin Che, who directed the panicked creatures to flee to either side. It was fortunate that this mountainous region was frequently patrolled by the city defense forces, making high-level mutants a rare sight. Otherwise, Lin Che would not have been able to achieve such a feat after a moment of stunned silence. Yang Xian and Bai Yining quickly joined the fray, exerting their full strength to vanquish the mutants. However, their martial skills paled in comparison to Lin Che's, and it wasn't long before they found themselves injured by the relentless tide. As the onslaught of beasts persisted, the two were compelled to gradually regroup around Lin Che. At that moment, a massive python burst forth from the throng, its length exceeding 10 meters, its body adorned with iridescent scales, moving with astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, various small mutated creatures were sent flying or crushed. Among the entire beast tide, none were more formidable than this gigantic python, which was now heading directly towards Lin Che. How could this be? It was a level 4 mutant. Yang Xian's face was painted with disbelief. It wasn't that Yang Xian was overly dramatic. In remote mountainous regions, level 4 or even level 5 mutated creatures were quite common. However, the forests surrounding Xinhai City served as a trial ground for students, and each year the city defense army conducted cleanups. Level 3 mutated creatures were exceedingly rare, and the sudden appearance of a level 4 giant python was indeed astonishing. Lin Che, retreat quickly, Bai Yining urged anxiously. This situation left Lin Che in a quandary. If he chose to evade, Bai Yining and Yang Xian would bear the brunt of the danger. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to withstand the onslaught of the python unscathed. Before acquiring the Guangkai breaking sky technique, Lin Che himself lacked confidence in confronting such a massive mutant. Although he had previously slain a level 4 mutant, humanoid mutants were clearly incomparable to a giant python. Not to mention, the python's regenerative capabilities and its sheer size were advantages that the prowess of a transforming state martial artist might struggle to overcome. In a flash, Lin Che leaped high, delivering a powerful punch. While the alloy-long knife might not achieve much, the force of his fist could certainly inflict internal damage on the python. Boom. With a strike that shattered mountains and rivers, he struck the python squarely on the head, feigning defeat as he was sent flying several meters by the python's charge. The python slid forward a few meters before gradually coming to a halt, motionless thereafter. As Lin Che approached with his alloy-long knife, the python suddenly opened its eyes wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs directed at him, the stench of blood wafting through the air. Yet, Lin Che did not retreat. He executed the reverse severing of the sky technique, sending a blade of air straight into the python's mouth. Hiss! The python writhed in agony, crushing numerous mutated beasts in its thrashing, accompanied by a cacophony of hisses before it ultimately lay still. Although its injuries were not visible from the outside, Lin Che could ascertain that the giant python was now dead. If the python had not opened its mouth, Lin Che might have found himself at a loss. After all, he had no certainty of breaching its armored scales. Who would have thought that a giant python would attempt to outsmart a human, ultimately sealing its own fate? Following this battle, Lin Che could no longer conceal his martial skills. He would have to deliberately suppress his blade's force in the ensuing struggle against the beast tide to continue hiding his true capabilities. However, despite Lin Che's careful attempts at disguise, Bai Yining and Yang Xian still noticed something amiss. Moreover, although Chu Yao had retreated with the group, she kept glancing back. Even from a distance, she could discern that Lin Che's martial techniques were exceptionally unique, and that his strength did not appear to align with that of a typical transforming state martial artist. When Lin Che killed the mutant, his slaughtering ability absorbed vitality. The strength of the mutants varied, leading to differing amounts of vitality absorbed. For instance, if a common level 1 mutant provided 1 point of vitality, a stronger level 1 mutant could yield 2 points. Level 2 mutants offered between 2 to 4 points. Level 3 mutants yielded 4 to 8 points, and level 4 mutants contributed 8 to 16 points. Higher tier mutants likely followed this pattern as well. During the body refining stage, Lin Che only needed to slay a dozen level 1 mutants to level up. Later, in the transforming state, dozens were required, while in the transforming mastery stage, several hundred were necessary. Once he reached the mastery stage, he might need to eliminate over 1,000 level 1 mutants to advance a single tier. If he did not encounter a beast tide, locating over 100 level 1 mutants would consume considerable time. Thus, while the other students retreated to a safe distance, Lin Che continued to weave through the beast tide. Having entered the mid-transforming mastery stage, he was loath to part with such rapid advancement. It was only when the City Defense Army arrived that he began to rein himself in. For the City Defense Army, whose average strength lay within the transforming mastery stage, this level of beast tide presented no significant challenge. As Lin Che contemplated how to extract the giant python's crystal core, the major he had seen earlier when exiting the city approached him. "You must be Lin Che, right? Are you interested in joining the City Defense Army?" Before Lin Che could respond, Yang Xian interjected, "Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? He's not even 18 yet, still a freshman at Xinhai Academy. How could he possibly join the City Defense Army now?" The major, named Lu, appeared somewhat awkward. "Ahem, I was just asking. If not now, there's always later." He then turned to Lin Che. "My name is Lu Ming. I'm a childhood friend of your teacher Yang. If you ever consider joining the military, make sure to prioritize our City Defense Army." As he spoke, Lu Ming patted Lin Che's shoulder. "I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your kind words. Leader, if I decide to enlist, I will certainly consider the City Defense Army first." Lin Che replied, feigning earnestness. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Huh? I'm no leader. Since you're not in the army yet, just call me Lu Gu." Lin Che glanced at Yang Xian, then at Lu Ming. "If I call you Lu Gu, doesn't that mean you're a generation lower than Teacher Yang?" Ignoring him, Lu Ming adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "All right, let us agree on this. If you enlist, you must prioritize our City Defense Army." "Sure, Lu Gu, rest assured." Lin Che readily agreed. Once Lu Ming departed, Chu Yao approached him. "Are you all right?" Huang Jinbei also came over, nuzzling against Lin Che's pant leg. "I'm fine, just a minor skirmish." Lin Che feigned arrogance. "Where did you learn such formidable martial techniques?" Chu Yao asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Throughout, Lin Che had wielded his blade with the strength of the transforming state, and Chu Yao held no doubts about his level. Lin Che waved her closer, and she complied. "Well, you might not believe it, but I learned 3 extraordinary techniques from a celestial being in a dream." Lin Che said mysteriously. "Humph, if you don't want to share, then don't." Chu Yao retorted, rolling her eyes. Lin Che shook his head. Alas, in this day and age, nobody believes the truth. There's no basic trust left among people. The world has changed. As he spoke, Lin Che glanced at Huang Jinbei. "Am I right?" Huang Jinbei blinked, then nodded in agreement with Lin Che. Seeing this, Chu Yao shook her head helplessly. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together, like owner, like pet. At that moment, Yang Xian approached, carrying a bag of crystal cores. "Lu Ming saw you collecting crystal cores and asked me to return your spoils." "Thank you, Teacher Yang." Lin Che accepted them without hesitation. Yang Xian's expression turned complex as he stepped closer, lowering his voice to speak earnestly. "Your martial techniques are exceedingly unique. It's best to keep them concealed as much as possible. You should only reveal them once you reach the innate level." Seemingly recalling Lin Che's C-level talent, Yang Xian added, "Although you have only a C-level talent, you awakened early. With hard work, you still have a chance to achieve mastery." Lin Che nodded. "Rest assured, teacher. I'm not one to flaunt my abilities." "Good. As long as you're aware," Yang Xian said, looking toward the students not far away. "Go on. Rejoin the group and head back to school." "Understood, teacher." At this moment, Lin Che appeared as the model student. A stark contrast to the reckless individual who had insisted on plunging into the tide of beasts despite warnings. In just over 10 minutes, he had slain over 100 mutated creatures, yet Yang Xian had brought back a staggering 200 crystal cores. Clearly, Lu Ming had intentionally allotted a few extra for him, likely counting the beasts killed by Yanning and Yang Xian as Lin Che's own achievements. The military collected crystal cores to accumulate military merit and would not count the efforts of others as their own triumphs. Perhaps they could do so in secret, but in broad daylight, no one would dare to shamelessly claim credit for another's accomplishments. Thus, these surplus crystal cores could not be counted. Since Lin Che was collecting crystal cores, Lu Ming was more than willing to do him a favor, allowing the collection to be handed directly to Lin Che. Who knows? Lin Che might eventually become one of his soldiers, and giving him a heads up now wouldn't hurt. Even if Lin Che ultimately chose not to enlist, these crystal cores should rightfully belong to him and his 2 instructors as spoils of war. Assisting in their collection was merely a matter of convenience. Why not oblige? Encountering the beast tide was undoubtedly a harrowing experience for a group of students. Each displayed a myriad of emotions. Some were exhilarated, while others were still haunted by the experience. Fortunately, The level of the beast tide was relatively low, and Lin Che, along with his two mentors, successfully divided the tide, creating a safe interval for the students behind them. By the time the city defense forces arrived, there had been no casualties, which was indeed fortunate. Upon returning to school, Yang Xin and Bai Yaning first visited the infirmary to tend to their wounds, after which they convened in class to summarize the trial. During this discussion, they specifically reprimanded Lin Che for his impulsive behavior, yet they also offered commendations. Although they did not officially endorse his actions, personally, both instructors held a deep admiration for Lin Che. After school, Lin Che, accompanied by the Golden Squirrel, made his way to the private vehicle arranged by the Lin family. Lin Che, Chu Yao suddenly called out from behind him. Classmate Chu Yao, is there something on your mind? Lin Che inquired, revealing a hint of confusion. I'm fine. See you tomorrow. Chu Yao hesitated, seemingly torn about the engagement matter, but ultimately could not voice her thoughts. All right, see you tomorrow. Lin Che nodded and entered the vehicle. Upon arriving at the Lin family residence, Lin Che and the Golden Squirrel were immediately met with stern questioning. Who permitted you to bring a mutated creature home? Lin Hai's expression was grave. Lin Che shrugged nonchalantly. If you can stop it, be my guest. Although the Golden Squirrel was merely a level 2 mutated creature, Lin Hai was an ordinary person, clearly incapable of restraining it. Lin Che's retort was merely to provoke Lin Hai further. How dare you speak to Dad like that? Lin Wanting stepped forward, glaring at Lin Che. Don't think that just because you've reached the Qi realm, you can disrespect your elders. Let us not forget. I too am a graduate of the New Sea Academy. The New Sea Academy's admission requirements demanded a C-level talent, and graduation required achieving the transformation realm in martial arts. Lin Wanting herself possessed A-level talent and graduated from the New Sea Martial Arts Academy, placing her at least at the mid-stage of the transformation realm now. However, Lin Che had slain over 100 mutated beasts during the tide, elevating his cultivation from the early to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. With his vitality now even more solidified, with the combat skills honed through prolonged battles and the Xingtian 3 styles, Lin Che believed he could hold his own against a practitioner in the early stages of innate martial arts. Yet, if he truly engaged Lin Wanting, he would inevitably expose his own realm, causing him to pause momentarily in hesitation. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lin Wanting scoffed. Apologize to Dad now and throw that squirrel out. Or as the eldest sister, I feel it necessary to teach you a lesson today. Though Lin Che was reluctant to reveal his true cultivation level, he was not one to simply submit, and certainly would not acquiesce to Lin Wanting's demands. Boom. Crack. Lin Che executed a technique known as shattering mountains and rivers, obliterating the coffee table from 3 meters away with a single punch. His martial prowess had already been revealed during the beast tide, and he had no qualms about showcasing it again. Do you believe that before you lay a finger on me, you will be the one to fall? As he spoke, Lin Che stepped forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Lin Wanting involuntarily took a step back, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never imagined that as a practitioner in the transformation realm, she would be intimidated by Lin Che's presence as a Qi realm warrior. Chapter 27. Success and failure both rest on the pine cone, alas. What are you two doing? Just a little family quarrel shouldn't escalate to violence. Su Qianqian quickly intervened. Old Lin, let it go. Since Xiao Che wants to keep a pet, let him. It's just a squirrel. Our family can afford it. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai quickly rebutted. What do you know? This is a level 2 mutated creature, not just an ordinary squirrel. Only one can handle it. And if one day she is not around, this squirrel could become a danger and bite everyone. Su Qianqian then turned to Lin Che. Xiao Che, could you make a nest for it outside and not bring it into the house? Logically speaking, Su Qianqian's suggestion was quite reasonable and fair. Yet Lin Che was not inclined to agree. The golden squirrel possessed the ability to read minds. If nurtured properly, it could rival his own killing abilities. Such a super pet, Lin Che would never easily allow it to leave his sight, even if the Lin family forbade it from entering the house. If the school prohibited him from bringing his pet, he would not hesitate to drop out. He had come to understand the school's regulations. The practical training classes held little significance for him. The theoretical classes could still enrich his knowledge base, and he could easily acquire such information online. While it might not be as comprehensive as systematic teaching, it sufficed. Once he turned 18 and obtained proof of being a Qi realm warrior, he could freely enter and exit the high walls. For him, school had become an obstacle on his path to growth. Having realized this, Lin Che no longer fretted over whether the golden squirrel could enter the room, and instead laid his cards on the table. Miss Chu intends to break off the engagement. I see no reason to continue living in this household, so I plan to move out. Break off the engagement? Who told you that? Lin Hai immediately pressed for answers. No longer concerned with the pet issue. This is also your home. How can you just leave? Su Qianqian quickly interjected. No, you can't. Miss Chu herself told me she wants to break the engagement, and I expect the Chu family will come to discuss it soon. Lin Che shook his head. Living here makes everyone uncomfortable. It would be better if I moved out. No way. Lin Hai and Su Qianqian spoke in unison. The Chu family would never break the engagement. Don't think you can reap benefits without fulfilling your obligations. Lin Hai asserted confidently. Su Qianqian added, no one is uncomfortable. Don't overthink it. It's just a squirrel. If you really want to keep it in the house, it's not impossible. She glanced at the golden squirrel. Just be careful and don't let it run around. Lin Che frowned slightly, then spoke again after a moment. You won't believe me when I tell you the truth. You'll understand when the Chu family comes to break the engagement. Then, Lin Che glanced at Su Qianqian, remarking, this fellow is quite astute and will not cause any trouble, so rest assured. Without waiting for a response from the two, he proceeded to ascend the staircase. Huang Jinbei followed closely behind, appearing to possess no aggression whatsoever. Upon entering the room, Lin Che surveyed his surroundings and then pointed towards the empty wardrobe in the cloakroom. Looking at Huang Jinbei, for the next few days, you will temporarily reside in the wardrobe. We might be relocating soon, so I shan't prepare a separate nest for you just yet. Huang Jinbei dared not voice any objections. Still engulfed in the terrifying memory of Lin Che slaying hundreds of mutated creatures. At the same time, it felt an immense relief for having made the right choice initially. Otherwise, it would have likely met a grim fate by now. Lin Che settled cross-legged on the bed, retrieved a pine cone, and began to consume the pine nuts while running the basic guiding technique. Observing this, Huang Jinbei mimicked him, sitting cross-legged in the wardrobe and starting to consume its own half of a pine cone. As the pine nuts were gradually consumed, both master and pet swiftly enhanced their abilities. Just as Lin Che swallowed half of the pine cone, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? Lin Che halted the guiding technique and put away the pine cone. From outside came the voice of Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper. Young master. It's time for dinner. All right, I'll be right there. Lin Che rose from the bed and turned to Huang Jinbei, inquiring, what do you usually eat? In response, Huang Jinbei raised the pine cone in its grasp, which still had a few pine nuts remaining. No, I certainly cannot afford such a delicacy. Lin Che exclaimed. Would ordinary pine nuts suffice? Or can't you eat something else? The pine cone he possessed had been snatched from Huang Jinbei, and asking him to feed his pet such an exotic fruit was indeed a predicament. Huang Jinbei nodded, and suddenly, Lin Che perceived a voice in his mind. As long as it's a nut, we enjoy consuming it. Even if there are no nuts, mushrooms and fruits will do just fine. Lin Che was taken aback. I believe I just heard your thoughts. He picked up the half pine cone again, his face displaying disbelief. This pine cone has awakened my second extraordinary ability. Huang Jinbei appeared unfazed, responding with a chirp. Translated, it meant, isn't that quite normal? I too could only hear others' thoughts after consuming the pine cone. Is that so? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I assumed your ability was innate. Lin Che gazed at the pine cone in Huang Jinbei's possession, which now had only a few pine nuts left, unable to conceal his regret. Initially, when he had consumed a single pine nut in the forest, it merely enhanced his vitality without awakening any extraordinary powers. Now, having consumed half a pine cone, he had to ingest about 40 or 50 pine nuts to hear Huang Jinbei's thoughts. It could be inferred that this half pine cone could grant one the ability to acquire others' thoughts. Had he not allowed Huang Jinbei to consume the other half, he would have essentially possessed two opportunities to awaken extraordinary abilities. Alas, now there was only one opportunity remaining. Are such pine cones common in that forest? Lin Che inquired. Huang Jinbei shook its head, chirping. According to Huang Jinbei, since its birth, it had only encountered 3 such pine cones. The first had been shared among the entire squirrel clan. The second had been partially consumed by itself, awakening the ability of telepathy. The third one was the very one in Lin Che's hand. Previously, when its subordinate had just brought the pine cone back to the tree hollow, Lin Che had stormed in and killed him. How pitiful it was for a dignified king of squirrels to be reduced to a mere pet, truly. It was both fortune and misfortune intertwined, lamentable indeed. Enough, be quiet. Lin Che hastily interjected. He could hardly imagine that a squirrel could be so loquacious. Seizing the pine cone from Huang Jinbei, he meticulously plucked all the pine nuts from both cones. Upon counting, 56 pine nuts remained. Glancing at Huang Jinbei's aggrieved expression, Lin Che returned 5 of the pine nuts to it. Huang Jinbei accepted the 5 pine nuts and promptly stuffed them into its mouth, leaving Lin Che no room for objection. Lin Che found it amusing. I will bring you back some other nuts later, a variety of flavors. So do not act as if you have never seen the world. The 51 pine nuts here would likely be sufficient for someone to awaken the ability of telepathy. I must preserve them for future use. At this point, Lin Che's tone turned serious. So, do not entertain any thoughts about these pine nuts, understood? Huang Jinbei comprehended perfectly, even if it could not articulate it. as it fully understood through telepathy. It nodded reluctantly, chirping, which essentially conveyed that it required compensation. An array of delectable nuts, and ample recompense. No problem. Lin Che chuckled, shaking his head as he stepped out. Chapter 28. 1 million, clearly priced, fair to all. In the living room, the Lin family had already gathered around the dining table. Upon seeing Lin Che descend, Lin Yuru could not help but retort. You take your sweet time for dinner, making everyone wait for you. How shameless. You need not wait, Lin Che replied, seating himself and picking up his chopsticks to commence his meal. Humph. Lin Yuru displayed a look of disdain but refrained from further comment. Lin Che silently observed the expressions of the Lin family, but did not hear their thoughts, which left him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that animals could hear human thoughts, while humans could only hear those of animals? Unable to ascertain the specifics, Lin Che resolved to take Huang Jinbei out for a test later. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and midway through the meal, Lin Hai finally could not contain himself and spoke up. Lin Che, where did you learn that martial technique you used earlier? Aren't you just at the chi transformation stage? How could you possibly manifest the power of your punches? Although Lin Hai was not a martial artist, he possessed some insight and naturally understood the significance of a chi transformation stage martial artist being able to unleash such power. Oh, while I was asleep, I dreamt of an immortal. Seeing my exceptional bone structure, he deemed me a promising candidate for martial arts and imparted a technique to me, Lin Che boldly declared, unafraid of disbelief, for such a tale was one only he could believe. Cough, cough. If it's inconvenient to disclose, that's fine. Lin Hai grew increasingly embarrassed, but still bore the discomfort to speak again. Is it possible for this technique to be taught to others? Perhaps to your sisters? Hearing this, Lin Che looked up at Lin Hai, genuinely surprised at how thick-skinned he had become. Even with such a poor attitude, Lin Hai still dared to ask. However, he did show some discretion by not including Lin Zexuan in the conversation, likely aware that bringing Lin Zexuan into the discussion would render the matter moot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Che donned a smile. You wish to acquire martial techniques? That can be arranged, for the price of 1 million. In truth, Lin Che only had a superficial understanding of the breaking the sky technique and was not well versed in its intricacies. Being able to execute it was one matter, but understanding it was entirely another, and as for teaching it to others, that was out of the question. However, since Lin Hai had approached him for a scheme, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. As long as you provide me with 1 million Huaxia coins, I can impart the technique at any time. However, Lin Che's tone shifted. The technique passed down by the immortal is quite unique. Whether others can learn it is beyond my control. It was not that Lin Che looked down upon the Lin family sisters. After all, both possessed A-level talents and were far from ordinary. However, the Gankai Pokwang Ju transcends the realm of ordinary martial arts. It is not something that can be mastered merely through innate talent. Although Lin Che spoke candidly, the members of the Lin family remained skeptical. Lin Zexuan seized the opportunity to sow discord. Brother, we are all family. Why should we pay for the eldest and second sisters to learn your techniques? Lin Che replied, such is the nature of brotherhood. If you find my price unreasonable, you are free to forego the training. He remained unperturbed. Lin Hai, unfazed, declared, 1 million is acceptable. As he spoke, he rose and walked to the sofa, retrieving a bank card from his briefcase. This card contained 2 million Chinese yuan, with 1 million designated for purchasing the martial art, and the remaining 100,000 required for personally instructing Wan Ting and Yu Rou for a month. Lin Che inwardly lamented the low offer, believing he should have asked for 10 million. Nevertheless, having already voiced his terms, he had no intention of retracting, and thus accepted the card. Very well. I shall personally instruct my 2 sisters starting tomorrow. In his view, even a year or a decade would not guarantee that anyone else could master the Gankai Pokwang Ju. If not for the teachings of Xingtian in his dreams, he would not have been able to grasp it himself. After dinner, Lin Che departed the villa with the bank card, heading towards the nearby marketplace. Following the day of revelation, every aspect of life had been impacted. With a dwindling population, the value of clothing and housing had plummeted, making outings from the city a privilege. Conversely, food prices had surged dramatically. Initially, the wilderness had been overrun by mutated creatures, leading to a severe food shortage. It was only in recent years, as human warriors grew strong enough to protect their territories, that food prices began to stabilize slightly. Although Lin Che could rely on hunting mutated beings to exchange crystal cores for Chinese yuan, he remained impoverished due to the exorbitant cost of food. However, now possessing 2 million Chinese yuan, he knew that sustenance would no longer pose a problem in the near term. Upon entering the marketplace, Lin Che selected a variety of nuts, including walnuts, almonds, pine nuts, sunflower seeds, and cashews, each in 10-kilogram bags, ensuring that his pet, Golden Treasure, would have a delightful feast. Naturally, one must indulge their beloved pets. At checkout, the staff inquired if he required home delivery, only to witness Lin Che effortlessly lift over 100 pounds of food with ease. Spending tens of thousands of Chinese yuan at once did cause him a twinge of regret. However, upon reflection, he felt relieved, considering that the 2 million yuan was almost like found money. That night, after Golden Treasure had his fill, he followed Lin Che out of the villa for a leisurely stroll. Lin Che sought to confirm his hypothesis. He could hear Golden Treasure's thoughts, but not those of the Lin family. Yet, Golden Treasure could hear everyone's thoughts. What could account for this disparity? At that moment, wild animals had become exceedingly rare within the city limits. The likelihood of animal mutations was too high. In the months following the day of revelation, all wild creatures in Xinhai City had either been captured or driven away. To validate his theory, Lin Che realized he would need to put in some effort. As he walked, Lin Che suddenly pondered a crucial question. Can you usually hear the thoughts of other squirrels? Chattering? Golden Treasure appeared somewhat puzzled. According to Golden Treasure, squirrels could communicate normally. Why would there be a need to hear their thoughts? Lin Che nearly forgot that animal vocalizations inherently convey limited information, devoid of deceit. Thus, when squirrels communicate, they express precisely what they think. Let me rephrase my question. Besides understanding human thoughts, can you comprehend the thoughts of other animals? You need not chatter, just think it. And I will know. Lin Che promptly interrupted Golden Treasure, who was about to launch into a lengthy explanation. You don't know? You haven't communicated with other animals? Well, I suppose we can only rely on luck then. After persistent efforts, Lin Che and Golden Treasure finally discovered a stray cat rummaging through a garbage bin in the early hours. Upon noticing a human approaching, the cat was seized by terror and attempted to flee. Meow, meow, meow. With no other option, Lin Che mimicked the cat's meow. This only caused the stray cat to run faster. Yet, Lin Che proved a significant point. He could indeed hear the thoughts of other animals. As the stray cat escaped, it repeatedly thought, I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death. And Lin Che heard it clearly. Golden Treasure confirmed that he could also hear it. Combining their findings, Lin Che reached a conclusion. The golden pine cones could indeed awaken a telepathic connection between humans and animals. However, this connection was limited to the thoughts of other species and did not encompass one's own. Squirrels who consumed the pine cone could hear the thoughts of all other animals, including humans, while humans who consumed it could hear the thoughts of all animals, but not their fellow humans. Consequently, while Lin Che could not hear human thoughts, he could hear Golden Treasure's thoughts, and Golden Treasure, in turn, could hear human thoughts, functioning like a listening device. By having Golden Treasure by his side, Lin Che effectively possessed the ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Moreover, only through their mutual cooperation could this extraordinary ability be maximized. Considering this, perhaps this ability should be termed undercover, with Golden Treasure acting as Lin Che's informant. Chapter 29, Master of Martial Arts, Xiao Changtian. Initially, Lin Che contemplated whether he should sell the remaining pine nuts at a high price. However, upon discerning their specific utility, he promptly changed his mind. Perhaps he could raise another pet to provide himself with an additional informant. Time to go home and sleep. Lin Che returned to the Lin family, feeling immensely satisfied. The following day, a shocking piece of news swiftly circulated throughout the school. The trial area for Martial Arts Class 1 had unexpectedly revealed a new space-time rift. This news detonated like a bombshell, stirring up a whirlwind in the academy. Following the day of revelation, space-time rifts had emerged across the globe, leading to various extraordinary events, whether from the past or the future. Within these rifts, more powerful mutated beings also resided. Of course, danger also represented opportunity, making these rifts incredibly alluring for warriors eager to enhance their strength. Lin Che was no exception. However, in principle, students were prohibited from entering these rifts before graduation, unless some students reached the innate realm prior to graduation, allowing them to venture forth independently. Otherwise, recklessly entering would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Fortunately, we evacuated in time. Had we delayed, we might not have returned. Who could have predicted the sudden emergence of a space-time rift without any warning signs? Once I reach the Master Realm, I must investigate it myself. With your attitude towards cultivation, you might not have any opportunities left. Better to wait until I become a master and then share the findings with you. What do you mean, I can't do it? You can't? You're quite humorous. What? Not satisfied? Do you want to spar at the practical training ground? Are you going to bring it to school with you every day? Chu Yao's voice suddenly reached Lin Che's ears. Of course, I must carry it with me not only to school, but also when I dine, slumber, and even when I relieve myself. Lin Che touched the golden treasure at his feet, responding with a sense of inevitability. Huh, who inquired about your bathroom habits? Chu Yao expressed her disdain. The school itself prohibits pets. What if someone reports you? That seems rather unreasonable. What if I were to awaken a beast-controlling ability? Lin Che replied with utmost seriousness. Xu Yao paused for a moment. That does seem somewhat reasonable, but if one truly possessed such an ability, would they really choose a mutated squirrel? What's wrong with squirrels? They are quite formidable, you know? Lin Che mused inwardly, pondering how revealing the true nature of this creature would certainly leave her dumbfounded. During the lunch break, Bai Yining sought out Lin Che, instructing him to visit the principal's office. Thus, Lin Che lifted the golden treasure into his arms and followed Bai Yining towards the administrative building. The principal wishes to see you. It may pertain to the martial techniques you previously employed, so consider how best to respond. Bai Yining lowered her voice, ensuring only Lin Che could hear her. The principal of the Xinhai Martial Arts Academy is named Xiao Changtian, a late-stage practitioner of the innate realm. As a martial arts master, Xiao Changtian holds a prominent position throughout Xinhai. Typically, students like Lin Che would only have the chance to meet him during the enrollment ceremony or the school's grand competition. However, as Lin Che transferred in later, he had missed the enrollment ceremony. Therefore, this was his first encounter with the legendary martial arts master. Regrettably, the reason for this meeting left Lin Che feeling somewhat exasperated. First, it was the Lin family, and now the principal. Who knows what other figures may come in the future? Truly, it is a case of the innocent suffering for the guilty. Had Lin Che not been recognized by the Lin family and remained merely an orphan, casually revealing the Qianqi Pai Kaiying Ju would have likely put his life in peril. It seems the only way to truly seize control of his destiny is to hasten the enhancement of his strength. Thank you, senior. I will be cautious. Lin Che nodded in agreement, deceiving the Lin family by claiming he received the martial arts techniques from a celestial in a dream left them at a loss. However, when faced with the innate principle, Lin Che needed to concoct a more plausible excuse. In this day and age, honesty is often met with disbelief, leaving one in a rather helpless predicament. Bai Yining glanced at the squirrel in Lin Che's hands, but ultimately chose not to say more. The two arrived at the door of the principal's office, where Bai Yining knocked gently. Please, enter. A robust voice called from within. Bai Yining pushed the door open, with Lin Che closely following. Principal, I have brought Lin Che, she announced. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man behind the desk slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Lin Che. Clad in martial attire, Xiao Changdian's gaze was piercing. Indeed, Lin, you possess an extraordinary aura. You flatter me, principal. Lin Che replied with calmness and respect. Ha ha. Young people should understand the virtue of humility, yet one must not be excessively modest. Xiao Changtian nodded, and then turned his attention to Bai Yining. Teacher Bai, you may attend to your own matters. I wish to converse privately with Lin Che. Very well, I shall take my leave. Bai Yining glanced at Lin Che before stepping out of the office and gently closing the door behind her. Make yourself comfortable. Do not feel constrained. Xiao Changtian gestured for Lin Che to take a seat on the nearby sofa, which he did obediently. I have heard that you performed remarkably in the recent outdoor trial, particularly regarding your ability to stand alone against the beast tide, which is nothing short of a feat. Lin Che hastily waved his hands. It was merely luck. It hardly qualifies as a feat. Principal, you overpraise me. Ah, what is this overpraise? I speak no exaggeration. As he spoke, Xiao Changdian's gaze shifted to the squirrel in Lin Che's grasp. This mutated squirrel must also be a pet acquired during the trial? Indeed. I encountered it during my hunt and sensed its intelligence. Thus I decided to keep it as a pet. Lin Che replied, half-truthfully. By all accounts, Lin Che was not lying, as the golden treasure was indeed quite clever. Ah, a second-level mutation, among squirrels, that is indeed quite rare. At this juncture, Xiao Changdian's tone shifted. However, the school has regulations prohibiting pets on campus. If you bring it to school daily, it may become rather inconvenient. Rest assured, this squirrel poses no threat, and I shall keep a close eye on it to ensure it does not cause any disturbances at school, Lin Che asserted confidently. Indeed, I do not doubt your sincerity, Lin, but school rules are school rules, and as principal, I cannot show favoritism. Xiao Changtian wore a playful smile. If you desire this privilege, you must make a special contribution to the school. At this point, Xiao Changdian's intentions were abundantly clear. Aside from offering his martial techniques, what other contributions could Lin Che possibly provide to the school? Moreover, Xiao Changtian appeared far more covetous than Lin Hai, his excuses rather flimsy. Previously, Lin Hai had at least been willing to offer 2 million for Lin Che's martial techniques, while Xiao Changtian, under the guise of promoting school contributions, was evidently intent on acquiring something for nothing. How might I contribute to the school? I hope the principal can provide clarity. Lin Che feigned ignorance, fully aware that there was no chance he would voluntarily offer his martial arts techniques. Even if he knew that others would likely not be able to learn them, he had no reason to give them away for free. Xiao Changtian's brow furrowed slightly, his expression shifting to a veneer of polite amusement. Certain martial techniques are immensely powerful, Once disseminated, they will undoubtedly aid humanity in combating mutants. If Lin possesses such techniques, it is imperative that you do not withhold them. Xiao Changdian's gaze bore into Lin Che. Some individuals in positions of power often seek grandiose reasons to fulfill their own agendas. Whether or not Lin Che's techniques could be widely taught remained uncertain, but there was no doubt that Xiao Changtian would be the first to try them out. Chapter 30. The Little Hedgehog and the Old Fox. I am not withholding. It is merely that this technique is somewhat challenging to learn. Lin Che feigned a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changdian's smile became genuinely sincere. Fear not. Whether one can master it depends entirely on one's individual fortune. The school merely provides the opportunity for learning. The circumstances were indeed more formidable than the individual. Even if Lin Che had the backing of the Lin family, he could not challenge a martial arts master. In that moment, Xiao Changdian's smile mirrored the bared fangs of a mutant that had confronted Lin Che 3 years prior. In truth, such martial techniques only held advantages prior to reaching the innate realm. Once one became an innate martial artist, learning them could prove somewhat redundant. Lin Che deftly avoided a direct refusal or affirmative response, engaging in a subtle game of probing and patience. Akin to a hedgehog and an old fox testing each other's resolve. The stones of other mountains can serve to polish jade, he mused, recognizing that sometimes even the minutiae can yield decisive outcomes at critical junctures. Xiao Changdian's fingers lightly tapped the desk, and with each rhythmic fall, Lin Che's heart rate began to falter. Moreover, acquiring additional martial techniques poses no detriment to anyone. What does Lin think? Xiao Changdian's movements suddenly ceased, and Lin Che's breath hitched, his internal energy surging dangerously, nearly causing him to cough up blood. Fortunately, Lin Che had initially exaggerated his cultivation level, and Xiao Changtian assumed him to be at the Qi opening stage, thus refraining from applying excessive pressure. Otherwise, the means of a late-stage innate martial artist would be beyond Lin Che's capacity to endure, leaving him grievously injured. While the principle is correct, I require adequate compensation, Lin Che asserted with determination. At the very least, I expect a high-level guiding technique in exchange. Otherwise, I must respectfully decline. Xiao Changdian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features, but moments later, he appeared to come to terms with the situation. As Lin Che refused to yield, his opponent sought to impart a lesson, exerting force within the limits of the Tongxiao realm. To his astonishment, not only did Lin Che remain unscathed, but he also boldly proposed conditions, displaying a commendable audacity. Very well, Xiao Changtian declared, opening a drawer to retrieve 2 blank sheets of paper. You shall delineate your martial arts technique, and I will inscribe an advanced guidance technique. How does that sound? Absolutely. Lin Che readily agreed. In truth, he was far more eager for the eternal soul-slaying technique that Xing Tian had mentioned than for the advanced guidance technique in Xiao Changdian's possession. Yet, at present, Lin Che could not ascertain the precise location of Changyang Mountain as referenced by Xing Tian. Moreover, even if he pinpointed it, he could not guarantee he would retrieve Xing Tian's head. Thus, acquiring an advanced guidance technique to utilize was undoubtedly preferable to the rudimentary one imparted by the school. Lin Che diligently wrote down the 3 techniques and their execution methods from Xing Tian without harboring ulterior motives. After all, he doubted anyone else could easily comprehend them, rendering deception unnecessary. Once Xiao Changtian finished, they exchanged their respective papers. What is the name of this martial art? Xiao Changtian inquired solemnly. It is known as the Martial Sage's skybreaking technique. Lin Che silently commended his own cleverness. Xiao Changtian paused slightly. Martial Sage's skybreaking technique. A splendid name. After a thorough examination, he produced 2 more blank sheets, sliding one towards Lin Che. To avoid any oversight, let us each transcribe a new copy, shall we? Of course, no problem. Lin Che thought to himself how fortunate it was that he had written carelessly earlier. Otherwise, he would have been unable to replicate it. The 2 meticulously completed their writings once again and exchanged them. Xiao Changtian meticulously compared Lin Che's 2 transcriptions, ensuring no discrepancies existed, before he felt at ease. This martial art is exceedingly extraordinary. It is advisable that you refrain from revealing it until you ascend to the innate realm. At this moment, Xiao Changtian, having achieved his desire, transformed into a concerned elder for the younger generation. However, it was somewhat contradictory that he had previously expressed a desire to popularize this technique, while now advising Lin Che against disclosure. Rest assured, headmaster, I will not easily reveal this martial art in public henceforth. Lin Che had always concealed his abilities well. Had it not been for the beast tide, he would not have exposed himself. Very well, you may return to class now. Xiao Changtian dismissed him. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer, headmaster. Lin Che rose, grasping his golden treasure, and promptly stepped towards the door. Oh, and the guidance technique I imparted to you must not be shared indiscriminately. Xiao Changtian added. Understood, rest assured. Headmaster. Lin Che replied before exiting. Upon leaving the office building, the golden treasure began to express its dissatisfaction. Chirp chirp. I understand. I will be cautious in the coming days, Lin Che thought, silently clenching his fists. As a formidable late-stage innate realm expert, Xiao Changdian's profound energy was far beyond Lin Che's capabilities. Should he attempt to cultivate the so-called martial sage's sky-breaking technique without any enhancement, he might very well suspect Lin Che. At that point, he pondered whether he would be able to contend with any subsequent actions Xiao Changtian might take. Moreover, this was the optimistic scenario. If Xiao Changtian genuinely gleaned insights from the 3 techniques of Xing Tian, he might even eliminate Lin Che without hesitation. Such a transcendent martial art, capable of unleashing energy blades beyond the realm's constraints, was enough to drive anyone to madness. If Xiao Changtian intended to monopolize it, he would certainly not tolerate Lin Che as a potential threat. The golden treasure, reading Xiao Changdian's psychological activity throughout, relayed its findings to Lin Che, allowing him to adeptly portray himself as a somewhat astute yet unremarkable student in Xiao Changdian's presence, thus temporarily evading disaster. However, as they parted, it was evident that Xiao Changtian was contemplating how to silence Lin Che. His outward admonitions against revealing the martial art masked ulterior motives. Indeed, those who swiftly ascended to become martial arts masters after the day of revelation were no ordinary individuals. Given Xiao Changdian's progress, it was likely he would ascend to the extraordinary realm within a year or two, a height that Lin Che could not hope to reach in the near future. Prior to the day of revelation, the pinnacle of martial arts was the innate master. Post-day of revelation, over the span of 17 years, 3 additional realms, extraordinary, divine, and martial sage, emerged. Extraordinary, as the name suggests, signifies transcendence beyond the mundane. In other words, a warrior at this level has surpassed the limitations of mortals. The innate realm allows for the separation of true energy from the body, while the extraordinary realm enables one to suspend themselves in midair using their true energy. Floating in the void, much like an immortal, is the essence of being extraordinary. Advancing further, the divine realm enhances one's innate talent to a 3rd form. Akin to divine powers, warriors with strength-based talents can shift mountains, while those with speed-based abilities can move with lightning swiftness. Water-based warriors can divert rivers, and fire-based warriors can incinerate all. Individuals like Chu Yao, possessing S-class spatial talents, would, upon reaching the divine realm, master the ability of spatial collapse, yielding unparalleled lethality. Abilities below A-class in body enhancement and ordinary elemental manipulation reach their limits at the divine realm. In contrast, S-class talents in areas such as space, lightning, and mental prowess can potentially ascend to the martial sage realm, provided they are diligent and fortunate. They are termed sages because they transcend the constraints of true energy and martial arts. Comprehending a metaphysical realm. In combat, a martial sage can transform their entire environment into a domain of martial arts. Within their domain, a martial sage can summon the forces of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. Even the most powerful divine realm warrior would likely stand no chance against even the weakest martial sage. At present, in the entirety of Xinhai City, only one extraordinary realm warrior holds sway. Should Xiao Changtian ascend to this realm, he would become one of the city's most formidable forces. As a martial arts master, Xiao Changtian might still adhere to worldly conventions, hesitating to act against Lin Che directly. However, once he ascends to the extraordinary realm, he would undoubtedly act without restraint. Chapter 31. Why must the mutant beasts annihilate the Animal Protection Association? Lin Che currently possesses mid-tier cultivation in the Transcendence realm, and with the Ganqi skybreaking technique, he could potentially contend with an early-stage innate warrior. Unfortunately, Xiao Changtian is a late-stage innate warrior. For Lin Che to face off against such an opponent with his mid-tier Transcendence cultivation is evidently unrealistic. Reflecting on this, Lin Che could not help but feel a pang of regret. In a moment of impulsiveness, he revealed his martial technique. How reckless. However, upon further reflection, even if given another chance, he would likely still act. Firstly, the beast tide was ferocious. If he did not intervene, it would ultimately implicate him. Secondly, cultivation is the foundation for a warrior. If he were to abstain from taking action when the opportunity for significant improvement arose, he would truly become worthless. At this juncture, regret serves no purpose. He could only take one step at a time. It stands to reason that if Xiao Changtian could not master the Ganqi skybreaking technique, he likely would not directly confront Lin Che. After all, no one would expend excessive effort on something of little value. On a hypothetical note, if Xiao Changtian genuinely wished to eliminate him. Lin Che could always find a way to leave Xinhai City. As the eternal soul-slaying technique remains unclaimed, he would eventually need to venture into the wilderness. Lost in thought, Lin Che slowly returned to the classroom and settled down. What did senior sister call you out for? Chu Yao feigned casual curiosity. Oh, senior sister must find me exceptionally impressive and wishes to know me better, Lin Che replied with a casual fib. Chu Yao initially felt a pang of anxiety, but soon deduced that Lin Che was merely teasing her, and she cast him a sidelong glance. I believe you not at all. You delight in fabricating nonsense, uttering not a single truthful word all day. Miss, your persona has crumbled, are you aware? Lin Che could not help but retort. Confused, Chu Yao inquired, what persona? In the eyes of our classmates, you ought to embody the image of an aloof young lady. However, your earlier gossiping behavior clearly contradicts that very persona. Lin Che surveyed their classmates and continued, if the others were to discover that our esteemed Chu Yao possesses another side, I wonder what their reactions would be. And what? Pray tell, do you perceive me to be? Chu Yao could not restrain her curiosity. Lin Che scrutinized her earnestly until she began to feel somewhat uneasy under his gaze. At which point he nodded slightly and spoke with deliberation. Your countenance resembles that of a lotus. Your eyes mirror the clarity of autumn waters, and your skin surpasses the purity of snow. Indeed, I find you to possess considerable beauty. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao's face flushed crimson, and she feigned annoyance. Who asked you that? I meant to inquire what sort of person you think I am. Oh, so that was your question? Lin Che feigned sudden realization. Chu Yao, affecting an air of pride, replied, indeed. Am I not aware of my own beauty? Must I seek your validation? Ah, I see. Lin Che nodded earnestly. However, I must confess, I am still uncertain of what sort of person you truly are. After all, we have only known each other for a little over a month and are not particularly familiar. Chu Yao, in a fit of exasperation, pinched the soft flesh at Lin Che's waist. You infuriate me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kind lady, spare me. Lin Che howled, drawing the attention of all their classmates. Noticing the commotion, Chu Yao quickly released him, her face filled with even greater embarrassment, blooming like a flower. Among the onlookers, some gazed with envy, others with jealousy, and a few glances even harbored resentment. Have these two become close? One wondered. Is it not obvious? How can one miss such a blatant display? How could the heavens be so blind? Why would that woman choose him? Your assertion is flawed. Lin Che is not lacking in merit. Another interjected. It was Lin Che who dared to assist during the Beast Tide. Well, based on that alone, I shall temporarily set aside my envy. Do not be absurd. Standing before that woman, if she were to spare you a glance, I would consider myself defeated. As the discussion swirled around her, Chu Yao grew increasingly flustered. Do not misunderstand. Although we are bound by an engagement, I have expressed my intention to call it off, so I will not be with you. Her words echoed her previous sentiments, yet her demeanor was markedly less resolute than before. Understood, understood, fret not. I assure you there shall be no misunderstandings. Lin Che replied with a calm countenance. However, you previously mentioned that your family would approach the Lin family to annul the engagement. Why has that not yet transpired? Earlier, Lin Che had conveyed Chu Yao's intentions to his family, yet Lin Hai had dismissed them outright, asserting that the Chu family would never withdraw from the engagement, though it was unclear from where he derived such confidence. Is it not the case that I have just returned from trials and have yet to inform my family? Chu Yao's displeasure was evident. What does your urgency imply? Does having an engagement with me bring you shame? Lin Che looked perplexed. Miss Chu, from whence does that notion arise? I merely inquired casually. If you are not anxious, why should I be? You had better not be. Chu Yao turned away, choosing to ignore him. In truth, Lin Che did feel a tinge of urgency. He preferred to address matters promptly. The longer he delayed, the more he felt a nagging sense of incompleteness. Moreover, he found it difficult to decipher Chu Yao's capricious emotions, prompting him to communicate discreetly with Huang Jinbao. What is she pondering? Lin Che, you scoundrel. A wretched cad. Huang Jinbao replied candidly. Very well, I ought not to have asked. Lin Che silently shook his head. That fellow named Qin Ming is looking for an opportunity to settle scores with you. And your brother has been cursing you in his heart, using rather foul language. Huang Jinbao revealed the thoughts of others. That woman named Song Xia finds Chu Yao exceedingly detestable. Stop. From now on, only disclose what I inquire about. If I do not ask, keep your counsel. Lin Che could not fathom why a squirrel, having lived in a tree hollow since birth, transformed into a chatterbox upon awakening its abilities. Oh, fine, I would like to eat sunflower seeds. Huang Jinbao proposed a request he deemed reasonable. Absolutely not. You are to follow my example, having 3 meals a day, with no allowance for snacking in between. Lin Che firmly declined. You are abusing a small animal. I shall report you to the Animal Protection Association. Huang Jinbao protested. Huh, After the day of revelation, the Animal Protection Association was annihilated by mutated creatures. Lin Che felt a sense of irony, reflecting on how some sought to protect small animals. Yet when those very creatures gained intelligence, they showed no gratitude. Why would mutated animals obliterate the Animal Protection Association? Huang Jinbao pondered. Silence. Be quiet. Lin Che realized that if he continued to keep this squirrel by his side, he would eventually succumb to madness. Who could possibly know why mutated creatures would annihilate the Animal Protection Association? He was not one of them. After school, following dinner at the Lin family villa's backyard, Lin Che commenced the formal instruction of the breaking the sky technique to the Lin sisters. Though he was acutely aware that this martial art was unlikely to be mastered by others, he felt obliged to maintain appearances as he was being compensated for his efforts. First stance, shattering mountains and rivers. Lin Che leapt high, using momentum to flip his body, and with a powerful punch, he struck. Boom. A wooden post shattered in response. Second stance, reversing the void. With a sudden forward stride, Lin Che swung his blade backward. Crack. The second wooden post was cleaved in two by the force of his strike. Third stance, 1,000 blades breaking the sky. Lin Che held his breath and focused, executing a series of swift slashes. Swish, swish, swish. The third wooden post was sliced into numerous fragments. After demonstrating the three stances, Lin Ting and Lin Yuro gazed at him with eyes alight with wonder, eager to master this martial technique. Lin Che sheathed his blade and addressed the Lin sisters. These three stances comprised the martial sage's breaking the sky technique, a skill of considerable profundity that cannot be easily grasped. As we previously agreed, I will teach you, but whether you succeed is beyond my control. If, after 1 month, you have not mastered this technique, the fee is non-refundable. With that, Lin Che handed them the written techniques and power application methods he had prepared in advance. He casually reclined on a nearby lounge chair and proclaimed, "Begin." Chapter 32. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall speak to you earnestly. Both Lin Ting and Lin Yuro possessed A-grade talents. Lin Ting was at the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm, while Lin Yuro had reached the late stage of the Aperture realm. On the surface, their talents and cultivation levels surpassed Lin Che's. Therefore, they naively believed that any martial technique Lin Che could master would be easily within their grasp. After observing Lin Che's demonstration and receiving the written techniques, their confidence soared, and they immediately began their attempts. From 7 in the evening until 9 at night, 2 hours passed without any progress. In truth, not every martial technique suits everyone. Perhaps this set of techniques does not align well with their talents. Lin Che, finding the situation tedious, could not help but concoct an excuse. With this time, he might as well take a stroll in the suburbs. Perhaps he would be fortunate enough to eliminate a few mutated beings. At the very least, he had obtained an advanced guiding technique from Xiao Chantian that morning. Yet he had not yet had the time to delve into it thoroughly. If these 2 hours were dedicated to practicing the guiding technique, he would have at least made some progress. How is that even possible? I have never heard of such a notion. Lin Yuru immediately retorted. She had only heard that guiding techniques could complement one's innate talent, but never that martial skills were also related to one's abilities. The technique of exerting force does not involve the type of supernatural powers. At most, individuals with different talents would display varying results. For instance, the Qin family's lightning whip of 5 strikes. If one without lightning abilities were to learn it, they would merely be unable to produce the lightning effect. Not that they could not master the technique itself. The fist's aura and the blade of qi are not supernatural powers. How could it be that some learn them while others cannot? You wouldn't be withholding secrets, would you? Lin Wanting scrutinized Lin Che. Oh, come on, that is not fair. Not being able to learn something simply means one cannot. How can you implicate me in this? Not to mention that Lin Che was not hiding anything. Even if he were, he would still be justified in doing so. I advise you both, rather than stubbornly grappling with this martial technique that is destined to be beyond your reach, it would be more prudent to explore the advantages your own supernatural abilities offer in combat. What do you know? Both my sister and I possess A-class elemental abilities, unlike your C-class enhancement talent. Speaking of their own powers, Lin Yuru felt a surge of pride. Enough, we know you both have A-class talents. There's no need to keep reiterating it, Lin Che scoffed. Enhancement-type abilities inherently integrate with martial skills during their application. There is no need for a dedicated study. Greater strength or speed will directly manifest when executing martial techniques. Conversely, elemental abilities, if not effectively integrated with martial skills, may struggle to yield practical results. Lin Che's reasoning was influenced by his prior analysis of Chu Yao's spatial talent, from which he garnered some insights. Spatial compression can be applied to weapons, naturally. Other powers can be as well. 17 years have passed since the day of revelation, and most martial artists still prefer to utilize martial skills, remaining in relatively rudimentary stages of supernatural power application. In fact, The school has yet to offer courses on the integration of martial skills and supernatural abilities. Sometimes, moving from 0 to 1 is far more challenging than progressing from 1 to 100. If no one takes that first step, no one will ever realize that things could be approached differently. Upon hearing Lin Che's elaborate discourse, the Lin sisters suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment towards him. Initially, they had both harbored disdain for Lin Che, perceiving him as confrontational and overly aggressive upon entering their home, unlike the obedient and likable Lin Zexuan. However, through their time spent together, they discovered that aside from his sharp tongue, Lin Che had few significant flaws. Recently, he had also assisted their teacher in resisting a beast tide, single-handedly slaying over 100 mutated creatures, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Coupled with this unusual martial skill, Lin Che had gained an air of mystery. Under these combined circumstances, the sisters now viewed Lin Che as less insufferable than they had previously imagined. What exactly do you mean by the integration of supernatural abilities and martial skills? Lin Wanting could not restrain her curiosity. Lin Che opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for where to begin, ultimately adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I'm merely speaking offhandedly, and besides, this falls outside the scope of our agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru immediately countered. You taught us this martial skill, yet we have not mastered it. Who knows if you are deceiving us? Lin Che's expression darkened. That assertion is unfounded. I have already stated that this martial skill is difficult to learn, and I cannot guarantee your success. Yet you come back with this? Well, I won't budge unless you explain how we can integrate our supernatural abilities with martial skills. Otherwise, our inability to learn this martial skill will not be the end of it. Lin Yuru raised an eyebrow at Lin Wanting, who promptly understood. Indeed, you have already received the payment. You must provide something of value in return. Lin Che furrowed his brow, glancing back and forth at the two sisters, then took a deep breath, feigning a troubled expression. After a moment, he slowly uttered 3 words. It requires more money. Why are you so greedy? Is 2 million not enough for you? Lin Yuru immediately scoffed. In contrast, Lin Wanting maintained a different stance. Fine. I'll add another 1 million if you tell us how to combine supernatural abilities with martial skills. Oh dear, sister, why would you agree to that? Lin Yuru protested reluctantly. Lin Wanting dismissed her concerns. The deal has been struck, and we have added conditions. He naturally has the right to raise the remuneration, which is reasonable. Perhaps it was because Lin Wanting had already joined the Lin Corporation, adopting some commercial traits in her dealings. In her view, if it could enhance their strength, an additional 1 million was hardly a significant cost. Upon hearing this, Lin Che could not help but give her a thumbs up. Ah. It seems my elder sister possesses high awareness. How does my esteemed sister plan to make the payment? Lin Che quickly changed his demeanor. His rapid response could not be deemed hesitant. One could only say he acted decisively. Just like that, another 1 million appeared to be so easily acquired. In the past, how many mutated creatures would he have had to slay to earn 1 million? Lin Wanting raised her arm. I can transfer it via my wristband. Seeing this, Lin Che promptly produced a bank card. Just transfer it to this card. Subsequently, Lin Wanting operated her wristband, projecting a holographic screen, and successfully transferred the 1 million as per Lin Che's bank card details. Lin Che flashed a bright smile. Now that my elder sister is so earnest, I shall speak earnestly as well. Humph, you only see money. Lin Yuru rolled her eyes. Oh, let us not frame it that way. We are engaging in a fair transaction, and I am not taking your money for nothing. This is what we call knowledge payment. Lin Che asserted with utmost seriousness. You are both fortunate. Others may wish to learn, but I may not necessarily teach them. Fine, fine, you've received your payment. Now let us get to the point, Lin Yuru said, somewhat impatiently. Ahem, very well, what are your respective supernatural abilities? Lin Che composed himself and spoke with solemnity. I possess A-class fire abilities, while Yuru has A-class ice abilities, Lin Wanting replied truthfully. Oh, impressive. Lin Che raised an eyebrow slightly. Hearing this, the sisters could not help but smile. However, Lin Che's next statement instantly darkened their expressions. Speaking of which, we all share the same mother. Why do the 3 of us awaken 3 different types of supernatural abilities? Will you ever stop? Lin Wanting and Lin Yuru exclaimed in unison. Oh, don't rush. Patience is a virtue. Let me explain in detail. Lin Che pondered for a moment. Well, let us first discuss fire abilities. They have high explosive potential, wide range, yet lack defensive strength. Do I really need to explain this? It's common knowledge. Lin Yuru retorted again. Are you speaking, or am I? Lin Che glared at Lin Yuru. Just as Lin Yuru was about to retort, Lin Wanting quickly intervened. All right, Yuru, let him speak. Lin Che's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. Traditional combat methods often rely on fireballs, firewalls, and fire rings, which are rather rigid in their application. Lin Yuru attempted to interject, but was silenced by Lin Wanting's hand over her mouth. Lin Che's smile widened. And I emphasize if, during combat, one could envelop any part of their body with flames while ensuring they remain unharmed by the fire, they could unleash attacks at will. Regardless of whether it is through fists or weapons, all combat is accompanied by the formidable power of flames, far surpassing the commonplace fireballs and firewalls. Chapter 33. I can no longer conceal my 40-meter-long blade. In fact, I must rely on martial arts to unleash my fist energy and blade aura, while you merely need to employ familiar techniques to conjure fireballs and fire blades. Lin Che earnestly gazed at Lin Wanting. Why must one learn superfluous martial skills? Lin Wanting furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the feasibility of Lin Che's proposed methods. Some techniques exist solely due to the limitations of one's experience. Once the key is revealed, and the door to the unknown is opened, the matter becomes remarkably simple. Ordinary ability users resemble traditional mages. Upon integrating martial skills, they merely transform into melee mages. However, had Lin Che not mentioned it, Lin Wanting and Lin Yuru would likely not have considered this direction, unless they witnessed others wielding their abilities in such a manner. Even with their A-class talents, they might not independently grasp these combat techniques. And what about me? What should I do with my ice abilities? Lin Yuru eagerly inquired. Fire abilities can simulate fist energy and blade aura due to their inherent lethality. Conversely, as an A-class elemental ability, ice abilities possess significantly lesser destructive power. If one were to attempt mimicking fist energy and blade aura, it would likely result in only minor abrasions. Observing Lin Wanting lost in thought, Lin Yuru felt a flicker of anticipation stir within her. Ice manipulation is even more straightforward. Lin Che assumed a proud demeanor. Ahem, I am quite parched. You, Lin Yuru, gritted your teeth. Fine, I shall fetch you some water. Haha, how embarrassing. Thank you, second sister. Lin Che feigned modesty, yet his body remained reclined upon the lounge chair, awaiting Lin Yuru's arrival with tea. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuru returned, holding a cup of hot water, extending it towards Lin Che. It's a bit hot, second sister. Please help cool it down. Lin Che accepted the steaming cup and reiterated his request. Lin Yuru took a deep breath and gently exhaled. Huh, very well. She then utilized her abilities to place several ice cubes in Lin Che's cup. A-class talent is indeed quite advantageous. Lin Che once again expressed his approval of Lin Yuru's abilities. However, this time, Lin Yuru felt no sense of pride, only a burgeoning frustration. Lin Che took a sip of water, casually setting the cup aside before continuing. Ice abilities do not necessarily require the creation of ice balls or ice blades to strike at enemies. For instance, when you added ice to my cup, you first summon the ice cubes before proceeding to the next action. The principle is the same when using ice balls or ice blades against foes. Truth be told, such attacks are unlikely to inflict substantial harm on an opponent. However, if you can directly employ your abilities in close proximity to your adversary, that tells an entirely different tale. Lin Che deliberately adopted a sinister expression, sending a shiver down Lin Yuru's spine. In combat, when you thrust a blade, and the blade's edge is still a meter away from your opponent, what if a 1-meter-long ice blade suddenly appeared before your long sword? How would they defend against it? At this, Lin Yuru's face registered disbelief. She clearly had never considered this application of her abilities. Furthermore, when an enemy charges at you, if you cover the ground with a thin layer of ice and set up several ice spears before you, the scene Lin Che envisioned seemed almost comical, and a smile crept onto his face. The ground would become incredibly slick, leaving the enemy with no foothold while sharp ice spears lay before them. The outcome is all too apparent. You wouldn't even need to move your feet. Both Lin Wanting and Lin Yuru exchanged bewildered glances, as if Lin Che bore some unsightly blemish upon his face. Using fireballs as fist energy and fire blades as blade aura is a relatively conventional application of abilities. However, extending weapon length with ice blades and employing ice spears and frozen ground as traps transcends the boundaries of typical martial techniques. Following Lin Che's suggestions, she would merely need to master such techniques, even molding the ice blade into a 40-meter-long sword. The enemy might believe they are safe from afar, unaware that in the next moment, a long blade could pierce through them, simultaneously shaking their heads to dispel the images in their minds. Lin Wanting could not help but inquire, how could you possibly conceive such peculiar ideas? Is such thought truly so strange? I often encounter it online, Lin Che replied nonchalantly. Online. Lin Wanting's expression shifted to one of confusion. Lin Che nodded. Indeed, I frequently see individuals claiming, I can no longer conceal my 40-meter-long sword. Is that so? How come I have never seen it? Lin Yuru's face was a canvas of questions. Ahem, that is of no consequence. Now, it seems our transaction has concluded. If there are no further matters, I shall retire to rest. having taught from 7 o'clock in the evening until 11 at night. Lin Che felt he had been exceedingly diligent. Wait. Lin Yuru called out to Lin Che once more. The 40-meter-long sword and the frozen ground can only be utilized for ambush. This does not provide a method for confronting foes head-on. If an ambush can resolve the issue, why confront them directly? Are you concerned that the enemy might perish too unjustly? Lin Che was left perplexed. Lin Yuru found herself momentarily speechless, as if she recognized the validity in Lin Che's words, yet something felt amiss. Seizing the opportunity while both were lost in thought, Lin Che made his escape, heading to his room for slumber. The following day, Lin's sisters decisively abandoned the Xingtian 3 styles and commenced practicing the techniques Lin Che had suggested. Lin Wanting's attempts progressed smoothly. She utilized fireballs as fist energy or enveloped her toes and elbows as offensive maneuvers. Those awakened to fire abilities inherently possess a degree of resistance to flames. As long as they control the fire and avoid injuring themselves, the task poses little difficulty. However, shaping fire into a fire blade proved somewhat challenging, as fire is an unstable form, often appearing as a mass or a flame. Molding a ball of fire into the shape of a blade indeed posed a considerable challenge for Lin Wanting. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, she decided to forego shape and simply strike with fireballs, whether with her fists or her long sword. In any case, this method of attack was undeniably superior to merely standing and hurling fireballs. In contrast, Lin Yuru's development of her abilities was less fortuitous. Despite the fact that ice abilities are inherently easier to shape, she could only manifest ice blocks and ice spikes. Occasionally, when she managed to control her abilities, she could produce an ice spike ahead of her long sword, which proved somewhat effective. Yet, if she inadvertently crafted an ice ball or block before her sword, it would seem as though she were shielding her enemy. You might consider attempting to shape a long sword in your own hand first. Once you can summon an ice blade from the air with ease, we can explore new possibilities. As a diligent mentor, Lin Che could not resist offering guidance. Easier said than done. How could one possibly summon an ice blade in an instant? Lin Yuru became increasingly frustrated. At present, it takes me half a second just to shape an ice block. The only form I can achieve instantaneously is the ice ball. Lin Che reclined lazily in the lounge chair. It is a matter of effort. Practice makes perfect. 3 days later, Lin Wanting had achieved a level of proficiency in her abilities, while Lin Yuru remained stalled at the stage of shaping ice blades. This is intolerable. You must teach me something else. I cannot accomplish this. Lin Yuru began to despair. Lin Che rubbed his forehead. Very well, for instance, if you require 3 parts of effort to conjure ice spikes and ice balls, then when crafting an ice blade, exert only 1 part of your effort. First, try to shape a small ice blade. Once you are accustomed to it, then attempt to lengthen and widen it, ultimately achieving the formidable 40-meter-long sword. Lin Yuru had initially resolved to give up, but after Lin Che's words, she decided to make one final attempt. She carefully controlled the intensity of her powers, forming a thin layer of ice in her hands, shaping it into the form of a blade. At last, under her meticulous control, a 3-inch ice blade was successfully molded. I have succeeded. I truly am a genius. After 3 days of frustration, Lin Yuru finally released the pent-up emotions within her. Now that the direction is clear, the rest depends on your own honing of skills, so our transaction is deemed satisfactorily concluded. With that, Lin Che rose, stretching his limbs and yawning lazily. Very well. From tomorrow onward, you shall practice on your own. Without waiting for a response from the Lin sisters, Lin Che strode directly towards the villa. Chapter 34. Rarity enhances value. Thus let us sell fewer at a time. In the dead of night, Lin Che departed the Lin residence, quietly making his way to the black market. He possessed 300 mutated crystal nuclei and wished to see if he could sell them. Although he already had over 2 million Chinese yuan, he wouldn't mind augmenting his income by a few 100,000 more. The abandoned subway interchange hall of New Haishi was once the convergence point of subway lines 1, 2, and 8. Following the day of revelation, the underground space was swiftly occupied by mutated creatures, rendering the subway lines defunct. After several cleansing operations, the mutated beings were eradicated from the subway, yet no one chose to ride it again. After all, if the surface was not necessarily safe, how could the underground be? Should a horde of mutated beings suddenly emerge during subway operation, ordinary individuals would likely find it hard to survive. Initially, only a few people arranged to conduct trades at the interchange hall, but as time passed, it gradually evolved into an underground black market. Brother Sun, how have your recent harvests been? Lin Che approached a familiar booth where he often conducted transactions. Despite everyone wearing masks, familiar acquaintances could still recognize one another. Oh, it's you. Sai, don't mention it. We're barely scraping by at home. Sun, who shook his head. Little brother, are you here today to sell some crystal nuclei? Indeed, and in considerable quantity. Lin Che removed the backpack from his shoulder and held it in his hands. Over 300, ranging from level 1 to level 4. Can you handle that, brother Sun? At this, Sun Hu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed greedily on the backpack in Lin Che's hands. Over 300 crystal nuclei. Even if all were level 1, would be worth 150,000 Chinese yuan. For someone making a living in the black market, that sum was quite substantial. Moreover, since Lin Che mentioned that the nuclei ranged from level 1 to level 4, their value would surely exceed 150,000. I can't handle that. Sun Hu hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. However, I can take you to meet my supplier. I'll negotiate the price, and the difference will be mine. That won't do. Lin Che flatly refused. If you sell to someone else, it will be the same purchase price. Sun Hu frowned slightly. Beyond the basic purchase price, any premium will be split between us. Lin Che remained unfazed. If that's not acceptable, I will inquire with others. Sun Hu once again displayed hesitation, his gaze darting between the backpack and Lin Che's face. All right, half for each of us. With that, Sun Hu began packing up his booth. Wait here for a moment. After stowing all his items into a black canvas bag, Sun Hu stood up. Follow me. The two exited the black market, heading towards the street corner. Your supplier isn't in the black market? Lin Che inquired with curiosity. Sun Hu shook his head in response. Those upper crust individuals wouldn't come to the black market in person. It's not far, we can walk there, he said, taking the lead. After walking for about 10 minutes and passing several intersections, a luxurious estate came into view. Sun Hu approached and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, a middle-aged man opened the grand entrance. What brings you here at this late hour? The man inquired with a stern expression. Brother Lu, please forgive me. I have a little brother here with 300 crystal nuclei he wishes to sell. I thought of the young master who collects them, Sun Hu began, but was promptly interrupted by Lu Quan. Silence. Is this something you can casually discuss? Lu Quan's sharp gaze made Sun Hu involuntarily take a step back. Yes. My apologies. It was all my folly, Brother Lu, please forgive me. Sun Hu quickly apologized, then turned to Lin Che's backpack once more, asking, what about these crystal nuclei? Lu Quan glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before stepping aside. Come in, and we shall discuss further. Sun Hu and Lin Che entered the estate, and Lu Quan shut the door behind them, leading the pair deeper inside. 300 crystal nuclei are not easily obtained. What connections does your little brother have? Lu Quan inquired casually. Oh, none at all. I'm just a student. These were collected by my classmates and me, Lin Che replied. Half-truthfully, Lu Quan appraised Lin Che with a discerning look but nodded, choosing not to press further. The three entered a side room of the estate, where Lu Quan spoke again. Let us have a look at what you've got. In response, Lin Che took off the backpack and unzipped it. There are 293 level 1 nuclei, 17 level 2 nuclei, 2 level 3 nuclei, and 2 level 4 nuclei, he casually stated. Oh, you haven't graduated yet. And you've managed to kill level 4 mutated beings? Lu Quan's expression turned skeptical. According to the classification of mutated beings, level 4 was equivalent to a martial arts master. While most mutated creatures possessed low intelligence and could not effectively utilize their powers, it was not uncommon for martial artists at the transcendent stage to defeat level 4 mutated beings. However, Lin Che, claiming to be a student, presenting 2 level 4 nuclei seemed rather incongruous. Our instructor also intervened, Lin Che answered with ease. Lu Quan nodded. Level 1 nuclei at 301 each. Level 2 nuclei at 100 each. Level 3 at 100 each. And level 4 at 100 each. His pricing clearly indicated he perceived Lin Che, who claimed to be a student, as an easy target for exploitation. Before Lin Che could respond, Sun Hu interjected. Brother Lu, that is not the usual price. Rarity enhances value. The fewer there are, the higher the price. With such a large quantity of nuclei at once, naturally, they cannot fetch a high price. Lu Quan proclaimed without hesitation. Brother Lu, Sun Hu attempted to argue further, but Lin Che interrupted. Is that so? Then I suppose I won't sell them after all. Next time, I'll bring them to Brother Sun in batches. Since the other party had no intention of conducting a fair transaction, Lin Che did not mind confronting him directly. After all, rarity enhances value. Selling fewer at a time should yield a better price, right? The room fell into an uneasy silence, as Lu Quan's eyes darkened with a hint of menace before swiftly returning to a smile. Ha, I was merely jesting, little brother. Let us proceed with the original price. However, Lin Che remained unyielding. I am not joking. Lu Quan's expression faltered. Little brother. I advise you that it is better not to push your luck. Thank you for your kind advice, Brother Lu, but I still believe selling in batches is more prudent. Lin Che pretended to begin putting away his backpack. Seeing this, Lu Quan immediately reached out to stop him, but Lin Che was swift, instantly lifting the backpack and slowly zipping it up. Observing Lin Che's actions, Lu Quan's expression grew increasingly dark. It seems you still lack social experience, little brother. If you proceed this way, there will be no easy resolution today. Sun Hu's heart tightened. Little brother, since brother Lu has agreed to purchase at the original price, you should sell it to him. He chuckled, not wishing to put Sun Gu in a difficult position, yet he also desired to profit from the scarcity of goods. Lin Che, full of confidence, continued to mock Lu Quan, doubting Lu's ability to summon a master in such a short time to deal with him. With his mid-stage transcendence cultivation and the 3 styles of Xingtian, Lin Che was certain he could handle anyone below the master level, even against multiple attackers. He believed he could defeat them with a single strike. Initially, he had only intended to conduct a straightforward transaction, but he had not anticipated that Sun Hu, lacking discernment, would find such a buyer for him. Moreover, he was not short on funds at the moment. Even if he didn't sell today, he would not allow himself to be manipulated. After all, he had tricked Xiao Changtian, a late-stage master, into giving him a high-level guiding technique, while Lu Quan was merely a trifling figure at the enlightenment level. Chapter 35. Lightweight exoskeleton armor. Only masters can break it. Refusing a toast is akin to seeking punishment. In that case, do not blame me for lacking compassion. As he spoke, Lu Quan clapped his hands. Clap, clap. Subsequently, 4 burly men pushed the door open and swiftly surrounded Lin Che and Sun Hu. Although the 4 men varied in stature, they were all broad-shouldered and strong, exuding an aura of transcendence. In response, Lin Che couldn't help but regard Lu Quan with newfound respect. To deal with the student, Lu was indeed cautious in employing 4 transcendence warriors. Unfortunately, he ultimately underestimated Lin Che. As a fellow transcendence practitioner, Lin Che was confident he could take on 10. Was this an attempt to resort to robbery when the trade fell through? Lin Che scanned the 4 men with a disdainful smile. Let's not speak recklessly. My brothers are merely here to ensure the safety of the estate. If they discover someone stealing its treasures, they naturally must intervene. Lu Quan continued his farce, reversing right and wrong. Lin Che couldn't help but raise a thumb in admiration. What a clever scheme. Enough of the pleasantries. Hand over the crystal cores now, and I'll be in a good mood to give you 20,000, otherwise. Lu Quan's expression turned cold. You won't get a single cent. And you might even find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Lin Che shook his head. That won't do. If I sell these crystal cores for 20,000, how am I to explain it to my classmates when I return? He feigned innocence, using his classmates as a pretext. Not understanding the situation, brothers, loosen his bones. At Lu Quan's command, one of the men struck at Lin Che. As the punch came flying, Lin Che swiftly evaded, stepping back while delivering a punch of his own. Bang! Crack! Lin Che emerged unscathed, while his opponent suffered broken bones. A cry of anguish followed, and the injured man reminded the others. This kid is also at the transcendence level, stronger than I am. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. All of you, attack together. The remaining 3 men immediately closed in, launching an assault on Lin Che. In response, Lin Che advanced instead of retreating, charging directly at Lu Quan. The 3 men rushed forward to intercept him, their encirclement quickly falling apart. The warrior on the left, realizing Lin Che was formidable, drew a dagger and lunged at him. Though Lin Che was confident, he refrained from taking the dagger head-on, instead delivering a kick that struck the man's wrist. The opponent winced in pain, and the dagger flew from his grasp. At that moment, a warrior on the right swung an iron rod toward Lin Che's leg. If that blow landed, even Lin Che, with his transcendence cultivation, would risk a broken leg. Instantly, Lin Che transitioned from a kick to a sweeping strike, hitting the burly man in the chest. The man grunted, staggering back a few steps, his complexion shifting before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Uffed! He collapsed to the ground. From behind, another fist came crashing toward Lin Che, which he blocked with his elbow. The left side warrior, having lost his dagger, threw a punch at Lin Che. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che grabbed the man's arm and yanked him sideways. The man stumbled, colliding with the one who had attacked from behind. Without waiting for their reactions, Lin Che unleashed another kick, sending both men flying. Among the 4, the one who had initially attacked was the least injured, although his arm was broken. He could still move. The other 3, however, were severely wounded and unable to rise. There was little choice. Against a single opponent, Lin Che could control his strength. But facing 3, he had to act quickly and without restraint. Noting that the first attacker still seemed eager, Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. How much is a month's worth? Do you really think you can risk your life? The man's expression shifted as he took a step back. All useless trash. Lu Quan's face darkened. So can I leave now? Lin Che asked with a smile. I told you, you must leave the goods behind. Otherwise, you cannot leave. As he spoke, Lu Quan activated the estate's defense system, and soon, 2 individuals clad in lightweight exoskeleton armor hurriedly arrived. What does it matter if you can fight? Luquan once again displayed a smug expression. Before breaking through to the master level, no one can defeat an armored warrior. It wasn't merely Luquan's boast. The alloy used to create the exoskeleton armor was far tougher than the scales of a level 4 mutated creature. Only a master could inflict harm from the outside to the person within the armor. Yet, Luquan could never have imagined that although Lin Che was not a master, he could unleash the power of his punches. Even if he couldn't break the armor, he could still injure the person inside. Just as he had done when facing that level 4 mutated giant python, knocking it unconscious with a single punch. In fact, these exoskeleton armors posed less of a threat to Lin Che than ordinary firearms. Against firearms, he would have to rely on external objects for defense or be cautious in evading. After all, while he could unleash punch energy, he couldn't defend like an innate master using energy to shield himself. Coincidentally, I am quite curious to know the extent of the gap between myself and a master. Lin Che thought to himself, gathering strength in his legs as he charged at one of the armored warriors. The man appeared puzzled, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Che's audacity. However, during that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Che's punch landed squarely on his chest. Bang! The armored warrior, along with his armor, was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall before slowly sliding down, motionless. The other armored warrior stood in shock, and as he regained his senses, he turned and fled toward the door. Lin Che, aware that he couldn't let him escape to call for reinforcements, swiftly leaped forward, intercepting the fleeing armored warrior. Through the visor of the armor, Lin Che could faintly see the fear-inducing sweat pouring down from the man inside. Lin Che wore a triumphant expression before delivering another punch. Bang! The same scene unfolded once more. At that moment, Lin Che felt a surge of gratitude. Without the 3 styles of Xingtian, he would have found himself at a loss in such a situation. It seemed that lightweight exoskeleton armor was not exclusively breakable by masters. Lin Che slowly approached Luquan, his gaze sharp and calculating whether to eliminate this man outright. Don't come any closer. I am a member of the Lu family. If you harm me, you will find no refuge in Xinhai City. Luquan's facade of bravado crumbled, realizing that brute force had failed and now attempting to intimidate with his family's power. Originally, had he refrained from uttering any threats, Lin Che might have spared his life. However, given the despicable nature of this individual, it was inevitable that he would seek revenge if left unscathed. Regrettably, he was not a master and lacked the finesse to execute a silent and invisible assassination. Do you know who I am? Lin Che casually inquired. Luquan's countenance faltered, and he instantly succumbed to panic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was utterly oblivious to the true identity of the man before him. The mention of a student named Lin from the Transcendent Realm was merely hearsay from Sun Hu. The veracity of that information was beyond his knowledge. You don't know? They don't know? So why should I be afraid? Lin Che deliberately misled the crowd, obscuring his own identity. Investigating a student of the Transcendent Realm would be a more confined endeavor. However, probing into a martial artist of that caliber would prove exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Lin Che publicly identified himself as a student of the Qi Opening Realm, leaving him unperturbed by any inquiries. I'll pay. I'll offer 300,000, no. 500,000. What do you say? Luquan retreated repeatedly. You sell crystal cores in the black market merely for money. There's no need for us to become enemies, right? Lin Che nodded. Indeed, I do desire wealth, but at this moment, I crave your life even more. With that, Lin Che unleashed a powerful punch to Luquan's chest before turning to depart. Chapter 36. Why would a squirrel steal the elder sister's underwear? Luquan, struck by Lin Che's blow, had his heart's meridian shattered, resulting in his immediate demise. Had he possessed foresight, he would surely have refrained from offending someone capable of effortlessly ending his life over a mere few 100,000 Huaxia coins. In the aftermath, the Lu family investigated the matter, and according to several guards, the assailant was at least a late-stage Transcendent Realm practitioner or an early-stage innate realm warrior. This individual was capable of single-handedly confronting 4 Transcendent Realm martial artists and could even injure someone through their armor. Such prowess strongly suggested a master-level strength. However, another incongruity arose. If this person were indeed a master, how could they possibly stoop to trading in the black market for a few 100,000 Huaxia coins? After extensive verification, neither the enforcement agencies nor the Lu family could uncover any clues. Despite the eldest son of the Lu family being infuriated, there was little he could do, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. Initially, Lin Che had harbored concerns about the formidable influence of the Lu family, fearing they might trace the incident back to him. Yet, as days passed without any whispers of suspicion, he gradually relaxed. In hindsight, it was evident that the Lu family's investigative direction would likely lead to a financially troubled Transcendent Realm martial artist. Meanwhile, Lin Che's current identity as a young master of the Lin family would render such assumptions implausible, especially given his outwardly modest cultivation of only the Chi opening realm as a freshman at the New Sea City Martial Arts Academy, making him virtually immune to suspicion. In the ensuing tranquility, Lin Che enjoyed a few leisurely days, though Lin Zexuan soon grew restless again. In the Lin family's living room, having just finished dinner, the Lin sisters were eager to consult Lin Che regarding some applications of their abilities. Sensing their intentions, Lin Zexuan preemptively confronted Lin Che. "Brother, I know you have a fondness for that squirrel, but you mustn't indulge it too much." "Oh, how have I indulged it?" Lin Che replied with a playful smile. Lin Zexuan hesitated, feigning difficulty in articulating his thoughts. Observing this, Lin Hai expressed mild displeasure. "Why are you being so cryptic? Speak plainly." Lin Zexuan glanced at the Lin sisters, opened his mouth, then sighed. "Ah, never mind. It's not a big deal." Trying to be mysterious. "Are you implying that my pet has stolen something from the house?" Though Golden Treasure was not present with Lin Che, he could easily see through Lin Zexuan's petty tricks. With Lin Che's comment, Lin Hai and the Lin sisters regarded Lin Zexuan with skepticism. At this juncture, Lin Zexuan had no choice but to go all in. "If it had stolen something else, I wouldn't have said anything, as we don't lack for money. Losing a few items wouldn't matter." But Lin Zexuan paused, appearing to struggle internally, before continuing, "It stole the elder sister's underwear. It's just too much. Don't you find what you're saying utterly ridiculous?" Lin Che scoffed. "I understand this is highly unreasonable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it," Lin Zexuan countered, clearly having prepared for this confrontation and unperturbed by the disbelief of others. "Elder sister, did you lose any underwear?" Lin Yuru could not help but inquire. I don't know. Who observes their underwear daily to see if any are missing?" Lin Wanting responded, slightly embarrassed. Lin Zexuan outwardly claimed that Lin Che's pet was unruly, but he was subtly insinuating Lin Che's inappropriate feelings toward the elder sister, alleging that he had instructed his pet to steal her underwear. Should the accusation be substantiated, not only would the pet be expelled from the house, but Lin Che would also likely face the disdain of the Lin sisters once more. It was easy to comprehend Lin Zexuan's motive. Recently, Lin Che had been teaching the Lin sisters martial arts daily, gradually erasing the rift between them, which made Lin Zexuan feel an overwhelming sense of crisis. He was watching closely and growing increasingly anxious. If Lin Che continued to foster such harmonious relations with the Lin sisters, his standing within the family would undoubtedly be jeopardized. After much contemplation, he devised this twofold strategy. Although the plan was not particularly sophisticated, if the situation were confirmed, Lin Che would be left with no way to refute the claims. "You claim you witnessed my pet, a squirrel, stealing the elder sister's underwear?" Lin Che pressed for clarification. "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes," Lin Zexuan asserted confidently. "If that squirrel had taken something else, I would have remained silent. But to steal the elder sister's underwear is simply outrageous. But it's just a squirrel. What use would it have for underwear?" Lin Che feigned ignorance. Lin Zexuan was tempted to assert that the pet must have been acting under its owner's instructions, but he knew that would seem overly contrived, so he held his tongue. "Who can fathom the thoughts of a squirrel? Brother, you really should discipline it." "That is a reasonable point," Lin Che nodded. "However, until the matter is substantiated, I cannot jump to conclusions. How about we head upstairs to see if my pet truly stole the elder sister's underwear? What do you think?" Lin Zexuan was still pondering how to persuade everyone to search Lin Che's room when, to his surprise, Lin Che proposed it himself. Naturally, he welcomed the development. "If you don't believe me, brother, you can see for yourself. I can't just go alone. Let us all go together to avoid your claims of me covering for my pet." With that, Lin Che turned to Lin Wanting. "Elder sister, rest assured. If my pet really did steal your underwear, I shall certainly discipline it appropriately." Had Lin Che not awakened his telepathic abilities, he would have found it quite challenging to navigate this situation. Presently, all he needed to do was communicate with Golden Treasure before entering, ensuring Lin Zexuan's scheme would come to naught. Lin Che hastily made his way to the stairs, and Lin Zexuan, eager to prevent any premature actions by Lin Che, immediately followed suit. Lin Hai, Su Qianxian, and the Lin sisters hesitated momentarily, but soon ascended the stairs as well. The six of them arrived on the third floor in succession, and to avoid suspicion, Lin Che opened the door, allowing the others to enter the room first. I Haven T made a separate nest for it. For now, it's being kept in this cabinet. Lin Che entered the room, lifted the golden treasure from the wardrobe, and casually set it down at his feet. "Everyone is welcome to search freely. Perhaps you might discover the elder sister's undergarments," he suggested. The others exchanged glances. Yet none stepped forward to investigate. Observing this, Lin Che turned to Lin Zexuan. "Since it was your younger brother who witnessed it firsthand, why not allow him to conduct the search himself?" Prior to entering, Lin Che had already communicated with the golden treasure through telepathy. According to the golden treasure's account, after Lin Che descended the stairs, it observed the window open by itself, followed by a pair of underpants being placed beneath Lin Che's pillow. Clearly, this was the work of Lin Zexuan's telekinesis. Regrettably, Lin Zexuan underestimated the golden treasure, mistakenly believing this squirrel to be no different from other mutated creatures. Little did he know, the golden treasure possessed the ability to hear the thoughts of others, its intellect rivaling that of humans. Following Lin Che's instructions, the golden treasure promptly disposed of the so-called evidence and returned to the wardrobe to play the role of the victim. The entire process took but a few seconds. As Lin Che opened the door and Lin Zexuan entered the room, the golden treasure had already settled itself within the wardrobe. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. I might have been mistaken. Lin Zexuan attempted a tactical retreat. No, that won't do. If this little creature truly is a thief, I must teach it a proper lesson. Lin Che declared with utmost seriousness. Thus, dear brother, you ought to conduct a thorough search. At this juncture, Lin Zexuan could not afford to miss the opportunity. Although he needed Lin Che to fulfill their engagement and could not expel him for the time being, he also did not wish to witness a harmonious relationship between Lin Che and the Lin family. Today he was determined to strip Lin Che of all dignity. Very well. Lin Zexuan replied with a frown, beginning his feigned investigation. Chapter 37. There is no need to deliberately frame a pet, is there? Lin Zexuan casually rummaged through the wardrobe, naturally finding nothing, for he had not placed Lin Wanting's undergarments there. Subsequently, he turned to Lin Che, his gaze complex. Brother, I never expected you to be this kind of person. What do you mean by that? Lin Che feigned ignorance. I assumed it was the squirrel stealing indiscriminately, likely hidden in its nest. Lin Zexuan paused briefly. However, there are no undergarments of the elder sister in the cabinet. So, brother, where have you concealed them? Oh, so that is your implication. Lin Che smirked, then directed his gaze toward Lin Wanting. Elder sister, do you also believe I would secretly hoard your undergarments? Surely, you don't think that of me? While you often speak provocatively, I doubt you would engage in such underhandedness. Lin Wanting felt uncertain, her response ambiguous. Observing this, Lin Che sighed theatrically. Alas, since the elder sister cannot make up her mind, let the younger brother search my room thoroughly once more. It will bring her peace of mind. Lin Che, emboldened, resolved to have Lin Zexuan continue his search, for otherwise, how could he maintain the facade of this performance? I didn't mean it that way. Since nothing has been found, let's leave it be. For Lin Wanting, whether or not anything was discovered bore no benefits. So she chose to avoid conflict. Lin Zexuan felt a pang of anxiety. If matters were to cease here, his efforts would have been in vain. Just then, Lin Yura timely interjected. Oh no, I believe it would be prudent to search further. If there truly are no elder sister's undergarments in Lin Che's room, we can clear his name. She then pivoted her statement. However, if something is indeed found, Lin Che must be held accountable for his pet's mischief. Indeed. Let us proceed with the search. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Su Qianqian hesitated, tacitly endorsing Lin Yura's suggestion. All right then, younger brother, do not hesitate. Search swiftly. I await your vindication. Lin Che urged once more. Lin Zexuan feigned reluctance, shaking his head. I initially thought that if my brother were to admit the truth and surrender the elder sister's undergarments, I might be able to plead for leniency on your behalf. As he spoke, he approached the edge of Lin Che's bed. However, brother, your stubbornness leaves me no choice. He casually lifted Lin Che's pillow, not bothering to glance, and continued, now that the evidence is irrefutable, what do you have to say? Lin Che and the Lin family simultaneously gazed beneath the pillow, then turned their eyes to Lin Zexuan, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Wait, this so-called evidence is merely this. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Seeing their reaction, Lin Zexuan hurriedly looked down, only to discover that beneath Lin Che's pillow lay not Lin Wanting's undergarments, but a packet of sunflower seeds. How can this be? I clearly saw. Lin Zexuan stammered, abruptly falling silent, and then deliberately addressed the golden treasure. I distinctly witnessed it stealing the elder sister's undergarments. Oh, did you? Lin Che smiled with increasing difficulty in suppressing his mirth. What about beneath the blanket, under the sheets, or even under the bed? What if? Originally intending to continue the search, Lin Zexuan swiftly realized that Lin Che had already shifted the evidence. Even if he searched every corner of the room, it was unlikely he would find Lin Wanting's undergarments. Perhaps I truly misjudged. I apologize, brother. Lin Zexuan quickly altered his stance. No, please, if you won't search, I shall. As he spoke, Lin Che threw aside the bed linens and blankets, even toppling the bed to the ground. Oh dear, it seems there truly is nothing here. Should we not search another room? Lin Che scanned the others, then narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Zexuan. Clearly, Lin Che's suggestion to search another room was implicitly aimed at Lin Zexuan's quarters. In a flash of insight, Lin Zexuan contemplated a possibility. Although he was uncertain how Lin Che had accomplished it, he felt he had unraveled the truth. He suspected Lin Che had indeed hidden Lin Wanting's undergarments in his own room. If he did not retaliate now, and Lin Che did unearth Lin Wanting's undergarments from his room later, he would find himself at a loss for words. Are you attempting to frame me? Lin Zexuan immediately countered. Oh, are you implying that I instructed my pet to steal the elder sister's undergarments and place them in your room to implicate you? Lin Che's smile remained undiminished. Isn't that the case? Lin Zexuan insisted. However, I have never suggested searching your room at any point. Lin Che shrugged. You, Lin Zexuan, shouted out in a moment of carelessness. He quickly added. You claim to have seen my pet steal the elder sister's undergarments, yet when none were found here, it naturally follows that we should search the elder sister's room. If her undergarments have not disappeared at all, it would mean you were unjustly accusing me. Hearing this, Lin Zexuan hastily denied. I did not. Perhaps I simply misjudged. Oh, but you were quite adamant earlier, insisting that you witnessed my pet stealing the elder sister's undergarments. Lin Che paused briefly, then continued. Moreover, I am genuinely curious why you believe I would wish to frame you. All I need to do is prove that my pet has never stolen the elder sister's undergarments, which would demonstrate that you are the one lying, would it not? Lin Che stepped forward. Thus, why would I need to frame you, my dear brother? How am I to know your thoughts? Lin Zexuan found himself at a loss for a response. As events unfolded to this extent, the Lin family sisters and their parents had begun to discern the underlying truth. To their astonishment, the seemingly obedient and sensible Lin Zexuan had resorted to framing Lin Che. Even more ludicrously, it was Lin Che who unveiled the scheme. Zexuan, you have truly disappointed me. Lin Hai's countenance darkened. You had better provide a clear explanation for this matter. Dad, I didn't do anything. Lin Zexuan protested vehemently. I must have simply misinterpreted what I saw. Besides, there was no reason for me to intentionally frame a mere pet, was there? Of course, you had no reason to frame a pet, yet you deliberately searched only beneath my pillow while neglecting other areas. It seems you intended to ensnare me, does it not? Lin Che felt the performance had reached its conclusion and decided to lay everything bare. I did not. Brother, do not speak recklessly. How could I possibly frame you? Lin Zexuan's expression grew increasingly frantic. Let me guess. Lin Che disregarded Lin Zexuan's theatrics and continued. You used telekinesis to place eldest sister's undergarments beneath my pillow, then falsely claimed to have seen my pet pilfering them. When you retrieved the undergarments from beneath my pillow, the entire family would undoubtedly believe I harbored illicit thoughts towards eldest sister, leaving me with no means to defend myself, wouldn't it? What Lin Che referred to as mere speculation was, in fact, witnessed firsthand by Huang Jinbei. However, Lin Che, accustomed to concealing his prowess, had no intention of revealing Huang Jinbei's abilities. You lie? I did not. Lin Zexuan hastily turned to Lin Wanting. Eldest sister, I did not. Please believe me. Lin Wanting shook her head, disappointment etched across her face. Given the circumstances, you still attempt to quibble? It appears we have truly spoiled you in the past. Chapter 38. An eye for an eye. Lin Che did not instruct Huang Jinbei to place Lin Wanting's undergarments in Lin Zexuan's room. Naturally, he also did not return them to Lin Wanting's room due to the lack of time. From the moment he ascended the stairs, engaging in mental communication with Huang Jinbei, until the door was opened, barely a few seconds had elapsed. Huang Jinbei could only manage to conceal Lin Wanting's undergarments in the bathroom tank. Nevertheless, Lin Che was confident that Lin Zexuan would never suspect it. Thus, he seized the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to Lin Zexuan in front of everyone. Brother, do you have anything to add? Lin Che pressed on. Lin Zexuan remained obstinate. I told you, I merely misinterpreted the situation. I have already apologized. Why do you persist in this matter? Oh, are you certain it was a mere misunderstanding? Lin Che shifted his tone. Then let us first check whether eldest sister has indeed lost her undergarments. At this, Lin Zexuan immediately panicked. If they were to visit Lin Wanting's room now, a thorough examination would undoubtedly reveal a missing item. Moreover, his vacillation, claiming to have seen a squirrel stealing the undergarments one moment and then asserting it was a mistake the next, was inherently suspicious. If Lin Wanting were to discover that her undergarments were truly missing, the situation would only worsen for him. After contemplating his options, and realizing there was still a chance to salvage the situation, Lin Zexuan made a swift decision to confess. Slap. Lin Zexuan raised his hand and slapped himself. Brother, I was wrong. I should not have framed you. I was merely afraid that upon your return, our parents and sisters would distance themselves from me. Slap. Another resounding slap followed. I am sorry, brother. I am the scoundrel. Oh dear, what are you doing? Su Qianqian hastily intervened. You know, you feared that after we found your brother, we would no longer care for you as before, but you cannot falsely accuse your brother. Su Qianqian feigned a heartbroken demeanor before turning to Lin Che. Xiao Che, look, Zexuan has realized his mistake. This time, please forgive him. Cough, cough. Indeed. Since the truth has been revealed and Zexuan has apologized, let this matter be put to rest. Lin Hai assumed the role of the family patriarch, seeking to mediate. What is there to forgive? My undergarments have not gone missing, Lin Che thought with a silent scoff, maintaining an impassive facade. Today, he had merely proven his innocence. Otherwise, the situation would not have been so easily resolved. In the eyes of the Lin family, he, as their biological son, was ultimately less favored than Lin Zexuan, their adopted son. Nevertheless, while he might not go so far as to ruin Lin Zexuan over this trivial matter, one could certainly indulge in a bit of mischief. Ultimately, this incident was a loss for eldest sister. If she bore no grievance, he would naturally refrain from meddling. In a tit-for-tat manner, since Lin Zexuan sought to sow discord between him and Lin Wanting, he would let Lin Zexuan reap the consequences of his own actions. Lin Zexuan's theft of Lin Wanting's undergarments to frame Lin Che had solidified the matter. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Wanting would undoubtedly harbor some lingering resentment towards Lin Zexuan. Should Lin Zexuan attempt to frame Lin Che again in the future, the challenge would undoubtedly be heightened. Thus, Lin Zexuan immediately turned to Lin Wanting, eldest sister. I acknowledge my mistake. Can you forgive me? You have truly disappointed me. Lin Wanting's expression grew increasingly complex. Very well, I shall let this go this time. However, should there be a next time, I will not forgive you. Thank you, eldest sister. Lin Zexuan hastily raised 3 fingers to the sky. I swear. There will not be a next time. Seeing this, Su Qianxian quickly stepped in to mediate. All right. It's all settled now. Let us head downstairs. I will have Sister Zhang come up to help Xiao Che tidy his room. Subsequently, Su Qianxian and Lin Hai left the room first. Lin Zexuan cast one last glance at the bed that Lin Che had overturned, departing with a sense of resignation. Lin Yura intended to pull Lin Wanting out with her, but was interrupted by Lin Wanting. Yura, you go ahead. I still have something to ask Xiao Che. Lin Wanting appeared slightly hesitant. What is it? Lin Yura blurted out, then realized something and awkwardly smiled. All right, I shall head down first. Once Lin Yura exited the room, Lin Che inquired curiously, what is it? Is there something else? Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment before finally speaking with difficulty. Return my belongings to me. Belongings? What belongings? Lin Che was momentarily at a loss. Lin Wanting's face flushed crimson. My undergarments. Do you intend to keep them? Oh, I forgot. I will help you look for them, Lin Che replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. When he retrieved Lin Wanting's adorable panties from the bathroom tank and presented them to her, he was met with a disdainful glare. I don't want them. Just throw them away. Lin Wanting glanced at the still dripping pink lace and outright refused to take them back. Oh, very well, Lin Che nodded in acquiescence. Instinctively glancing at the pink lace in his hand, one could say, Lin Che had not anticipated that the usually dignified eldest sister would possess such a style of undergarments. I warn you, do not use my undergarments for any peculiar purposes. I am your elder sister. By blood. Lin Wanting seemed to feel increasingly awkward as she continued. Quickly halting her words and turning to leave, her steps hurried. Moments later, Lin Che came to his senses and promptly discarded the pink lace into the trash bin. What a joke. Knowing full well that Lin Zexuan had intentionally framed him, he now had to guard against the victim himself. He truly had enough of this. Lin Che grumbled to himself, oblivious to whether Lin Wanting had heard him. Initially, when he retrieved the undergarments from the tank, he had no ulterior thoughts, viewing them purely as ordinary clothing. However, after Lin Wanting's warning, the perception had entirely shifted. He could no longer regard an undergarment with the same casualness. Knock, knock, knock. Though the door stood wide open, Aunt Zhang still politely knocked. Young master, I am here to help you tidy your room. Oh, certainly, Aunt Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. Lin Che approached the bedside, casually straightening the bed. Not a bother at all, not at all. I shall tidy up. You, young master, may attend to your affairs. Aunt Zhang stepped forward, beginning to make the bed for Lin Che. Very well, I shall take my leave, he replied. With that, Lin Che grasped his golden treasure and exited the room. That evening, as was customary, Lin Che made his way to the backyard to observe the Lin sisters honing their martial skills. After imparting to them certain techniques for harnessing their abilities, he had thought the exchange concluded. However, to his surprise, the following day, the sisters still sought his guidance on various queries. Having agreed to a month of instruction for remuneration, Lin Che could not abandon his commitment midway. Thus, he attended daily. When the sisters posed questions, he answered them candidly. If there were no inquiries, he reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the stars. Should he encounter questions beyond his knowledge, he simply shrugged, allowing himself to remain unburdened by any guilt. Following the events of that afternoon, Lin Wanting appeared somewhat bashful, feeling Lin Che's gaze upon her, which made her quite uncomfortable. Perhaps you need not come to observe our practice anymore, as we have made considerable progress, Lin Wanting finally ventured to suggest. Lin Che responded with a hint of skepticism. You do not wish for me to breach our agreement and reclaim the funds in my account, do you? What nonsense. A mere 2 to 3 million? Do you truly think my sister would concern herself over such a trifling sum? Lin Yuru scoffed. Oh, splendid. Since you no longer require my guidance, I shall refrain from visiting in the coming days. Until tomorrow, Lin Che declared, rising to head towards the villa, with his golden treasure following closely behind, matching his pace. Chapter 39. The Wheel of Fate and the Vessel of Origins. Have you heard? Chu Pharmaceutical has developed 2 gene serums. Indeed, I have heard that one can aid in awakening a second ability, while the other enhances physical strength and accelerates the awakening process. A second ability. If an individual awakens an elemental ability and subsequently consumes the serum to awaken a strengthening ability, wouldn't their combat prowess double? But you misunderstand. If one has awakened an elemental ability, consuming the serum will only lead to the awakening of another elemental ability. If one possesses a strengthening ability, the serum will similarly only awaken a second strengthening ability. Is there such a limitation? Of course. The serum merely assists in unlocking one's potential. It does not conjure an ability from thin air. Then, does it mean that an ordinary person who has not awakened an ability cannot utilize this serum? Not entirely. Some individuals may have untapped potential, and consuming the serum could provide them a chance to awaken. However, for the majority lacking inherent potential, the serum would be futile. How do you know so much? My father works at Chu Pharmaceutical. He told me personally. I see. You have been quite discreet, haven't you? Low profile, low profile. He replied. In the martial arts class, the students engaged in fervent discussions regarding the 2 new serums. Lin Che activated his smart wristband, accessing the internet to research the information on the serums. With over 2 million in his possession, a holographic wristband costing merely a few thousand Huaxia coins was a reasonable expenditure he would not hesitate to make. It must be said, the holographic wristband was indeed more convenient than a mobile phone, equipped with a more comprehensive array of functions. At that moment, the 2 serums topped the trending headlines, with subsequent entries also centered around this information. One serum, named the Wheel of Fate, could assist individuals in awakening or reawakening abilities, priced at 10 million Huaxia coins. Both awakened warriors and ordinary people could partake, though each individual was permitted to consume it only once. Exceeding the dosage could lead to genetic collapse, resulting in mutation, an irreversible condition devoid of remedy. The second serum, known as the Vessel of Origins, could strengthen the body and enhance the awakening process. Priced at 100,000 Huaxia coins, this serum was exclusively for awakeners, theoretically without dosage limits, yet the effectiveness would diminish with each additional dose. Ordinary individuals could not withstand this serum. Accidental consumption bore a 50% chance of mutation and a 50% chance of immediate death. Lin Che, unaccustomed to the perspective of the affluent, found it difficult to fathom a serum selling for 10 million. He shook his head and clicked to the next piece of information. Although the Wheel of Fate could assist ordinary individuals in awakening their talents, such an intervention would not yield particularly exceptional abilities. Generally, the highest attainable would be a C-grade talent, with a low probability of success. Spending 10 million only to awaken an F-grade talent would render little distinction from an ordinary individual who had not awakened at all. It would be wiser to save the money, ensuring a life of comfort for those who had awakened. Consuming the Wheel of Fate would result in a second ability that typically aligned with their existing talent type, albeit weaker. An A-grade strength awakener might awaken a C-grade endurance ability or a B-grade speed ability upon consuming the serum. An A-grade fire awakener could potentially awaken a B-grade poison ability or a C-grade wind ability. In essence, a second awakening would not surpass the original talent, nor would it span across distinct ability categories. Strengthening type awakeners would only experience a second awakening related to strengthening, while elemental awakeners could only experience a second awakening of an elemental type. Upon encountering these summaries online, Lin Che found himself perplexed. Having already awakened 2 abilities, could he still consume the Wheel of Fate? Moreover, with his killing ability and telepathy, both being unconventional types, what sort of ability might he awaken should he undergo a second awakening? What are you pondering about? Class is about to commence. Chu Yao interjected, noticing Lin Che lost in thought. Oh, I was contemplating these 2 new serums from Chu Pharmaceutical. Wait, isn't that your family's enterprise? Lin Che abruptly realized the oversight. Chu Yao raised a finger to her lips. Keep your voice down. I'd rather not reveal my identity. At this, Lin Che couldn't help but grin. The daughter of a conglomerate, concealing her identity to experience life? Chu Yao shot him an exasperated glance. I simply prefer to avoid excessive attention. It can be quite bothersome. Yet you are not lacking in attention as it stands, Lin Che countered, unconvinced. Is it truly the same? The boys who currently bother me can be quelled with a simple reprimand. Chu Yao mildly shook her head. Once my identity is revealed, those who persist in their pursuit will not be so easily deterred. In the entirety of New High City, the Chu family was indeed a notable clan. Despite Chu Yao's less than favorable public image and an existing engagement, many families still sought to forge alliances through marriage with the Chu family. Should her true identity become known, it would undoubtedly attract the relentless advances of suitors. While local families could be managed due to their familiarity with the Chu family, external forces with deep roots in Huaxia, far surpassing the Chu family's might, posed a significant threat. If Chu Yao's true circumstances were laid bare, even with her engagement, the avarice of noble families would prove insatiable. Initially, Lin Che found Chu Yao's reasoning quite sound. However, he soon discovered a dilemma. Wait a moment. According to your assertion, your family is likely to want me as a shield, which implies. Lin Che glanced at Chu Yao. A hint of skepticism in his gaze. Doesn't that mean your family is not inclined to let you withdraw from the engagement? What expression is that? Didn't I mention before that I would handle it? Why the urgency? Chu Yao's demeanor shifted abruptly. Truly, the face of a young maiden is as capricious as the weather, changing in an instant. My marriage shall undoubtedly be dictated by my own volition. Others must not interfere. Chu Yao reiterated, uncertain whether she spoke for Lin Che or for herself. Very well, I shall never inquire again. Lin Che responded with utmost seriousness. Do as you please, inquire or do not. Chu Yao turned her head away, dismissing Lin Che entirely. Huang Jinbei remarked, she said, you scoundrel Lin Che, just wait. I shall eventually call off our engagement. Lin Che retorted, did I ask you? Must you meddle? Huang Jinbei lamented. Fate is cruel, unkind, and devoid of a true master. A mouse's existence is bleak. The following days unfolded in a cycle of theoretical classes, physical training, and virtual simulations. After several days of diligent effort, Lin Che finally mastered the advanced guiding technique graciously bestowed by Xiao Changtian. This technique bore a rather ordinary yet somewhat pretentious name, the innate breathing method. Clearly, this technique was aimed at the innate realm. Alas, if it were called the martial saint breathing method, Lin Che would not be so pressed to assist Xing Tian in reclaiming his head. He could first cultivate until he reached the martial saint realm, and then devise a means to seek out the legendary Chanyang mountain. Perhaps the difficulty would be significantly lessened. Nevertheless, for now, the innate breathing method was sufficient for Lin Che. Currently, he lingered at the mid-stage of the transcendence realm, still needing to traverse 4 minor realms to reach the late stage of the innate realm before he could discard this technique. Prior to cultivating the technique, he relied solely on his innate talent for slaughter to ascend to the transcendence realm, leaving his vitality somewhat lacking. Upon first attempting to operate the guiding technique, his meridians were refined, resulting in a regression in cultivation, though his vitality became more substantial. Fortunately, while practicing the advanced guiding technique, he did not experience another setback in his cultivation. After all, his foundation had already been solidified, and transitioning to the advanced guiding technique merely accelerated his training speed. As for the efficacy of the cultivation, it could only be said to be slightly superior to the basic guiding technique. Yet the enhancement was limited and could not compare to the benefits derived from hunting mutated beings. Based on Lin Che's estimations, should he rely solely on the guiding technique to elevate his cultivation, he would require at least another year to break through to the innate realm. Chapter 40. If I had a martial saint master, an advanced guiding technique is worth 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. To Lin Che, this so-called advanced guiding technique possesses no cost-effectiveness when compared to his talent for slaughter. Fortunately, Lin Che acquired it free of charge, incurring no expense. He wondered whether Xiao Changtian had abandoned the 3 styles of Xing Tian. After several days, it was likely he was nearing his limits. Lin Che pondered within himself. For one cannot endlessly dwell on such matters. As anticipated, during the afternoon break, Lin Che was summoned once more to the principal's office. You have made progress with the innate breathing method? Xiao Changtian discerned at a glance that Lin Che was different from before. The innate breathing method, unlike the basic guiding technique, operates autonomously once one has entered its initial stage, circulating within the body naturally. Thus, practitioners of the innate breathing method have true energy flowing around them in their daily activities. Of course, this self-circulation differs greatly from active cultivation. A day of self-circulation equates to merely half an hour of active training, which is hardly sufficient. I must express my gratitude for the principal's impartation of this technique. Lin Che felt a twinge of pride. Were it not for this master exchanging martial arts for techniques, Lin Che would likely have had to purchase an advanced guiding technique. Moreover, the effectiveness of any purchased technique remained uncertain. No need for thanks, if you are sincere. You ought to present me with the true version of the martial saint breaking the sky technique. Xiao Changtian, having failed to master the 3 styles of Xingtian, began to question the authenticity of the techniques Lin Che had penned, even though he had made Lin Che transcribe them twice for cross-referencing, with no discrepancies found. He still could not believe that Lin Che could master it while he, a late-stage master, could not. Principal, I mentioned before that this martial technique is not suitable for everyone. Lin Che responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. When my master imparted this martial technique to me, he explicitly stated that only he and I could master it. Master? Xiao Changtian was taken aback. He had not previously heard Lin Che mention having a master. Surely you jest, such profound martial techniques must have lineage. It cannot simply be that a student like me created them on my own. In truth, Lin Che had long since concocted a tale, but he had not previously needed it. Now, confronted once more by Xiao Changtian's inquiries, Lin Che seized the opportunity to respond. I was once lost and was taken in by my master, who saved my life. Lin Che's expression turned nostalgic. From a young age, I was diligently taught by my master and devoted myself to martial arts, which enabled me to master the martial saint breaking the sky technique at an early age. However, after awakening at the age of 14, my master, seeing my only C-grade talent, lost the desire to continue training me. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Lin Che's face. After that, he told me I had awakened my talent and could protect myself. Thus he departed from Xinzhou City, leaving no trace behind. When he left, he warned me never to mention him to outsiders, nor to acknowledge that I was his disciple. Lin Che shook his head. I do not know why. Perhaps my low talent disappointed him. Nonetheless, he has imparted knowledge to me, and while he may not recognize me as his disciple, I cannot deny him as my master. Though Lin Che's words were a mixture of truth and fabrication, they were imbued with genuine emotion. He had crafted Lin Yuan into a reclusive master and portrayed the elder's departure as one of abandonment. Even if Xiao Changtian were to investigate Lin Che thoroughly, he would likely find it challenging to discern the truth from his words. After all, Lin Che had genuinely displayed the might of martial prowess and energy release akin to that of a master realm expert. As Lin Che had stated, such an extraordinary martial technique could not possibly have been conceived by a mere student. Originally, Xiao Changtian had contemplated dismissing the martial saint breaking the sky technique if it proved useless to him. If it were useful, he would need to find a way to eliminate Lin Che to prevent the technique from being divulged to others. Unexpectedly, Lin Che introduced yet another master. From the name of the martial saint breaking the sky technique, it was evident that Lin Che's master, if not a martial saint, likely had connections to one. Consequently, Xiao Changtian would have to contemplate his next actions against Lin Che with caution. Ah, I see now. No wonder you have mastered such extraordinary martial techniques at such a young age. It seems you have been nurtured by an exceptional individual. Xiao Changtian altered his previous demeanor, his tone now considerably gentler. I have another query. You previously sought to exchange for the guiding technique. Did your master not impart to you a more profound guiding technique? Lin Che's heart skipped a beat as he feigned a sigh. Alas, my master said my aptitude was too poor to pass down the undying battle soul technique to me. Unless I can advance to the innate realm, he will return to see me and teach me the undying battle soul technique. The so-called undying battle soul technique was, of course, a fabrication of Lin Che's own making. The name was inspired by Xingtian's mention of the undying soul technique, conveniently complementing the martial saint breaking the sky technique. The combination of undying battle soul technique and martial saint breaking the sky technique sounded quite impressive. After all, it had to be more formidable than the innate breathing method. Else how could it possibly bear such a name? Thus, Xiao Changtian was further convinced, for the name of this technique did not seem like a mere fabrication. So, if you can ascend to the innate realm, you will receive another inheritance? Xiao Changtian could not help but reconfirm with Lin Che. Indeed, once I ascend to the rank of innate master, my name shall undoubtedly resound throughout the city of Xinhai. When my reputation reaches the outside world, my esteemed master shall naturally come to meet me. A fabrication concocted by Lin Che, this assertion now carries a semblance of credibility. Were it uttered by another, he might have believed it to some extent. The office fell into silence. After a lengthy contemplation, Xiao Changtian finally made up his mind. You must have heard of the Wheel of Destiny and the Source Vessels. Given your insufficient talent, you will require external assistance to elevate your cultivation. The school can provide outstanding students with 1 Wheel of Destiny and 10 Source Vessels. You might strive for this opportunity. He cast a glance at Lin Che, adding, of course, the Lin family likely wouldn't quibble over such trifles. If you can procure these resources directly from them, it would not be a bad option either. Lin Che recognized that he had temporarily evaded danger. Xiao Changtian's words clearly conveyed goodwill. Sometimes, relationships among individuals are not overly intricate, often hinging on mutual benefit. Lin Che's return to the Lin family is advantageous for them. hence their efforts to reclaim him. Xiao Chantian deemed that continuing to target Lin Che would be detrimental. Thus he chose to extend an olive branch. Curious about how the school defines an outstanding student and the criteria for such a designation, Lin Che could not help but inquire. The Lin family would undoubtedly prepare potions for Lin Wanting and her siblings, though whether there would be provisions for him remained uncertain. If he could secure resources through other channels, he preferred to avoid the Lin family's scrutiny. The school comprises 4 grades, each conducting a comprehensive competition to select the top 3 students, who will be rewarded by the institution. This competition is exclusively sponsored by Chu Pharmaceuticals, serving as a promotional opportunity for their 2 genetic serums. After adjusting his perspective, Xiao Chantian regarded Lin Che with newfound respect, based on your past performance. Securing a top 3 position should pose no challenge for you. Lin Che mused. Chu family is indeed generous. 12 slots equate to a sponsorship of over 132 million. While the selling price does not reflect the production cost, it signifies the group as profit. After all, such serums are subject to usage limitations, so each additional slot sponsored means Chu Pharmaceuticals will sell 1 less serum in the future. Chapter 41. The price of crystal cores has surged, totaling a value of 578 million. Thank you, Principal, for your generosity. Given this opportunity, I shall participate regardless of whether I secure a top 3 finish. Though Lin Che feigned modesty, he had already resolved in his heart that this reward would be his. At Xinhai Martial Arts Academy, there are 10 martial arts classes annually, with Class 1 being the elite. Almost all exceptionally talented students are assigned to Class 1. It is not to say that those with lesser talent are necessarily weak. Some may awaken early and, despite lower talent, can still enter the Qi opening realm within 3 years. However, the Qi opening realm is merely a facade for Lin Che. Even if someone were to awaken at 14 like him, if their talent is insufficient, they would likely be unable to reach the Transcendence realm by 17. Therefore, this competition holds no real challenge for Lin Che. Very well, I eagerly await your triumph. Xiao Changtian exclaimed with increasing fervor. I shall personally present your award. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations, Principal. Lin Che replied earnestly. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Che noticed that his classmates frequently regarded him with peculiar glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Huang Jinbei, why do they keep staring at me? Have they discovered my SSS level talent? Huang Jinbei rolled his eyes internally and dismissively responded. They believe you struck it rich with the soaring crystal core prices. The crystal core prices have skyrocketed? Are they circulating in the market? Lin Che queried, slightly perplexed. The 2 genetic serums developed by Chu Pharmaceuticals are derived from effective substances extracted from crystal cores. First-level crystal cores can be used to create source vessels, while those of level 3 or above can be utilized for the Wheel of Destiny. Huang Jinbei suddenly perked up. You've hit the jackpot. Will you buy me some delicious treats? I want a mountain of nuts. How unambitious. Lin Che chided playfully. As a mature squirrel, you must transcend base desires and pursue a higher spiritual realm. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? While your words seem to hold some merit, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Ignoring Huang Jinbei's incessant chatter, Lin Che activated the holographic projection to check the crystal core acquisition prices. Scanning the hot topics, he stumbled upon a news item. Chu Pharmaceuticals is acquiring mutated crystal cores nationwide. He delved into the details and quickly found the pricing information. First level mutated crystal cores, 10,000 Huaxia coins. Second level, 50,000 Huaxia coins. Third level, 200,000 Huaxia coins. Fourth level, 800,000 Huaxia coins. Fifth level, 3 million Huaxia coins. Sixth level, 10 million Huaxia coins. As for levels 7 and above, no prices have been provided as of yet. After all, 7th level mutated beings are exceedingly rare and can only be handled by practitioners of the divine realm. Currently, there are barely a dozen such practitioners across the entirety of Huaxia. While there may be discrepancies in the data, they are unlikely to be significant. Thus, even before the serums are developed, 7th level mutated crystal cores are considered rare items. A symbol of status. Lin Che currently possesses 293 first level crystal cores, 17 second level, 2 third level, and 2 fourth level, totaling a value of 578 million. Coupled with the 3 million he acquired from the Lin family, he has over 8 million in total. Just a little over 1 million more is required for him to purchase a Wheel of Destiny directly. At this moment, Lin Che yearned to leave the city and roam the mountains, hunting mutated creatures. Lin Che? Lin Che? Chu Yao's voice pierced through Lin Che's reverie. Huh. Oh. What is it? Lin Che turned to face Chu Yao, having been momentarily lost in thought. Regarding the annulment of our engagement, I realize it was my unilateral breach of contract. As compensation, I can gift you a Wheel of Destiny. Chu Yao's magnanimity eclipsed Lin Che's efforts over the past few days. However, Lin Che had no intention of accepting, as the annulment was indeed his desire. No need. In a few days, there will be a school competition. The top 3 will receive a Wheel of Destiny and 10 source vessels. He waved his hand dismissively, then added with curiosity, speaking of which, your family is sponsoring this competition, and you are unaware? Oh, I didn't know. Chu Yao replied, shaking her head gently. I'm still a student and not involved in family matters. Well, in that case, you need not provide me with a separate Wheel of Destiny, as I shall emerge victorious in the competition. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. Very well, since you are so assured, I shall await your triumph with anticipation. Chu Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. By the way, can the Wheel of Destiny and the source vessels be used on pets? Lin Che inquired, glancing at Huang Jinbei. If others were to learn of Lin Che's thoughts, they would undoubtedly berate him for squandering resources. To even consider using a genetic serum worth 10 million on a mere pet would be deemed madness. Yet, in Lin Che's eyes, Huang Jinbei was far more than just a pet. He was his second extraordinary ability. If Golden Treasure could awaken a second ability, and subsequently awaken a third, it would equate to his possession of 5 abilities in a rather unconventional manner, a truly astonishing prospect. Theoretically, pets could also consume such enhancements, as animals that experience positive evolution can indeed be considered awakeners. Chu Yao pondered for a moment. If you are willing to let Golden Treasure serve as a test subject, I could provide a potion free of charge, merely as a means to assist Chu Pharmaceuticals in conducting an experiment. Lin Che quickly declined. Let us hold off on that. Once Chu Pharmaceuticals has concrete cases, I will allow Golden Treasure to try it. His life is too precious. Humph, ungrateful. Chu Yao turned her head away once more. Golden Treasure remarked. She's berating you again, you scoundrel Lin Che, foolish Lin Che, big silly pig. Lin Che. It is widely acknowledged that before drugs undergo clinical trials, they are first tested on animals. Thus, since the Wheel of Fate has officially been released, it must have already undergone ample animal testing. Chu Yao's unilateral offer, disguised as an experiment to benefit Chu Pharmaceuticals, was merely an attempt to spare Lin Che's pride. To her surprise, Lin Che flatly refused again, an utterly baffling response. In truth, Lin Che was not oblivious. He simply found it difficult to accept Chu Yao's sudden kindness. Moreover, the notion of withdrawing from a marriage and seeking compensation made him feel rather awkward. He was entirely capable of earning his own money to purchase a Wheel of Fate. Why should he accept such an ambiguous gift? During the training session, Yang Xian surveyed the group of students and spoke slowly. Chu Pharmaceuticals and the school are preparing to jointly hold a comprehensive competition. Those who achieve a top 3 finish in the competition will be rewarded with a Wheel of Fate and 10 source vessels. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of excitement erupted among the students. What a grand gesture. Over 100 million. Huh, what does that even matter? Chu Pharmaceuticals now possesses these 2 genetic drugs. Will they ever lack funds in the future? Indeed, as long as one has money, who among the common folk would not desire to awaken their talents? Which awakener would not wish for a second awakening? The Chu family is truly soaring to new heights. From this day forth, another top family will emerge in Huaxia. A top 3 finish in the competition? It seems I can no longer afford to hide my abilities. Don't be ridiculous, even if you don't conceal your talents. What difference will it make? The top 3 positions are mine for the taking. You should first surpass that woman and Lin Che before saying anything. With that said, there is effectively only one spot left for the top 3. Chapter 42, The Wheel of Fate Cup at the New Sea Martial Arts Academy Comprehensive Competition. In the days to follow, all our training sessions will primarily focus on virtual drills and practical combat exercises. I hope everyone can make significant progress and strive for excellence in the competition. Yang Xian scanned the crowd once more. Do you have confidence? Yes. The students responded in unison. Yang Xian nodded. Excellent. Let us warm up a bit. We will commence the virtual drills shortly. Martial artists must be prepared to face various scenarios. Hence, the virtual exercise environments are not static. Sometimes they are set in urban ruins, other times in wild forests. Regardless of the setting, all participants will confront an onslaught of mutated creatures. Typically, first-year students are only expected to face Level 1 and Level 2 mutated beings in their drills. Level 1 mutated creatures will continuously respawn, while Level 2 ones are limited in number. To complete the drill, all Level 2 mutated creatures in the scenario must be eliminated. Previously, during Lin Che's inaugural virtual drill, the sole Level 2 mutated creature in the entire urban ruin was the judge. However, today's South virtual drill takes place in a jungle, and there are multiple Level 2 mutated creatures present. Of course, while the strength of the mutated beings has increased, the students are no longer unarmed. Each participant is equipped with an alloy long knife upon the generation of the virtual scenario. These students have endured outdoor trials and faced beast tides, and now, as they confront the mutated creatures once more, they are no longer in a state of panic. For instance, when encountering level 1 mutated forest wolves and level 1 mutated wild boars, the group can generally handle them with ease. Within the entire scenario, only the level 2 mutated wolf king and a few level 2 mutated wild boars pose a significant threat to them. Lin Che, I'll clear the path. You handle the wolf king first. How does that sound? Fang Hoken called out loudly. It's not that I'm unwilling to engage. If I were to eliminate all these level 2 mutated creatures, everyone else would miss out on valuable training, which would not be beneficial. As he spoke, Lin Che casually swung his knife, dispatching a mutated forest wolf. Although his words might sound somewhat boastful, they nonetheless contained a grain of truth. The school arranged these virtual drills precisely to enhance the students' combat skills. If Lin Che were to eliminate all the level 2 mutated creatures in the scenario, the purpose of the drill would be rendered moot. Brother, even if you wish to showcase your prowess, there's no need to belittle everyone else, Lin Zexuan interjected. Noticing the lack of blame directed at Lin Che. Belittle? Pray tell, how have I belittled anyone? Lin Che slowly sheathed his knife and regarded Lin Zexuan. You claim that by defeating level 2 mutated creatures, others will not gain training, as if everyone else is incapable of handling them. For Lin Zexuan, who is adept at sowing discord, such remarks flowed easily from his lips. He expected this time to receive the usual chorus of agreement, yet to his astonishment, the crowd merely murmured among themselves, offering no support whatsoever. Under normal circumstances, martial artists should be capable of confronting mutated creatures one level above their own realm. However, that standard is derived from seasoned soldiers and experienced fighters. If we adhere to that standard, students in the body refinement realm should be able to easily dispatch level 2 mutated beings. Yet, the reality is quite different. While soldiers can engage mutated creatures at higher levels, it does not imply students can do the same, particularly first-year students lacking combat experience. If these first-year students could also transcend levels to confront level 2 mutated beings, what need would there be for them to remain in school for the next 3 years? Perhaps they would advance their realms faster through solitary cultivation at home. So why squander time in these virtual scenarios? Everyone was well aware of this. Hence no one echoed Lin Zexuan's sentiments. However, before Lin Che could respond, Qin Ming, who also found Lin Zexuan disagreeable, interjected, "Stop spouting nonsense. If you're capable, step up." Lin Zexuan immediately deflated. "I'm merely in the body refinement realm. I doubt I could handle the Wolf King alone. Otherwise, I would certainly take the initiative. If faced with a solitary level 2 mutated creature, perhaps he could give it a try. In the midst of such chaotic combat, he could barely manage to protect himself, let alone confront a Wolf King. Hey, you admit your realm is insufficient. We're all in the same realm. How much stronger could we be than you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but regard Qin Ming with newfound respect. He hadn't expected this fellow to possess any wit. Lin Zexuan was left speechless, and the others chose to ignore him. Sometimes, when the same tactic is employed too frequently, people develop a certain immunity to it. Enough arguing. Lin Che makes a valid point. Fang Hoken interjected at the opportune moment. The virtual drills are primarily aimed at enhancing our combat skills. We cannot rely solely on Lin Che. We must find ways to respond actively. With that, Fang Hoken began to organize the group, stabilizing their formation as they gradually advanced to collectively take down the Wolf King. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they succeeded in slaying the Wolf King. Having gained experience from their first coordinated assault on a level 2 mutated creature, the group found it considerably easier to tackle a few level 2 mutated wild boars thereafter. Though some students were eliminated during the process, the majority ultimately succeeded in passing the exercise. Yang Xian expressed his satisfaction with everyone's performance. "Well done, everyone. I hope that by the time of the grand competition, all of you can maintain the state you exhibited today. Please take a 10-minute break, and we shall proceed with practical training shortly." In the tense atmosphere, a week slipped by unnoticed, and the comprehensive competition at Xinhai Martial Arts Academy arrived as scheduled. On the Academy Square, over 1,000 students stood in orderly formation. The audience was filled with students' parents and many venerable martial artists. Bai Yining, serving as the host of the competition, gracefully ascended the podium. After a brief self-introduction, she was met with a round of applause. Subsequently, Bai Yining began to elucidate the competition rules and schedule. The 4 grades of the academy would be divided into 4 arenas. Each grade, comprising over 300 students, would enter a virtual training scenario simultaneously. Rankings would be determined based on survival duration and the number of mutated entities eliminated. Each 10 minutes of survival would earn 1 point, while each level 1 mutated entity slain would also yield 1 point. Level 2 mutated entities would grant 5 points, level 3 20 points, level 4 80 points, and level 5, 300 points. In the first grade virtual scenario, the highest level of mutated entities would be level 3. Upon the elimination of all level 3 mutated entities, the virtual exercise would conclude prematurely. In the second and third grade scenarios, the highest level would be level 4. The fourth grade scenario would feature level 5 mutated entities. Should the highest level mutated entities remain unscathed after 5 hours, these surviving high-level entities would unleash indiscriminate slaughter within the scenario. After 6 hours, if any high-level mutated entities continued to coexist with students, all mutated entities within the scene would instigate a collective uprising, resulting in a beast tide. The virtual exercise would only conclude once all students had been eliminated or all high-level mutated entities had been eradicated. For first to third graders facing level 3 or 4 mutated entities, while challenges existed, they were not insurmountable. However, the fourth graders would confront level 5 mutated entities, akin to battling innate masters. In such circumstances, only through collaborative combat could they hope for a slim chance of victory. Upon the conclusion of the virtual exercise, the top 10 from each grade would enter a round-robin phase. This phase would also employ a point system, with 2 points awarded for victories, 1 point for ties, and final rankings determined by total points accrued. The top 3 from each grade would receive the Destiny Wheel and the Source Vessel sponsored by Choose Pharmaceuticals. Naturally, the school also prepared a reward for the top 10, each receiving a high-grade alloy longsword. In terms of value, a high-grade alloy longsword is approximately worth 800,000 to 1,000,000 Huaxia coins, making it incomparable to the multi-million value of the Destiny Wheel. The sum of the top 10 from all 4 grades amounts to 40 individuals, with the school's total expenditure being just over 300,000, a meager sum. Nevertheless, a long sword, as a combat asset, is indeed beneficial for the students of the Martial Arts Academy, even if the awardees regard the long sword's value with disdain. Achieving a top 10 finish in the grand competition would serve as a memorable accolade. After Bai Yining finished detailing the competition structure and rules, she invited Xiao Changtian to the stage for a speech. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Xiao Changtian, clad in a black training outfit, slowly approached the podium. Good morning to all students, esteemed teachers, and friends attending the event. I am Xiao Changtian, the principal of Xinhai Martial Arts Academy. It is a great honor to gather with you today to inaugurate the Destiny Wheel Cup, the comprehensive competition of Xinhai Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 43. Sheep and cattle may flock together, but fierce beasts walk alone. First, I would like to extend our gratitude to our sponsor, Choose Pharmaceuticals. As a leading enterprise in Xinhai City, Choose Pharmaceuticals has made significant contributions to the gene agent industry, developing the epic-making Destiny Wheel and Source Vessel gene agents. This research has provided tremendous benefits to Xinhai City, Huaxia, and indeed, all of humanity. After praising Choose Pharmaceuticals, Xiao Changtian shifted his tone. Since the day of revelation, humanity has faced numerous challenges, with mutated entities rampaging and turmoil erupting worldwide. Martial arts have become our foundation on Blue Star. Warriors represent the future of humanity, and the Martial Arts Academy bears the critical responsibility of nurturing exceptional warriors to safeguard humanity's future. Here, you will learn martial techniques and hone your skills. After a lengthy preamble, Xiao Changtian finally addressed the crux. The comprehensive competition is not merely a contest. It is also an essential trial on your path of growth. Through this competition, you will identify your shortcomings and learn from the strengths of others, thereby continuously enhancing yourselves. Xiao Changtian paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before continuing. I hope that, in the forthcoming matches, regardless of victory or defeat, you will uphold your original intentions. A true warrior must possess not only a sense of justice and responsibility, but also the determination to protect others and safeguard their homeland. I hope that in your pursuit of martial arts excellence, you remain steadfast in your beliefs and do not lose your way. Upon hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smirk. That was quite eloquent. Given Xiao Changtian's previous actions, I wonder how he can muster the audacity to say such things, devoid of any shame. At this moment, Xiao Changtian's speech was nearing its conclusion. Students, the future of Xinhai City, the future of Huaxia, the future of humanity, rest in your hands. I believe that through this grand competition, a remarkable batch of warriors will undoubtedly emerge among you. You will become the pride of the Academy and the backbone of those who protect Blue Star. Now, I declare the comprehensive competition of Xinhai Martial Arts Academy officially commenced. As Xiao Changtian's words echoed, the audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. The atmosphere ignited instantly, with students eager and ready to spring into action. While others contemplated how to exert their utmost efforts to secure victory, Lin Che pondered how to win the competition without revealing too much of his strength. Clearly, This was a complex dilemma. Once Xiao Chantian concluded his address, Bai Yining stepped back onto the podium. Students, please ensure your holographic suits are properly secured and prepare yourselves. We will be uniformly entering the virtual scenario in 15 minutes. Below, the thousands of students from the 4 grades gradually became animated once more. Help me check if my harness is fastened properly. It's secure. No need to worry. Just look at me. I'm calm. You're not calm. Your legs are trembling like you have Parkinson's. Nonsense. That's just my habitual tactical shake. Who do you think will claim the top 3 spots? In our class, both Chu Yao and Lin Che have a strong chance, but there are also a few early awakeners from other classes. Even some who have already reached the Qi opening realm. Wow. So the outcome is still uncertain, huh? Of course. Otherwise, why even hold a grand competition? We might as well just award the prizes to those with the highest cultivation levels. That makes sense. I've noticed you've been getting smarter lately. What do you mean? When did I start being smart? I've always been the brainy hero, alright. Your combat capability is lacking. Yet you can articulate such lofty sentiments. I'm genuinely impressed. The 2 assessments of the comprehensive competition not only test the students' practical abilities, but also reveal their adaptability through the virtual exercises. Some individuals, possessing considerable skills yet lacking intellect, may find themselves eliminated during virtual simulations. However, for Lin Che, this posed no challenge. In the first-year virtual scenario, the highest level mutant was merely tier 3. Even with one hand tied behind his back, he could easily overpower them. 15 minutes later, Xiao Chantian initiated the virtual training session, and 4 holographic screens appeared behind the podium, each showcasing a distinct scenario corresponding to the 4 different grades. This round would assess survival duration and the number of mutants eliminated, with no restrictions on collaboration. Some students formed small groups, agreeing to take turns slaying mutants to earn points, which proved more efficient than solitary combat. The first-year scenario unfolded in an uncharted forest, where over 300 students suddenly appeared at the forest's edge, stirring the wildlife within. Lin Che, shall we team up? Fang Hoken extended an invitation. Lin Che mused internally that he had no desire to show off, but the class leader was adept at support. Only sheep gather in herds. Fierce beasts prefer solitude. With that, Lin Che dashed into the woods. Fang Hoken paused, contemplating Lin Che's words. Class leader, shall we form a team? A female classmate approached. Regaining his composure, Fang Hoken proclaimed, only sheep gather in herds. Fierce beasts hunt alone. He then followed Lin Che's example and hastily entered the forest. The female classmate frowned slightly. If you don't want to team up, just say so. No need to insult anyone. Nearby, Chu Yao observed the entire exchange and couldn't help but smile. Stepping past the crowd into the jungle. According to the rules, Tier 3 mutants would indiscriminately rampage through the forest after 5 hours. If the Tier 3 mutants remained unchecked for 6 hours, it would trigger a beast tide. Earning 1 point every 10 minutes seemed simple, yet with the time constraints. Surviving until the end would yield only 36 points. Based on this scoring system, even achieving the maximum would likely have little impact on rankings. Clearly, this rule was designed to test the students' survival abilities while simultaneously encouraging them to actively hunt mutants. If hiding and stalling proved more rewarding than slaying mutants, the essence of the competition would be lost. Thus, Lin Che remained highly proactive. Within the first 10 minutes of entering the scenario, he had already slain 10 Tier 1 mutants and 1 Tier 2 mutant, amassing an impressive 16 points, placing him far ahead among the first-year students. In the audience, invited parents and dignitaries from Xinhai City engaged in animated discussions, watching the events unfold on the virtual screens. How is this first-year student so swift? He must have awakened a speed-related ability. In this scenario, all students must actively seek prey, giving speed-related abilities a significant edge. His kill efficiency rivaled that of fourth-year students. And if solely considering the number of kills, he was already the top in the entire school. Fortunately, the current competition only compared students within the same grade. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unfair to this first-year prodigy. Listening to the murmurs around her, Su Qianxian could not refrain from asking Lin Wanting, "Are they talking about Xiao Che?" Lin Wanting nodded, her gaze complex. Yes, Xiao Che's performance is indeed remarkable. So Xiao Che is this formidable. I thought he only had sea-level talent. Su Qianxian expressed her confusion. Talent merely indicates potential growth. It does not reflect current strength, Lin Wanting gently clarified. Su Qianxian's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, I see. Chapter 44. Fang Hoken. I seem ill-suited to be a fierce beast. As the crowd continued their discussions, Lin Che dispatched another Tier 2 mutant wild boar, earning an additional 5 points. The participating students were unaware of each other's point tallies, prompting Lin Che to slay as many mutants as possible to avoid any unforeseen setbacks. Should his arrogance lead him to eliminate fewer mutants and consequently fall out of the top 10, he he would find himself wishing for a quick end. The virtual scene shifted to another side of the forest, where Fong Hoken faced off against a Tier 2 mutant giant lizard alone. This creature was massive, exceeding 4 meters in length, with impenetrable scales and remarkable speed, presenting no apparent weaknesses. The two engaged in a tense standoff until the mutant giant lizard could no longer contain itself and launched an attack. It charged at Fong Hoken with the force of a speeding vehicle. Should Fong Hoken be struck directly, he might not be ejected from the virtual scenario immediately, but he would certainly suffer severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, Fong Hoken dodged and swung his blade at the lizard's neck. Clang! The blade met the scales with a metallic ring, sending sparks flying. The force of his strike reverberated through his arm, leaving it momentarily numb. The mutant giant lizard, provoked, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of dark green venom. Fong Hoken hastily evaded, yet some of the venom splattered onto his right leg. Sizzle! Within the virtual landscape, his right leg was rapidly corroded, turning a charred black. Immediately, he began to experience the painful sensation of electric shocks coursing through him. With his body injured, his reactions dulled, leaving him with no option but to go all in. As the mutant giant lizard charged again, Fong Hoken leaped. Landing on its back, the lizard thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge him, but Fong Hoken, leveraging his strength advantage, clung tightly to its scales, securing his position. Enduring intermittent shocks radiating from his injured leg, he gripped his long knife firmly, targeting the gaps between the scales to strike. Thud! The giant lizard let out a pained howl, attempting to ram into nearby trees. Bang! 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 Fong Hoken was jolted. Yet he maintained his grip with one hand while extracting his knife from the lizard's wound with the other, stabbing down again. This continued until the lizard, drenched in blood and utterly exhausted, could no longer resist, at which point Fong Hoken delivered 2 final strikes before ceasing his assault. Though he succeeded in slaying the giant lizard, earning 5 points, he was left severely injured, his condition significantly deteriorated. While his injuries were not fatal, the blood loss indicated that after undergoing a period of electric shock therapy, he would be expelled from the virtual scenario. Moreover, during this limited time, his combat effectiveness would be continually hampered by the shocks, forcing him to target only Tier 1 mutants moving forward. Gazing at the corrosive wound on his leg, where the bone was visible, Fong Hoken could not help but mutter to himself, "I seem ill-suited to be a fierce beast." Meanwhile, Lin Che's points had soared to 29, and before him stood a Tier 3 mutant wild boar king. The entire virtual scene was being broadcast live. Should he easily dispatch this Tier 3 wild boar king, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and likely expose his true prowess. Continuing to disguise oneself while slowly eliminating threats may not be the most prudent course of action, especially considering that a 3rd-tier mutant creature is worth merely 20 points. If too much time is expended, the endeavor may prove to be counterproductive. Once again, the moment has arrived to test his acting prowess. Lin Che rapidly devised a script in his mind. Encountering a 3rd-tier mutant alone, this student is likely in grave danger. Indeed, while he currently holds the top score among first-year students, should he fall to the 3rd-tier mutant, he would be hard-pressed to secure his rank with only 29 points. He had been too impulsive. Had he initially teamed up with classmates, he would not find himself in such a passive position now. Climbing a tree would be futile, wouldn't it? The 3rd-tier mutant wild boar king can summon a horde of wild boars, which would easily topple that tree. Suddenly, the discussion ceased abruptly. The crowd watched as Lin Che scaled only a few meters before halting, turning to leap onto the back of the mutant wild boar king, landing firmly. What followed was a scene both comical and absurd. The mutant wild boar king attempted to dislodge Lin Che, thrashing about, jumping, and twisting, to avoid being thrown off. Lin Che clung tightly to the boar's bristles with both hands. After several fruitless attempts, the mutant wild boar king began to race through the forest at a breakneck speed. The once tranquil mountains and woods began to stir. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the beast tide would not appear for another 6 hours? Indeed. Had only half an hour passed? Look quickly, someone is riding a pig. What on earth? Is this for real? What are you thinking? I mean, someone is legitimately riding a pig. Who in their right mind would ride a pig? By the heavens, he truly is riding a pig. Lin Che rode the wild boar king, or rather, the wild boar king bore Lin Che upon its back, as they galloped through the forest for over 10 minutes. This particular mutant wild boar king was robust. Had it been another boar, it would have collapsed under such speed in mere minutes. Nonetheless, during this brief period, dozens witnessed the gallant figure of the pig-riding warrior. Hundreds more, watching the live broadcast, marveled at Lin Che's audacity. Thus, a new legend of the pig-riding warrior was born in Xian High City. When the mutant wild boar king finally collapsed in exhaustion, Lin Che leaped away, drawing his long knife and cautiously approaching. Just as he prepared to stab the creature in the abdomen, The wild boar king suddenly opened its eyes and rose again. Lin Che hastily retreated a step, resuming his standoff with the beast. With a fierce glare, the wild boar king emitted a sharp cry and charged at Lin Che with all its might. Utilizing his agility, Lin Che evaded the attack as the wild boar king crashed into a sturdy tree trunk. The branches stirred, emitting a rustling sound as twigs and dry leaves fell. The wild boar king slowly turned, locking onto Lin Che once more and charging again. Observing this, Lin Che conceived a new strategy. He began to deliberately dodge towards the trees, ensuring that each time the wild boar king charged, a large tree stood behind him. Thus, with every assault, the boar collided with the trunk. After several repetitions, the wild boar king began to stagger. This was compounded by the fact that, having already exerted itself for over 10 minutes, it was considerably weakened, and the force of its charges had diminished. Had it been in peak condition, a few collisions would likely have rendered it unconscious. Foolish boar, indeed, just a foolish boar. Had I known it would be this simple, I would not have ridden you around. Lin Che shook his head, raising his knife in a taunting gesture towards the wild boar king. Just as he was on the verge of defeating a third-tier mutant, several figures suddenly burst forth from the surroundings. It's a third-tier mutant wild boar. Everyone charge. 5 individuals rushed forward, taking turns to assault the wild boar king. Each possessed elemental abilities, unleashing fireballs and shards of rock that rained down upon the mutant creature. What is the meaning of this? I was nearly exhausting this beast, and now you appear to steal my points? This is unacceptable. Lin Che could hardly contain his frustration. The rules do not state that we cannot take points from one another. Naturally, the points belong to whomever slays the creature, one responded. Exactly, we are in competition. What would competition be without taking from one another? Another chimed in. That makes sense. I find myself at a loss for words. Lin Che couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Under the relentless assault of the group, the wild boar king was grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Lin Che shouted, "Look, a meteor." The group instinctively glanced upwards, only to find nothing. Seizing the moment, Lin Che dashed forward, aiming for the mutant wild boar king's eyes with his knife, piercing through its skull. With a lamentable howl, Lin Che twisted his knife, claiming 20 points. Despicable. Utterly despicable. One exclaimed. Oh, perhaps I misjudged the situation. Lin Che shrugged nonchalantly, displaying no embarrassment upon being discovered. I told you. How could there be a meteor in broad daylight? It was nothing but a ruse. Fool, this is a virtual scenario. One cannot expect to see meteors even at night. Nonsense. Can't meteors exist in a virtual scene? Is that the crux of the matter? He just killed the wild boar king, rendering our efforts moot. Indeed. How despicable. Unprincipled. It seems we were the ones who attempted to take from him first. Farewell, everyone. Lin Che disregarded their protests, turning to disappear into the woods. As he vanished from sight, the 5 regrouped, steeling themselves for the next attempt to seize points. Not long after, they encountered a trio engaged in the hunt for a second-tier mutant lynx. Without hesitation, they charged in. Just as they were about to secure their prize, Lin Che suddenly emerged from the forest, delivering a decisive blow to the mutant lynx. Ah, what a coincidence. We meet again. You all carry on. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Che sheathed his knife and swiftly retreated into the woods. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by Lin Che's antics. Ha ha. This student is quite amusing, pulling a fast one on those fellows. Indeed, he holds a grudge, and this serves as a lesson for them. Well, if they start stealing points in school, they will surely do the same on the battlefield. Such students deserve to learn their lesson. The leader's words rang true. Lin Che's initial theft was not the end. Over the next 2 hours, whenever the 5 attempted to strike, they found themselves thwarted by Lin Che's interventions. As time passed, their points dwindled significantly. Realizing the futility of their situation, the 5 could no longer endure and pleaded with Lin Che. Come on, we've only taken from you once. You can't keep targeting us forever. Exactly, you've robbed us 7 or 8 times already. We will all be in the same school. Can't you show us some mercy? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Che replied, No. Come on, this is becoming tedious. The leader protested. Lin Che shrugged, unconcerned. You steal from others. I steal from you. Does that not seem fair? The leader furrowed his brow. I am Zhao Yang from class 3. How about we become friends? Lin Che shook his head. There is no need for friendship. I, Lin Zexuan, never befriend those of poor character. Very well, Lin Zexuan, I shall remember you. Zhao Yang turned with his subordinates, and, upon encountering other teams engaged in combat with mutant creatures, refrained from further attempts to steal points. The 5 wasted half an hour traversing a mere 10 kilometers before finally coming to a halt. Surely that fellow won't follow us any longer? Zhao Yang scanned the surrounding jungle, finding no signs of any unusual activity. Rest assured, brother, he too seeks to secure a ranking and won't linger with us indefinitely. Indeed, That makes sense. Let us commence from this point. With that, Zhao Yang resumed leading his companions in search of mutated creatures. Naturally, Lin Che could not shadow Zhao Yang and his group indefinitely. Upon noticing that they had ceased to seize others' prey, Lin Che decided to abandon his pursuit. However, by a twist of fate, while he was slaying his own targets, he happened upon Zhao Yang and his companions once more. At that moment, the five were engaged in a fierce battle against a second-tier mutated brown bear. As all five were elemental awakened beings, and Zhao Yang wielded a B-grade fire ability, they found it relatively easy to confront the second-tier mutated beast. With a mighty roar, the wounded brown bear collapsed to the ground, having lost the will to fight. Hey, brothers, looks like you're quite busy. Lin Che suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, swiftly claiming 5 points with a single strike. Thank you for the points. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Che vanished from the scene, just as he had before. Zhao Yang discarded his long knife and sat down on the ground, exclaiming, "This is utterly unfair." One of his subordinates tentatively suggested, "Shall we move further away and try again? Is there any other option?" Zhao Yang lifted his gaze, surveying the four companions. Seeing them all shake their heads, he could only rise in resignation and continue on his journey. 3 hours had elapsed in the virtual training, and Fong Hoken had been ejected from the virtual realm due to his character sustaining severe injuries. After slaying a mutated giant lizard, he had also vanquished over a dozen first-tier mutated creatures, ultimately earning 47 points. According to the current rankings, he found himself precariously in 10th place. Regrettably, upon being expelled from the virtual scenario, he was swiftly surpassed by others. Lin Che, having delayed Zhao Yang and his companions, now held 126 points, placing him in second. The first place was occupied by Yi Feng, a student from martial arts class 10, with a current score of 149. It must be said, this name hardly sounds like one of the ordinary. Chu Yao, with 105 points, ranked third. Her accomplishment was largely thanks to Lin Che's earlier guidance. Had she not developed the method of spatial compression, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to achieve such a result with her original combat prowess. The fourth place had a mere 65 points, creating a stark divide from the top three. This information was only visible to the spectators outside, including the students who had been expelled from the virtual scenario. Fong Hoken gazed at Lin Che and Chu Yao's scores and rankings, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. "So you two are the true powerhouses, while I am but a mere beast of burden." Although Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan possessed S-grade talents, their martial arts realms were too low, restricting them to combating only first-tier mutated creatures. Currently, Qin Ming had 43 points and Lin Zexuan had 45 points, both failing to enter the top 10. In this regard, Fong Hoken felt a flicker of satisfaction, at least. With the same martial arts realm, he had temporarily surpassed the two S-grade geniuses, which could not be deemed as being merely a beast of burden. At this point, many students had been expelled from the virtual realm, and upon seeing the rankings on the scoreboard, they could not help but marvel. Who is this Yi Feng? I've never heard of him before. Indeed, how could a class like Martial Arts Class 10 produce such a formidable warrior? It was said that he awakened relatively early with a C-grade strength talent, and was now at the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, capable of easily slaying second-tier mutated beasts. No wonder, his realm was nearly on par with that of a graduate. Alas, with only a C-grade talent. Even if he obtained the Wheel of Fortune, he could only unlock an ability below D-grade. One could argue that it was indeed a waste for those with low talents to consume the Wheel of Fortune. Yet, it could not be said so harshly. D-grade abilities could still enhance combat power significantly, and as long as one could become stronger, it could hardly be considered wasteful. Furthermore, even an ordinary person, if able to procure 10 million, might still wish to take a gamble. 10 million for awakening an F-grade ability would be better spent on enjoying life. Each person has their own aspirations. Within the virtual realm, Lin Che encountered a third-tier mutated giant python, and coincidentally, Yi Feng appeared nearby. Hearing the sounds of battle, Yi Feng hastened toward Lin Che, who was locked in a struggle with the python. Chapter 46. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Most mutated creatures are physically enhanced, with few elemental types. Coincidentally, this third-tier mutated giant python possessed ice-type talent abilities. Among the myriad of mutated beings, this python was indeed exceptional. Stretching over 10 meters in length, its snow-white scales gleamed with an ethereal glow, and the ground beneath it was blanketed in frost. Its vertically oriented azure pupils radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Che could not suppress a shiver running down his spine, not due to the python's intimidation, for he had previously slain fourth-tier pythons during the Beast Tide. This was merely a third-tier mutated python, and despite its ice-type talent, it could not possibly surpass a fourth tier. The chill he felt was primarily due to the holographic suit simulating the surrounding environment, emitting cold air toward him. Lin Che slowly drew his long knife, quickly noticing that the blade was soon covered in frost, visible to the naked eye. Though mutated creatures lacked human intelligence, their combat instincts far surpassed that of humans. The third-tier ice python understood the importance of creating a favorable environment, at least more so than Lin Che, who was at the Enlightenment realm. Lin Che held a measure of respect for the ice python, just as the python, which had been observing, suddenly launched an attack. It opened its massive jaws and let out a roar. With a rush of foul wind, it expelled several shards of ice from its mouth. Swish, 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 clang, clang, clang. Lin Che swung his long knife, successfully blocking all the attacks, though the cold seeped into his hands, making them numb. The python, having failed its initial assault, swung its tail like a massive whip toward Lin Che. Reacting swiftly, Lin Che leapt backward to dodge the incoming tail strike. However, as he landed, his foot slipped, and he fell flat on the ground. Remembering the poor advice he had given Lin Che earlier, he couldn't help but feel that the wheel of fate had turned back on him. As several more shards of ice came hurtling toward him, Lin Che had no time to ponder and rolled to the side. Perhaps sensing that its ranged attacks were ineffective, the python charged forward, intending to ensnare Lin Che in a deadly embrace. Lin Che knew that with the chopping power of an Enlightenment realm martial artist, he could never pierce the python's scaled armor. Thus, he sheathed his long knife and unleashed a powerful punch against the giant python. Bang! The python, which had aimed to constrict Lin Che, momentarily hesitated upon receiving the blow. Lin Che followed up with successive punches. Had the ice python been anything but virtual data, it would surely be questioning its existence. Just as the intense battle between man and serpent raged, someone suddenly sprang from the underbrush, striking the python's abdomen with a knife. Since the attack originated from behind the python, the tip of the blade slid seamlessly between the scales and into the creature's body. Hiss! Bang! With a roar, the python retaliated, its tail sweeping out to fling the assailant far away. The individuals steadied themselves, sprang from the ground, and charged back toward the ice python. Hey mate, that's my prey. Lin Che thought this scene seemed eerily familiar, observing the other person's lack of response. He chose not to engage further and continued his relentless assault on the ice python. On the surface, Lin Che was an Enlightenment realm martial artist, and when faced with the scaled third-tier mutated ice python, he was left with no choice but to engage in a war of attrition. Had no one intervened, Lin Che might have taken his time to strategize. However, with a rival now in the fray, he had no choice but to employ a few tactics. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its 7 inches. This python, being a serpent, surely had its own vulnerable spots. The colossal python, stretching over 10 meters in length, harbored its heart approximately 3 meters behind its neck, typically situated on the left side. Lin Che, slightly moderating the force of his punches, gradually widened the distance between himself and the beast, redirecting the ice python's attention. As the serpent pivoted its head towards the lurking assailant, Lin Che seized the opportune moment, dashing forward to deliver a flurry of strikes aimed at the creature's heart. Bang! 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 The once majestic ice python, proudly raising its head and flicking its tongue, suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. A resounding blast sent ice shards flying, and Lin Che earned an additional 20 points. You are quite formidable. In the tournament, I shall defeat you. Remember, my name is Yifeng. With that, Yifeng cast one last glance at the fallen ice python before turning to depart. Observing his retreat, Lin Che smirked. His arrogance is remarkable. He clearly failed to claim the beast, but still pretends otherwise. Outside the arena, the eliminated students erupted into fervent discussions. Who do you think will claim first place? Lin Che or Yifeng? I would wager on Yifeng, considering he has already reached the late stage of the Enlightenment realm. He certainly holds an advantage in direct confrontations. Not necessarily. In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Lin Che, being a speed-type ability user, could very well outlast Yifeng in a war of attrition. But the arena is quite small, limiting the advantages of speed-type abilities. Strength-type users can easily overpower others. Dare to place a bet? On what? A bottle of Origin Vessel. I bet Lin Che will win. What gives you such confidence? Just answer. Will you take the bet or not? Fine, I'm in. Just watch. Despite the virtual training not yet concluding, the two were already debating potential outcomes of the arena match, primarily because Lin Che and Yifeng's scores had soared far beyond their first-year peers. The fourth-place contestant had yet to surpass 100 points, while both Lin Che and Yifeng had eclipsed 200, alternating in the lead. As Chu Yao's score also exceeded 200, Lin Che and Yifeng were nearing 300 points, while the fourth contestant lagged behind with a mere 137 points. The gap widening significantly. However, the virtual training was nearing its conclusion, and the third-level mutated beasts had initiated indiscriminate attacks. Mutated armored bears, mutated panthers, and mutated lynxes, initially concealed, were now fully exposed. The emergence of these formidable third-level mutants led many students lacking in combat prowess to be expelled from the virtual scenario. Meanwhile, Lin Che and Yifeng experienced another surge in points. The regulations were clear. Once the third-level mutants went berserk, if all were not eradicated within an hour, a beast tide would ensue. Lin Che, having faced a true beast tide before, had only done so under the cover of the jungle while utilizing his unique technique, the Xingtian form. Only the two leading instructors and Chu Yao had caught on to the peculiarities of his prowess. The rest remained oblivious. Even Xiao Changtian merely regarded Lin Che as possessing peculiar martial skills, never suspecting that he might be concealing his innate talents. Thus, at present, Lin Che had not fully revealed the extent of his capabilities. However, the circumstances of the virtual training were markedly different. Every move he made would be captured by dynamic cameras, laid bare for all spectators to behold. Should he again face the beast tide alone during the exercise, it would be challenging to deceive others afterward, no matter his eloquence. Lin Che understood that the most prudent strategy was to annihilate all third-level mutants within the hour following their rampage, thereby concluding the virtual exercise prematurely. Otherwise, once the beast tide descended, he would find himself hindered by the necessity to conceal his true strength while his classmates fought with abandon against the tide, potentially jeopardizing his place in the top 10. In his estimation, this cohort of students was not to be underestimated, just as he had encountered Yifeng, whose strength was formidable. At the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, should he unleash his full power during a beast tide composed solely of first and second level mutants, he would undoubtedly have a chance to endure until the end. If the academy harbored hidden talents, with 10 students akin to Yifeng emerging, it was conceivable that he could plummet from the top 10 once the tide passed. Of course, these were merely Lin Che's overreactions. Had he been able to see the scores of all his classmates at this moment, he would realize how absurd his concerns were. In the martial arts academy, it was exceedingly rare for a first-year student to ascend to the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, rarer than an S-level talent. It was implausible for the school to suddenly produce 10 individuals of such caliber. Chapter 47. Those with sinister intentions, the greater their abilities, the greater the peril. By the heavens, among the third-level mutants, there exists a mutated man-eating flower. Such a creature must be exceedingly difficult to detect. It was unclear who had designed the scenario. Now all were on high alert for large predators, hardly suspecting that a plant within the woods could be a third-level mutant. It seemed that the beast tide was an inevitable component. The designer of this virtual scenario had no intention of allowing us to pass through unscathed. Even without the mutated man-eating flower, those of us who were expelled early cannot claim to have succeeded. Seeing Lin Zexuan's ranking, Su Qianqian could not help but inquire with Lin Wanting. With Zexuan currently at 108 points, does he stand any chance of entering the top 10? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanting glanced at the leaderboard. In first place, we have Lin Che with 427 points. In second, there's Yifeng with 398 points. Chu Yao follows in third with 286 points. Lu Yu holds fourth with 173 points. And in 10th place, Zhao Yang has a mere 139 points. Even so, Lin Zexuan was still 31 points away from the 10th position, equivalent to 31 first-level mutants. Given such a disparity, it was nearly impossible for him to break into the top 10. Lin Wanting shook her head in resignation. Zexuan is still too low in rank. If he could break through to the Enlightenment realm, entering the top 10 would be a breeze. Indeed, as Lin Wanting noted, 7 of the top 10 were at the Enlightenment realm. Had Lin Zexuan managed to ascend before the competition, he could have secured at least an 8th place finish. Alas, there is no if. Even with S-level talent, he remained merely at the late stage of body refinement. It was already challenging for him to contend with second-level mutants. Thus his score could not be particularly high. Su Qianqian then shifted her gaze to the third-year leaderboard, where Lin Yura astonishingly ranked third. It appeared that Yura had made significant strides recently. She had previously mentioned her struggle to maintain a top 3 position in her class. Yet now she stood third in the comprehensive competition. Lin Wanting nodded. Indeed, we owe much to Lin Che. He has imparted a new technique for utilizing our abilities, which has enhanced Yura's combat effectiveness by at least 30%. Currently, in this virtual exercise, facing these mindless mutated creatures, Yura had not yet showcased her full potential. If she were to engage with classmates in the tournament, she would undoubtedly surprise us even further. Is Lin Che really that remarkable? Just a few casual pointers can lead to such an improvement in Yura? Su Qianqian inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Indeed, I never anticipated that after being away for 17 years, he could rise to such heights solely through his own efforts. Lin Wanting's expression grew complex. Despite possessing only C-level talent, with sufficient martial resources, he might still ascend to the master realm. He had indeed faced many hardships over the years. Lin Wanting glanced at Su Qianqian, hesitating to speak further. Haha, as long as you siblings can coexist harmoniously, I shall rest easy. Su Qianqian patted Lin Wanting's hand, her smile radiant. On the opposite side of the audience, some individuals were examining the leaderboard. Is this fourth place occupied by a member of the Liu family? It must be. The Liu family, renowned as a martial aristocracy, has consistently produced individuals with remarkable martial talents across generations. Indeed, the stability observed in Xinhai City today can largely be attributed to the Liu family's contributions. The first place is held by someone from the Lin family. The second appears to be an ordinary civilian, while the third bears the surname Chu, which could indicate a connection to the Chu family. The Chu family? Their members are rather interesting. They sponsor prizes yet still participate in the competition themselves. How amusing. How did this 10th place contestant manage to ascend? I recall he was previously thwarted by Lin Che, wasn't he? Ah, it seems he possesses some abilities after all. A nefarious mind. However, the greater the skill, the greater the danger. One cannot be so harsh, as he is still a student. Perhaps he will mature in due time? With merely 1 minute remaining before the beast tide erupts, Lin Che, having leveraged his speed advantage, thoroughly scoured the entire forest, yet failed to locate the last third-tier mutant. Just as he thought he could only await the impending beast tide, a sudden scream disrupted his thoughts. Lin Che swiftly dashed toward the source of the sound, only to discover a solitary student being devoured by a colossal man-eating flower. So that's why I couldn't find it. It was a plan all along. As he spoke, Lin Che immediately drew his blade and struck at the mutated man-eating flower. Thud, thud, thud. The stem of the mutated man-eating flower was as thick as a barrel and exhibited astonishing elasticity. The alloy blade struck it, akin to slicing through a mass of cotton. Despite the blade severing the stem and splattering slime everywhere, it ultimately failed to sever it entirely. The student who had been swallowed by the flower was soon expelled from the virtual scenario. Subsequently, the man-eating flower opened its massive maw toward Lin Che. Lin Che quickly leaped to the side, intending to circle around and continue his assault, only to find the flower sweeping him away with a powerful motion. Remarkably, it was a man-eating flower that had mastered martial techniques and could execute sweeping kicks. Lin Che staggered back several meters before regaining his balance, unable to suppress a retort. After landing a successful strike, the man-eating flower extended several tendrils toward Lin Che. Observing this, he swiftly swung his blade, severing several of the tendrils. Fortunately, these tendrils were not as robust as the stem. Otherwise, they would have posed a significant threat. Lin Che elegantly spun his blade, flicking off the residual slime. With a sudden burst of energy, he surged forward like a sharp arrow, charging once more at the mutated man-eating flower. A flurry of blade light flashed as he danced around the flower, delivering fierce strikes, the air resonating with the sound of his blade slicing through it. Yet, the mutated man-eating flower proved incredibly resilient. Despite being battered and bruised, it remained unbroken. Just as Lin Che remained entirely focused, a cacophony of noise erupted from the forest. As if the earth itself trembled slightly, Lin Che cursed his luck. 6 hours had elapsed, and the beast tide had finally erupted. Casting a glance at the defiant mutated man-eating flower that refused to succumb, Lin Che decisively opted for a strategic retreat. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, locating a towering tree nearby and swiftly scaling its heights. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the intensity of the beast tide to formulate his next course of action. Soon, the tide surged like a relentless torrent toward the mutated man-eating flower. Initially, the third-tier flower managed to resist, opening its colossal mouth and voraciously devouring the approaching mutants. Several vines lashed out like whips, ensnaring smaller mutants, and within moments, a dozen first-tier mutants became its meal. However, as a multitude of mutants surged like a tidal wave, the man-eating flower gradually found itself overwhelmed. Despite being a third-tier mutant and struggling valiantly, it ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of the relentless beast tide. In the end, under the barrage of countless mutants, the massive form of the man-eating flower collapsed with a thunderous crash, soon trampled into a mushy pulp. The beast tide showed no sign of abating. It appeared that this mutated flower was not the final third-tier mutant after all. Watching the chaotic scene below from his perch, Lin Che silently rejoiced in his timely retreat. Otherwise, had he chosen to remain, he would have had no choice but to reveal his true capabilities. However, his moment of relief was short-lived as another unexpected turn of events occurred. Not far away, numerous mutated macaques and giant mutated apes sprang from the trees, drawing ever closer. With no options left, Lin Che could only draw his blade and brace himself for battle. With no retreat, he had no choice but to fight. As the mutated macaques and giant apes approached, Lin Che swiftly adjusted his stance and swung his long knife. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar. In an instant, The glint of blades mingled with cries of agony and roars of rage. Lin Che stood firm atop the tree, his superb swordsmanship allowing him to continue slashing for half an hour without showing signs of fatigue. Chapter 48. A gentleman does not accept food presented by others. The relentless beast tide continued to surge, and Lin Che began to feel mentally drained. After slaying a third-tier mutated white ape, a flurry of light and shadow flickered before him, and the scene rapidly shifted. He witnessed a white ape leaping through the forest when suddenly a monstrous cow appeared before it. It was termed monstrous because this cow had no horns and boasted only one leg. The white ape seemed somewhat intimidated by the creature, immediately turning to flee. However, it had not escaped far when it encountered a golden dragon that blocked its path. The white ape attempted to change direction, only to suddenly clutch its head and roll on the ground in distress. Subsequently, the golden dragon transformed into a human figure and produced a chain, tossing it at the white ape. The chain appeared to possess intelligence, binding the white ape securely. The scene shifted once more, revealing the white ape ensnared at the bottom of the water, struggling desperately. Just as Lin Che felt curious, the white ape suddenly glanced at him, its golden eyes glinting with a sharp arc. Lin Che, what are you daydreaming about? The voice of Fong Hoken rang out from behind him. Lin Che jolted back to reality, surveying the plaza and realizing that everyone had already exited the virtual training. Clearly, the white ape he had slain was the last third-tier mutant, and the virtual training had concluded the moment he defeated it. At this moment, Bai Yining was sequentially calling names, inviting the top 10 students from each grade to the stage. Oh, all right, I'll head up now. Lin Che quickly collected his thoughts and stepped forward with measured strides. To his surprise, he spotted Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan on the stage. The two had slain numerous first-tier mutants amidst the beast tide and successfully entered the top 10. In the face of second-tier mutants, they might struggle, however. With their S-class lightning powers and S-class mental abilities, both capable of instantly affecting multiple targets at the beginner level, they undeniably possessed a significant advantage against a multitude of lower-tier mutants. Nonetheless, Lin Che was merely slightly taken aback before redirecting his focus. After all 40 students from the 4 grades had walked across the stage, Bai Yining finally announced that a round-robin competition would take place the following day. Throughout the proceedings, Lin Che was somewhat distracted, continually pondering the earlier encounter with the white ape. After the last similar incident, he had dreamt of Xingtian that night and learned the technique. Genkai Pokwangju. Might this latest white ape also represent some kind of opportunity? Within the fleeting images, how were the white ape, the monstrous cow, and the golden dragon interconnected? What are you thinking about? Chu Yao couldn't help but inquire. She noticed that Lin Che had appeared somewhat off-kilter since emerging from the virtual scene, looking dazed and lost. I find myself pondering the prowess of Yifeng, who astonishingly trails me by a mere 5 points. Almost snatching the first place from my grasp, Lin Che casually fabricated an excuse. What's the matter, feeling pressured? In truth, there's little distinction between placing first or third, the rewards remain the same. Chu Yao, devoid of suspicion, genuinely believed Lin Che was concerned about the upcoming competition. Indeed, securing a spot within the top 3 suffices, Lin Che mused, seemingly inspired, as he began to strategize in his mind. He realized his exceptional performance in the virtual simulations necessitated a degree of camouflage during the round-robin tournament to avoid drawing undue attention. Being overly conspicuous could easily lead to the fall of a once promising talent. If, and I emphasize if, you fail to secure a top 3 position, my previous offer of compensation remains valid, Chu Yao stated earnestly. In response, Lin Che shook his head, feigning pride. A gentleman does not accept food tossed his way. How could a true man accept charity from a woman? Chu Yao rolled her eyes, scoffing. Oh, how impressive. You're so noble. Consider my words forgotten. However, Lin Che pivoted the conversation. While I have no intention of accepting your charity, I would like to propose a business deal. What sort of deal? Chu Yao inquired. Slightly puzzled. You are aware that I possess a batch of crystal cores, and your family is currently in the market for them, are you not? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Chu Yao appeared even more bewildered. Are you in such dire need of money? Surely the Lin family wouldn't deny you even a small allowance? Not exactly. Although the Lin family has not provided me with living expenses, I am not financially strained. However, I believe it is prudent to prepare a wheel of fate for Huang Jinbei, Lin Che admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Previously, Chu Yao had deceitfully claimed she wanted Huang Jinbei to conduct a drug trial, intending to gift Lin Che a wheel of fate, which he had seen through and casually declined. Now, as he sought to enhance Huang Jinbei's abilities, he was compelled to approach Chu Yao again, which made him feel somewhat awkward about saving face. Chu Yao revealed a smug smile. While the value of crystal cores has surged, I doubt your collection amounts to even 10 million, do you? Indeed, it falls short, which is why I thought to ask Miss Chu for assistance, perhaps a discount. or I could arrange for installment payments. What do you say? Lin Che flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. You truly are amusing. I offer you a wheel of fate for free, and you flatly refuse. Now, you turn around and seek to purchase it, expecting a discount. Chu Yao paused, then continued. What? Do you think the gifts I offer are tainted? For reasons unknown, Lin Che detected a hint of melancholy in her tone. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the bizarre feeling, and explained to Chu Yao, it's not that your gifts lack merit. I merely believe that earning something through my own efforts holds greater significance. Then please don't ask for a discount, Chu Yao retorted, pouting in disagreement. That's different. Friendship is one matter, commerce is another. Is it unreasonable for me to request a discount when purchasing? Lin Che feigned a look of indignation. Who has speaking of friendship with you? Chu Yao blushed, asking, what discount do you desire? Lin Che extended a hand. Would 50% be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Chu Yao leaned back slightly, furrowing her brow. A look of confusion on her face. Is 50% really that different from getting it for free? Of course. 50% still amounts to 500,000. How about I add a bit more, and you give me a 30% discount instead? Lin Che suggested tentatively. Fine, 50% it is. I'm truly exasperated with you, Chu Yao conceded, shaking her head in resignation. Once the next batch of Wheels of Fate is produced, I will reserve one for you. Very well, Miss Chu, you are truly forthright. Lin Che praised, giving her a thumbs up. Although he did not fully grasp the term forthright, he could tell that Chu Yao took it as a compliment, causing her lips to curl upward. After dinner, Lin Che lay in bed, activating the holographic projection of his wristband to search for information regarding the white ape. Wu's Haiki, the water god of Huai Vortex, possesses immense strength, the ability to manipulate water currents, and golden eyes that can discern truth from falsehood. However, Wu's Haiki harbors a weakness. Continuous exposure to loud noises causes excruciating headaches. During the era of Dao's flood control, Wu's Haiki defied authority and was ultimately subdued by the combined forces of Kuei and Gongqin. Kuei, a hornless creature with a single foot, produces sounds akin to thunder and excels in musical rhythm, seemingly destined to counter Wu's Haiki. Gongqin, a golden divine dragon, once aided Dao in flood control, binding Wu's Haiki with the demon binding chain and imprisoning him at the base of Turtle Mountain. This information directly correlates with the visions Lin Che had encountered. Previously, Xing Tian had requested his assistance in locating a head. Now, what could Wu's Haiki possibly want from him? Could it be that he seeks Lin Che to break the demon binding chain? Setting aside whether Lin Che could accomplish such a feat, he was reluctant to unleash Wu's Haiki. Although Xing Tian opposed the heavens, he did so from the perspective of the Flame Emperor, striving for his own leader's ascension to the position of Heavenly Emperor, which held no moral quandary. Even if Lin Che were to assist Xing Tian, he would bear no psychological burden. However, Wu's Haiki was an entirely different matter. This being was a veritable disruptor of the world, leaving devastation in his wake. Should dreams reflect reality and enable Xing Tian to reclaim his head, it would merely allow him to continue opposing the heavens, posing little threat to Blue Star. Yet, should Wu's Haiki be released, the populace of Blue Star would suffer greatly. Following the day of revelation, humanity's living space had already been severely restricted. If Wu's Haiki regained his freedom, he could easily unleash floods at will, leaving humanity in dire straits. Chapter 49. I have stated, I shall defeat you in the arena. A night passed uneventfully, and the white ape did not invade Lin Che's dreams. Although he was uncertain why this experience differed from the previous ones, Lin Che was relieved. He still had not fulfilled his promise to Xing Tian, and should he find himself entangled with Wu's Haiki again, it would undoubtedly be a source of great distress. After breakfast, Lin Hai provided encouragement to Lin Yuru, Lin Che, and Lin Zexuan. Even if you do not secure a top 3 finish, there is no need for any psychological burden. Given the relationship between our Lin family and the Chu family, acquiring a few Wheels of Fate should be a simple matter. The Wheels of Fate have just started production, and they are quite sought after, even at a price of 10 million. There will always be those with ample wealth eager to obtain them. However, Lin Hai believed these matters were trivial. As the Lin and Chu families share a long-standing friendship and marital ties, it was unlikely they would need to queue alongside others. Historically, Lin Hai's perspective was not unfounded. However, the Wheels of Fate were different. Lin Che speculated that the first batch had likely already been reserved. Otherwise, Chu Yao would not have specifically mentioned saving one for him next time. The Wheels of Fate require crystal cores as raw materials, and currently, only the military possesses a reserve of these cores. By this logic, it was inevitable that the first batch of Wheels of Fate would be allocated to the military. Not to mention the Lin and Chu families' connections. Even members of the Chu family could not interfere with military orders. By the time Lin Hai managed to procure a Wheel of Fate, it would likely be several months later. Both Lin Che and Lin Yuru had the potential to place within the top 3, whereas Lin Che evidently had little chance. His ability to earn enough points amidst the beast tide to fortuitously land in the top 10 was already an unexpected outcome. It was patently unrealistic to expect him to achieve any notable rank in the round-robin tournament. Thus, upon hearing Lin Che's words, Lin Che was the first to respond. "Dad, rest assured, we will all do our utmost." At the plaza of the New Sea City Martial Arts Academy, spectators and students alike took their seats as Bai Yaning reiterated the rules of the round-robin tournament. The top 10 of each grade, ranked according to points from the virtual simulations, would compete in turn, with the victor earning 2 points and a tie resulting in 1 point each. After all 10 participants have engaged in combat, the top 3 students in points shall each receive a Wheel of Fate and 10 source barges. In the event of a tie for third place, the scores from the virtual exercises will be considered, with the individual possessing the higher cumulative score being awarded the prize. In the first match of the first-year group, Zhao Yang from the Martial Arts Class 3 will face Qin Ming from Martial Arts Class 1. Please welcome the 2 students to the stage. In the second-year group, the first match commences. Bai Yaning announces the start. As 2 participants ascend to each of the 4 arenas, some resort to exchanging taunts, while others choose to strike directly. Indeed, the rankings from the virtual exercises have significantly demonstrated the students' capabilities. However, there are those who exploit advantages. For instance, Zhao Yang leveraged the strengths of others to secure a position in the top 10. Had he not faced resistance from Lin Che at the outset, his ranking might have been even higher. As fate would have it, Qin Ming, as a martial artist of the body refinement realm, owes his entry into the top 10 to his S-class lightning ability, which is exceptionally effective against lower-level mutated entities. The 2 are evenly matched, engaging in a fierce exchange on the arena. Amidst the clash of blades, Zhao Yang periodically unleashes fireballs, while Qin Ming occasionally employs his lightning whip technique. Regardless of the damage inflicted, the spectacle is undeniably impressive. Ultimately, it is the S-class Awakened one's greater endurance that prevails. When Zhao Yang exhausts his energy, Qin Ming delivers a smooth combination of strikes that sends him tumbling from the stage. Following this, Bai Yaning steps forward to announce, Qin Ming scores 2 points. In the second match, Lin Che from Martial Arts Class 1 faces Li Feiyu from Martial Arts Class 4. Although Lin Che possesses S-class talent, he ultimately cannot compete against a practitioner of the Open Meridian realm. Within just a minute, he is expelled from the arena by Li Feiyu's cloud-dispelling palm. Li Feiyu scores 2 points. The third match features Wang Lin from Martial Arts Class 6 against Yang Xiao from Martial Arts Class 7. Both participants are practitioners of the Open Meridian realm. However, Yang Xiao wields a family heirloom technique known as the Mysterious Steps, allowing him to evade capture with remarkable agility. Despite Wang Lin's earnest efforts to counter, he ultimately falls short and is defeated. Yang Xiao scores 2 points. In the fourth match, Chu Yao from Martial Arts Class 1 faces Lu Yu from Martial Arts Class 2. Prior to receiving guidance from Lin Che, Chu Yao would have undoubtedly been no match for Lu Yu. Lu Yu, hailing from a military family, possesses combat skills derived from ancestral battle techniques. However, after 2 months of rigorous training, Chu Yao has adeptly fused her spatial compression ability with her swordsmanship. With a single strike, she delivers an impressive force of nearly 600 kilograms. Even with Lu Yu's exceptional force dissipation techniques, he finds his arm numb after enduring a relentless onslaught from Chu Yao. Despite possessing formidable martial skills, he is thoroughly suppressed throughout the match, never afforded the opportunity to display his prowess. Chu Yao continues to strike from various angles, forcing Lu Yu to retreat until he ultimately exits the arena. Chu Yao scores 2 points. The fifth match features Lin Che from Martial Arts Class 1 against Yi Feng from Martial Arts Class 10. Initially, Lin Che intended to lose 2 matches, securing only third place. However, during the previous virtual exercise, Yi Feng had boasted about defeating him in the round-robin competition, which stirred Lin Che's irritation. If he were to deliberately lose to Yi Feng now, would that not allow him to bask in undeserved glory? Just as Lin Che hesitates, Yi Feng slowly unsheaths his sword, reiterating his prior claim. "I told you, I will defeat you in the round-robin competition." At this moment, Lin Che resolves to act. He finds such ostentation intolerable. "Come now, let me see what material your tongue is made of, unafraid of the winds." Lin Che also draws his long sword, poised for Yi Feng's advance. Swordsmanship is a core curriculum at the Martial Arts Academy, regardless of whether students will eventually wield swords or firearms. The school exclusively teaches sword techniques. The rationale is straightforward. Swordplay is the most accessible. An adage states, practice the sword for 100 days, the gun for 1,000, and the blade for 10,000. To maximize lethality in the shortest time, students must learn sword techniques. Thus, other weaponry is seldom seen in the school competition. Lin Che's swordsmanship is honed from 3 years of battling mutated entities. Within the same realm, even without employing the sky-cleaving blade art, Lin Che does not anticipate losing to anyone else. You may strike first, otherwise, once I begin, you might not have another opportunity. Yifeng resumes his pretentious demeanor. Huh. My thoughts align with yours. Lin Che pauses slightly. If I strike first, you might find yourself without the chance to retaliate. Yifeng's lips twitch slightly, unwise. Behold my blade. As he speaks, Yifeng moves like lightning, leaping high into the air, his long sword descending with tremendous force towards Lin Che's throat. Lin Che lightly steps, sidestepping the fierce strike with ease, and simultaneously counters with a blade aimed at Yifeng's waist. Yifeng, reacting with remarkable speed, performs a somersault in midair, landing gracefully while swiftly repositioning his long sword for defense. The clash of metal rings out, as Yifeng successfully blocks Lin Che's assault. Sparks flying from the impact. Lin Che's strikes are powerful, each infused with tremendous force, producing a whistling sound as he shifts his footwork, continuously altering his attack angles, sometimes launching a frontal assault, other times executing a side ambush, compelling Yifeng to remain vigilant. Yifeng's long sword flows like water, exceedingly agile. His techniques unpredictable, always finding openings in Lin Che's strikes to counterattack. The audience outside the arena erupts in applause, though some express confusion. Wasn't it said that Lin Che awakened a speed ability, while Yifeng awakened a power ability? Why do they seem to be inverted? Indeed, it appears so. The speed-type awakener employs a fierce sword technique, while the power-type awakener wields a nimble blade, quite intriguing. Chapter 50. The New Sea Martial Arts Academy is truly a cradle of talent. Perhaps both individuals, aware of their shortcomings, deliberately compensate within their swordsmanship. It seems they both possess considerable combat prowess. Indeed, it makes sense. However, both are of C-class talent, and whether they can ascend to the level of masters remains uncertain. With the assistance of the 2 potions from Chu's Pharmaceutical, they may gain some enhancement. On the stage, Yifeng bellows, gripping his long sword with both hands, executing a horizontal slash towards Lin Che. Observing this, Lin Che suddenly channels his energy into his legs, leaping back several meters to evade the ferocious strike. He then swiftly returns, delivering a chopping motion aimed directly at Yifeng. Clang! Yifeng's sword meets Lin Che's, and he is unexpectedly pushed back several steps. After this setback, Yifeng rapidly maneuvers his long sword, forming a curtain of blades before him. The sound of clashing metal fills the air as the two engage in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch. Lin Che attempts to dominate with fierce strikes, while Yifeng skillfully employs his agile footwork and intricate swordplay to deftly parry and counter. For a time, neither can gain the upper hand, locked in a stalemate. Of course, this is merely the scenario Lin Che wishes to project to the observers. Should he desire a swift victory, it would be but a thought away. Feeling the performance has reached its peak, Lin Che intentionally presents an opening. Seeing this, Yifeng seizes the moment, exerting his strength, advancing with a sidestep, his long sword striking like a venomous serpent towards Lin Che's throat. Lin Che's lips curl into a slight smile as he swiftly sidesteps, skillfully evading the lethal blow. Simultaneously, he raises a leg, delivering a side kick that strikes Yifeng's sword-wielding arm. Yifeng winces in pain, nearly losing his grip on the blade. Lin Che, seizing the momentum, channels all his strength into his right arm, raising the long sword high, bringing it down with the force of a mountain upon Yifeng. In a flurry, Yifeng raises his sword to defend. The resounding crash reverberates through the arena. Yifeng felt an overwhelming force surging through the long blade, causing him to stagger backward. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Che advanced once more, wielding his long knife with remarkable speed, unleashing a fierce torrent of blade wind that bore down upon Yifeng. Despite Yifeng's utmost efforts to parry the assault, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by Lin Che's relentless barrage. What is that? Lin Che glanced behind Yifeng. Instinctively, Yifeng turned to look, only to realize in an instant that Lin Che was employing a cunning trick. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Che seized the opportunity, pressing the blade against Yifeng's throat. Yifeng stood frozen, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Despicable. No, this is merely the art of war. I am merely imparting a valuable lesson. Never let your focus waver in such a situation. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, revealing a broad, toothy grin. Yifeng, rendered speechless, could only descend the arena with a darkened expression. The audience erupted into a chorus of astonishment and applause, expressing their admiration for this evenly matched duel. To have progressed to such a level in the first year is commendable, had it not been for their low innate talent. These two students could have limitless futures ahead of them. Indeed, with an A-grade talent, they could have become formidable powerhouses. Even with a B-grade talent, given their advancements, they could at least rise to the status of masters, safeguarding their realms. Alas, what a pity. As the applause gradually subsided, Bai Yining ascended the stage once more. Lin Che had accumulated 2 points and would have a brief respite before the second round commenced in 10 minutes. A typical match lasts around 3 minutes. And unless evenly matched, it is rare for a standoff to exceed 5 minutes. There are instances where fights conclude within a minute due to significant disparities in strength, as well as cases of voluntary surrender when one realizes defeat is inevitable. Thus, a round takes less than 20 minutes. Including the intermission, each round spans half an hour, with a total of 9 rounds expected to unfold over approximately 5 hours. Of course, this pertains to the first-year matches. In higher grades, students possess greater mastery and a wider array of martial techniques, naturally extending the duration of their bouts. During Lin Che's intermission, it was time for Lin Yura to take the stage in the third-year group. In the virtual training, Lin Yura leveraged the abilities provided by Lin Che, surpassing several classmates in the transformation realm with her chi opening cultivation, securing the 3rd position. Such an occurrence is rare in virtual exercises, and to achieve victory against those of a higher tier is indeed a remarkable feat. However, compared to the first year's top 3 who triumphed with overwhelming scores, Lin Yura's performance attracted relatively little attention. Now, in the first round of the tournament, she was to face an opponent from the transformation realm. Most regarded her defeat as a foregone conclusion, including her opponent, Xiao Zhan. As a practitioner at the initial stage of the transformation realm, even with Xiao Zhan's B-grade power talent, his strength was measured in tons. Furthermore, the physical attributes of transformation realm warriors far exceeded those of chi opening practitioners, leaving Xiao Zhan unable to fathom how he might lose against Lin Yura. Lin Yura, you should just concede to spare me from accidentally injuring you. Xiao Zhan spoke in a gentle tone from the arena. No need for further words, just make your move. Lin Yura replied with an unyielding demeanor. As she slowly drew her long knife, slightly bending her knees to assume a combat stance, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. In that case, I will not hold back. With that, he lunged forward, initiating the assault. Xiao Zhan moved like lightning, rapidly closing the distance to Lin Yura. His long knife aimed directly at her throat. This strike was ferocious and swift. Had it been any other chi opening practitioner, they would surely have struggled to defend against it. Yet Lin Yura exhibited no signs of panic, utilizing her ice-based abilities to conjure several ice spears before her, effectively blocking Xiao Zhan's attack. Realizing he was about to collide with the ice spears, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to alter his strike to a sweeping motion, shattering the spears in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yura further harnessed her abilities, transforming the entire arena into a slick ice surface. Consequently, Xiao Zhan's speed advantage was rendered moot. However, that was not the end. Lin Yura created ice blades beneath her feet, just as the spectators were puzzled by her actions. They witnessed her glide across the ice, gaining speed with each passing moment. The ice blades were not meant for offense, but rather to enhance her mobility. The audience gasped in astonishment, while several martial arts veterans expressed their admiration. To wield one's abilities to such an extent was indeed extraordinary. Facing a transformation realm opponent with her chi opening cultivation, she strategically manipulated the terrain to her advantage from the outset. Such combat acumen far surpassed that of her peers. Oh my, I did not expect that not only the first-year students would exhibit such intriguing talents. There is indeed a combat master hidden among the third-year students. Indeed, the New Sea Martial Arts Academy is truly a breeding ground for exceptional talent. On the arena, Lin Yura accelerated continuously, employing her speed advantage to harass Xiao Zhan. The clash of blades echoed with metallic resonance. With Xiao Zhan's advantages curtailed, impatience brewed within him, leading him to escalate his attacks. Yet Lin Yura, utilizing her ice blades, evaded effortlessly. Her agile form consistently maneuvered just out of reach of Xiao Zhan's sweeping strikes. After a series of exchanges, Xiao Zhan found no openings to exploit. Finally, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He stomped the ground, shattering the surrounding ice layer. In that moment, Lin Yura seized her opportunity, executing her final strike. She summoned her abilities, forming a 3-meter-long ice blade before her long knife, pressing it against Xiao Zhan's shoulder. Xiao Zhan, you have lost. How could this be? How did you conceive of such a strategy? Xiao Zhan exclaimed in disbelief. Simultaneously, the audience, including several martial arts veterans, wore expressions of astonishment. The ice-based abilities had reached such a remarkable level. Indeed, if this were a life-and-death struggle, Xiao Zhan would have been left in pieces. This young woman is extraordinary. This young woman is truly remarkable. The future of Chinese martial arts is in capable hands. Ha ha ha, splendid. Such martial prowess deserves recognition. The martial arts veterans lavished praise upon Lin Yura, reshaping the perceptions of numerous students and spectators alike towards her. Chapter 51. What is youth if not impulsive? Following a series of cheers, the second round of the first-year competition commenced, with Lin Che pitted against Chu Yao. The two ascended the arena, standing face to face. Though my techniques are derived from your guidance, I shall show no mercy. As she spoke, Chu Yao slowly drew her long knife. Let me see how much you have progressed. With light footfalls, Lin Che extended a strike toward Chu Yao. Clang. The blades collided, sparks flying. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their long knives clashing with vigor, eliciting cheers from the audience below. Lin Che sensed the opportune moment and launched a ferocious series of attacks. Chu Yao, combining her spatial compression abilities with martial techniques, felt the weight on her wrists become burdensome. Under Lin Che's relentless assault, her long knife slipped from her grasp. She retreated repeatedly until she found herself at the edge of the arena, stepping back too far and falling backward. In response, Lin Che instinctively reached out, grasping Chu Yao's wrist and pulling her into his arms. The two paused, momentarily stunned, before Chu Yao quickly pushed Lin Che away, her face flushed. You humph. Embarrassed. She turned and exited the arena. After a brief respite, the third round commenced, with Lin Che facing Lu Yu. Perhaps due to his respect for Lin Che, Lu Yu had even gone so far as to change his weapon. He strode onto the arena with an ancient long spear in hand, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and followed suit onto the stage. The two exchanged greetings, and Lu Yu made the first move. His spear darted forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, its tip glinting with cold light as it aimed straight for Lin Che's chest. Lin Che's eye sharpened, and he swiftly crossed his blade to block the attack. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Che, seasoned by countless battles, displayed exceptional swordsmanship, while Lu Yu, with his deep-rooted martial heritage, also showcased unparalleled combat skills. The spear danced like a dragon, and the long knife struck like a tiger. As the two engaged in a dazzling display of weaponry, their forms intertwining in a mesmerizing spectacle. At that moment, Lin Che, masquerading as a mere practitioner at the Enlightenment stage, found himself evenly matched against Lu Yu. After an extended bout, an idea struck Lin Che. He relinquished his long knife and closed the distance. Grasping Lu Yu's spear with his left hand, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Lu Yu's chest with his right. In a moment of panic, Lu Yu raised his arm to block. Thud! The impact sent a shockwave through Lu Yu's arm, and he quickly found himself on the defensive. While wielding weapons, the spear indeed had the upper hand over the long knife. However, once Lin Che opted for close combat, Lu Yu's spear became a burden. Unable to create distance, the spear proved useless. Ultimately, after enduring 3 punishing blows from Lin Che, Lu Yu conceded defeat. As Lin Che and Lu Yu exited the arena, Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan ascended the stage. Previously, when Lin Che had just entered school, Lin Zexuan had conspired with Qin Ming against Lin Che, only to be knocked down by a single punch from Lin Che. Their deception was later exposed, resulting in a grudge between Qin Ming and Lin Zexuan. Today, as they faced each other, Lin Che anticipated that Qin Ming would seek revenge on Lin Zexuan. Even if no one got hurt, he expected at least some genuine intensity. To his surprise, the two engaged in a lackluster exchange before the crowd. The mental prowess displayed in such an open arena, lacking external support, ultimately paled in comparison to the might of thunder and lightning abilities. Thus, after exhausting all options, Lin Zexuan succumbed to Qin Ming, who narrowly emerged victorious. In the subsequent rounds, Lin Che lost interest in the pretense and dominated his opponents until the 7th round, where he faced Lin Zexuan. Lin Che initially thought he might take the opportunity to teach his brother a lesson. After all, it was a martial contest, and some injury was to be expected. However, Lin Zexuan chose to forfeit outright, denying Lin Che any chance to strike. In the 8th round, Lin Che confronted Qin Ming. As he stepped onto the arena, he heard Qin Ming's taunts. Lin Che, don't think I'm afraid of you. Once I elevate my realm, I will surely defeat you head-on. Clearly, Qin Ming was already exhibiting signs of trepidation before the battle had even commenced. In response, Lin Che drew his long knife. Enough with the chatter, let us fight. I concede. Qin Ming retreated a couple of steps. Yet, after conceding, he did not hurry to leave the stage. Instead, he held his head high and continued his bravado. I am not afraid of you. This is a strategic concession. Once I transcend the Enlightenment stage, I will challenge you again. Enough. Lin Che stepped forward. Qin Ming hastily fled the arena, but shouted back, just you wait. Finally, they arrived at the last round, where Lin Che faced Zhao Yang. With 16 points, Lin Che had already secured a place in the top 3, and the outcome of this match would not affect his prize. If it had been any other opponent, he might have considered holding back. Yet, it was Zhao Yang, the very one who had questioned Lin Zexuan's identity. Aren't you supposed to be Lin Zexuan? Zhao Yang began as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Huh, you know too much. Lin Che brandished his knife, just as Lin Che was about to strike. Zhao Yang called for a halt. Wait. What more do you have to say? Lin Che flicked his long knife, producing a sharp sound. I know you are formidable. But does that make you exceptional? In this world, one must have connections and power, do you understand? Zhao Yang feigned bravado. Lin Che looked perplexed. This is a martial arena, my friend. Do you think you're in a gangster flick? With that, Lin Che pointed his knife at Zhao Yang once more. Wait a moment. Zhao Yang interrupted again. Is this ever going to end? Lin Che's patience wore thin. I concede. Zhao Yang spread his hands, adopting a cocky demeanor. Lin Che turned to Bai yawning. Teacher, may I strike him? Cough, cough. Since he has already conceded. You cannot strike him now. As she spoke, Bai yawning ascended the stage. Lin Che earns 2 points, bringing his total to 18. Reluctantly, Lin Che sheathed his knife and coldly addressed Zhao Yang. If you dare, don't leave after school. Though Lin Che was not genuinely furious. He feigned anger to avoid appearing overly composed. Life is a performance, and one must master the art of acting. Talent must be concealed, and one's character must be masked. A mere C-grade talent cannot attract suspicion when adorned with the aura of a master. Thus, a failure must embody the essence of a failure. Employing cunning and bravado without exception. Stay if you dare. I'll be waiting for you at the training ground after school. Zhao Yang retorted defiantly. In a one-on-one duel, he could not best Lin Che, but after school, he could easily rally a gang of followers for support. Lin Che pointed at Zhao Yang. Fine. Just you wait. Bai yawning, unable to tolerate their antics any longer, interjected. Enough. Next match, Chu Yao versus Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Che descended from the arena. As he brushed past Chu Yao, he caught her casting an odd glance in his direction. Clearly, both Bai yawning and Chu Yao were impressed. And Lin Che silently commended himself. In the audience, several martial arts veterans exchanged amused glances. After all, youthful exuberance requires tempering. What is youth if not a time of impulsive vigor? Ha 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 indeed. Young people should possess some zeal, unlike us, who are past our prime. Oh, that is not true. Even if we cannot break through to the extraordinary, given our current condition, living to 105 isn't too difficult. We are barely past the halfway mark. Ha ha ha, well said. By that logic, we too can be considered young. On the stage, Chu Yao and Yi Feng greeted each other and drew their blades. With a light step, Chu Yao surged towards Yi Feng like a streak of white lightning. Her long knife raised high as she struck down with tremendous force. This strike, enhanced by 7 layers of spatial compression, boasted a cutting power exceeding 600 kilograms. Seeing the ferocity of Chu Yao's strike, Yi Feng dared not underestimate it, and quickly raised his blade to defend. Clang! A resounding impact echoed through the arena. Sparks flying from their blades. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming force emanating from Chu Yao's knife, causing his arm to tingle. Internally astonished, he could not comprehend how Chu Yao, not a power-type awakener, could possess such immense strength. Not allowing her initial strike to deter her, Chu Yao pressed on with a relentless series of attacks. To capitalize on the advantage of spatial compression, she abandoned agile moves, delivering each blow with overwhelming force and precision. Yi Feng recognized that mere defense would not suffice. Seizing an opportunity during one of Chu Yao's strikes, he unleashed a counterattack, his long knife lunging at Chu Yao like a dragon breaking through the waves. Chapter 52. A warrior who cannot wield a long knife cannot seize their own destiny. Chu Yao deftly sidestepped Yi Feng's attack and immediately swept her blade horizontally, forcing Yi Feng to retreat defensively. Following this, she unleashed a furious flurry of strikes, once again pressing Yi Feng back. Just as the spectators believed victory was within Chu Yao's grasp, Yi Feng's aura suddenly shifted, propelling him from the late Enlightenment stage to the initial stage of transcendence. The audience erupted in astonishment, as several martial arts seniors rose to their feet, their expressions laden with disbelief. It was indeed the transcendence realm. When had he awakened? With merely a C-level talent, how could he possibly have reached the transcendence realm at the tender age of 17? It seems that this classmate Yi Feng harbors many secrets. A 17-year-old in the transcendence realm deserves the finest training. Nwai City is about to give birth to a dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Che, lost in thought, found himself captivated by the unfolding scene on stage. No wonder he looked so grim when he lost. It turns out this fellow also played the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Lin Che couldn't help but scoff. Reflecting on the moment Yi Feng had descended the arena with a dark expression, Lin Che felt a wave of sentiment. What a pity. His attempts at posturing backfired, inadvertently turning him into a fool. Alas, he is still too young. Why do you say also? Feng Hoken couldn't restrain himself from inquiring. Did I? Lin Che feigned ignorance. Feng Hoken affirmed, you did. Oh, that's naturally because Lin Che pretended to be mysterious. You must tell anyone. Feng Hoken nodded seriously. All right, you speak. In fact, I too am in the transcendence realm. Lin Che lowered his voice, adopting a cautious demeanor. Feng Hoken rolled his eyes at Lin Che. Fine. Actually, I am in the transcendence realm as well, but don't tell anyone. Ah, you. When I tell you the truth, you still don't believe me. Lin Che lamented. Fong Hoken retorted, who said it wasn't the truth. All right, believe it or not. Lin Che turned his gaze back to the arena. It seems Miss Chu can only settle for third place. On the stage, Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Her gaze revealing a hint of complexity. So it's you. Chu Yao uttered a perplexing phrase. What do you mean by me? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled. Even if you refuse to admit it, despite any debt of gratitude you may owe me, I will not concede easily. With that, Chu Yao unleashed her blade once more, her aura growing more formidable. Yi Feng had yet to comprehend Chu Yao's words when he was met with a fierce strike. Ultimately, the disparity in realms was too vast, and the difference in strength insurmountable. Now revealing his transcendence realm prowess, Yi Feng effortlessly disarmed Chu Yao, sending her long knife flying. The recoil forced Chu Yao to stagger back a few steps, and Yi Feng seized the moment to press the blade against her neck. You have lost. Yi Feng maintained an expression of indifference. Though defeated by a warrior of the transcendence realm, Chu Yao felt little tumult within her heart. However, the repeated disarming of her long knife had begun to fray her nerves. She pondered whether her inability to hold onto the weapon was the source of her turbulent emotions. After all, a warrior who cannot wield their blade cannot grasp their own destiny. That fateful night in the rain. Her long knife had also been swatted away by a level 4 mutated beast, nearly costing her life. In her earlier encounter with Lin Che, she too had first been disarmed before succumbing to defeat. Encountering a similar situation yet again, it was only natural for her to feel vexed. As Chu Yao contemplated, she remained oblivious to what she was truly avoiding. Yet, when she had lost to Lin Che, she had not experienced such feelings. In fact, at that moment, a faint flutter had stirred within her heart. She herself could not fathom why, but it was entirely different from her current sentiments. For months, she had been searching for the whereabouts of that savior, Lei Feng. The sensation of being rescued in dire straits lingered in her memory, making it impossible to forget. She had envisioned how she would express her feelings upon finally encountering the young man in black. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng reveal his transcendence realm cultivation and merging the images of Yi Feng and Lei Feng in her mind, she felt no joy whatsoever. She could not articulate the complexity of her emotions, especially after her long knife was struck from her grasp once more, intensifying her confusion to its peak. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Chu Yao snapped back to reality and slowly descended the stage, appearing somewhat dazed. Subsequently, Bai Yining took the stage to announce Yi Feng's victory. Yi Feng accumulated 2 points, bringing his total to 16. The top 3 in the first-year group were Lin Che with 18 points, Yi Feng with 16 points, and Chu Yao with 14 points. Everyone, please take a brief respite while we await the top 3 from the other grades, after which the principal will present the prizes. Once again, the audience erupted in applause, their cheers echoing. The senior class tournament continued, yet Chu Yao seemed distracted. Observing her demeanor, Lin Che casually asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yao lifted her gaze to Lin Che, her expression growing even more intricate. A few months ago, I encountered a level 4 mutated beast in the outskirts. In that perilous moment, a warrior of the transcendence realm saved me, who introduced himself as Lei Feng. At her words, Lin Che felt a twinge of unease. Oh, and then what? Chu Yao's eyes flickered as she hesitated, finally revealing, I may have found him. Have you discovered him? Lin Che's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Yes. Yi Feng is likely Lei Feng. Chu Yao nodded, articulating her suspicions. Both of their names contain the character Feng, and they are both warriors of the transcendence realm. If I couldn't deduce this, I would truly be foolish. Lin Che was first taken aback, then his expression turned complex. Is it truly so? Indeed. It's quite astonishing, isn't it? I never anticipated that the person who saved me would be so close. Chu Yao mused. Being in the same school, after months, I still couldn't find him. This fellow is quite adept at disguising himself. Could there be any misunderstanding in this? Lin Che probed tentatively. Impossible. There can't be that many coincidences. It must be him. Chu Yao was resolute. Given the circumstances, Lin Che felt it unwise to say more. People tend to easily believe what they see, hear, and wish to believe. Now that Chu Yao had firmly concluded that Yi Feng was the one who saved her, even if Lin Che revealed his true identity, Chu Yao might not accept it. Moreover, she might even suspect that Lin Che was pretending to be someone else to avoid the arranged marriage. After all, he had used a false name to bamboozle Chu Yao, never intending to repay the favor. Following normal logic, he would certainly not easily admit it. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for Lin Che to reveal the truth to Chu Yao after the families had dissolved the engagement. At that time, without the entanglement of a marriage contract, his words would hold more credibility for Chu Yao. Furthermore, Lin Che was not yet inclined to expose himself. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable for him to let his accomplishments be attributed to another, he felt that exposing his cultivation level for such a matter was not worth it. After all, it was merely a misunderstanding. If Chu Yao and Yi Feng discussed this matter, given Yi Feng's style, he likely would not admit to things he had not done. If Yi Feng readily accepted this, it could only cast doubt in Chu Yao's mind, creating a logical paradox. Before long, the grand competition concluded, and it was finally time for the awards ceremony. The top 3 from all 4 grades ascended the stage, with Lin Yura prominently among them. Utilizing her unique abilities, Lin Yura triumphed over numerous warriors in the Transcendence realm, ultimately securing the 3rd place in the 3rd-year group after losing only 2 matches. Just as Xiao Changtian was about to present the prize to Lin Che, someone in the audience suddenly interjected. Master Xiao, what significance does this so-called competition, which ranks individuals based on current strength, truly hold? Everyone turned to see a young man seated in the front row of the audience, casually reclining with a mocking expression. This youth possessed an extraordinary demeanor, yet there was a hint of malice in his brow. The competition had already concluded, and as the awards ceremony commenced, his interruption was clearly a deliberate attempt at disruption. Xiao Changtian turned his gaze towards the youth and began to speak slowly. In the grand competition among martial artists, it is only natural that one's strength determines their standing, and their realm selects the truly gifted. Is it possible that young Master Lu possesses some profound insight? Chapter 53. An unsound beam above will lead to a crooked beam below, a grandfather-esque character reflects in his grandson. Profound insight is hardly the case, Lu Kuan replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yi Feng and Lin Che. However, it is worth noting that among the top 3 of this year's cohort, 2 possess only C-grade talent. Can such individuals truly be deemed gifted? According to convention, all students would strive to showcase their abilities during assessments, vying for greater recognition. It is not something one would typically consider, someone intentionally concealing their talent. Lu Kuan certainly had not contemplated that these 2 might harbor any such anomalies regarding their aptitude. Indeed, it is understandable that he would reference Yi Feng and Lin Che, as the disparity in talent among upperclassmen had become increasingly evident in their cultivation outcomes. Even students with early awakenings of C-grade talent would find themselves overtaken by those with A-grade talent by the time they reach their 3rd year. Consequently, it is implausible for C-grade talent to overshadow A-grade talent. At present, among the 12 participants on stage, only Yi Feng and Lin Che bore C-grade talents, while the others all possessed A-grade or higher. Xiao Changtian hesitated momentarily. While C-grade talent is indeed subpar, the 2 had rightfully claimed victory through their own merits. Thus, the rewards should rightfully belong to them. That perspective is rather one-sided, he mused. If we are indeed selecting true talent, the rewards ought to be conferred upon those who genuinely deserve them. Lu Kuan laid his cards on the table. Take Lu Yu from my family, for instance. With his B-grade endurance talent, he is destined to become a master in due time. The Wheel of Destiny, being such a rare resource, ought to be expended on individuals of true merit to reflect its intrinsic value, should it not? A hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by an uproar. Such lofty rhetoric was merely an attempt to secure advantages for his kin. Lu Kuan's actions bore a certain audacity. After all, the Lu family wielded considerable influence. Who could possibly rival them within the jurisdiction of Xian Hai? Xiao Changtian, being a master of his generation, surely would not be intimidated by the Lu family. Or so it was presumed. Yet, one could not dismiss the notion that the Lu family currently had an extraordinary figure in their ranks, leaving even masters unable to withstand such pressure. At that moment, an elder in the observation platform rose to speak. Lu Kuan, do not be disrespectful. The grand competition of our school is governed by rules, and it is not your place to interject. Uncle, your words are misplaced, Lu Kuan countered, addressing the elder with a tone devoid of reverence. Rules are merely constructs of humanity. When they are unreasonable, others are entitled to voice their objections. Preposterous. Martial artists have always been judged by their strength. This is a time-honored principle. Wherein lies the unreasonableness? The elder's face flushed with anger. Lu Kuan shrugged. Just because it has always been so does not mean it ought to remain unchanged. Bestowing such a crucial resource upon 2 inept individuals is devoid of significance. The elder pointed an accusing finger at Lu Kuan, his arm trembling slightly. You are utterly unreasonable. Others have triumphed through their own efforts and rightfully claimed rewards. What business is it of yours? As the grandfather and grandson continued their quarrel, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself. Pray tell, young Master Lu, have you yet achieved the realm of a master? He called out boldly. Lin Che thought to himself, what a splendid show this is. Indeed, as soon as Yi Feng uttered those words, Lu Kuan fell silent. Despite possessing B-grade talent and the potential to become a master, Lu Kuan had languished in the latter stages of the transcendence realm for years after graduation. rendering his earlier claim of Yifeng being a waste utterly hypocritical. Given they were of the same realm. After a prolonged silence, Lu Kuan snorted disdainfully, "Humph. Even if I have not yet reached the status of a master. With my B-grade talent, I shall ascend to that level sooner or later." Yifeng paid no heed to Lu Kuan's excuses and retorted with 2 words, "Waste." Lu Kuan sprang from his seat, his eyes fierce. "Do you seek death? Humph. If I, a practitioner of the Transcendence realm, am deemed a waste, then surely you, young Master Lu, who is also in the same realm, must be a waste as well." In the face of Lu Kuan's threats, Yifeng exhibited no restraint. Rather, he grew bolder. "Here I stand, merely 17 years old, and already a practitioner of the Transcendence realm. Yet you, young Master Lu, appear to be at least 27. Between us, perhaps it is you who is the greater waste. You insolent cur, how dare you insult me?" Lu Kuan fumed, his anger reaching a boiling point as he prepared to confront Yifeng on stage. Seeing this, Xiao Changtian unleashed his masterful aura, compelling Lu Kuan to retreat several steps and collapse back into his seat. Then, Xiao Changtian spoke with a dispassionate tone, "Young Master Lu, this is the Xian High Martial Arts Academy, not your Lu family's estate. Certain matters cannot be allowed to fall under your arbitrary interference." "Lu," yelled Lu Kuan defiantly, "do not presume that your mastery renders you formidable. Others may fear you, but I do not." Lu Kuan continued to boast, "In all of Xian High, there is nothing my Lu family cannot manage." Instantly, the square erupted in a clamor. The audacity of this Lu was astounding. With such descendants, the Lu family's future appeared grim. Be cautious. Even if their decline is imminent, that extraordinary figure in the Lu family might still live for another 200 years. Good heavens. If that is the case, Xian High City may remain shrouded in darkness for the next 2 centuries. Such nonsense. The extraordinary figure of the Lu family is not a person like Lu Kuan. How could it result in such an outcome? As the saying goes, an unsound beam above will lead to a crooked beam below. A grandfather's character reflects in his grandson. Feeling the weight of the gazes from others, several individuals fell silent. Lin Che remained quiet, pondering whether it would be prudent to send this young Master Lu to meet Lu Kuan. When power is wielded by nefarious individuals, the consequences can be dire. Previously, when Lin Che ventured to the Lu family estate to sell crystals, Lu Kuan had attempted to swindle this young man. Lin Che had shown mercy, granting Lu Kuan an early passage to the afterlife. Unexpectedly, he now encountered the so-called young Master Lu, and the reality proved far more disappointing than the reputation. Such a master and his sycophants were 2 sides of the same coin. In Lin Che's view, individuals like this were better off eliminated. It would be far more advantageous to seize an opportunity to embody the spirit of Lei Feng, serving the people by ridding society of such a toxic presence. Of course, there were no personal grievances involved. Lin Che merely wished to perform a good deed and rid the world of harm. As for whether this endeavor would succeed, Lin Che harbored no doubts. A young master in the latter stages of the Transcendence realm was hardly a concern for him. "Scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" The elder on the observation platform rebuked once more, then turned to apologize to Xiao Changtian. "I beg your forgiveness, Master Xiao, for my unruly offspring has brought you laughter. I hope you can be understanding." The elder speaks with such humility. "Young people can be unrestrained. I trust you will discipline them upon returning home." Xiao Changtian replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Master Xiao." The elder of the Lu family clasped his fists in salute, then shifted his tone. "However, while this impudent fool may be ill-mannered, his words are not without merit. Awarding the Wheel of Destiny to 2 students of C-grade talent is indeed a waste of resources." The elder turned his gaze towards Lin Che and Yifeng. "If you 2 would be willing to part with it, the Lu family can offer 10 million as compensation. Such a precious resource ought to be utilized on those with greater potential." At this point, the onlookers began to grasp the situation. The Lu family was putting on a performance, with one playing the villain and the other the hero. A sum of 10 million may seem substantial, yet the official price of the Wheel of Destiny was already set at 10 million per unit. Let us set aside the current scarcity of the Wheel of Destiny, which may even command a premium, and consider the fact that the prize includes 10 vessels of the source. These 2 gentlemen desire the potions held by Lin Che and Yifeng, yet their so-called compensation is a mere 10 million. Is this not a blatant act of bullying? Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at the elder. The Lin family is not lacking in funds, although he felt little sense of belonging to the Lin family. This did not deter him from waving its banner. Xiao Changtian referred to the elder as a predecessor, suggesting that this old man was likely a master in his own right. Lin Che was not yet confident in dealing with a master, so he could only deflect for the time being. Chapter 54. The Tyranny of the King's Physique, Terrifying and Unyielding. Yifeng glanced at Lin Che, his brow furrowing deeper. While Lin Che could invoke the Lin family, Yifeng had no such backing from the Yi family, and thus bore the weight of this pressure alone. Forgive my impertinence, esteemed elder. But as I aspire to reach the realm of a master, I too require these resources to enhance my cultivation. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your generous offer. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, inadvertently casting a glance at Lu Kuan. As a venerable elder of high repute, he could not overtly pressure the younger generation in public. However, if his own children were disobedient, he found himself powerless to control them. Recognizing the situation, Lu Kuan quickly seized the opportunity. Yifeng, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Accept the money, or else. Lin Che found the scene before him somewhat discordant. Setting aside the fact that the Lu family had military connections, acquiring the Wheel of Destiny should be easier for them than for others, even if they could not obtain the potion through military channels. This matter bore little relevance to Lu Kuan. If Yifeng were to relinquish the potion, the Wheel of Destiny would rightly fall into Lu Yu's hands. What motive did Lu Kuan have to exert himself so? Surely not out of brotherly affection. Such a rationale was something Lin Che refused to accept. If you desire the potion I possess, you may have it, provided you can best me in combat. Yifeng resumed his posturing. What qualifies you to challenge me? Lu Kuan sneered. It seems you are not particularly interested in the Wheel of Destiny. Since you do not want it, let it be. Yifeng's expression remained indifferent as he employed a strategy of feigned concession. Lu Kuan, predictably, took the bait and exclaimed, Very well, I accept your wager. But let me make it clear. If I win, the 10 million compensation will be forfeit. Agreed. Should you defeat me, the Wheel of Destiny is yours. But if you lose, what will you offer as a stake? Yifeng coaxed. Impossible. How could I ever lose? Lu Kuan proclaimed, his countenance brimming with arrogance. He believed his cultivation surpassed Yifeng's by 2 minor realms, dismissing Yifeng entirely. It is prudent to clarify the stakes. For I am wagering the invaluable Wheel of Destiny. The Lu family would not lack this modicum of sincerity, would they? With that, Yifeng finally revealed his true intentions. Lu Kuan sought to usurp Yifeng's Wheel of Destiny, while Yifeng aimed to swindle 10 million from the Lu family. Wait, Lin Che interjected, unable to restrain himself. If you win, you can claim your share of the Wheel of Destiny, but I contend that your portion rightfully belongs to me. Lin Che sensed that something was amiss. Should Yifeng continue to provoke Lu Kuan, he would inevitably face retaliation from the Lu family. The situation could escalate, leading Yifeng to perhaps utter the words, Do not mock the impoverished youth. Lin Che believed this was a spectacle that ought to have been his own. For instance, when Shu Yao publicly withdrew her engagement, he would tremble with indignation, exuding an air of dominance, and establish a 3-year pact with her. Now, with his engagement retraction process incomplete, if his lines were to be preemptively spoken by another, what would he say then? Repeatedly interrupted by Lin Che's interventions, Yifeng could not help but frown. Is trickery on the arena truly a mark of skill? Such a sentiment cannot stand. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Cunning is but a facet of strength. Lin Che shifted his argument. The Wheel of Destiny is a resource sponsored by Chu Pharmaceuticals to the school. The authority to dispose of it lies with the institution, and you lack the right to stake the school's resources. Moreover, this potion is exceedingly precious. If you do not intend to cherish it, the school is entitled to reclaim its resources. At this juncture, Lin Che turned to Xiao Changtian. Is that not so, Principal? These words, though somewhat reasonable, were not entirely convincing. While the resources belonged to the school, they were indeed acquired by Yifeng through his capabilities. As a reward for Yifeng, the authority to dispose of the prize had effectively shifted from the school to him. However, as the prize had yet to be distributed, Lin Che's assertion was not without merit. Both Yifeng and Xiao Changtian found themselves ensnared by Lin Che's rhetoric before they could respond. Lu Kuan could no longer contain himself. What business is it of yours, Lin? If you do not wish to sell, then why meddle in others' affairs? Who do you think you are? Lin Che shook his head. As a student of the Martial Arts Academy of Xinhai City, it is my duty to safeguard the interests of the school from infringement. What nonsensical reasoning. Do you believe yourself a stakeholder in the school? Lu Kuan retorted, exasperated. Well, to be fair, prior to my enrollment, my family donated a building to the school, while I may not be a shareholder. I have every right to inquire about the school's assets. Lin Che, with his silver tongue, transformed meddling into oversight of the school's property. From that perspective, he held a semblance of validity. At this moment, Xiao Changtian finally spoke again. School resources are indeed public assets, and thus cannot be wagered or privately traded. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian turned to Yifeng, feigning solemnity. Yifeng, if you do not intend to utilize this potion, the school reserves the right to reclaim the resource. Yifeng's mind was in disarray. He could not comprehend how he would not intend to use the potion. His intention had been to outmaneuver the Lu family, never once considering the possibility of defeat. A guaranteed victory cannot be deemed a gamble, and furthermore, if the school resources cannot be traded, why then did the Lin family donate a building to the school? Was it not due to Lin Che's desire to enter Class A of the martial arts program, utilizing his C-class talent? Was the enrollment quota not a school resource? Did a seat in Class A of the martial arts program not constitute a school resource? At this moment, Yi Feng was consumed by a burning fury. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. A mere wheel of destiny. I regard it with indifference. What a farce it is for you all to hide behind lofty words and wield power over others, when you have never truly cared for the rules. Today I, Yi Feng, declare this. The wheel of fortune turns, and in 10 years, the tides shall shift. Do not mock the impoverished youth. His words rang out with conviction. Echoing powerfully, the surrounding audience and students could not help but cheer for Yi Feng. Even Chu Yao, standing nearby, cast a lingering glance at him. Lin Che facepalmed, reflecting that this pretentious fellow had indeed managed to deliver his lines with finesse. The tyranny of the king's physique was indeed formidable, proving itself unstoppable. With matters having reached this point, Lin Che could only continue to engage in verbal fencing, striving to salvage the situation. What is this talk from you, Yi Feng? The principal's intention is that this potion may only be used by you. How can that be construed as exerting pressure? The applause from the audience and students momentarily faltered. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, it did seem to hold some weight. Viewed from another angle, Xiao Changdian's statements could also be interpreted as a means to protect Yi Feng, alleviating the pressures on the student. Perhaps, Yi Feng has misinterpreted the situation? Is Master Xiao truly unwilling to grant me this favor from the Lu family? Lu Kuan once again directed his ire towards Xiao Changdian. As the esteemed young master of the Lu family, when has he ever been subjected to such mockery? Even formidable masters must bow to the Lu family in this domain of Xinhai. It is inconceivable that he merely desires a wheel of fate. Even if he wished to replace the head of the Xinhai Martial Arts Academy, what could it matter? Young Master Lu's assertions are misguided. Rules are rules. If exceptions can be made for the Lu family today, must we then also bend for the Chu family tomorrow? Xiao Changtian remained unyielding. Do not speak to me of rules. Such words may deceive others, but they hold no weight with me. In Lu Kuan's eyes, these so-called rules are but shackles imposed by the strong upon the weak. In all of Xinhai, the Lu family's edicts are the law. Chapter 55. All is earned through one's own merit. Why should one not accept? When the skies rage with storms, calamity befalls the reckless. Lin Che has encountered madmen before, yet he has never met anyone as arrogantly brazen as Lu Kuan. The crux of the matter lies not in his attitude towards the master, but in his utter disdain for established norms. Though everyone is aware that those in the upper echelons seldom regard rules with respect, it is unacceptable for him to be so brazen in his contempt. To act covertly is one thing. To declare it openly in public is entirely another. In Lin Che's estimation, Lu Kuan is courting his own demise. Silence. The Lu family's second uncle interjected once more. Master Xiao, please forgive us. Since the school has its own rules, let us put this matter to rest. It is not that the Lu family seeks to yield to Xiao Changtian, but rather that they are concerned with public opinion. If Lu Kuan continues to speak indiscriminately, the Lu family's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. That will not do, uncle. I am determined to have this wheel of fate. Lu Kuan remained obstinate. Is he not concerned about further embarrassment? I cannot manage you. Upon your return, someone will surely put you in your place. Upon witnessing the sternness in the elder's gaze, Lu Kuan ultimately chose to remain silent. Although he refrained from speaking further, he cast a glance at Lin Che and Yi Feng, evidently harboring ill intentions. The award ceremony proceeded normally, with Lin Che being the first to receive his prize, a long sword and a silver portable thermal box. Upon receiving the prize, he casually opened the box to discover 11 vials of potions resting within. The box possessed refrigeration capabilities, emanating a slight chill upon opening. At the center lay a vial containing golden liquid, flanked by 5 blue vials on either side. The interior of the containers featured a double helix structure, resembling intertwined strands of genetic material, with a double-layered vacuum design to effectively insulate temperature. Regardless of the veracity of the promotional claims, the presentation was undeniably impressive. Encouraging Lin Che with a few words, Xiao Changtian then approached Yi Feng to continue distributing prizes. Perhaps due to Yi Feng's earlier proclamations of indifference towards the potion, he appeared rather uncomfortable upon receiving the thermal box. Despite his desire to maintain a facade of nonchalance, when the potion was presented to him, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, it is something earned through one's own merit. Why refuse it? Yi Feng pondered. Once the awards were concluded, the students gradually descended from the stage. Lin Che returned to the throng of Class 1, reopening the thermal box to extract the golden potion. Help me with this, Lin Che said, handing the box to Chu Yao. What are you doing? Chu Yao queried, perplexed as she accepted it. Lin Che offered no reply, instead twisting the vial's cap and promptly consuming the golden potion. Hey! Chu Yao opened her mouth to protest, but it was too late. What? Lin Che asked, bewildered. Nothing. Nothing. Chu Yao replied, her expression complex. Moments later, Lin Che was beset by excruciating pain, nearly crying out. Noticing the cold sweat on him, Chu Yao could not help but inquire, are you alright? Lin Che waved his hand, responding with difficulty, I'm fine. You should probably wait until you get home before taking this potion. It hurts a bit. The pain. It was unbearable. At that moment, Lin Che felt as if he might faint. Due to his pride, he could only endure in silence. Observing Lin Che sway, Chu Yao reached out to steady him. You may need to endure this for 3 hours. The pain will gradually subside, and then you should awaken your second ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's face contorted. No. This situation was not mentioned online. In comparison to the awakening of his second ability, a bit of pain should be inconsequential, or so he thought. Chu Yao dismissed his concerns. So you already knew? Why didn't you warn me? Lin Che feigned a look of betrayal. Chu Yao wore an expression of helplessness. I intended to warn you, but you acted too quickly for me to say anything. Lin Che. Xiao Changtian delivered a concluding speech, and the comprehensive competition was finally brought to a close. As the crowd dispersed and approached the school gates, Chu Yao extended the potion vial towards Lin Che. Take this. Remember to bring the crystal core tomorrow. Aren't you going to use it? Lin Che asked, puzzled. My family had already prepared a set for me. So this is a fortunate gain, Chu Yao replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Since we are to make a trade, I'll let you have this set for now. Very well, then I shall extend my gratitude to Golden Treasure on your behalf. Lin Che accepted the thermal box. Holding 2 boxes of potions in each hand drew the attention of onlookers. Chu Yao waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a transaction, no need for gratitude. At that moment, Lin Che's personal driver, upon seeing him exit the school, promptly drove the car to them. Young master. The driver opened the car door, inviting Lin Che inside. I shall take my leave now. Lin Che hesitated slightly, but ultimately added, you should clarify matters regarding Yifeng. Best not to create misunderstandings. Oh, very well. At the mention of Yifeng, Chu Yao frowned slightly. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Che entered the car and departed. Lin Che felt an inexplicable sense that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was and chose to set it aside for the moment. At the Lin family villa, the family was admiring Lin Yura's prize. Upon seeing Lin Che return home with 2 boxes of potions, Lin Zexuan immediately felt a surge of envy. Brother, how did you come to possess 2 sets of potions? The Lin family parents and sisters turned to look at him. What business is it of yours? Lin Che shot back without hesitation. One may only consume 1 potion from the Wheel of Fate, Lin Zexuan began, but Lin Che interrupted. Yes, I know. So what does it matter to you? Brother, I know you are still upset about the previous incident. I have already realized my mistake. Can you forgive me? With his spell interrupted, Lin Zexuan had to start gathering his strength anew. I have already stated that I was not the one who misplaced the undergarments, so there is no need for you to apologize, Lin Che replied coldly. However, if there is a next time, I may not be so forgiving. At this, Lin Zexuan's eyes flickered, and he immediately promised, brother, you need not worry. I will never engage in such behavior again. It matters not. Just know that if there is a next time, I will take action. With that, Lin Che ascended the staircase, carrying the 2 boxes of potions. Lin Zexuan gritted his teeth and spoke again. Brother, since you have an extra set of potions, could you not let it be used by our elder sister? Although he himself desired it, he knew Lin Che would never part with it. So he deliberately redirected the conversation towards Lin Wanting. Using Lin Che's belongings as leverage for favors, while simultaneously sowing discord between Lin Che and Lin Wanting, was a tactic Lin Zexuan often employed. Absolutely not. Lin Che retorted without hesitation. Why not? Each individual is permitted but a single wheel of destiny. Any surplus serves no purpose. What do you intend to do with it? Lin Zexuan feigned ignorance. Indeed, Xiao Che, if you desire money, you could simply request it from your father, Su Qianqian chimed in. Lin Che shook his head. I have my own uses for it. So, dear sister, let us await the next batch of potions from Chu's pharmaceutical. It matters not. They will be produced sooner or later. Though Lin Wanting yearned for it deeply, she ultimately lacked the courage to voice her desires. Understanding his daughter's true intentions, Lin Hai discerned that his eldest daughter was eager to unlock her second ability, but was too bashful to ask outright. Thus, he steeled himself to speak on her behalf. Ahem, Xiao Che, if you would be willing to relinquish the extra wheel of destiny to your elder sister, I could offer you 20 million. What do you say? After experiencing several setbacks before Lin Che, Lin Hai had grown wary of asserting his authority, opting instead for a gentler tone. Chapter 56. Lend me your eye of insight. Assist me in navigating fortune and avoiding calamity. I apologize, but 20 million, while tempting, cannot sway me. I have other plans for this potion. So there is no need for further inquiries. With that, Lin Che continued his ascent up the stairs. Oh, you child. Just as Lin Hai was about to utter more, he noticed Lin Che halt once more. The onlookers assumed Lin Che had changed his mind, only to see him direct his gaze toward Lin Yura. After consuming the Wheel of Destiny, one may experience some discomfort, so do take care when you partake, second sister. Upon returning to his room, Lin Che promptly administered a Wheel of Destiny to Huang Jinbei. The sooner it is used, the less likely it is to attract unwanted attention. Lin Che had anticipated that. Like humans, Huang Jinbei would experience excruciating pain after consuming the potion. He was already contemplating how to soothe the creature afterward. However, to his surprise, the giant squirrel fell into a deep slumber without any sign of distress after ingesting the potion. It seemed that humans and mutated beings were indeed different. Lin Che shook his head in resignation. Over 2 hours had passed since he consumed the potion, during which he had endured relentless agony throughout his body. Approaching a state of numbness, covered in sweat, he hastily shed his clothes and entered the bathing room. As he rinsed himself under the shower while filling the bathtub, he slowly submerged himself into the warm water, gritting his teeth as he continued to endure the excruciating pain. Unbeknownst to him, the sensation gradually subsided, and he drifted into slumber within the tub. Clank! The sound of chains dragging jolted Lin Che awake. He opened his eyes to find a white ape bound by chains before him. He then caught sight of its furious golden eyes. Liars. All of them are liars. The white ape lunged toward Lin Che, but was thwarted by its restraints. Who is the liar? Lin Che inquired casually. The liar is Gun. He is a deceiver. And so is you. They are all liars. The white ape raged helplessly. Upon hearing the names Gun and you, Lin Che deduced that this white ape was none other than Wu's Haiki. Where shall I begin? Lin Che continued to probe. They invited me to control the waters, promised me divinity, and once the flood subsided, they imprisoned me here. Liars. All of them. Wu's Haiki grew increasingly hysterical. Though brief, his words conveyed a wealth of information. Gun was the U.S. father, tasked by Emperor Yao to control the waters for 9 years, yet he failed to succeed. Subsequently, Emperor Yao abdicated to Emperor Shun, who executed Gun. After his father's demise, Yu undertook the responsibility, managing the floods for 13 years and restoring order to the realm. Yu's renown reached its zenith, prompting Emperor Shun to abdicate to him. Thereafter, Yu became the sovereign of the realm, delineating the 9 provinces and establishing the Xia dynasty. Logically, Emperor Shun was the U.S. father's nemesis, rendering this abdication rather intriguing. If Wu's Haiki was not the source of chaos, but rather an ally of Gun and Yu, the underlying narrative becomes even more compelling. Moreover, previously, Xing Tian was decapitated by the Heavenly Emperor, who is none other than Xianyuan Huangdi, Gun's grandfather and Yu's great-grandfather. Following this reasoning, both Xing Tian and Wu's Haiki could be seen as natural allies, with both of them seeking him out. Could it imply that Lin Che's ancestry also bears a grudge against the Xianyuan clan? Having previously researched and worried that dreams could impact reality, Lin Che feared that Wu's Haiki might pose a threat to Blue Star. However, given Wu's Haiki's words, he no longer appeared to be the villain of legend. Of course, this was merely Wu's Haiki's perspective. The truth remained to be uncovered. Their deceit does not concern me. What purpose do you have in seeking me? Lin Che could not help but retort. Sever this chain and grant me freedom, and I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Wu's Haiki gradually calmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt overwhelmed. Previously, Xing Tian had requested him to seek the head, merely stating that his own acts would suffice, without further elaboration. Now, Wu's Haiki's request for Lin Che to sever the chains felt equally daunting. He could not comprehend where these beings derived their confidence. Lin Che himself lacked assurance. It is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, I am powerless to do so. Lin Che raised his hands in surrender. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Wu's Haiki, deep in thought, spoke again. Lend me your eye of insight. Assist me in navigating fortune and avoiding misfortune. May you soon attain divinity and come to my aid in breaking free. With that, 2 beams of golden light shot from Wu's Haiki's eyes, piercing Lin Che's own. Ah! Lin Che screamed in agony, abruptly rising from the bathtub. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he might go blind. His eyes throbbed as if they had been gouged out, the pain surpassing that which he had endured from the Wheel of Destiny. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Che climbed out of the tub, rinsed off once more, and exited the bathroom, casually glancing at Huang Jinbei in the wardrobe. A few pieces of information suddenly materialized in his mind. Level 2 mutated squirrel, ability, telepathy. Evolving, threat level, low. What the hell? Lin Che could not restrain an exclamation, as this ability was remarkably potent. A mere glance allowed him to discern the opponent's realm and capabilities, even accurately judging whether they posed a threat. Henceforth, when venturing beyond the high walls, he would no longer need to fear unforeseen misfortunes. Coincidentally, he intended to assist Xing Tian in locating his head after the Spring Festival. This ability would prove invaluable. In his exhilaration, Lin Che realized that he had likely awakened a second, or perhaps a third, ability. Focusing on his condition, he found everything normal except for a change in his eyes. Reflecting on the events of his dream, Lin Che mused internally. Was this third ability acquired through the potion, or was it a gift from Wu Zhaiki? Prior to his awakening, Wu Zhaiki had explicitly stated his intention to lend Lin Che his Eye of Insight. Upon awakening, the completion of his third ability coincided perfectly with the Eye of Insight. Thus, having expended a Wheel of Destiny, he now owed Wu Zhaiki a favor, making this newfound power somewhat justified. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Lin Che inquired. Young master, dinner is ready. Came the voice of Aunt Zhang from outside. Lin Che retrieved his wristband, glancing at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. All right, I'll be right there. He casually selected an outfit and began dressing. It had not been long since he returned from school, yet he had unknowingly slept for 2 hours. It seems that in just an hour, Huang Jinbei will awaken. Descending the stairs, Lin Che's gaze swept over the members of the Lin family. Ordinary human, no threat. Ordinary human, no threat. Late-stage body refinement martial artist, ability, mental telekinesis, low threat level, exhibits strong malevolence. Late-stage chi opening martial artist, ability, ice element control, low threat level. Mid-stage transcendence martial artist, ability, fire element control, high threat level. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this Eye of Insight not only discerned the realm and abilities of others, but could also detect their malicious intent. Xiao Che, have you successfully awakened? Lin Yuru hurriedly inquired. She had yet to consume the Wheel of Fate in her hand, and was particularly concerned about Lin Che's secondary awakening. Yes, I succeeded. D-grade power. Barely sufficient, Lin Che replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, it's good that you managed to awaken. Regardless of the type of ability, there will be some enhancement. Lin Hai, though not yet a martial artist, was well versed in matters regarding them, speaking with confidence. Exactly, success is what matters. Su Qianxian also displayed a relieved smile. Before you head upstairs, you mentioned that this potion would cause a bit of pain. Just how painful is it? Lin Yuru asked curiously. It feels somewhat akin to scraping a knife against bone. You should prepare yourself mentally, Lin Che responded candidly. So painful. Lin Yuru's face paled involuntarily. After Lin Che's description, she began to feel discomfort even before consuming the Wheel of Fate. Wait a minute, brother. When you returned just now, although your expression wasn't great, it didn't seem as painful as you described. Lin Zexuan voiced his skepticism. Are you trying to scare second sister? Hee hee, you'll know when you try it for yourself. It will eventually be available for purchase, Lin Che shrugged, beginning to eat. An hour later, Huang Jinbei awoke from slumber and immediately performed a remarkable feat. Its nearly 1 meter tall form instantly shrank to the size of an ant. Subsequently, it scurried up Lin Che's foot and climbed swiftly into his hair. Are you preparing to evolve into a listening device? Lin Che couldn't help but mock. This creature had surprisingly awakened a peculiar ability to reduce its size, and its sole function was to shrink. Yet, despite its lack of combat prowess, this unique ability was noteworthy. First, it awakened the power to eavesdrop on human thoughts. And now it had acquired the ability to minimize its form, transforming from an undercover agent into a master of espionage. Change back, and then try the other potion. Lin Che was unable to extract an ant from his hair and could only request Huang Jinbei to come down. Is there more? Can I acquire other abilities? Huang Jinbei promptly returned to its original size and leaped onto the ground. I warn you, no more jumping on my head. Lin Che, slightly annoyed, expressed his displeasure. What could Huang Jinbei do? It could only obediently respond. Understood, I shall comply. Humph. Lin Che feigned irritation, turning to the bedside. He opened one of the suitcases, took out a bottle of source vessel, twisted off the cap, and looked at Huang Jinbei, open wide. Huang Jinbei complied, and Lin Che poured the potion into its mouth. Do you feel anything? Lin Che casually asked. Not really. Huang Jinbei shook its head. Just as Lin Che was puzzled, Huang Jinbei's aura began to rise rapidly, swiftly evolving from a level 2 mutant creature to a level 3. When Lin Che observed Huang Jinbei again, the information in his mind had significantly changed. Level 3 mutated squirrel, ability, telepathy, size reduction, low threat level. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Let's have another one. He then poured another source vessel into Huang Jinbei. This time, Huang Jinbei's aura only slightly increased before falling silent. Indeed, only the first potion had the best effect. Seeing that Huang Jinbei remained unchanged, Lin Che also consumed his source vessel. A few minutes later, His cultivation reached the late stage of transcendence. However, he detected no changes in his abilities. Next, he consumed another source vessel, taking a moment to sense the effects. It was clear that the results were far inferior to the initial one, roughly equivalent to the enhancement gained from defeating a level 3 mutant creature. The third, fourth, and fifth potions yielded results akin to slaying a level 1 mutant creature. I'll give you 3 more bottles. Keep the rest for now. With that, Lin Che poured 3 additional potions into Huang Jinbei. There were still 10 source vessels left, which Lin Che casually placed in the wardrobe. Let's go out for a stroll. Lin Che pretended to lift Huang Jinbei. Unexpectedly, Huang Jinbei shrank to a few inches and swiftly climbed onto Lin Che's shoulder. Don't mention my neck again. It's nearly bald. Huang Jinbei couldn't help but complain. All right, from now on, you follow me and don't wait for me to act, Lin Che replied casually. As they reached the corner of the second floor, they suddenly heard cries nearby. It hurts so much. Wah wah wah. It hurts to death. Wah wah wah. Fortunately, Lin Che knew it was Lin Yuru who had consumed the Wheel of Fate. Otherwise, he would have thought there was a ghost in the house. Lin Che quietly slipped out of the Lin residence, navigating a convoluted path until he arrived near the Liu family manor. Go in and assess the situation. If it's convenient to act, let us send him off today. Lin Che narrowed his eyes slightly. He had always believed in avenging without delay. Otherwise, it would linger in his heart, disrupting his sleep. Huang Jinbei accepted the task and swiftly dashed into the Liu family manor. At that moment, in the manor's backyard, Lu Kuan reclined in a lounge chair, watching 2 mutated wolves chase a middle-aged couple. Run quickly. Do not let them catch up. Otherwise, you are doomed. Ha ha ha. Lu Kuan's gaze was cold, his laughter wild. You can only blame your son. I kindly offered him 10 million, yet he refused to accept it, leading to your predicament of being pursued by mutated wolves. Tisk, how pitiful. Young master, please spare us. We will definitely persuade Awakens to deliver the medicine to you. The middle-aged man, terrified and gasping for breath, pleaded while dragging his wife to flee. Too late. I have never failed to obtain what I desire, Lu Kuan said, extending his pinky finger to clean his ear. He has embarrassed me so much. How could I let him off easy? As the middle-aged couple gradually exhausted their strength, they were on the verge of being caught by the mutated wolves. In this dire moment, 2 masked youths leaped into the enclosure, effortlessly slaying the 2 mutated wolves. The 2 exchanged glances, but said nothing, both turning their gaze towards Lu Kuan. You two, who is Yifeng? Lu Kuan sat up slightly, leaning forward to scrutinize them. What Yifeng? We don't know. They responded in unison. Humph, what are you pretending for? I just captured Yifeng's parents, and now you show up. Denying your identity at this point is futile. Lu Kuan, though not particularly bright, had some wits. The 2 refusing to admit their identities clearly indicated they had come for his life. He likely believed that, as the young master of the Liu family, no one would dare to harm him. However, he has already breached the boundaries set by others. What is there that others cannot do? Yet he remains blissfully unaware of the peril he is in, truly lacking in cleverness. You are quite an interesting person. I witnessed someone being pursued by 2 mutated wolves, and so I intervened to save them. Is that not a perfectly normal reaction? Lin Che declared with righteous indignation. Save them? Ha ha ha. I fear you will be unable to save them, and may end up sacrificing yourself. As he spoke, Lu Kuan pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, causing the surrounding fences to rise slowly. Simultaneously, a trapdoor in the center of the fence opened, and a metal container began to ascend from within. As the container fully emerged from the ground, its doors suddenly sprang open, revealing a level 4 mutated tiger stepping out. This level 4 mutated tiger can leap over 10 meters with full force, and my fence stands at a height of 20 meters, ensuring that this beast cannot escape. Lu Kuan's expression grew increasingly arrogant. I just wonder if you two will manage to get out? As he spoke, the level 4 mutated tiger charged towards Lin Che and his companions. Yifeng was about to step forward, but Lin Che beat him to it. You take care of this couple. I will handle the mutated tiger. Lin Che gazed at the level 4 mutated tiger and received several pieces of information. Level 4 mutated tiger, ability, mental shock, high threat level, exhibits strong malice. Lin Che realized he might not be able to guard against the mental shock, so he decided to take the initiative. He suddenly stepped forward and struck with a reverse slash of his sword. A blade of air shot forth from the tip of his sword, instantly striking the tiger's forehead. Roar. The mutated tiger bled from its forehead and let out a furious roar. Chapter 58. Too many night roads, finally encountering a ghost. The bones of the level 4 mutated tiger were quite sturdy and did not easily succumb to the airblade, affected by the roar. Lin Che faltered slightly and narrowly avoided being pounced upon by the mutated tiger. Regaining his composure, he swiftly sidestepped and continued to slash. You are indeed a congenital master? No, a master could not be this weak. You are the one who killed Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's mind raced as he immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Who is Lu Kuan? I do not know him, Lin Che replied while swinging his sword. He did not wish to approach the mutated tiger, for its roar would dull his reflexes, and getting too close would be fatal. He attempted to maintain distance, weaving around to exhaust the tiger's energy. However, the air blades he unleashed mostly only grazed the tiger's fur, failing to harm its muscles or bones. If he engaged in close combat, the long sword would indeed deliver a stronger blow than the air blades cast at the transcendent realm, but Lin Che was not inclined to take such a risk. Even a momentary delay caused by the tiger's roar could spell life or death. He had no habit of courting danger. Since the air blades lacked sufficient lethality and he could not easily approach the mutated tiger, Lin Che resolved to overwhelm it with numbers. In a single move, 1,000 blades break the sky. Dozens of air blades instantaneously enveloped the mutated tiger. Roar! The tiger was left bloodied, patches of its fur stripped away, resembling a mangy beast. At this moment, the tiger's thoughts had shifted from "I will eat you" to "it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Seeing his method effective, Lin Che again distanced himself and executed another 1,000 blades break the sky. Roar! Howl! The mutated tiger transformed from a mangy beast to a bald one. Its thoughts shifted from "it hurts, to "I won't come back, I won't come back." Subsequently, the mutated tiger, tucking its tail, dashed toward the container, clearly seeking refuge inside to preserve its life. Witnessing this, Lin Che, of course, seized the opportunity to pursue. He exerted force beneath his feet, instantly lunging forward and swiftly slaying the mutated tiger with several strikes, not forgetting to retrieve its crystal core afterward. Excellent. Indeed it is you. I mobilized the entire city's security bureau and could not find you, yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Lu Kuan stepped back a few paces. Although he was already several meters away from the fence, he still felt uneasy and retreated further. Do not assume that being capable of fighting makes you impressive. Without reaching the Master Realm, can you withstand bullets? As he spoke, Lu Kuan waved his hand, and 8 guards around him brandished their guns, aiming at the 4 within the fence. It must be said, this tactic was indeed difficult to counter. Ordinary firearms were not particularly powerful. Lin Che and Yi Feng could evade with martial skills or block with their long swords. However, Yi Feng's parents were ordinary people, lacking any means of defense. If this group unleashed a volley of bullets, it was likely Yi Feng's parents would not survive. Moreover, Lin Che believed he could block bullets coming straight at him without missing a beat, but he could not defend against those from the sides or behind. If the 8 guards dispersed and fired simultaneously, Lin Che and Yi Feng would be unable to shield themselves. Quickly, the container, Lin Che shouted, rushing toward the container. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately led his parents toward it. The metal container was incredibly sturdy. As long as the 4 of them took refuge inside, they would no longer need to worry about bullets. Seeing this scene, Lu Kuan suddenly recalled the remote control for the fence and container. However, when he glanced at the lounge chair, his heart skipped a beat. The remote he had carelessly tossed there was nowhere to be found. In truth, Lin Che had already instructed Huang Jinbei to stealthily slip over and steal the remote when he saw Lu Kuan rise. At that moment, Lu Kuan and several guards' attention was entirely focused on the 4 within the fence, and no one had noticed the slowly moving remote. Lu Kuan felt a wave of panic rise within him and immediately ordered, "Fire! What are you dawdling for?" The 8 guards obeyed the command, immediately pulling their triggers, and deafening gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 Yi Feng swiftly swung his long sword, attempting to block all the bullets. The sound of metal clashing was relentless. Ding! Ding! Clang! Clang! However, despite Yi Feng's desperate defense, under the concentrated gunfire, his parents ultimately could not escape their grim fate. Several stray bullets penetrated Yi Feng's defense and pierced through his father and mother. Blood erupted instantaneously, staining the ground and coloring Yi Feng's vision red. "Dad! Mom!" Yi Feng let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice filled with anguish. He could only watch helplessly as his parents were shot, their bodies slowly collapsing, the light in their eyes gradually fading. In that moment, Yi Feng's world crumbled. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground. Tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring his vision. His heart was filled with self-reproach and rage. If only he were stronger. Could he have protected his parents? Distracted, he felt a bullet graze his own arm. Seeing this, Lin Che could not help but remind him, "Take care of yourself. Do not let your parents die in vain." Just then, the metal fence began to descend slowly, evidently activated by Huang Jinbei, who had found a safe spot to press the remote. "I want you all dead." Yi Feng roared in fury. He had already exposed his identity, with no retreat possible. Today he would undoubtedly slay Lu Kuan. Bang! 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 Another round of gunfire erupted as the fence continued to lower. Lu Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He glanced around, shifting his feet as he slowly retreated. Although he considered his cultivation superior to Yi Feng's, and with 8 transcendent realm guards by his side, he did not regard Yi Feng as a threat. However, he was uncertain how to deal with the other unknown individual. The opponent could unleash air blades with transcendent realm cultivation, which he could not guard against, and naturally, he did not dare to confront them head-on. Furthermore, as the esteemed young master of the Lu family, his life was precious. How could he compare himself to these commoners? Taking advantage of the alloy fence still being partially lowered, Lu Kuan made the decision to flee. This estate was the ancestral home of the Lu family, typically inhabited only by a few servants and guards, and Lu Kuan himself seldom visited. He would occasionally use the backyard's apparatus for beast fights against some young masters in his social circle. Today, having been provoked by Yi Feng and Lin Che, he sought revenge. Given that the Lin family was a prominent local household with various interests at stake, he could not recklessly deal with them. Thus, he set his sights on Yi Feng instead. Under the cover of night, he arranged for Yi Feng's parents to be kidnapped, deliberately leaving Yi Feng an address to toy with him, before ultimately intending to eliminate him. Little did he anticipate that after traversing the dark roads, he would encounter misfortune. The mysterious figure who had previously killed Lu Kuan appeared alongside Yi Feng at the Lu family estate, causing Lu Kuan to silently curse his fate. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had not come today, Lin Che would have eventually set his sights on him. It was merely a matter of time. As the fence descended to 3 meters, both Yi Feng and Lin Che leapt into action. A few guards hesitated, contemplating escape, but Yi Feng had already begun his assault. Despite being at the same stage of transcendence, the 8 guards stood no chance against Yi Feng. Grief-stricken over the loss of his parents, Yi Feng fought like a man possessed, unstoppable. Lin Che shook his head, declaring, "I will pursue Lu Kuan." With that, he immediately darted in the direction of Lu Kuan's escape. In the garage, Lu Kuan was starting up a F911, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, you mutts. Just wait and see how I deal with you." As the vehicle rolled out of the garage, he spotted Lin Che hot on his heels. Panic surged, and he slammed the accelerator, desperate to shake Lin Che off. If it came down to a race against the sports car, Lu Kuan knew he was outmatched, as Lin Che could not yet reach speeds of over 100 meters per second. However, Lin Che had no intention of chasing the car. Instead, he calculated the angle and unleashed several blades of chi at the car's path. Boom, bang, whoosh, crash. 2 of the car's tires exploded, and after sliding several dozen meters, it finally flipped off the road and collided with a large tree. Chapter 59. Is there anyone who can vouch for your absence from your room last night? Lu Kuan scrambled out of the car, not forgetting to retrieve a long knife from within. "If you kill me, there will never be a place for you in the entire New Sea City." He aimed the knife at Lin Che, fear evident even before the battle had begun. "Is that so? I don't believe it," Lin Che replied, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a furious shout came from behind. "He is mine." At that moment, Yi Feng had eliminated the 8 guards and was racing towards them. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yi Feng. Late-stage transcendent martial artist, abilities, danger precognition, mental interference, high threat level. Goodness. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, quickly correcting himself. "You dispatched 8 people so swiftly." In truth, he was not shocked by Yi Feng's ability to eliminate the guards. His astonishment stemmed from Yi Feng's 2 extraordinary powers. Danger precognition was at least S rank, possibly higher, and mental interference was surely no less than S rank. Had Lin Che not awakened the Eye of Insight, he could never have imagined that there existed individuals capable of manifesting abilities even more formidable than his own. Fortunately, Yi Feng's second ability was merely mental interference, not mental control. Otherwise, Lin Che would have felt compelled to strike preemptively to avert future threats. "Leave." Yi Feng did not respond to Lin Che, but instead spoke to himself. "Let me handle him, and consider it a favor owed to you." Lin Che hesitated briefly, then looked at Lu Kuan. Late-stage transcendent martial artist, abilities, enhanced physique, high threat level. Lin Che could not concur with the Eye of Insight's assessment that Lu Kuan and Yi Feng posed the same threat level. Noting Lin Che's refusal, Yi Feng assumed he was about to reject him and quickly pressed on. "He had my parents killed. I must personally end him, or my wrath will remain unquenched." "Fine. Do as you wish. I will take my leave." With that, Lin Che turned away, unwilling to witness Yi Feng's retribution. With danger precognition and mental interference, Yi Feng was already at an unbeatable advantage. Possessing these 2 formidable abilities, if he failed to eliminate Lu Kuan, it would simply be his misfortune. "I warn you. I have notified my elders. This place will soon be surrounded. If you kill me, you won't escape." Lu Kuan employed the same rhetoric to threaten Yi Feng. "Why would I run?" Yi Feng advanced step by step. Shortly after Lin Che's departure, The entire New Sea city erupted in chaos. Standing atop the terrace of the Lin family villa, Lin Che surveyed the scene, where police cars were ubiquitous, and even helicopters had been deployed. Such a grand spectacle. Had it merely been the death of an ordinary person, it would hardly have stirred a ripple. Watching a group of armored martial artists patrolling the streets, Lin Che shook his head, sighing. The following day, New Sea City issued a warrant. First-year student Yi Feng of the New Sea Martial Arts Academy was accused of brutally slaughtering Lu Kuan and the 8 guards of the Lu family at the Lu estate last night, committing heinous crimes. In light of Yi Feng's transgressions, the Public Security Bureau of New Sea City issued an A-level wanted notice. In response, various media outlets clamored to report the story, yet they only mentioned Yi Feng's actions. The facts regarding Lu Kuan's kidnapping of Yi Feng's parents and the command to have them shot were conveniently omitted. At times, if left unchecked, power can become a source of malevolence. Although Lin Che could not fully empathize with Yi Feng, he felt that had he been in Yi Feng's position, the enforcers of New Sea City would deserve their fate. Within the New Sea Martial Arts Academy, this news fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Teachers and students alike buzzed with discussions, astonished and perplexed by Yi Feng's actions, while the crowd remained engulfed in disbelief. A group of uniformed officers entered the academy. Their expressions were grave as they made their way directly to the principal's office. Soon, all individuals associated with Yi Feng were summoned for individual questioning, including Lin Che and Xiao Changtian. In a quiet conference room, Lin Che faced the officer in charge of the inquiry, feigning nervousness as he sat across from him. Several officers bore stern expressions, their gazes sharp as they collectively regarded Lin Che. Lin Che, what is your relationship with Yi Feng? Where were you at the time of the incident last night? One officer asked bluntly. Lin Che feigned hesitation, stammering, I am in the same year as Yi Feng, but we did not know each other before. Why are you questioning me? Please answer the question. The officer insisted without explanation, his demeanor growing more severe. I was at home last night. Having taken the wheel of fate, which left me heavily burdened, I went to bed early and did not go out. Lin Che inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. The officer furrowed his brow, continuing to inquire, is there anyone who can vouch for your absence from your room last night? Lin Che pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I do not have a particularly good relationship with my family. However, I fell asleep around 9 in the evening. At that time, my second sister, Lin Yura, had also taken the wheel of fate and was constantly crying out in pain. I only fell asleep once she stopped crying. You may inquire with my sister about this. The officer nodded, signaling to an assistant to take notes. He then asked, so, how much do you know about Yi Feng? Lin Che shook his head again. I was not acquainted with Yi Feng before. We only met during the grand competition, and I do not know him well. The sheriff's gaze was firmly fixed upon Lin Che, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a brief pause, the sheriff spoke again. Did you consider seeking revenge on Lu Kuan after your confrontation yesterday? Lin Che's expression revealed his inner turmoil, yet he ultimately replied candidly. I did contemplate it, but my own abilities are insufficient, my family would not support me, and the Lin family cannot compete with the Lu family. Several sheriffs exchanged glances before posing a few unrelated inquiries, to which Lin Che responded truthfully. In truth, for these students, the sheriff's questioning was merely a formality. After all, another enigmatic figure at the scene was suspected to be a master, making it improbable that he was merely a first-year student at the Xinheim Martial Arts Academy. Subsequently, as Lin Che exited the conference room, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, quickly suppressing it. He was acutely aware that this incident would not simply fade away. He needed to tread cautiously. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the academy had grown increasingly tense. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Che found his classmates engrossed in discussions about Yi Feng. It was said that Lu, the young master, was at the late stage of the transformation realm, and all 8 of his bodyguards were also martial artists of that caliber. Yi Feng was indeed remarkable. How could he possibly contend against 9 opponents? Even if he had awakened his second ability, it seemed implausible. Similarly, the class monitor, also an awakened power type, was only rated A, and she did not appear particularly formidable. Huh, you speak as if you could best the class monitor, someone jested. Well, I may not stand a chance alone, but if all 9 of me teamed up, we would surely prevail. You truly are a talent. Previously, Yi Feng had publicly proclaimed himself to possess a C-level power-type talent, and to this day, no one was privy to his true abilities. This incident had caused all the students to regard power-type awakeners with newfound respect. Those who had interacted with Yi Feng were subsequently summoned by the sheriffs for questioning, casting a shadow over the entire academy. Even the typically stoic Chu Yao seemed somewhat affected, her mind wandering. What's the matter? Are you worried about your savior? Lin Che inquired casually. Startled from her reverie, Chu Yao shook her head. No, I believe he is not that kind of person. Oh, you seem to have quite a bit of faith in him, Lin Che remarked with a playful smile. Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. Chu Yao paused before continuing. Has the golden treasure successfully awakened for the second time? In truth, she was eager to inquire about Lin Che's own awakened ability. But the words morphed into a different question. Chapter 60. Beneath the high walls, power aligns with public opinion. Yes, it has succeeded. It is right here in the classroom. Can you find it? Lin Che's lips curled into a subtle smile. I don't believe I saw you bring it today, Chu Yao replied. A look of confusion crossing her face. She glanced around the room and queried. You aren't suggesting it has awakened an ability to become invisible, are you? What? Lin Che was taken aback by Chu Yao's thought process. No, but the effect is somewhat similar. It is now quite difficult to detect. Chu Yao's curiosity intensified, her gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of the golden treasure. Unable to contain a mischievous smile, Lin Che relished the moment. Are you trying to trick me? You didn't bring the golden treasure, did you? Chu Yao's expression shifted to one of playful indignation. Why would I deceive you? Lin Che spread his hands and feigned innocence. Then tell me, where is the golden treasure? If you can't provide an answer, it means you're lying. Chu Yao scrunched her nose and pouted, losing her usual aloof demeanor, appearing rather endearing instead. Fine, I'll show you. Lin Che decided to cease his teasing. He summoned the golden treasure from his pocket, prompting it to grow larger before extending his hand towards Chu Yao. Wow, so adorable. Is this the golden treasure? Why has it shrunk so much? Has it awakened a transformation ability? Chu Yao exclaimed, staring incredulously at the diminutive squirrel. Shoo, keep it down. Lin Che glanced around, adopting a mysterious tone. It's not a transformation ability. It's merely a shrinking ability. Chu Yao nodded. Oh, I see. So, do you now think my choice in adopting a pet is impressive? Lin Che feigned pride. Please, if anyone is impressive, it's the golden treasure, not you. But that was my discerning eye, wasn't it? Quite remarkable. Chu Yao rolled her eyes. What about you? What ability have you awakened? A secret. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. If you won't share, then it's not worth my time to hear. Chu Yao turned her head away. Come closer, and I'll tell you quietly. Lin Che gestured for her to approach. Skeptical, Chu Yao slowly leaned in closer to Lin Che. I have acquired a pair of eyes capable of discerning others' talents and cultivation levels. Lin Che lowered his voice deliberately. In truth, whether or not he concealed the ability of his insightful eyes was not particularly significant to Lin Che, even if others were aware that he could perceive their cultivation levels. There was no way to guard against it. Once seen, the truth was laid bare, with no room for argument. Moreover, after engaging in combat, both parties would naturally discern each other's levels and talents. The existence of this ability primarily served to inform Lin Che of whom to avoid and whom to confront, bearing little impact on his combat prowess. Thus, he did not mind revealing this ability, considering it a mere embellishment. To question Yi Feng, to understand Yi Feng, to become Yi Feng, Lin Che felt that occasionally pretending to be someone else could be beneficial for one's mental and emotional health. However, upon hearing Lin Che's revelation, Chu Yao appeared incredulous. She leaned back slightly, her gaze flitting over Lin Che's face repeatedly. After a long moment, she spoke again. Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Lin Che's lips curved into a smirk. So what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Seeing Lin Che's proud demeanor, Chu Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes. You haven't spoken a single truth. Ahem, you are currently at the late stage of the opening meridian's realm, and your abilities are space compression and space movement. Lin Che casually stated her current cultivation level, even including her recently awakened second ability. Wow, a genius indeed. The second ability is rated S. How do you know? Chu Yao asked, her expression one of astonishment. Lin Che shrugged, offering no reply. Everything was self-evident. At that moment, Chu Yao had no choice but to believe that Lin Che truly could discern the talents and cultivation levels of others. How is this even possible? Chu Yao was bewildered. Lin Che feigned caution. Remember to keep this a secret. I publicly claim to possess D-level strength talent. What? Oh right. Chu Yao nodded, still somewhat dazed. How could Lin Che, who only had a C-level speed-type talent, awaken such a unique ability? Was Lin Che concealing his true talent? Or was this special ability not particularly formidable? Or perhaps, had Chu's pharmaceutical company erred in their experimental results? Chu Yao's thoughts were in disarray, feeling increasingly perplexed by Lin Che. Just then, Lin Zexuan suddenly shouted, Brother, you can't continue down this path. Seeing Lin Che and Chu Yao whispering and growing increasingly intimate, he could no longer restrain himself from disrupting the atmosphere. You are clearly engaged. How can you deceive classmate Chu Yao's feelings? What nonsense is that? How am I deceiving her feelings? Lin Che replied with righteous indignation. Please do not project your sordid thoughts onto our pure friendship. Brother, I am only looking out for your best interests. Lin Zexuan continued his theatrical performance. Your betrothed is not a character to be trifled with. If you provoke any rumors at school, you shall undoubtedly encounter troubles ahead. With that, he turned his gaze toward Chu Yao,
Feigning concern, classmate Chu Yao. You may be unaware, but my brother has been betrothed to another since childhood. Should you pursue a relationship with him, it would lead to naught. Chu Yao frowned slightly. I am willing. What business is it of yours? Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan's face flushed with embarrassment. His lips twitching as he finally managed to speak. But my brother is someone else's fiancé. I couldn't care less. What do you want from me? Chu Yao maintained her unwavering stance. Seeing that communication with Chu Yao was futile, Lin Zexuan turned to Lin Che. Brother, aren't you concerned this will reach your fiancé? I am indifferent. Lin Che shrugged nonchalantly. If anything, it might only lead to a broken engagement. What else could happen? Oh, I see now. You are intentionally drawing close to classmate Chu Yao to fabricate scandal and provoke the Chu family into breaking the engagement. Lin Zexuan feigned distress. Brother, you cannot act this way. You promised father you would honor this engagement. How can you go back on your word? I have not done so. I am not the one seeking to break the engagement. If others wish to end it with me, then that is beyond my control. Lin Che maintained an air of indifference. Lin Zexuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what else to say. Meanwhile, Lin Che was enduring the torturous grip of Chu Yao, her fingers twisting into his waist with a relentless force. The Public Security Bureau's manhunt for Yifeng was in full swing across Xinhai City, with various rumors spreading like wildfire throughout the urban landscape. Some claimed that Yifeng had resorted to violence as retribution for his parents' murder at the hands of Lu Kuan, while others suggested that he had allied himself with a mysterious force intent on overthrowing Xinhai City. The multitude of conflicting narratives left many unable to discern truth from fiction. Merely a decade after the day of revelation, numerous societal norms remained unaltered. The notion of a massacre claiming 9 lives in a single night was still psychologically challenging for the populace to accept. Of course, had the neighbors and friends of the Yi family not been silenced, public sentiment would likely lean toward the belief that Yifeng acted in vengeance. Given the calamity that had befallen the Yi family, with both parents mysteriously vanished, alas, beneath the towering walls of power, public opinion was easily swayed. During the lunch break, Lin Che was once again summoned to the principal's office. Upon entering, he deliberately cast a glance at Xiao Changtian. Peak innate realm martial artist. Ability, super-frequency resonance. Extremely high threat level. Super-frequency resonance. No wonder a mere tap of the desk could inflict harm. Such an ability is indeed insidious, perfectly aligned with Xiao Changtian's persona. Did you do this? Xiao Changtian cut directly to the chase. What does the principal mean? Lin Che feigned confusion. Xiao Changtian scoffed coldly. I hope you maintain this demeanor with everyone. I genuinely do not comprehend what the principal is alluding to. Lin Che remained steadfast in his act. A 4th-level mutated tiger sustained countless air blade assaults without injury, only to ultimately succumb to a severed neck by a long blade. Xiao Changtian narrowed his eyes slightly. This type of injury should be quite familiar to you. Classmate Lin Che, correct? Normally, those below the master level cannot wield air blades, and a master would not resort to such tedious measures. Clearly, only the technique you employ, the martial sage's skybreaking technique, could achieve such an effect. Lin Che shook his head. Perhaps it was a master who deliberately controlled their strength to mislead others? Chapter 61. Is there any courtesy? Is there any quality? Is there any common sense? What a little brat, attempting to shift the blame onto me. Xiao Changtian smiled wryly. No. Xinhai City is not limited to just one master, Lin Che stated seriously. Lu Kuan has made too many enemies. Who can say for certain if he has offended any masters? Humph, this matter will not conclude so easily. You should be cautious. Ultimately, Xiao Changtian found himself unable to gain the upper hand over Lin Che and shifted the topic. Have you utilized the Wheel of Fate? What new abilities have you awakened? I have, and I awakened a D-level power ability, which is quite practical. Lin Che continued to weave his narrative to mislead Xiao Changtian. A C-level speed ability. With a secondary awakening yielding a D-level power ability, they complement each other, so I consider myself fortunate. Xiao Changtian nodded and inquired further. How much has your cultivation improved? I consumed 5 essence source vessels and advanced to the late stage of the Qi opening realm. Further consumption has yielded diminishing returns. Lin Che answered honestly, deliberately misrepresenting the late stage of the transformation realm as the late stage of the Qi opening realm. Do you not read the instructions before taking medication? Xiao Changtian's expression darkened once more. While the essence source vessel does not impose restrictions on dosage, it is advisable to space out consumption by 10 days to avoid overdose and maximize efficacy. Is that so? Lin Che felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was meticulous when dealing with others, yet remarkably careless with life's trivialities. Fortunately, neither he nor Huang Jinbei experienced any adverse effects from overdosing, which was rather fortunate. Xiao Changtian shook his head again. Forget it, return to class, and be more cautious in all your endeavors. Understood, principal. Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Ever since he fabricated a master, Xiao Changtian had not entertained any dangerous thoughts, and even his insightful eye revealed no malicious intent from him. The golden treasure hidden in his hair occasionally conveyed Xiao Changtian's thoughts, further affirming the accuracy of the insightful eye. It appeared that using a tiger's skin to make a flag proved more effective when dealing with those harboring ill intentions. In the afternoon, Zhao Yang stormed into Class 1 of martial arts, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Che and unleashing a barrage of invective. Lin Che, you wretched dog. Why did you not show up at the training ground yesterday? You told me to wait for you there, and I waited for 5 hours. Where the hell were you? Zhao Yang's face was a mask of fury. Lin Che frowned slightly, his gaze steely. Be quiet. Zhao Yang opened his mouth, only to find his momentum faltering. Why should I be quiet? Do you have any sense of integrity? 5 hours. Do you know how I spent those 5 hours? Oh, pray tell. How did you spend those 5 hours? Lin Che tilted his head, an odd expression on his face. If you have the guts, do not leave after school. Zhao Yang would never reveal to Lin Che that he had summoned over 20 people to wait at the training ground for him. Only for Lin Che to not show up at all. Those 20-some individuals waited for 5 hours, and Zhao Yang had no means of contacting Lin Che, rendering him a fool in their eyes. As they departed, the glances cast toward Zhao Yang were tinged with pity. Very well. I shall await you at the training ground after school, Lin Che proclaimed earnestly. Zhao Yang sensed something amiss, but suddenly had a brilliant idea and agreed. Fine. You better be waiting. With that, he turned and left. Huang Jinbei remarked. He plans to trick you into waiting again. Lin Che replied. I am aware. That is why I have no intention of going. Huang Jinbei said. Humans are truly complex. At night, Zhao Yang, accompanied by a group of lackeys, visited a nightclub. Wearing a smile that suggested he was in good spirits, a perceptive lackey inquired, Brother Yang, is there some joyous occasion? Humph. That Lin Che made us wait at the training ground for 5 hours yesterday. I cannot let this go, Zhao Yang said, a hint of smugness in his tone. Thus, today I told him to wait for me at the training ground after school, making sure he will wait in vain for hours. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the lackeys turned complicated. A junior brother, lacking in perceptiveness, boldly shattered the silence. Brother Yang, is there a chance he won't show up today? Zhao Yang momentarily faltered, his face flushing with anger. Damn it. Is he toying with me again? The following day, during the lunch break, Zhao Yang stormed into the martial arts class once more. Lin Che, are you playing games with me again? Is there no sense of courtesy? No quality? No brains? Lin Che feigned confusion. Oh, did you go to the training ground yesterday? Of course I didn't. Zhao Yang quickly denied. Then how do you know I didn't go? Lin Che shrugged innocently. Moreover, you said you would wait for me at the training ground. Yet you didn't go yourself. How can you accuse me of playing with you? Clearly, it is you who is deceiving me. You. Zhao Yang felt his blood rush. At a loss for how to express his inner fury. You are crossing the line. Right now, do you dare to accompany me to the training ground? I won't go just because you want me to. Do I not care about my dignity? Lin Che remained comfortably seated, arms crossed, leaning back slightly with a teasing glint in his eyes. Zhao Yang raked his fingers through his hair, shouting in frustration. What will it take for you to agree to go to the training ground with me? Are you so eager to get beaten? Lin Che looked at him with a gaze filled with mock concern. In that case, I can't let my time be wasted. Why don't we make a wager? Fine, what do you want to bet? Zhao Yang quickly agreed. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Let me think. How about betting a wheel of fate? Where would I get a wheel of fate? Are you trying to fool me? Zhao Yang smugly thought he had deciphered Lin Che's intentions and immediately called him out. See, no need to rush. Lin Che shook his head. You may not have one now, but you will surely acquire one in the future. I don't mind if you settle your debt in cash after you lose. As he spoke, Lin Che leaned slightly forward. Young Master Zhao, you wouldn't be unable to produce even 10 million Huaxia coins, would you? According to Lin Che's knowledge, Zhao Yang had managed to break into the top 10 in the previous virtual simulation due to his financial prowess. This fellow had spent 4 million to hire 4 lackeys to serve him alone. Naturally, those underlings, who had no hope of ranking, were more than willing to oblige. If he could get this guy to agree to the bet, Lin Che could prepare a wheel of fate for Pet 2. Although Pet 2 was not yet on the agenda, Lin Che believed it would eventually be useful. Better to be prepared than not. I can certainly come up with that. But why should I bet with you? Zhao Yang's intelligence suddenly seemed to resurface. You think you can squeeze money from me? No way. Come on. How about 8 million? Just agree, and I'll accompany you to the training ground right now. Lin Che hastily lowered his standards. Gambling is detrimental to one's health. I've never gambled. Whether you go to the training ground is up to you. I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhao Yang felt he had regained some ground, leaving with a sense of triumph. Lin Che feigned a heartbroken demeanor. Hey, don't rush off. Let us talk again. 8 million doesn't work. How about 5 million? Zhao Yang, feeling he had seen through Lin Che's intentions, certainly would not agree to the wager, and their proposed duel fizzled out. The citywide manhunt continued for a month, yet they still could not locate Yifeng. Meanwhile, in the unnoticed corners by the elite, a resistance force was growing. Rumors suggested that Yifeng had allied with a mysterious organization with the aim of overthrowing Xinhai City. Initially, this organization did not exist, but the rumors inspired Yifeng. Possessing 2 super S-class abilities, Yifeng believed that he was on the path to becoming a martial saint. Since these rulers had no bottom line, why not replace them with a new set of rulers and reconstruct the rules? The day he achieved martial saint would be the day Xinhai City underwent a transformation. Chapter 62. The illustrious young master Lin Che be unable to produce 188,000, would he? Outside the high walls lay danger. Yet Lin Che had to step beyond them. His talent for slaughter demanded that he venture out, and to obtain the endless soul-devouring technique of Xingtian, he needed to leave the confines of the walls. While remaining within the safety of the walls was undoubtedly comfortable, it would also hinder his advancement. If he obediently practiced the innate breathing method, he would likely become indistinguishable from the masses. Why do you need a martial artist certification? In the principal's office, Xiao Changtian glanced at the application Lin Che had submitted, his expression one of bewilderment. I plan to take advantage of the holiday to go out and gain some experience. I need the martial artist certification to leave Xinhai City, Lin Che replied candidly. A martial artist at the Tanxiao realm must be at least 18 years old to leave the city, and you're still underage, correct? Xiao Changtian recalled that Lin Che was only 17, not yet an adult. After the construction of the high walls in various cities, new regulations were established. Ordinary people and body refinement realm martial artists could not leave the city at will. It was also stipulated that martial artists of the Tanxiao realm and above must be 18 or older to freely enter and exit the walls. These rules, of course, were meant to protect ordinary individuals and lower-tier martial artists, as well as the youth representing humanity's future. After all, cities need to function. They cannot rely solely on martial artists, but require countless ordinary people as well. The survival probability of ordinary individuals and body refinement realm martial artists in the wilderness is alarmingly low. Venturing beyond the high walls would likely result in death. As students, regardless of their realm, their personal information would only reflect that they were students of a certain year and class in a martial arts academy before graduation. Under these circumstances, unless accompanied by a school teacher, the city defense forces would never allow them to leave. This means that without the school's permission, students cannot leave the city at all. Even if a student passed the assessment at the Martial Artist Association, it would be futile. The association could only issue certifications to social individuals and had no authority to alter student records. After all, the lives of martial arts academy students are deemed precious and require special care. Thus, for Lin Che to leave Xinhai City, he could do so without his parents' consent. But he must obtain the approval of Principal Xiao Changtian. I will just turn 18 right after the Spring Festival, Lin Che replied nonchalantly. Xiao Changtian shook his head. It is too early for you to go out and gain experience. Do not be complacent thinking that the mutated creatures surrounding the city are easy to deal with. Do not lose your sense of fear. If it were not for the city defense forces regularly clearing the area, those mutated creatures in the mountains and forests would not merely be level 3 or 4. At this point, Xiao Changtian's gaze drifted to the window. Even I, possessing peak innate strength, cannot claim to traverse the wilderness with ease. Rest assured, Principal, I am fully aware of the dangers in the wild. Life is precious, and I won't recklessly take risks. Lin Che thought to himself, if conditions allowed, who wouldn't he want to take it easy? Are you determined to go out? Xiao Changtian frowned. I have no choice. My talent is low, so I must put in more effort. I aim to break through to the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible to reunite with my master, Lin Che stated earnestly, once more invoking the fictional master he had created to express his determination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changtian pondered for a moment before speaking again. Since you are so resolute, I will not dissuade you further. I will assist you in getting your application approved, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Your personal information will be updated to reflect your status as a Tanxiao realm martial artist by this afternoon. Xiao Changtian then changed the subject. However, as a student, academics must come first. You must return before the start of the semester. Thank you, Principal. I will return as soon as possible. Lin Che nodded in agreement. In truth, Lin Che himself was uncertain about the date of his return. This time, he intended to seek out Changyang Mountain, as mentioned by Xingtian, which would require visiting 3 different locations. The journey from Xinhai to Huatong, then to Longnan, while detouring through Shinnong town, would cover nearly 3,000 kilometers. Though certain regions are still accessible via high-speed rail, the destinations Lin Che intends to reach are unfortunately not directly connected. Since the day of revelation, avian mutations have emerged across various locales, resulting in a complete suspension of civil aviation. Only a few major thoroughfares remain clear, maintained by martial artists who ensure safe passage. As for the locations Lin Che seeks to visit, he must devise alternative means of transportation upon reaching a nearby city. After bidding farewell to Xiao Changtian, Lin Che returned to the classroom, where he encountered Fong Hoken, who was hastily heading outside. Noticing his urgency, Lin Che could not help but inquire, "What is the rush?" "Oh, just in time for your return," Fong Hoken replied, handing Lin Che a form. "This holiday, the Qin family's martial arts school is hosting a special training camp. Would you like to sign up?" "The martial arts school? A special training camp?" Lin Che's expression revealed his confusion. "Indeed. The Qin martial arts school belongs to our classmate Qin Ming's family. The training camp will impart advanced martial techniques. If you're interested, you can fill out the registration form." As he spoke, Fong Hoken stepped towards the adjacent martial arts class 2. "I need to promote this in other classes, and I'll return to discuss it further." Gazing at the registration form in his hand, and then at Fong Hoken, who had already entered the other class, Lin Che shook his head in resignation. He had more pressing matters to attend to, compared to the allure of specialized martial techniques. The immortal soul destruction technique held far greater appeal for him. Returning to his seat, Lin Che noticed Chu Yao filling out a form and casually asked, "Are you planning to attend this special training camp?" Chu Yao nodded. "Yes, there's really nothing else to do." "That is true." Lin Che surveyed the room and observed many classmates completing their forms. Spotting the bored Qin Ming, Lin Che realized a blind spot. Speaking of which, why is our class leader promoting the training camp if it's organized by the Qin family? Well, it seems to be related to the camp's tuition fees. The class leader's family background might not be very affluent, speculated Chu Yao. Upon hearing this, Lin Che glanced at the price on the registration form. 18,008? For just 10 days? His bewildered exclamation drew the attention of nearby classmates. Although Lin Che had returned to the Lin family for several months and possessed over 2 million Huaxia coins, he still struggled to adjust to the lifestyle of a wealthy heir. In the past, when he had to rely on hunting for sustenance, earning 18,008 in a year was nearly impossible. Yet, this was merely the fee for the 10-day training camp. In truth, it wasn't exorbitant. If one could master an advanced martial technique within those 10 days, 18,008 would indeed be a worthwhile investment. As the daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yao was not overly concerned about money. Nonetheless, her reasoning held merit. Previously, when Lin Wanting and Lin Yura sought to learn the sky-cleaving blade technique, Lin Che had quoted a price of 1 million. To his surprise, Lin Hai had readily provided 2 million. Although this involved their father-son relationship, it indirectly indicated that advanced martial techniques came at a steep cost. Having understood this, Lin Che nodded. True enough. He casually set the registration form aside, without filling it out. Noticing this, Chu Yao asked in confusion, "Why aren't you participating?" "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll pass this time," Lin Che replied nonchalantly. "Is it because of the registration fee? If you're short on funds, I can lend you some," Chu Yao offered. Suddenly realizing that their circumstances differed. "I mentioned before that I wanted to give you that wheel of fate, but you insisted on being stubborn. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken those crystals from you," Chu Yao expressed, slightly exasperated. "No, you're overthinking it." Before Lin Che could elaborate, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Ming. Surely, the illustrious heir of the Lin family can't be unable to muster 18,008? Qin Ming, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, could no longer contain his derision upon hearing Chu Yao's remark about Lin Che's financial situation. "Shall I offer you a free spot? Just ask me, and as a classmate, I'd be happy to help." Clearly, he still harbored resentment over the punch Lin Che had dealt him earlier. But given his inferior martial prowess, he sought validation through mockery. Chapter 63. Do not assume that merely having secured first place makes you truly formidable. Qin Ming, have you forgotten your previous lessons and believe yourself to be capable once more? Lin Che's smile did not reach his eyes. Humph. Don't think that just because you lucked out against Yifeng, you're something special. Once I break through to the Qi passage realm, I want to lose to you. Qin Ming remained delusional, fantasizing about a future where he would overpower Lin Che. Lin Che nodded earnestly. "I look forward to witnessing your performance, Qin Ming." As Qin Ming pointed a finger at Lin Che, he met Lin Che's fierce gaze and quickly withdrew his hand, continuing. "Just you wait." Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Ming before turning to Lin Che. "Don't pay him any mind. You still haven't clarified why you're not attending the training camp." "I intend to train in the wilderness," Lin Che declared without hesitation. "In the wilderness? But we haven't graduated yet. We can't leave the city without permission, can we?" Chu Yao faltered slightly. Lin Che's choice to venture into the wilderness during the holiday without a teacher's supervision raised concerns about how a student could breach the city's walls. "As long as the school issues a martial artist certificate and updates my identity records, martial artists above the Qi passage realm can freely enter and exit the city," Lin Che explained, shrugging. Why would you want to go out there with such danger lurking? It's quite disheartening, Chu Yao admitted, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. She couldn't pinpoint the source of her discontent, nor could she fathom how to alleviate it. Feigning bravado, Lin Che proclaimed, a true man, born between heaven and earth, should traverse the world freely. How can one be confined to a cage? Seriously? Can you not speak so grandiosely? Chu Yao replied with a look of disdain. All right, come closer, and I'll share a secret with you. Lin Che beckoned her. Chu Yao, appearing skeptical, nevertheless moved a step closer. Lin Che glanced around, lowered his voice, and spoke earnestly. I'm going to assist a deity in resisting the heavenly emperor. It's a matter of life and death. The journey is fraught with peril, and I may not return. What? Chu Yao abruptly turned her head, nearly colliding with Lin Che. Despite her shock, she didn't shy away, her expression one of astonishment. Are you serious? Shu. Lin Che raised a finger to his lips. Keep this under wraps. You must promise to keep my secret. Are you trying to deceive me? Chu Yao struggled to believe him, her large eyes fixed intently on Lin Che. Lin Che arched an eyebrow. Alas, in this day and age, honesty is often met with disbelief. How the hearts of men have changed. I believe you not. You truly are someone I wish to avoid. Chu Yao huffed, turning away in irritation. Golden treasure. She's cursing you in her heart again. Lin Che, shut up. Golden treasure. I haven't said a word. Lin Che. That evening, at the Lin family villa, Lin Che had just taken his seat at the dinner table, preparing to eat. Bro, why aren't you joining the training camp? Lin Zexuan casually inquired, feigning indifference. Why does it concern you? Lin Che set down his chopsticks, leaning back slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Not at all. I simply think it's a pity that 80% of our class is participating. If you don't, that would be quite unfortunate. So I wanted to ask why you're not joining. With no ulterior motive, Lin Zexuan replied, masking his true intentions. In truth, he aimed to imply that Lin Che was lacking ambition. After all, if 80% were participating, the remaining 20% must surely be those who lack the means to do so. Huh? Are you suggesting that learning additional martial skills is undesirable? Lin Che crossed his arms, a wry smile playing on his lips. Indeed, I recognize my brother's prowess. However, acquiring an additional martial skill cannot possibly be detrimental. Lin Zexuan's words were meticulously crafted, seemingly genuinely considering Lin Che's interests. At that moment, Lin Hai also chimed in. I have heard about that special training camp. It is the first occasion the Qin family has publicly offered to impart martial arts techniques. Prior to this, one had to at least become an inner disciple to learn the Qin family's skills. Lin Hai glanced at Lin Che, speaking with earnest gravity. Little Che, such a splendid opportunity should not be easily forsaken. I have matters to attend to and cannot participate. Lin Che responded succinctly. My dear child, what matters could possibly take precedence? Your foremost obligation now is your studies. Lin Hai's tone bore a hint of his former paternal authority. Indeed, little Che, my second sister will also attend. Why don't we go together? Lin Yura added her encouragement. Before Lin Che could respond, Lin Zexuan interjected. Could it be that you lack funds, which is why you are reluctant to join? Yet, I recall father provided you with a bank card containing 2 million. Surely you haven't exhausted it already? Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian promptly spoke up. Little Che, are you in need of money? If you are, do not hesitate to inform mother. It would be a shame to squander such a remarkable opportunity over financial concerns. Indeed. Little Che, I too have funds available. You may approach me should you find yourself in need. Lin Wanting directed her gaze at Lin Che. Lin Zexuan furrowed his brow slightly. Evidently, the unfolding situation was diverging from his expectations. He had anticipated that his remarks would lead the Lin family to perceive Lin Che as imprudent, perhaps prompting a reprimand. To his surprise, however, the family not only refrained from chastising Lin Che, but also sought to bestow financial assistance upon him. Enough. Lin Che crossed his arms. I am not in need of money. I simply have other matters to attend to and cannot spare the time for the training camp. So there is no need for further inquiries. Having lived independently for 3 years, Lin Che found it somewhat challenging to accept the concern from others. Moreover, he did not intend to accept the Lin family's generosity without cause. Should a rift arise once more, repaying any debts could become burdensome. His current accommodations and the 3 million he had obtained from the Lin family were contingent upon certain exchanges, granting him a sense of justification. If he were to accept Su Qianqian and Lin Wanting's goodwill now, any future disputes would undermine his ability to assert himself confidently. Then do enlighten us. What precisely are these matters? Lin Hai persisted, unwilling to relent. I intend to engage in outdoor training, Lin Che declared candidly. What? The Lin family members exclaimed in unison. Nonsense. Absolutely not. Lin Hai firmly interjected. Do not let your recent academic achievements deceive you into thinking you possess prowess. The dangers of the wild are beyond your comprehension. Su Qianqian quickly concurred. Indeed, little Che, the outside world is fraught with peril. It is far too early for you to embark on outdoor training. You can consider it after graduation. The Lin sisters were about to voice their concerns, but were preempted by Lin Che. No need for persuasion. This training is imperative for me. Even without the immortal soul unyielding art, Lin Che understood that to elevate his abilities through his murderous prowess, he must venture beyond the confines of the high walls. Thus, no one's counsel would sway his decision, and there was no need for further wasted breath. Seeing Lin Che's resolute stance, Lin Hai recalled another matter. You may proceed, but before you depart, you must meet with the Chu family. I have arranged for both families to convene once your break begins. Oh, Lin Che raised an eyebrow. That is acceptable, but it cannot be too late. The prospect of the meeting stirred thoughts of whether Chu Yao would attend. If Lin Zexuan were to discover that she was indeed the Chu family's eldest daughter, he might deeply regret it. The mere thought of such a scenario caused Lin Che's lips to curl into a smile. Chapter 64. As long as I do not feel humiliated, no one can bring me shame. The Lin family primarily engages in the metal mining industry, while the Chu family specializes in pharmaceuticals. In terms of family enterprises, the two families share no common ground. According to Chu Yao, the betrothal between the Lin and Chu families was arranged by the elders of both clans, with the passing of the Lin family's grandparents, and the Chu family left with only one matriarch. The betrothal is inherently tenuous. Nonetheless, to shield Chu Yao from unwanted attention, the Chu family has consistently proclaimed that their daughter is already betrothed. Even though Chu Yao herself is reluctant to honor this engagement, she has yet to formally annul it. Currently, the Chu pharmaceutical company has just launched two groundbreaking genetic drugs, Wheel of Fate and Source of the Past, which have garnered significant acclaim. To minimize complications, the Chu family is even less inclined to annul the engagement at this juncture. Otherwise, numerous prominent families would inevitably set their sights on the Chu family's fortune. Marrying the Chu family's eldest daughter would confer a portion of the Chu family's inheritance. Even if Chu Yao were, as the rumors suggest, unattractive and haughty, there would still be many vying for her hand. In retrospect, both the Lin and Chu families are fortunate. Following the day of revelation, Blue Star will undoubtedly become a realm dominated by martial artists. Should the heirs of both families possess mediocre talent, their legacies would sooner or later be consumed by others. Fortunately, both daughters of the Lin family have awakened A-class talents, and the adopted son boasts an S-class talent. As for the Chu family's eldest daughter, her talents are indisputable, and she is diligent in her cultivation, surpassing most of her peers. It stands to reason that, in a few years, both families will likely welcome several masters into their ranks. At that point, anyone coveting their wealth will have to reconsider their ambitions. The following morning, in the martial arts classroom of Class 1, have you heard? The Lin and Chu families are hosting a banquet. Lin Che quietly inquired of Chu Yao. Yes, I am aware. Why do you ask? Chu Yao responded coolly, clearly still miffed about the previous day's events. Lin Che remained unfazed, pressing on. Are you planning to attend? Yes, why? Chu Yao replied dismissively. Then, are you intending to publicly annul the engagement at the banquet? Lin Che posited, as if the person being annulled were someone else entirely. Chu Yao's mood soured further, her tone laced with annoyance. Are you so eager for me to announce the annulment publicly? Cough. That is not my intention, Lin Che replied, somewhat awkwardly. Consider this. Once you attend a banquet hosted by both families, your identity will be revealed. Lin Zexuan will undoubtedly realize you are the Chu family's eldest daughter. He may harbor thoughts of his own regarding your annulment, which, frankly, has little bearing on me. Chu Yao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Literally what I said. If Lin Zexuan discovers you are the Chu family's eldest daughter, he will no longer contemplate having me replace you in this engagement. Lin Che shrugged, expressing a sense of helplessness. You are overthinking it. Chu Yao immediately refuted. Had the Lin family not reclaimed you as their biological son, and had your identity as their adopted son not been exposed, the engagement would naturally have remained with him. However, since you have been returned to the Lin family, I must now be engaged to you, as you are indeed the true grandson of Grandfather Lin. Even though both grandfathers have passed, the betrothal they arranged cannot simply be swapped at will. Chu Yao seemed particularly concerned about the identity of her betrothed, launching into an unusually lengthy discourse. Lin Che, upon hearing this, felt even more exasperated. Are you implying that this unfortunate soul being annulled must be me? Chu Yao's previously taut expression suddenly broke, and she struggled to suppress her laughter. If you wish to avoid a public annulment, you could always plead with me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might spare you the embarrassment. That is unacceptable. As a dignified man standing tall at 7 feet, how could I ever bow my head to a mere woman? Lin Che raised his chin defiantly. Bring it on. As long as I don't feel ashamed, no one can make me lose face. Chu Yao. In the afternoon, at the practical training ground, Yang Xian announced that the year-end assessment would take place the following day. Everyone, adjust your states and perform your best tomorrow. Let's strive for full participation. In Martial Arts Class 1, there were no other specialized students. So the year-end assessment would solely evaluate martial arts mastery and control over their supernatural abilities. The results of the assessments would count towards their regular scores and academic credits. However, for the students of Martial Arts Class 1, this evaluation posed little challenge. It was Lin Che who felt a twinge of anxiety because he needed to precisely control all his metrics to fit within the late stage of the Chi opening realm. Deceiving the testing apparatus would not be an easy feat after the year-end assessment. A month-long holiday would follow. I hope everyone enjoys their break, but does not neglect their training. Next year, I expect all of you to reach no less than the Chi opening realm. Yang Xin scanned the crowd. Do you have confidence? Yes. They replied in unison. Very well, that's the spirit. Yang Xin nodded. Now, as per usual, 50 kilograms of weighted training. Let us get moving. The next day, several strength testing devices were delivered to the practical training ground. Starting with Martial Arts Class 1, all students took turns to test their strength. Bang! Fong Hoken delivered a powerful punch to the device, causing the numbers on the screen to flicker. Given Fong Hoken's innate A-grade strength talent, his punch registered an impressive 321 kilograms. Fong Hoken, punch strength 321 kilograms. Next, following him, Qin Ming stepped up and delivered a punch. Bang! Qin Ming, punch strength 179 kilograms. Next, bang! Lin Zexuan, punch strength 173 kilograms. Next, bang! Li Chong, punch strength 197 kilograms. Next, Song Xia, punch strength 177 kilograms. Next, Chu Yao, punch strength 372 kilograms. Late stage of the Chi opening realm. Excellent. Next, upon witnessing the formidable power of Chu Yao's punch, Lin Che couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and slowly approached. He needed to masquerade as being at the late stage of the Chi opening realm while being a D-grade strength awakener. Thus, his strength should reasonably exceed Chu Yao's by about 150 kilograms. Standing before the testing device, Lin Che took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and with a sudden motion, unleashed a punch. Bang! Lin Che, punch strength 527 kilograms. Late stage of the Chi opening realm. Very good. Next, seeing the number 527 displayed on the screen, Lin Che silently exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly exceeded the limit. During the subsequent speed test, Lin Che did not need to feign anything. As a non-speed type talent, to masquerade as a speed type awakener, he would have to run with all his might to match the normal results expected of a late stage Chi opening martial artist. Fong Hoken, 100 meters in 45 seconds. Next, Chu Yao, 100 meters in 31 seconds. Next, Lin Che, 100 meters in 18 seconds. Next, Fong Hoken was at the late stage of body refinement, while Chu Yao was at the late stage of Chi opening. Lin Che's result was indeed what a speed-type talent awakener should achieve at the late stage of Chi opening. The final endurance test was not as precise as the previous two. With a burden of 50 kilograms, running at a steady pace, a lap counted as one round, continuing until one could no longer run. After the endurance test, additional assessments would be conducted for those students who were not of the physical enhancement type, primarily testing each individual's control over their supernatural abilities. This did not pertain to Lin Che, as his speed talent belonged to the physical enhancement category and had already been demonstrated in the first 3 tests, so no further assessment was required. Just as he intended to leave, Chu Yao called out to him, "Wait for me." Chapter 65. A master who does not wish to be a boss is not a good tailor. Is there something you need? Lin Che inquired, puzzled. Chu Yao hesitated. I'll tell you once the tests are over. Golden treasure. She wants you to play her fiancé. Lin Che replied, in principle. As long as the Chu family does not annul the engagement, I have always been her fiancé. Golden treasure. Humans are truly complex. Half an hour later, Chu Yao successfully passed the test, and the two departed the training ground side by side. These two ultimately found their way together. Fate truly has a sense of irony. How do you know? If one isn't blind, it's quite evident, isn't it? They are clearly going on a date. I feel like I've suffered a heartbreak. Me too. As the murmurs of the crowd faded, Lin Che and Chu Yao turned the corner. They arrived at a tea restaurant beside the school, ordered 2 beverages, and sat across from each other. The news of the banquet hosted by our families has spread. Many are likely to attend. After a long silence, Chu Yao finally spoke. It seems the family gathering will turn into a social event. Lin Che had already been informed by Golden Treasure and felt little surprise at this revelation. Can you help me put on a show? Chu Yao looked at Lin Che. Then you've come to the right person. Lin Che tossed his hair back, though it was short and yielded no dramatic effect. They call me the leading actor of New Sea District 13, after all. However, Lin Che shifted the topic. But you must tell me what kind of script this performance entails. Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Lin Che, the awkward atmosphere easing somewhat. I need you to play the role of a competent fiancé to fend off those persistent suitors. Can you help me with this? Certainly. Consider it a repayment for that will of fate you previously gifted me. Lin Che casually agreed. Upon hearing Lin Che's willingness to assist, Chu Yao should have felt a sense of happiness. However, his subsequent remark left her feeling somewhat irritated. The wheel of fate was your own purchase. Whereas the favor in that? After all, you sold it to me at half price, and it's unavailable elsewhere. That is quite a considerable favor. Lin Che responded earnestly. Do you really need to be so precise? Chu Yao questioned, uncertain of her own thoughts, yet she couldn't help but ask. Even brothers keep accounts clear. I charged Lin Wanting and the others 3 million for teaching them martial arts. Lin Che stated seriously, feeling no sense of impropriety. I'm not the same as them. Chu Yao pouted. Indeed, you are not. Lin Che nodded in agreement. They are my blood-related sisters, while you are Chu Yao, who has a betrothal with me. At this, Chu Yao's emotions grew complex, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally stood up. In any case, remember to be punctual the day after tomorrow. With that, she turned to leave. The Lu, Qin, Chu, and Lin families collectively represented the pinnacle of New Sea City. The alliance between the Chu and Lin families would undoubtedly stir the nerves of both the Lu and Qin families. Furthermore, due to 2 new pharmaceuticals from Chu Pharmaceuticals, this banquet could even draw the attention of some old prestigious families within Huaxia. Human greed, regardless of the circumstances, remains unchanged. Even if the fortified walls were to be breached by mutated creatures the next day, the inhabitants of the city might still be embroiled in disputes over family inheritance rights before dawn. Thus, on the eve of the banquet, members of the Zheng and Qi families from the capital arrived in New Sea City. As for who else might be lurking in the shadows, that would likely only be revealed once the banquet commenced. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. As Lin Che, who was practicing the philosophy of lying flat, was roused from his slumber by a sudden knock at the door, his dreams disturbed. He could not help but feel a tinge of morning irritability. What is it? He grumbled. So early in the morning. Xiao Che, rise and shine. We need to buy you a few outfits for tomorrow's banquet. It was only at the last moment that Su Qianqian remembered that Lin Che possessed not a single formal attire. With time running short for custom tailoring, they had no choice but to head to a ready-to-wear shop. All right, I understand. I'll be right there, Lin Che replied, rubbing the sleep from his eyes before reluctantly getting out of bed. After hastily consuming breakfast, Su Qianqian escorted Lin Che to the commercial street, heading straight into a tailor's shop. Boss Ma, do you have any ready-made suits suitable for my son? Su Qianqian inquired. Madam Lin, what brings you here in person? Ma Jintao, upon hearing her voice, quickly rose to greet her. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Che. Is this the young master who went missing from your esteemed household? Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a flicker of confusion. It seemed that Boss Ma was quite knowledgeable about the Lin family. As their eyes briefly met, a tumultuous wave surged within him. Late-stage innate realm warrior, ability, perfect stitching, extremely high threat level. The revelation that such a grandmaster was concealed within a tailor's shop was indeed unexpected. However, Lin Che pondered. With the ability of perfect stitching, it was reasonable for him to be a tailor. Had it not been for his insightful eye, who would have suspected that an ordinary tailor was, in fact, a master? Yes, my son is attending an important banquet tomorrow and is in urgent need of outfits. Please see if you have any ready-made suits that fit. Su Qianqian surveyed the shop. Let us select 2 sets for now, and then you can help me customize 2 more. Please deliver them when they are ready. Of course, Madam Lin. Please have a seat here for a moment. Ma Jintao responded with a nod, then gestured to Lin Che. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Lin Che, feeling a swirl of thoughts, followed Ma Jintao to the ready-to-wear section. Young Master Lin, you may try on this gray suit, Ma Jintao offered, holding out a suit. Oh, all right. I'll give it a try, Lin Che said, snapping back to reality as he accepted the garment and retreated into the fitting room. Once he emerged, Su Qianqian rushed over to examine him. Very nice, it fits well, she exclaimed, nodding repeatedly. My little Che is truly handsome. He will undoubtedly captivate Miss Chu. Lin Che's lips twitched slightly. Fine, let us go with this one. Don't rush. Try on a few more, Su Qianqian insisted. As she took another black suit from Ma Jintao's hands and handed it to Lin Che, he proceeded to try on several more outfits, and after Su Qianqian's suggestions, they ultimately selected 3 suits. Subsequently, Ma Jintao took Lin Che's measurements and arranged for 1 black and 1 brown suit to be custom-made, agreeing to deliver them in 10 days. Su Qianqian settled the bill with her card, and Ma Jintao, beaming, escorted them to the door. Throughout the encounter, Ma Jintao's demeanor was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary tailor, with no hint of the hidden master he truly was. As they stepped outside, Just as they were about to leave, a dagger whistled through the air, imbued with a chilling intent, aimed straight at Lin Che. Instinctively, Lin Che sidestepped, the dagger grazing the hem of his clothing. The assailant, undeterred by the miss, lunged forward, wielding the dagger like a venomous serpent, thrusting it with lethal precision at Lin Che's vital points. Help! Someone please! Save me! Su Qianqian shrieked in horror, panic overtaking her. The bustling commercial street erupted into chaos as people reacted to her cries. Some bystanders fled in terror, while others stood frozen in place, unable to process the unfolding scene. Su Qianqian, accustomed to a life of luxury, was utterly flustered by the sudden assassination attempt, unsure of how to respond. "Do not touch my son," she cried out, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to block the assailant. As an ordinary person, she was utterly helpless, inadvertently putting Lin Che in a precarious situation. Chapter 66. It's better to trust an anomaly than to trust an assassin. Lin Che found himself grappling with the dual challenge of defending against the assailant's fierce attacks, while simultaneously protecting Su Qianqian, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. The assailant, at the peak of the transcendent realm, was no trivial opponent. After a brief struggle, Lin Che began to waver, considering whether to reveal his own strength. Just as Lin Che was cornered, Ma Jintao, having heard the commotion, swiftly emerged from the shop. Upon witnessing Lin Che under attack, he bellowed, "Stop, villain," and charged forward. With a casual wave of his hand, the assailant was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Ma, for your timely assistance. Young Master Lin, there's no need for such formalities. Even if I had not intervened, I believe you would have managed just fine," Ma Jintao replied with a humble smile, his expression serene, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. However, the implications of his words rekindled Lin Che's suspicions. Had the old tailor truly discerned his genuine capabilities, or was he merely being polite? "Xiao Che, are you all right?" Su Qianqian rushed over, her face etched with concern as she checked for any signs of injury. Lin Che shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "I'm fine. Are you hurt?" "No, I'm okay, thanks to Boss Ma," Su Qianqian quickly reassured him. As she spoke, she produced a bank card and handed it to Ma Jintao. "Thank you for saving us. Here's 1 million as a token of my appreciation. Madam Lin, please don't mention it. It is my duty to ensure the safety of my customers. If something were to happen in my shop, how could I ever conduct business again?" Ma Jintao insisted, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to Lin Che. "I am quite curious as to why someone would attempt to assassinate young Master Lin." "Indeed, Xiao Che. What is going on?" Su Qianqian immediately shifted her focus to Lin Che. Lin Che glanced at the severely injured and unconscious assailant, his mind swirling with confusion. He could not make sense of the situation. "I'm not quite sure at the moment," Lin Che replied with a helpless shake of his head. Although his ability, Golden Treasure, could eavesdrop on others' thoughts, it required them to be actively contemplating related matters. The incident had unfolded too abruptly for him to extract any information from the assailant before Ma Jintao had incapacitated him. Perhaps only once he revived and interrogated the individual would he uncover some clues. At that moment, security personnel from the Public Safety Bureau arrived in a flurry. Several officers, their expressions grave, inquired in detail about the incident before calling for an ambulance to take the gravely injured assailant away. Just before leaving, an officer assured Lin Che that they would swiftly investigate to uncover the mastermind behind the attack and provide them with an explanation. After this tumultuous episode, both Su Qianqian and Lin Che lost their desire to continue shopping and decided to take their leave. They expressed their gratitude to Ma Jintao once more, but he adamantly refused to accept the bank card from Su Qianqian. "Guaranteeing the safety of my customers is our shop's obligation. If such an incident were to occur here, how could I possibly conduct business in the future?" Ma Jintao said with a friendly demeanor. "Madam Lin, please keep your bank card, otherwise it would imply a lack of respect for this old tailor." In response, Su Qianqian adjusted her approach. "From now on, all clothing for the Lin family will be entrusted solely to Boss Ma. This 1 million shall serve as a deposit. You must not refuse." "Madam Lin, you are truly too kind," Ma Jintao said, shaking his head as he accepted the bank card. "In the future, should Madam Lin, Mr. Lin, or any of the young masters or Mrs. require clothing, do not hesitate to ask. As for my tailoring skills, I assure you, they will not fall short of anyone." In contrast to the martial arts master, Ma Jintao appears to prioritize his identity as a tailor. Such is the nature of humanity. Lin Che has resided in the Lin family for nearly half a year, yet still perceives himself as the orphan wandering on the fringes of the city. Likewise, although nearly 18 years have passed since the day of revelation, Ma Jintao, now a martial arts master, still considers himself the old tailor of yore. "Very well, it's settled." Su Qianqian's smile radiated sincerity. However, Let us agree on one thing. While Boss Ma has saved my son, this garment must not be crafted with any shortcuts. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge it. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Ma Jintao responded, "Ha, Madam Lin, your words are most amusing. This old tailor still possesses a modicum of credibility." "Haha, then it's settled. Xiao Che and I shall take our leave for now. But remember, Boss Ma, we still require those 2 suits for Xiao Che to be completed promptly." Su Qianqian reiterated her request. "Rest assured, Madam Lin. They shall be delivered to your residence within 10 days, Ma Jintao assured with a nod of seriousness. After exchanging pleasantries, Ma Jintao watched as Su Qianqian and Lin Che departed. As he returned to his thoughts, a fleeting, subtle complexity flickered in the old tailor's eyes. In the afternoon, Lin Hai learned of the assassination attempt on Lin Che and was incensed. Even though Lin Che was not held in high regard by him, it was still an internal matter of the Lin family. The audacity of someone to brazenly attempt to take Lin Che's life clearly indicated a disregard for the Lin family and for Lin Hai himself. In such a scenario, should he remain passive, it would likely lead outsiders to believe that Lin Hai was an easy target. Consequently, he made a series of calls to various leaders within the Xinhai City Security Bureau, demanding that they expedite the investigation. Xinhai City was already in a tumultuous period. Not long ago, the Liu family's young master had been brutally murdered, and now the Lin family's young master had been attacked. Although Lin Che had emerged unscathed, the series of violent incidents targeting the offspring of prominent families was enough to pose a significant headache for the Security Bureau. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Che expressed his desire to personally interrogate the assassin. While such actions typically deviated from standard procedures, Lin Hai's intervention ultimately secured Lin Che a pass. The assassin was transferred to the First People's Hospital of Xinhai City, guarded by 4 martial artists of the Transcendental Realm. Utilizing his pass, Lin Che entered the assassin's hospital room. Upon closer inspection, he found the assassin being treated, yet bound hand and foot to the bed, with electronic shackles affixed to his ankles. Observing this scene, Lin Che could not help but smirk. "Quite the treatment you have here, my friend. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. However, I wonder if your luck will hold out in future encounters." The assassin, resolute despite his injuries, lay on the hospital bed and regarded Lin Che with disdain. "Well, I've always been quite lucky," Lin Che replied with a serious nod. "Just wait. Regardless of how fortunate you believe yourself to be, your demise is inevitable." The assassin maintained his scornful demeanor. "Is that so?" "I remain unconvinced." Lin Che shrugged. The assassin, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually retorted, "Believe what you wish. Why did you attempt to kill me? Or rather, who sent you?" Lin Che inquired directly. "Save your breath. I will never divulge that information," the assassin declared, sealing his lips. Lin Che nodded. "Ah, so it was that young master from the Zheng family. Thank you, my friend." Although the assassin did not confirm this, Lin Che had gleaned the answer he sought through the whispers of the golden treasure. "Nonsense. What Zheng family? I have no idea what you are talking about." Panic flashed in the assassin's eyes as he vehemently denied any connection. Lin Che, unperturbed, continued. "The young master of the Zheng family really ought to exercise more caution. How could he let the assassin know his true identity? If I were to hire an assassin, I certainly wouldn't reveal my identity." Shaking his head, Lin Che mused. "It is far better to trust the mutated beings than an assassin. After all, only the dead keep secrets. Not the Zheng family. Do not speak recklessly. I do not know any young master from the Zheng family." The assassin continued to deny. Chapter 67. How dare the mere Lin family of Xinhai challenge the Zheng family? "Very well, I understand now. You fear that young Master Zheng will annihilate your entire family. Thus you must keep this secret." Lin Che raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. What young Master Zheng decides to do is of no concern to me." With that, Lin Che turned and walked towards the door of the room. "Do not leave. Clarify your words. I never mentioned any young Master Zheng. You cannot falsely accuse me." The assassin shouted in desperation. Yet, no matter how much he yelled, Lin Che remained unresponsive, leaving without a backward glance. Previously, Lin Che had harbored suspicions towards the Liu family and Lin Zexuan, but he had not anticipated the involvement of the Zheng family from the capital. It appears the Wheel of Fate and the Vessel of Origin hold considerable allure for these prominent families. While the matter with Chu Yao remained unresolved, these individuals had already begun their underhanded schemes. If at tomorrow's banquet, Chu Yao were to publicly declare Lin Che as her fiancé, it would undoubtedly complicate his desire for tranquility. Today, the Zheng family could strike. Tomorrow, the Qi family might follow suit. And even the local Liu and Qin families might harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Lin Che planned to leave Xinhai City in a few days to assist Xingtian in locating a head. Other matters could be addressed upon his return from Changyang Mountain. The following day, at the Xinhai Hotel, the Colon Hall was lavishly decorated, with elites from various sectors dressed to the nines, filling the vast banquet hall. Amidst jovial laughter and animated conversations, an undercurrent of tension stirred beneath the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing us with your presence at the engagement banquet of my daughter Chu Yao and the young man Lin Che from the Lin family. Chu Jingchuan, clad in a sleek black suit, stood on stage, his countenance adorned with an appropriate smile as he began to speak. His voice resonated through the sound system, prompting applause from the attendees. Lin Che stood below the stage, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated a mere meeting between families, yet the news had spread, transforming it into a social gala. Just when he thought there would be no further surprises, he found himself at his own engagement banquet. A reality he was perhaps the last to discover. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? As the applause waned, Chu Jingchuan continued. You may have heard that my family and the Lin family had an engagement arranged many years ago, now that both children have come of age. It is only natural to formalize this arrangement. As he spoke, Chu Jingchuan cast a glance at Lin Che, attempting to adopt a friendly tone. Come now, Lin Che. Just as Lin Che hesitated, the doors of the hotel hall swung open. Oh, quite the lively gathering. A tall, stern-faced young man strolled into the hall, flanked by a group of imposing figures dressed in black suits, their expressions grave. Chu Jingchuan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking at the young man, he inquired in a low voice, Young Master Zheng, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today? What is this? Is the esteemed Chu not welcoming me? Zheng Jingren called out, feigning respect while his gaze held no sign of reverence. In response, Chu Jingchuan narrowed his eyes but quickly smiled. Ah, young Master Zheng. Your presence at my daughter's engagement banquet is most welcome. Engagement banquet? Who is Miss Chu to be engaged to? Zheng Jingren swiftly redirected the topic, whoever it may be. He surely does not deserve Miss Chu. What do you think, Mr. Chu? Young Master Zheng, you jest. My daughter has been betrothed to the Lin family since childhood. This is merely a public announcement of that arrangement. Chu Jingchuan's expression turned icy. Thus, I would advise you not to jest further. Jest? No. I, Zheng Jingren, am never one to jest. Zheng Jingren is entirely serious. I have come today with the intention of representing the Zheng family to propose a union with the Chu family. What is this? Is President Chu looking down upon the Zheng family? As the saying goes, the intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. And Zheng Jingren is evidently here with designs on Chu Pharmaceuticals. He has not even laid eyes on Chu Yao yet boldly demands a marriage alliance, displaying an utter lack of pretense. This young master of the Zheng family seems to have no regard for his own reputation. Is he openly attempting to seize the Chu family's enterprise? One of the four great families of the capital produces such a character. Today, we have witnessed it. Fists speak louder than words, and with a master warrior of the divine realm at the helm, who would dare to disregard the Zheng family's standing? Yet even a divine realm warrior cannot allow the younger generation to run amok, bullying others and usurping their fortunes, can they? Alas, besides that martial saint, who can reign in the Zheng family? In that moment, whispers filled the air, and Chu Jingchuan found himself in a quandary. With the Wheel of Fortune and the Voyage of Origins freshly launched, the Chu family is poised for a meteoric rise, offending the Zheng family. One of the four great families would be ill-advised. However, Chu Jingchuan understood well that acquiescing to Zheng Jingren's proposal of marriage would be a path to ruin. At that point, the entirety of Chu Pharmaceuticals might very well transform into Zheng's Pharmaceuticals. His initial refusal to allow Chu Yao to break off her engagement with Lin Che was precisely to avert this very situation. He had presumed that as long as the marriage contract remained intact, no one would dare lay a hand on Chu Yao. Little did he expect that this young master of the Zheng family would so shamelessly pressure the Chu family in public for a marriage alliance. Truly disgraceful. Just as Chu Jingchuan pondered how to respond, Lin Che strode onto the stage and calmly stated, Uncle, leave this to me. Lin Che had not intended to step forward, but Zheng Jingren had shown him no respect. If he were to remain in the shadows now, he would find it hard to raise his head in the future. Moreover, this young Master Zheng had attempted to sabotage him yesterday, and this presented a perfect opportunity to settle the score. Young Master Zheng, yesterday I encountered a fellow on the commercial street who claimed to be quite familiar with you. Might I ask if you could extend him a favor? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingren's expression shifted slightly. What fellow? What commercial street? I know not of what you speak. The Zheng family is not a place for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to seek notoriety. Oh, it seems my acquaintance was merely boasting? If that is the case, I shall certainly take him to apologize to you next time we meet. Lin Che's smile did not reach his eyes. Do not speak of irrelevant matters. I am here to propose to the Chu family. Those not involved should vacate at once. Zheng Jingren was acutely aware that although Lin Che's revelation of the assassination attempt could cause him some trouble, It paled in comparison to the significance of the marriage alliance with the Chu family. Once he secured the identity of the Chu family's son-in-law, he could seize the opportunity to engulf the Chu family. Subsequently, armed with the 2 gene elixirs, he would surely establish his foothold within the Zheng family and vie for the position of family head. Thus, he could not afford to retreat. Ridiculous. Today marks the engagement banquet of me and Chu Yao. If anyone should be unwelcome, it ought to be young Master Zheng. With matters reaching this point, Lin Che was unperturbed by the prospect of confrontation. With a cold scoff, Zheng Jingren retorted, "Humph. A mere new Lin family dares to challenge the Zheng family? Allow me to clarify, it is not the Lin family opposing the Zheng family, but rather I who stand against you." Lin Che's expression was laced with derision. "I do not represent the Lin family. Whether young Master Zheng can represent the Zheng family rests upon your standing within it. You insolent wretch. How dare you mock me?" Zheng Jingren seethed with rage. As the youngest son of the Zheng family, the right of inheritance lay with his elder brother. He clearly lacked the qualification to represent the family. Coincidentally, Lin Che's words struck a nerve, igniting his fury. "You lot, teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of opposing the Zheng family." Zheng Jingren commanded the several burly men clad in black at his side. "Yes, young master," they responded in unison, ready to rush the stage and deal with Lin Che. "Who dares to make a move?" Chu Jingchuan bellowed, fixing his gaze upon Zheng Jingren. "If young Master Zheng wishes to cause a commotion at the banquet, it would be best for you to take your leave. You are not welcome here." Under duress, Chu Jingchuan had finally made up his mind. He would absolutely not allow his daughter to leap into the flames, nor would he provide the Zheng family the opportunity to consume the Chu family. Thus, he could only withstand the pressure and respond directly. Zheng Jingren glared at Chu Jingchuan, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Chu Jingchuan, do not force my hand. Should you agree to give your daughter to me today, the Zheng and Chu families will become one. Otherwise, Chu Pharmaceuticals may find it difficult to thrive beyond New Sea City." Arrogant. Since Chu Jingchuan had already made his decision, he would not yield in the slightest. "Bring it on." With his command, dozens of suited enforcers emerged from the crowd, swiftly encircling Zheng Jingren and his few bodyguards. Whether Chu Pharmaceuticals can thrive beyond New Sea City is of no concern to young Master Zheng. However, if you continue to persist, it is you who may find it impossible to escape New Sea City. At that moment, Chu Jingchuan had resolved to burn his bridges. It was inevitable that Chu Pharmaceuticals would confront the Zheng family soon. "Very well. Remember your words today, Mr. Chu." Zheng Jingren shot a glance at Lin Che on the stage before turning to leave. He had lost face today, but being in New Sea City with no allies, he could do nothing to the Chu family and could only bide his time. "Young Master Zheng, do not be in such a hurry to depart. If you refrain from causing trouble, we would not mind adding another seat for you later." Lin Che feigned an invitation to Zheng Jingren, but his underlying implication was that Zheng Jingren resembled a beggar, causing a ruckus when not fed. As a young master of the Zheng family, Zheng Jingren had never endured such humiliation and was about to command his guards to act once more. "You insolent wretch, I will ensure your demise today. Go for it." At that moment, a voice filled with laughter emerged from the corner. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Zheng, why the need for such anger? Who is concerned with my business?" Zheng Jingren gritted his teeth, clearly running out of patience. He abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed upon a young man clad in a white suit, exuding a languid demeanor as he stepped forth from the crowd. "Chi Hao, you have indeed come. What, do you wish to stand up for this brat?" "Not at all. Young Master Zheng, I am clearly assisting you." Chi Hao's lips curled into a smile, his demeanor imbued with a hint of irreverence. "Mr. Chu has stated that should young Master Zheng continue to meddle, you may find it difficult to exit New Sea." Had young Master Zheng already forgotten so soon? Zheng Jingren's expression faltered, inwardly cursing his misfortune. "Very well, since Chi Hao is also present, I might as well join the fray. Young Master Zheng, how magnanimous." Chi Hao gave Zheng Jingren a thumbs up before turning his attention back to the stage. "Mr. Chu, we have waited quite some time. When shall we see your daughter make her appearance?" Chi Hao surveyed the surroundings. Since this is the engagement banquet of Miss Chu and young Master Lin, surely it cannot be that only young Master Lin is present, can it? As Chi Hao posed this question, the crowd began to realize the oversight. Indeed, why had they not seen the Chu family's young lady? Rumor had it she was a fearsome figure. Could it be that she was too ashamed to show her face? According to the tales, she might even fall short of a fearsome figure. At least, a fearsome figure could not possibly weigh that much. Standing at a height of 5 feet tall and weighing 180 pounds, one could only hope she did not make an appearance to avoid inducing nightmares later. Surely, it cannot be that dire. As whispers filled the air, Chu Yao, adorned in a water blue gown, ascended the stage. "I apologize for the wait, everyone. I am Chu Yao, the daughter of the Chu family. I am immensely grateful for your presence at the engagement banquet between Lin Che and myself. The crowd erupted once more, even louder than when Zheng Jingren had barged in. Is this truly the young lady of the Chu family? It must be a deception. If I had known the Chu heiress was this beautiful, I should have acted sooner. Dreams should be saved for the night. What folly to daydream in broad daylight. What nonsense. What daydreaming. The Zhao family has long-standing ties with the Chu family. The Zhao family? A mere third-rate family. How dare you speak such words? Hey. There's no need for such harshness. Most of those present had never laid eyes on Chu Yao. Their impressions of the Chu heiress solely derived from external tales. Yet, amidst the throng, a few familiar faces could be seen, such as Qin Ming, Zhao Yang, and Lin Zexuan. There were also several students from the martial arts academy, who had come along with their families to witness this astonishing scene. Among all the attendees, Lin Zexuan appeared the most disconcerted. He had never anticipated that the Chu Yao he had longed for was indeed the infamous Chu heiress. The engagement that he had once dreaded now seemed unattainable. Regrettably, the betrothal had been transferred to Lin Che, making any hope of reclaiming it utterly futile. Only now did he grasp the inevitability of the situation. Lin Che's familiarity with Chu Yao at school was not due to indifference toward the engagement. Rather, he had long been aware of her identity. The closer they grew, the more solidified the engagement became. On stage, Chu Yao took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Che's and spoke again. I feel extraordinarily fortunate to have reached this point with Lin Che. He is an exceptional classmate and will undoubtedly be a remarkable fiancé. Wouldn't you agree, Lin Che? Lin Che forced a smile, barely managing to respond. Indeed. In the future, I shall also be a splendid husband. As they shared moments of affection on stage, the audience below erupted into a cacophony. Villain. The hatred for a wife-stealer is eternal. If my wife were Miss Chu, I too could be an exceptional husband. Someone wake him up, he's daydreaming. Those with diabetes should stay away. We can't let him taste sweetness. Quiet down, be mindful of the occasion. Ahem. Some merely jest. While others genuinely wished to disrupt the engagement banquet. So you're Lin, right? I've heard you possess only a C-grade talent, while Miss Chu boasts an S-grade. Do you believe yourself worthy of her? Chi Hao, evidently prepared, had researched Lin Che and Chu Yao ahead of time, unlike Zheng Jingren, who acted thoughtlessly. A single phrase thrust Lin Che into the spotlight, making him the target of scrutiny. Indeed, how could a C-grade talent martial artist be worthy of an S-grade prodigy? How could a mere chicken aspire to mate with a phoenix? Even with a prior engagement, upon learning of their talents, one ought to withdraw from the betrothal. It's said that Lin's adopted son also possesses S-grade talent, but alas, merely an adopted son. What of being an adopted son? Martial artists are respected for their strength. Even a beggar can rise to the divine realm with S-grade talent. In vast Huaxia, there are but a handful of divine realm martial artists. Possessing S-grade talent ensures one will become a formidable figure. Thus, the Lin family ought to have that adopted son fulfill the engagement instead. The discussions among the crowd ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Zexuan, only to be shattered by Chu Yao's decisive statement. I believe he is worthy. He is worthy simply because he is Lin Che, regardless of his talent. Chu Yao fixed her gaze on Chi Hao. In other words, if my betrothed were not Lin Che, even with S-grade talent, should I deem him unworthy, then he shall not be worthy of me. Clap, clap, clap. Chi Hao raised his hands in applause. Bravo. Miss Chu's affection for Lin Che is indeed profound. However, after a brief pause, Chi Hao turned his attention to Lin Che and spoke again. If this betrothed were a wanted criminal, would Miss Chu still stand by her choice? Chapter 69. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Che's expression momentarily hardened before he quickly donned a nonchalant smile. Haha, Chi, you jest. When did I become a wanted criminal? Who can say with certainty? Chi Hao shrugged. Chu Yao's demeanor turned frosty. Her tone sharp. If Lin Che were to become a wanted criminal, it would undoubtedly be the issue of the Public Security Bureau. For a fleeting moment, Chi Hao struggled to maintain his lazy demeanor. Since Miss Chu was so resolute, others had no right to interfere. Then let us wish the two lovers a happy union. Chi Hao concealed the flicker of coldness in his eyes and turned, merging into the crowd. What a fiercely protective spouse. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? Didn't a kind soul wake you up just now? Vulgar, I disdain to converse with you. Chu Yao linked arms with Lin Che, greeting both families and mutual acquaintances from the Lin and Chu households. Faced with various uncles, aunts, and distant relatives, they both embodied the essence of performers, flawlessly presenting the necessary act. Those unaware of the true circumstances would never discern that they were merely feigning. Of course, this engagement was not viewed favorably by everyone. Beneath the veneer of harmony lay subtle tensions. Lu Jingwen, Chu Yao's mother, donned exquisite attire, her every gesture radiating elegance. Yet when her gaze fell upon Lin Che, A trace of coldness was unmistakable. The matriarch of the Chu family, Qin Ryu, sat in the main seat, her expression kind, though her smile remained superficial. Even so, in order for the engagement banquet to proceed smoothly, both women played their parts alongside Lin Che and Xu Yao. After all, the stability of the Chu family depended on this engagement. The future development of the Chu family also hinged upon it. This seemingly ordinary union concealed deeper significance. Lu Jingwen hailed from the Lu family, while Qin Ryu originated from the Qin family, and Xu Yao's fiancé emerged from the Lin family. Should Lin Che and Xu Yao ultimately wed, it would signify a three-generation alliance between the Chu family and three other families in Xinhai City. Consequently, the Chu family's influence would expand once more, seemingly on the verge of consolidating all power within Xinhai City. In this way, the Chu family had truly prepared themselves, ready to advance or retreat. Once the Wheel of Fate and the Source Vessel were released on a grand scale, the Chu family could formally charge into the ranks of Huaxia's elite families. As the banquet drew to a close and the clamor subsided, the entire city seemed to drift into slumber. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Che feigned intoxication and headed straight to his room to rest. Lying on his bed, he listened intently to the surrounding sounds, ensuring that the Lin family had fallen asleep before he promptly rose, dressed himself, and stealthily slipped out of the Lin household once more. In the dead of night, the streets lay tranquil and frigid, the moonlight casting mottled shadows. Lin Che navigated through the darkness, making his way toward the Xinhai Hotel. Earlier at the banquet, Chi Hao's seemingly innocuous yet cryptic remarks had led Lin Che to suspect that his assistance to Yi Feng in dealing with Lu Kuan had been exposed. Thankfully, it was thanks to Huang Jinbeo's ability to eavesdrop on thoughts that he learned of Chi Hao's true scheme. In reality, Chi Hao intended to eliminate Zheng Jingren and frame Lin Che for the act. Thus, with Zheng Jingren's demise, Lin Che became a fugitive, naturally making Chi Hao the prime candidate for the son-in-law of the Chu family. While the idea was commendable, Chi Hao's seemingly flawless scheme had long been laid bare to Lin Che. At that moment, Lin Che, suppressing his fury, chose not to act out in anger, intending instead to orchestrate a delightful surprise for Chi Hao. One must respect others to earn respect in return. If Lin Che did nothing, Chi Hao would undoubtedly push him into an abyss from which he could never return. Therefore, he saw no harm in playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, preparing to send Chi Hao and Zheng Jingren on their final journey together. Before returning from the hotel, he had already released Huang Jinbeo, who was now monitoring Chi Hao's movements. Any movement from Target 1, he inquired through his thoughts as he neared the hotel. In the initial stage of their telepathic connection, they needed to be within 5 meters of each other for it to function. However, in the second stage, Lin Che and Huang Jinbeo could communicate over a distance of 100 meters. Target 1 has yet to take action. He plans to act around 2 in the morning, came Huang Jinbeo's prompt reply. Continue your surveillance. I will check on Target 2, Lin Che instructed earnestly. Understood, Huang Jinbeo responded, lapsing into silence once more. As a mutated squirrel, Huang Jinbeo could not comprehend Lin Che's notions of ritual, yet as a pet, it had no choice but to comply with Lin Che's requests. The reason Huang Jinbeo was designated as 01, while Lin Che was 07, was simply because 007 sounded more dashing. Approaching the door of Zheng Jingren's suite, Lin Che faintly heard the voice of a woman from within. Ah, young Master Zheng, I can't take it anymore, please spare me. Ha ha ha, just hold on a little longer. I will be done shortly. Despite the hotel's soundproofing, Lin Che's keen senses, honed as a late-stage practitioner, captured every sound around him. Especially since the two inside did not bother to lower their voices. Such a wretch thinks to replace me and become engaged to Chu Yao. Truly ignorant of his own mortality, Lin Che mused inwardly. Moments later, Huang Jinbeo sent another message. Target 1 has commenced action. Please prepare yourself. Received? Lin Che affirmed before slipping around the corner of the corridor, awaiting Chi Hao's appearance. Time passed quietly, and within the room, Zheng Jingren's activities were nearing their conclusion. At last, the sound of measured footsteps approached. Lin Che's heart quickened. He knew Chi Hao had arrived. Clad in black night gear, with a mask obscuring his face save for his chilling eyes, Chi Hao crept toward Zheng Jingren's room, employing his metallic manipulation abilities to unlock the door from the inside. Who? Zheng Jingren, still somewhat alert, began to dress upon hearing the door open. The woman beside him instinctively shrank deeper into the covers. Well, young Master Zheng. We meet again, Chi Hao drawled lazily. Chi Hao, what are you up to? Why are you here at this hour? Zheng Jingren relaxed his guard slightly, displaying a frown. Chi Hao settled himself on a nearby sofa, unhurriedly stating, I wish to ask young Master Zheng for a favor. A favor? What sort of favor? Can it wait until tomorrow? Zheng Jingren retorted, moving to the counter to grab a bottle of water, which he opened and took a sip from. It cannot wait. It must be done today. Chi Hao's voice remained calm, yet bore a chilling undertone. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingren furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, speak. If I can assist, I shall. This matter can only be resolved with your help, young Master Zheng. Chi Hao nodded, a malicious smile creeping across his face. I wish to borrow your life. Have you lost your mind? Chi Hao, do not presume that your higher realm intimidates me. Zheng Jingren shot back, his bravado faltering. Do not forget, the Zheng and Qi families are both among the 4 great families of the capital. Neither is superior. Oh, I am certainly not mad. I recognize that the 4 great families are evenly matched, but what does that matter? Chi Hao rose slowly, advancing toward Zheng Jingren. The Zheng family is the Zheng family. And you are you. If news of your death reaches new high, your elder brother might even thank me. Chapter 70. The Slayer is always slain. Zheng Jingren stumbled backward. His companion on the bed, now displaying a look of sheer terror. What do you intend to do? I do not recall wronging you. Me? Chi Hao halted, a smirk playing on his lips. I am doing this for the Chu family. Are you not here in New High for the Chu family? You are insane. Why would you kill me for the Chu family? Zheng Jingren hastily retrieved a long knife he had carelessly discarded earlier, unsheathing it and aiming the blade at Chi Hao. Though we are rivals, I have not captured Chu Yao. Even if you kill me, the Chu family would never select you as their son-in-law. Chi Hao shrugged. It seems young Master Zheng is not particularly astute. Just think, if you were to die, Lin Che would become the murderer. Would the Chu family have any better options than selecting me? You are truly insidious. Zheng Jingren finally grasped that Chi Hao was intent on killing him. Ha ha. What is insidious about it? Has young Master Zheng not experienced the treachery of family politics? Chi Hao narrowed his eyes. You should blame your own greed. Instead of remaining a carefree scion in the capital, you chose to come to New High and vie for opportunities. Who can you blame for your demise? Ridiculous. Since when did Chu Pharmaceutical become your opportunity? Did the Chu family agree? Zheng Jingren, emboldened by the knife in his hand, challenged him. Chi Hao shook his head dismissively. Enough talk. You understand your fate clearly now. No need to be a fool. As he spoke, Chi Hao casually flicked his wrist, launching several flying daggers from his sleeve, all aimed at Zheng Jingren. Reacting swiftly, Zheng Jingren raised his knife to block. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of metallic clashes, Zheng Jingren managed to deflect the onslaught of flying daggers. A sound akin to a bellows being pulled echoed beside him. Zheng Jingren turned to see the woman, who had been entwined with him just moments before, now pierced through the throat by a flying dagger, her life swiftly ebbing away. Blood pooled at her lips as she looked at Zheng Jingren with pleading eyes. Yet, with his own life in jeopardy, he could do nothing to save her. Seizing the moment of Zheng Jingren's distraction, Chi Hao sneered and sent forth another volley of daggers. Clang, thud, thud. Despite his valiant efforts, Zheng Jingren was struck twice. Chi Hao, may you meet a wretched end. Zheng Jingren roared, lunging at Chi Hao, swinging his knife down fiercely, but Chi Hao easily evaded the attack. Whoosh. A flying dagger found its mark, embedding itself in Zheng Jingren's brow. His eyes widened with disbelief and resentment as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Chi Hao smiled with satisfaction, preparing to stage the scene of the crime when the door swung open once more. Lin Che, having learned of Zheng Jingren's demise, immediately instructed Huang Jinbei to shrink in size and enter the room to open the door for him. Chi Hao, your time has come. Lin Che charged into the room. Clad in black, his face obscured, leaving only his eyes visible. Seeing the situation, Chi Hao momentarily faltered before breaking into a grin. Ah, Lin Che, it appears we truly share a mutual understanding. I am at a loss for your words. You have slain Zheng Xiao, and today you must pay the price. As Lin Che spoke, he lunged at Chi Hao, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In an instant, several energy blades shot forth from the tip of Lin Che's blade, each one slicing towards Chi Hao. The previously smiling Chi Hao saw the scene unfold before him, his countenance instantly turning grave. You are indeed an innate master, Chi Hao exclaimed, dodging frantically, unable to suppress his voice. No, you are not an innate master. Such martial arts exist in this world. The two engaged in an intense and agile battle within the confines of the room. Both were intent on killing one another while simultaneously striving to avoid alarming the other guests in the hotel. Thus, their exchanges were both ruthless and stealthy. A true test of their combat prowess. Lin Che and Chi Hao were evenly matched. Lin Che could unleash countless energy blades, while Chi Hao could manipulate flying daggers for repeated use. Chi Hao's metallic control was a formidable ability, making him a rare adversary among his peers. However, with the aid of the Golden Bodhisattva, Lin Che could perceive Chi Hao's thoughts, always anticipating his moves. As the fight progressed, Lin Che began to gain the upper hand, forcing Chi Hao into a retreat. In this life and death struggle, even though Chi Hao found himself at a disadvantage, He was not one to allow Lin Che to slaughter him without resistance. He had to defend and evade while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Under Lin Che's relentless assault, Chi Hao feigned a vulnerability. Lin Che's instincts sparked, and he quickly deduced it was a trap set by Chi Hao. Yet he remained unfazed, intending to turn the tables and eliminate Chi Hao once and for all. With great speed, Lin Che charged at Chi Hao, his long blade descending with ferocity. Chi Hao, sensing the impending strike, felt a surge of triumph. Perish. Although he appeared to be struggling defensively, he was secretly manipulating the flying daggers behind Lin Che, aiming for a surprise attack from the rear. Unfortunately for him, Lin Che was already prepared. As the flying daggers launched towards him, he swiftly twisted his body to evade. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, but the dagger did not strike Lin Che. Instead, it embedded itself into Chi Hao's own chest. How could this happen? Chi Hao gasped, touching the wound with disbelief. You would do well to remain a fool. Lin Che had no intention of elaborating further. With a powerful punch, Lin Che struck Chi Hao squarely in the chest. With a gasp, Chi Hao's heart shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. It was impossible. His words remained unfinished as Chi Hao succumbed to death. The killer is invariably pursued by death, since you sought to conspire against me. You cannot blame me for eradicating future threats. With that, Lin Che swiftly cleaned the scene, erasing all traces of his presence. He then quietly departed the hotel, vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. Zheng Jingren and the woman in the bed had both perished from the flying daggers, and Chi Hao had not been able to fabricate the scene in time. Thus his identity as the murderer was inescapable. As for Chi Hao's demise, struck down by Lin Che's fist, Lin Che had no concerns about being implicated. To the outside world, he was still merely at the late stage of the Chi opening realm. How could he possibly possess the prowess of a master? The following morning, Lin Che was once again summoned for questioning by the peacekeeping officers. In light of Lu Kuan's death, the assassination incident from the previous day, and the deaths of Zheng Jingren and Chi Hao, Lin Che had now found himself entangled with the law enforcement 3 times in quick succession. Even without any evidence pointing towards Lin Che, the officers could not help but harbor suspicions. Zhao Yi, a captain in the New Sea City Security Bureau, had solved countless cases since his appointment. 3 months prior, he had encountered his first significant setback in his career. The deceased Lu Kuan had perished from a single punch that shattered his heart, with 7 witnesses present, one of whom claimed the assailant identified himself as a student. The other 6 insisted the perpetrator was a master. The contradiction between a student and a master was perplexing, rendering Zhao Yi unable to resolve the case, which fell into a stalemate. Over a month had passed since that incident, and while the previous case remained unsolved, a second heinous crime occurred at the same scene. 9 individuals were initially reported dead, though it might be more accurate to say 11, as 2 of those identities were deliberately concealed, being the parents of one of the assailants. Among the 2 perpetrators, one was clearly linked to the previous case. At the scene, the corpse of a level 4 mutated tiger was discovered, its fur entirely stripped away by energy blades, yet it had not succumbed to them. Rather, its neck had been severed by a long knife. The assailant was suspected of being a master martial artist, capable of wielding energy blades, yet chose to use a long knife to decapitate the tiger. Such behavior was exceedingly peculiar and baffling. Of course, had he known of such martial arts that allowed a martial artist in the Chi opening realm to unleash energy blades, enlightenment would surely have dawned upon him. Chapter 71. Should Mr. Lin insist on departing from New Sea City, he must carry a locator device at all times. Additionally, the assassin apprehended the day before has been adamant in claiming he was not sent by Zheng Xiao. Logically, this should be considered a confession. Unfortunately, Zheng Jingren, a prominent heir from the capital, was inherently difficult to convict. Just as Zhao Yi brought the suspect to the security bureau, he had scarcely begun his inquiries when higher authorities applied pressure on him. The assassin continued to assert he was not dispatched by Zheng Jingren, and lacking substantial evidence. Zhao Yi had no choice but to release Zheng Jingren. Remarkably, merely a day later, this heir from the capital was found dead within a hotel. The case once again implicated Lin Che, and when combined with the previous incidents, this young master of the Lin family was now connected to 3 out of 4 cases. Moreover, with Zheng Jingren's death, Lin Che should have been the prime suspect. However, since Zheng Jingren was slain by Chi Hao, with the scene easily corroborated, this directly absolved Lin Che of suspicion. The cause of Chi Hao's death mirrored that of Lu Kuan's in the first case. When considered collectively, the cases of Lu Kuan, Lu Kuan, Lin Che, and Chi Hao revealed 3 of the 4 incidents were linked to a mysterious figure, with 3 directly associated with Lin Che. Even in the absence of direct evidence linking Lin Che, Zhao Yi had reason to suspect that Lin Che may indeed be involved with the enigmatic individual. Until the case is resolved, Mr. Lin is not permitted to leave New Sea City. We kindly request your cooperation, Zhao Yi stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Che donned a face of discontent. But I had planned to leave the city shortly. Might there be some leniency? As far as I am aware, Mr. Lin is still a student and thus should not leave the city, Zhao Yi replied, furrowing his brow. I have already submitted a request to the principal for a martial artist certification to undertake some training outside, Lin Che said, manipulating his wristband to display his personal information for Zhao Yi's review. Captain Zhao should understand that a martial artist cannot achieve greatness without practical experience. As a mere C-level gifted ordinary martial artist, I must strive to improve. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yi nodded. If Mr. Lin must leave New Sea City, he must carry a locator device to ensure that the security bureau can locate you at any time. No problem, I will certainly comply, Lin Che affirmed with a nod. At this juncture, refusing the security bureau's surveillance request would be tantamount to admitting guilt, and Lin Che was far too astute to act unwisely. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. I will have the locator delivered this afternoon, Zhao Yi said before taking his leave. The deaths of an heir from the Zheng family and an heir from the Qi family in the capital reverberated throughout the entire country, stirring up a tempest in New Sea, where undercurrents were brewing and a storm was imminent. The conclusion was reached that Zheng Jingren had been slain by Qi Hao, providing ample reason for the Zheng family to demand an explanation from the Qi family. Though the Qi family remained oblivious to the identity of Qi Hao's murderer, they seized the opportunity to retaliate against the Zheng family, asserting that Qi Hao must have met his demise at the hands of someone from Zheng's clan. With both families having lost a young master, they found themselves even, and thus the matter seemed to rest there. In truth, the Qi family simply hoped that the true culprit would remain undiscovered, allowing them to feign ignorance and avoid providing any explanations to the Zheng family. Should the investigation reveal that Qi Hao was not slain by a member of the Zheng family, the incident involving Qi Hao's killing of Zheng Jingren would undoubtedly complicate matters. Hence, the Qi family adamantly insisted that Qi Hao had indeed been killed by someone from Zheng's household. Conversely, the Zheng family, being innocent of the crime, could not accept such an accusation. At this juncture, it was the Zheng family that yearned to uncover the true murderer of Qi Hao, as doing so would enable them to exert pressure on the Qi family. Fortunately, Lin Che's unique martial skills rendered it difficult for the Public Security Bureau to reach any conclusions promptly. Unless someone with insider knowledge, such as Lin Zexuan, were to report him, the investigation would likely stall. Previously, Lin Che had showcased his prowess in front of the Lin family to intimidate Lin Wanting. If Lin Zexuan could gather sufficient information to connect several cases, it might lead him to deduce that Lin Che was the perpetrator. However, given Lin Zexuan's superficial nature, it was unlikely he would notice the connections among the cases. As for other members of the Lin family, and those knowledgeable within the school, only Xiao Changtian might be able to discern the truth. Currently, Xiao Changtian had placed his bets on Lin Che and would not easily abandon him. Who could resist the allure of a martial technique capable of elevating one to the saint level? In the afternoon, Zhao Yi arrived at the Lin residence with a locator device. Should the device be separated from Lin Che's body, the Public Security Bureau would immediately receive an alert. Therefore, Mr. Lin was required to wear it at all times. Zhao Yi fastened the locator around Lin Che's right wrist and offered a reminder. The device resembled a bracelet, but was solely for communication with the Public Security Bureau and possessed no other functionality. At that moment, Lin Che wore a holographic bracelet on his left wrist and a locator on his right, creating a somewhat incongruous appearance. This thing is waterproof, right? After all, I'll need to wear it while bathing. Lin Che could not help but quip. Indeed, Mr. Lin, rest assured, the locator is waterproof, resistant to electricity and pressure, and can withstand temperatures exceeding several hundred degrees. As long as you do not deliberately damage it, it should remain intact. Came the implication that any damage would have to be intentional. Lin Che nodded. It sounds even more advanced than the holographic bracelet. The development focuses differ. The holographic bracelet is, after all, civilian technology, while the locator is solely for positioning. Having confirmed that the locator was functioning correctly, Zhao Yi stood to take his leave. I shall not impose further. I wish you a successful journey, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Safe travels. Lin Che replied as he rose to see Zhao Yi out. Once the door closed behind him, Lin Che glanced at the locator on his wrist. From this day forth, his movements would be continuously monitored. Should he wish to serve the people in the future, it would undoubtedly prove inconvenient. Fortunately, he had already booked a ticket and would soon be leaving Xinhai City. Once in the wilderness, he would not have to exercise the same caution as in the city. In the evening, seated at the dining table, Lin Hai noticed the locator on Lin Che's wrist, his expression turning grim. The Public Security Bureau is truly outrageous. To monitor members of the Lin family without any evidence, do they truly believe us to be easy targets? Indeed, Lin Che himself was indifferent. Yet the actions of the Public Security Bureau clearly showed a blatant disregard for the Lin family. Lin Che nodded solemnly, not only refraining from dissuading Lin Hai, but rather stoking the flames. Father, calm down. The Public Security Bureau is merely following protocol. Especially after the disturbance at my brother's engagement banquet involving Zheng Jingren and Shi Hao. And then suddenly, someone ends up dead that evening. Lin Zexuan implied, in this matter, brother, you indeed have considerable suspicion. What suspicion? Utter nonsense. Lin Hai's anger mounted. Lin Che has just reached the Aperture Realm. While Chi Hao was a peak Transcendence Realm warrior, what grounds does he have to kill Chi Hao? Moreover, the one causing trouble at the engagement banquet was clearly Zheng Jingren. If the Lin family were to kill someone, it would be one of the Zhengs, not Chi Hao. That makes sense. Lin Che could not help but give a thumbs up. Little Che, do you truly have to go into the wilderness? Mother is quite worried about you. It is simply too dangerous out there. Su Qianqian interjected with concern. There is no need for further persuasion. I have already booked my ticket and will depart after the Spring Festival, Lin Che stated resolutely. If circumstances allowed. Lin Che would even prefer to leave the very next day, yet he was bound by age restrictions and had to wait until after the festival. Alas, you have only just returned home for a few months, and now you wish to venture into the wilderness. Mother has yet to make it up to you properly. Suddenly, Su Qingqian's face brightened. In a few days, it will be your 18th birthday. Let me throw you a birthday banquet. Lin Che immediately declined. No need. I do not enjoy such meaningless celebrations. Throughout his life, Lin Che had never celebrated a birthday, even though he knew the date of his birth. He did not find it worthy of commemoration. Had it not been for Lin Yuan saving him by chance, that day would have marked his death day. So it was better to forego the celebration altogether. Chapter 72. Any hesitation, even for a mere second, is a disrespect to 5 million. This simply cannot be allowed. Su Qianqian shook her head vigorously. In the past, when you were lost, it was understandable that no one celebrated your birthday. Now that you have returned to the Lin family, as a young master of the Lin clan, your 18th birthday is a significant occasion that must be celebrated. It would be ideal to invite the Chu family as well, for during the previous engagement banquet, both families had not had the chance to converse properly. This would be a perfect opportunity to reconnect. Hearing Su Qingqian's words, Lin Che could already foresee that the birthday banquet would likely morph into a social gathering. The thought of facing a multitude of strangers made him feel overwhelmed. He would rather spend that time honing his sword skills. No, I do not require a birthday celebration. Even if you arrange a banquet, I will not attend. Lin Che remained steadfast in his stance. Lin Zexuan seized the opportunity to interject. Brother, you have been home for quite some time. It is time to adapt to your identity as a young master of the Lin family. Besides, Mother has your best interests at heart. How can you disappoint her? Before Lin Zexuan could finish his thought, Lin Che slowly turned to him, his gaze turning icy. What does it have to do with you? I just thought that. Lin Zexuan was once again interrupted by Lin Che. I do not care what you think. I care about my own feelings. I do not wish to celebrate my birthday. Does it concern you? Repeatedly interrupted. Lin Zexuan finally found himself at a loss and decided to retreat. I'm sorry, brother. I should not have meddled. Please do not be angry. Lin Che furrowed his brow again. Why would I be angry? I have no time to waste on being upset with you. Little Che, do not say that. Zexuan means no harm, Su Qianqian countered, supporting Lin Zexuan. Lin Che raised his hands in surrender. I never said he had any ill intent. Then are you still unwilling to forgive Mother? It was an accident that led to your misfortune, and Mother feels deeply remorseful. Su Qingqian's expression turned sorrowful. All she wishes is to host a birthday banquet for you as a way to make amends. Cannot you grant her this opportunity? Indeed, little Che. We also wish to make amends with you, Lin Wanting chimed in, glancing at Lin Yura. Observing this, Lin Yura nodded in agreement. Yes, please just agree to us. After sharing martial arts and participating in the school competition, the two sisters had come to a renewed understanding of Lin Che, and the three no longer engaged in the same fierce rivalry as before. However, Lin Che's heart was not easily swayed by others. Even acknowledging that the Lin sisters were his elder and second sister did not imply that he would heed their counsel. I shall not attend the birthday banquet. If you insist on compensating me, it would be preferable to simply give me cash. Lin Che extended his hand towards Lin Wanting and Lin Yura. The sisters appeared somewhat awkward, while Su Qianqian revealed a smile and gently pushed Lin Che's hand away. You silly child. If you desire money, your mother can provide that. But this birthday banquet must be held. Lin Che turned to Su Qianqian and inquired. How much? 5 million. Is that sufficient? Su Qianqian responded, producing a bank card and placing it on the table. Last time you mentioned wanting to train in the wilderness, I prepared this card for you, intending to give it to you before your departure. When you are out in the world, there is no need to pinch pennies, and you can endure less hardship. As she spoke, Su Qianqian pushed the bank card towards Lin Che. He reached out to accept it, But Su Qianqian did not retract her hand. And Lin Che immediately understood. Deal, but I do not wish for this birthday banquet to be overly crowded. With this 5 million, he could arrange for the Wheel of Fate to deliver another pet in the future. Although the Wheel of Fate was priced at 10 million. Considering that his fiancée was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, continuing to enjoy a half-price discount seemed quite reasonable. As for whether to hold a birthday banquet, it was of little consequence. Any hesitation on his part would be a disrespect to the 5 million. Su Qianqian slowly withdrew her hand, her smile growing more triumphant. No problem, mother will only invite close friends, ensuring that no troublesome individuals will bother you. 3 days swiftly passed, and Lin Che's first birthday banquet arrived as scheduled. Su Qianqian kept her promise and did not invite too many guests. The Lin family's relatives and friends presented Lin Che with an array of gifts. When it was Lin Zexuan's turn, this younger brother commenced a new round of performances. Brother, these are all the gifts that my sister and our parents have given me over the past 17 years. He brought forth a box and placed it before Lin Che, opening it to display each item. This is the telescope my eldest sister gave me when I was 7. This is the aerospace model my second sister gifted me when I was 8. This is the watch my father presented to me when I turned 16. And this, last year, was a set of real estate my mother bestowed upon me. As Lin Zexuan spoke, a look of reluctance crossed his face. Although I cherish these gifts immensely, they rightfully belong to you. And today I shall present them all to you. Oh dear, Zexuan, you needn't do this. Since these gifts were given to you, they should naturally belong to you. Su Qianqian interjected promptly. Mother owes your brother gifts and will personally compensate him. We cannot substitute your gifts in any case. Gifts are of little importance. It is the sentiment that truly matters. If you are so attached to these gifts, how can I take what is beloved from another? Lin Che glanced at Lin Zexuan and continued. How about this? A property set, while not worth 10 million, is valued at several million. Perhaps you could give me a cash equivalent? A moment of silence enveloped the room, and Lin Zexuan spoke again. But I do not possess that much money. Perhaps brother should just keep these gifts? Forget it. They hold no value for me. Lin Che shook his head, ultimately declining the gifts Lin Zexuan offered. Accepting trivial items and mortgaged properties merely to annoy him was not something Lin Che would entertain. If it weren't for Huang Jinbei translating nearby, Lin Che might have thought this younger brother was genuinely making a substantial offer. Does brother still refuse to forgive me? I know you feel unbalanced, believing I have taken your life from you, but I had no control over these matters back then. Lin Zexuan had already mortgaged properties under Lin Che's name, even tampering with the mortgage dates. As long as Lin Che accepted the property certificate, he could easily shift the blame onto Lin Che. When the time came for someone to reclaim the property, Lin Che's expression would surely be quite entertaining. Yet, at this moment, Lin Che refused to accept, rendering Zexuan's elaborate schemes futile. Are you truly offering this to me? Lin Che feigned a test. Of course, I genuinely wish to gift it to brother. Just accept it. Lin Zexuan's tone was resolute. In that case, shall we proceed with the transfer now? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Zexuan hesitated slightly. Now? For the transfer? Indeed, I have yet to receive such a precious gift and wish to finalize it immediately. Surely, my dear brother wouldn't he be reluctant? Lin Che maintained a serious demeanor. But brother, aren't you still hosting a birthday banquet? The transfer is quite troublesome, and the guests are waiting. Lin Zexuan hurriedly sought an excuse to evade. With the property already mortgaged, he could not proceed with the transfer. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Fear not. Attending to the guests does not require our presence. Let us make it a swift endeavor. Lin Che remained insistent. Lin Hai could no longer contain himself and interjected. This is nonsense. The banquet has commenced. When is it not suitable for a transfer? It seems my brother is unwilling. Perhaps I shall forego it. Lin Che once again deflected. Just as Lin Zexuan pondered what to say next, the awkward atmosphere was interrupted once more. Upon hearing that young Master Lin was hosting a birthday banquet today, Zheng, uninvited, entered with a courteous demeanor. My apologies for the intrusion. I hope both young Master Lin and Madam Lin can forgive my presence. The guests turned to observe a young man who bore a resemblance to Zheng Jingran as he stepped gracefully into the hall. Zheng Jingyan was the second elder brother of Zheng Jingran, dispatched by the Zheng family to Xian Hai with the purpose of urging the Public Security Bureau to expedite the investigation into the Qi Hao case. The situation was rather convoluted. Qi Hao had killed Zheng Jingran, yet the Zheng family was intent on assisting the Qi family in identifying the murderer of Qi Hao. The underlying reason was quite straightforward. Zheng Jingran was slain by Qi Hao, but Qi Hao was not killed by someone from the Zheng family. Hence the Qi family owed the Zheng family an explanation. However, the Qi family adamantly insisted that Zheng family bore responsibility for Qi Hao's death, and they could not allow the matter to be brushed aside. The result was that while the Qi family showed no inclination to uncover the truth behind Qi Hao's demise, The Zheng family was particularly invested in the matter. Thus, Zheng Jingyan was sent to Xian Hai to oversee the investigation by the local public security bureau. As a guest, "Young Master Zheng, please take a seat," Lin Hai remarked, glancing towards the entrance. "Waitstaff, set up another table." "Haha, no need for that, General Lin. There's no need to be so courteous." Zheng Jingyan quickly waved his hand to decline. "I am here not only to celebrate young Master Lin's 18th birthday, but also to inquire about a matter privately." Upon hearing this, Lin Che rose. "I wonder what question young Master Zheng wishes to ask me. The question I have is rather personal. And I wonder if young Master Lin would be amenable to stepping aside?" Zheng Jingyan surveyed the crowd with a knowing glance. "Of course, that is no problem." Lin Che nodded, indicating for Zheng Jingyan to lead the way. His curiosity piqued about the intentions behind Zheng Jingyan's deliberate posture. He wondered what scheme was afoot. As the two exited the banquet hall, the Lin family's relatives began to murmur amongst themselves. It was said that Zheng Jingren had been killed by Qi Hao. The evidence was conclusive. What could this second young master of the Zheng family possibly want with Lin Che? Could it be he was still contemplating seizing the marriage alliance with the Chu family? Well, it is not impossible, in families of such stature. Familial bonds pale in comparison to interests. If the Zheng family intervenes, it could lead to complications. The cause of Zheng Jingren's death is clear, and the Zheng family cannot exert pressure on this basis. However, if the Qi family is intent on usurping the Chu family engagement and insists on attributing Qi Hao's death to Lin Che, that would indeed be a significant predicament. Indeed, let us hope the Qi family refrains from such actions. At the neighboring table, Chu Yao, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Zheng Jingyan and Lin Che stepped out of the banquet hall, seeking a secluded corner to sit opposite each other. "Lin Xiao, you were the one who killed Qi Hao, were you not?" Zheng Jingyan cut to the chase. "Zheng Xiao is jesting," Lin Che replied. "If I possessed the ability to slay Qi Hao, there would not have been any disturbances at my engagement banquet." The person Lin Che referred to as causing trouble was, of course, Zheng Jingren. The implication was clear. If he truly had such prowess, he would have targeted Zheng Jingren instead of Qi Hao. Given that Zheng Jingren's behavior at the engagement banquet was far more egregious. Moreover, Qi Hao's act of killing Zheng Jingren could be seen as avenging him, thereby diminishing any motive he might have had to eliminate Qi Hao. "I never claimed Qi Hao was killed by your own hand. Perhaps you merely hired an assassin?" Zheng Jingyan continued to probe Lin Che. "Zheng Xiao may not be aware of my previous circumstances within the Lin family," Lin Che said with a wry smile and shook his head. To eliminate two young masters from prominent families in the capital would require a substantial fee for an assassin, the amount of which I am uncertain. Nevertheless, whatever the figure, it is beyond my means. "Oh, so you are quite financially strapped, Lin Xiao?" Zheng Jingyan suddenly expressed interest. "Alas, to be candid with you, Zheng Xiao, I have been adrift since childhood and recently returned to the Lin family, where I am not particularly favored." Lin Che feigned a look of despair. "Thus far, I have received less than 10 million from the Lin family, all of which I exchanged for other favors. The costs of martial cultivation are exorbitant. What can 10 million accomplish?" As he spoke, Lin Che shook his head once more. Seeing Lin Che's earnest demeanor, Zheng Jingyan harbored no suspicion. "In that case, I have an unreasonable request, and I wonder if Lin Xiao might oblige." "Please, Zheng Xiao, speak freely. If it falls within my capacity, I shall not refuse," Lin Che responded, adept at engaging in conversation with the appropriate tone for the situation. "This matter is one only you can handle, Lin Xiao." Zheng Jingyan paused for a moment before continuing. "I hold Miss Chu in high regard. If Lin Xiao would agree to annul the engagement with her, I would offer 100 million. Is Zheng Xiao insulting me?" Lin Che immediately turned hostile. Of course, he was merely putting on an act for Zheng Jingyan, as he felt little genuine anger, finding the second son of the Zheng family rather amusing. Setting aside the intrinsic value of Chu Pharmaceuticals, the price of 10 million per vial of Destiny's Wheel rendered that 100 million trivial. Although Lin Che had not yet contemplated the future with Chu Yao, he understood that the status of being the son-in-law of the Chu family far outweighed any monetary figure. Had Lin Che been solely motivated by wealth, he could have wholeheartedly pursued Chu Yao. Securing this small heiress would equate to acquiring the entirety of Chu Pharmaceuticals, a value exceeding hundreds of billions. The reason he refrained from doing so was primarily due to his long history of solitary living, making it difficult for him to accept others. Furthermore, in his view, women would only impede his swiftness in drawing his blade. If Lin Xiao is dissatisfied with the price, we may negotiate further. Zheng Jingyan remained undeterred by Lin Che's reaction, continuing his discourse unabated. "The only reason Lin Xiao feels insulted is that the price offered is inadequate. I believe everything in this world has its worth, and as long as Lin Xiao articulates his demands, I will strive to accommodate. It is evident that the heirs of such prominent families are not to be underestimated. while the Zheng family dispatched Zheng Jingyan to oversee the investigation in Xinhai. He found time to negotiate business with Lin Che. Moreover, the conditions he proposed merely entailed Lin Che annulling his engagement with Chu Yao, as if their separation would guarantee that Chu Yao would inevitably become his own. Very well, since Zheng Xiao has inquired earnestly, I shall respond in kind. To compel me to voluntarily annul my engagement with Chu Yao, a sum of at least 1 billion is required. Lin Che, not taking the matter seriously, boldly made an outrageous demand. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you jesting with me, Lin Xiao? Lin Che shrugged his shoulders. It was Zheng Xiao who initiated this jest. Very well. I hope you maintain such audacity. Zheng Jingyan retreated with a flick of his sleeve. From an angle unnoticed by Lin Che, he donned a look of disdain, as if harboring a hint of triumph from a successful scheme. Golden treasure. He plans to send the recording to Chu Yao. Lin Che, huh? This second son of the Zheng family is indeed more akin to a brother of Qi Hao, both fond of employing underhanded tactics. Golden treasure. Will you not stop him? Lin Che, why should I intervene? Golden treasure. Humanity is truly complex. Before long, Chu Yao received an anonymous message. Prior to the revelation of her identity, it was not easy for others to uncover her personal information. However, once her status as the Chu family's daughter was disclosed, it would not be a challenging task for those with intent to trace her contact number. Unfortunately, Chu Yao did not take the time to examine those messages of dubious origin, allowing Zheng Jingyan's tactics to remain ineffective for the moment. Returning to his seat, Lin Che found himself unable to resist answering Chu Yao's quiet inquiry. What did he want from you? Guess. Lin Che feigned mystery. You can choose to remain silent. But I have no desire to hear. Chu Yao's displeasure was evident. Truly uninterested, Lin Che pretended to be slow on the uptake. Chu Yao, unable to restrain herself, pinched the soft flesh at Lin Che's waist. Will you speak or not? All right. I will tell you, just let go. Lin Che capitulated. Chu Yao snorted softly, gradually releasing her grip. Speak quickly. Chapter 74. If you are unwilling to offer even 100 million, there is nothing more for us to discuss. Lin Che intentionally displayed a conflicted expression. He offered me 100 million to annul our engagement. Chu Yao paused momentarily. You did not agree, did you? Do you underestimate me? Lin Che asserted confidently. I told him that to make me voluntarily annul our engagement, he must offer at least 1 billion. How lovely you are. So, in your eyes, I am worth only 1 billion. Chu Yao reached out with her mischievous little hand once more. What do you mean by that? Is 1 billion too little? Lin Che seized Chu Yao's delicate hand, continuing, besides, if I desired 1 billion, it would depend on whether he could actually afford it. Is he truly going to give you 100 billion? Chu Yao's eyes widened in curiosity. Haha, you are quite confident. Lin Che scoffed. 100 billion. Do you think it's merely 1 million? Even if the Zheng family could afford it, would they willingly part with such a sum? What do you mean? Am I not worth 100 billion? Chu Yao's expression shifted to one of indignation. No. The young lady of the Chu family is undoubtedly of great value. 100 billion is but a trivial matter. Even 1,000 billion or more is merely a question of time. Lin Che began to shift the concept, evading the topic. You know that is not what I meant. Chu Yao suddenly felt a pang of grievance. She gazed at Lin Che with her watery eyes, as if seeking an answer from his face. Lin Che, accustomed to playful banter with Chu Yao, found himself at a loss for genuine words in the face of her probing. Enough of the jokes. You are a living person. How could you be measured by money? Am I such a person? Unable to provide a straightforward answer, Lin Che opted for a counterattack. How are we to know what kind of person you are? Chu Yao suddenly realized that Lin Che seemed to harbor many secrets. Though they had spent months together, she found him increasingly inscrutable. Since you do not know, I shall inform you personally. Please listen well. Lin Che adopted a serious demeanor. I am the herald of justice, the embodiment of peace, vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness. A valiant and unyielding dark knight. Amu Batman. Lin Che raised his head high. Subsequently, the soft flesh at his waist suffered another brutal strike. Ouch, it hurts. Spare me, fair maiden. Lin Che once again chose to act from the heart. The surrounding friends and family, witnessing the playful banter between the two, could not help but chuckle. The bond between the two children was truly delightful. Indeed, they appeared to be a perfect match. One could only hope that their affection would endure through the years. Your words seem rather inauspicious, do they not? Nonsense. I genuinely wish them well. Is that so? Yet I can't shake off this strange feeling. Among them were those who offered sincere blessings, others who echoed in pretense, and some who seethed with jealousy. Lurking in the shadows, Lin Zexuan felt that all of this should have belonged to him. Had Lin Che not been reclaimed, had Chu Yao not tarnished herself, had he not been the adopted son. Alas, there are no ifs. Lin Che had ultimately returned to the Lin family, becoming the true young master of the Lin clan, and had even betrothed himself to Chu Yao. Lin Zexuan was unwilling to accept this. He yearned to reclaim everything, ideally wishing for Lin Che's demise. Perhaps soon an opportunity would arise. Since Lin Che wished to venture into the wilderness, why not let him remain there forever? As the banquet concluded, Chu Yao exited the Guanlin Hall and unexpectedly encountered Zheng Jingyan. I wonder if Miss Chu has a moment to spare for a word? Zheng Jingyan employed the same tactics, seeking to further sow discord between the two. I'm afraid I'm busy. Moreover, I fear my fiancé might misunderstand. Chu Yao halted her steps, fixing Zheng Jingyan with a cold gaze. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response from her. Heh, Miss Chu is indeed quite forthright. Then allow me to speak plainly. Zheng Jingyan raised his wrist, gesturing to Chu Yao. Did you not receive any messages earlier? Chu Yao remained unperturbed. I apologize, but I never pay heed to unfamiliar messages. Zheng Jingyan frowned slightly, but ultimately restrained himself, continuing, I have a recording here. I wonder if Miss Chu would be interested in listening? Not at all. If you have no other matters, please step aside. I must return home, Chu Yao asserted firmly. I wish you well. I hope you won't regret this. Zheng Jingyan turned and left. This time, he was genuinely infuriated by Chu Yao. It was not a mere performance for anyone's sake. His initial plan to drive a wedge between Lin Che and Chu Yao had proceeded smoothly with Lin Che, yet it proved utterly ineffective with Chu Yao. This woman was like a solid block of ice, impervious to any internal manipulation. After much contemplation, Zheng Jingyan resolved to exert some effort on Lin Che's side. Although it currently seemed that Chu Yao harbored deep feelings for Lin Che, he pondered whether she could maintain her resolve if Lin Che were to engage in any indiscretions, such as entangling himself with another woman. Exiting the hotel, the driver welcomed Chu Yao into a sleek black Maybach. Miss, are we heading back now? The driver inquired as he took his seat. Chu Yao glanced at the hotel entrance, noting Lin Che's continued absence, and, with a resigned nod, replied, Yes, let's go home. Understood, the driver responded, starting the vehicle and slowly pulling away. Seated in the back, feeling rather listless, Chu Yao could no longer suppress her curiosity. She raised her arm, activated her wristband, and opened the anonymous message. Moments later, the conversation recording between Lin Che and Zheng Jingyan filled her ears. When she heard Lin Che demand 100 billion from Zheng Jingyan, a knowing smile graced her lips. This time I'll let you off the hook. If you dare to bargain with me again, I shall not entertain you, Chu Yao murmured to herself. That night, Zheng Jingyan sent Lin Che a call request, which Lin Che casually dismissed. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Jingyan sent another message. Young Master Lin, we can discuss this further at the Tianxing bar. It's on me. I hope you will honor me with your presence. Lin Che initially intended to ignore it, but Zheng Jingyan sent another call request. Given the current momentum, it seemed that if Lin Che did not respond, Zheng Jingyan would not relent. Lin Che scoffed lightly and pressed the answer button. Zheng, I've already stated my price. If you cannot produce 100 billion, there is no need for further discussion. Why must young Master Lin be so unapproachable? Whether this deal materializes will require a face-to-face conversation. On the holographic screen, Zheng Jingyan's demeanor shifted back to calm, resembling a different person from when he had stormed out earlier. Very well, since you invite me so earnestly, I shall come by. But I must trouble you to wait a moment. With that, Lin Che ended the call, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you for a while longer. A bar was a realm Lin Che had never before explored, primarily due to his previous financial constraints. Today, however, he possessed several million Chinese yuan, yet his first entry into a bar was not for the sake of drinking. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, various men and women writhed in abandon. Lin Che navigated through the crowd, heading straight for the private room mentioned by Zheng Jingyan. Upon entering, the first individuals he encountered were not Zheng Jingyan, but a row of heavily made-up hostesses. Young Master Lin, you finally arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your presence. Zheng Jingyan rose from the sofa, waving to Lin Che. Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement and approached. If there is something to discuss, Zheng, you could have simply conveyed it over the communicator. There was no need for this meeting. Ah, young Master Lin, that is where you are mistaken. If we do not speak face to face, how can I demonstrate my sincerity? Come, take a seat. Zheng Jingyan gestured for Lin Che to sit, and then pointed to the row of hostesses. Young Master Lin, feel free to choose. All expenses today will be on me. Chapter 75. Young Master Lin is indeed devoted. He only selects one hostess. No need for that. I do not fancy this atmosphere. Lin Che, having discerned Zheng Jingyan's intentions, would not easily fall into his trap. This fellow aimed to create an entanglement between him and the hostess, leaving evidence to present to Chu Yao. Zheng Jingyan believed that both Lin Che and Chu Yao were merely 17 or 18 years old, inherently naive regarding relationships. Should Lin Che engage in any indiscreet behavior, it would undoubtedly sow discord between them. Little did he know, Lin Che was fully aware of his intentions. He merely wished to observe how Zheng Jingyan would perform. Oh, I see. Young Master Lin does not prefer those overly mature. Zheng Jingyan tossed a bundle of cash to the manager and waved his hand. Go. Bring in a new group of fresh-faced ones. Lin Che wore a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, is that what I meant? A group of hostesses departed helplessly, leaving only Zheng Jingyan and Lin Che in the room. Regardless of Zheng Jingyan's plans, since Lin Che had arrived, he was determined to play along. Zheng, let us discuss serious matters. You have specially invited me here, so surely you have something to say? Ha ha ha. Why the haste, young Master Lin? Let us enjoy ourselves first. Then we can talk. As he spoke, Zheng Jingyan poured a drink for Lin Che and presented it to him. Lin Che accepted it casually, then set it back down on the table. I am not one for frivolity, and I have unfinished business on my mind. I cannot enjoy myself fully. Zheng Jingyan narrowed his eyes and donned a smile once more. Very well, then let me speak plainly. I have already discussed this with my family today. If young Master Lin is willing to annul the engagement with Miss Chu, our Zheng family can offer 10 billion. Of course, Zheng Jingyan's words were mere fabrications, primarily aimed at stalling Lin Che. 10 billion? I'm asking for 100 billion, and you're only willing to offer 10. Is there any point in continuing this conversation? Lin Che was aware that Zheng Jingyan was bluffing. Yet Zheng Jingyan was oblivious to the fact that Lin Che was also feigning. Both were ensnaring each other, engaging in a dance of deception. Just then, the manager entered the private room with a group of girls dressed in more innocent attire. How is it, Lin Xiao? Did you find anyone appealing in this batch? Zheng Jingyan seizes the opportunity to shift the topic. Initially, Lin Che was indifferent, contemplating a casual refusal once more. However, as his gaze swept across several young women, a familiar face caught his attention. Her. Lin Che pointed casually. Zheng Jingyan's heart leaped with joy, and he could hardly suppress the grin forming on his lips, hastily covering. Should I order a couple more? No need. If Zheng Xiao wishes, he may order several. I only desire her. Lin Che discerned Zheng Jingyan's intentions immediately, remaining utterly unfazed. Very well. You, and you four, remain. The others may leave. Zheng Jingyan tossed a wad of cash to the head waitress, instructing her to escort the others away. Lin Xiao is indeed devoted, only ordering one companion for the evening. As he spoke, Zheng Jingyan raised his glass in a toast to Lin Che. Due to his devotion, the logic behind Zheng Jingyan's statement regarding only ordering one companion utterly baffled Lin Che. He could only inwardly lament the profound artistry of language. Zheng Xiao, I trust this drink contains no additives. Lin Che lifted his glass, a playful smile gracing his lips. At this remark, Zheng Jingyan felt a pang of anxiety, hastily covering. What makes you say that, Lin Xiao? Did you not witness me opening the bottle? Oh, does merely opening a bottle guarantee its purity? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. After a prolonged silence, Lin Che chuckled awkwardly. Merely jesting. I assume Zheng Xiao would not resort to such base tactics. With that, Lin Che raised his glass and drained it, signaling to Zheng Jingyan. In the realm of cunning and stratagems, Zheng Jingyan paled in comparison to Qi Hao, who had aimed for a twofold gain by eliminating Zheng Jingran and framing Lin Che simultaneously. In contrast, Zheng Jingyan was still ensnared in the rudimentary phase of drugging drinks, a tactic hardly worthy of recognition. While the bottle was indeed freshly opened, the glass was not necessarily beyond reproach. With Huang Jinbei present, Zheng Jingyan possessed no secrets from Lin Che. The latter's confidence in drinking stemmed from having already swapped their beverages. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you are quite the joker. I nearly believed you truly suspected me. Zheng Jingyan, relieved to see Lin Che drink, laughed with genuine warmth. I indeed harbor suspicions towards Zheng Xiao. Lin Che's smile widened. However, since Zheng Xiao has taken a sip himself, I naturally have no doubts. Indeed. Come, let me toast Lin Xiao once more. The accompanying women had already filled their glasses, and Zheng Jingyan raised his cup again. After several rounds, Zheng Jingyan began to feel hazy, alertness kicking in. Yet, it was too late. The effects of the drug had already taken hold. Lin Che retrieved a bundle of cash from Zheng Jingyan's handbag and tossed it to the four companions. Ensure you attend to Zheng Xiao well. Make certain he is satisfied. Understood, Lin Xiao? The four responded in unison. Having received the money, they immediately surrounded Zheng Jingyan, employing various flirtations. The dazed Zheng Jingyan could hardly withstand their advances, and the scene gradually spiraled out of control. Subsequently, Lin Che produced another stack of cash, extending it to the young woman beside him. Is classmate Song in need of money? I refuse. Song Xia quickly declined. What? Is classmate Song working at a bar not for the sake of earning money? Or is it merely to experience life? Lin Che, upon spotting Song Xia among the companions, was somewhat taken aback. The classmates from martial arts class would never have imagined that this universally acknowledged flower of their class had another side. I cannot accept your money. Can you help me keep this a secret? Song Xia had not anticipated encountering a classmate on her first day of work. I merely wish to save money to purchase the Wheel of Fate. My family is already struggling to support my education, leaving no extra funds for potions. In that case, why not accept my money? Lin Che raised an eyebrow. I can accompany you for free, but I hope you can help me keep this a secret. Song Xia's half-truths were quite beguiling. Anyone else might easily fall for them. However, Lin Che, with his unique ability, could not be deceived. Unless the person could mask their true feelings entirely. Huang Jinbei had informed Lin Che that this woman was forced to work at the bar due to her family's bankruptcy. Yet she still insisted on maintaining her facade, claiming it was for the sake of buying potions. Having become a companion, she still refused to abandon her image as the strong, delicate flower. Had she encountered other classmates today, such as her devoted admirer Zhao Chong, he might have impulsively offered to raise funds for her. Haha, take the money, it matters not to me. Lin Che shrugged. Will you keep it a secret? Song Xia pleaded, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Paper cannot contain fire. If you wish to keep certain matters hidden, perhaps you should not engage in them from the outset. With that, Lin Che turned to record a video and snap a few photos of Zheng Jingyan, preparing to leave. Observing this, Song Xia quickly clung to Lin Che's arm. Please, Lin classmate, I am left with no choice. I beg you, do not tell anyone. Lin Che gently pushed her hand away, speaking indifferently. I have no interest in your affairs. I have said all that needs to be said. Take care of yourself. As a self-interested individual, Lin Che would never engage in matters that offered him no benefit. Seeing Lin Che leave, Song Xia gritted her teeth, grabbing the stack of cash he had given her and stuffing it into her stylish handbag. Then she hurriedly rose and pursued him out the door, leaving behind the room filled with 4 women and 1 man. It seemed Zheng Jingyan was destined to have an unforgettable night. Chapter 76. Huang Jinbei. Humanity is often reluctant to confront their own hearts. Lin classmate, wait for me. Song Xia sprinted a few steps to catch up with the slowly departing Lin Che. Is there something else? Lin Che furrowed his brow. Since I have accepted the money, I should accompany you tonight. Song Xia once again linked her arm with Lin Che's. Lin Che regarded her for a few seconds. Though you are indeed quite beautiful, I must kindly ask you not to harbor such delusions. As he spoke, Lin Che again pushed her away. If there's nothing pressing, you should return home. Such places are best avoided in the future, especially as a companion. Ultimately, they were classmates, and Lin Che did not mind extending some modest kindness. Unexpectedly, Song Xia not only failed to appreciate it, but began to harbor disdain for Lin Che in her heart. Huang Jinbei noted, she thinks to herself, indeed, men are all the same, dragging good women into the mire, and advising others to reform. I am no harlot. Lin Che remained silent. Although Song Xia internally criticized him, she maintained a facade of grievance. Do you find me unappealing? Today is my first day, and I have yet to be touched by anyone. Rather than surrender my body to a stranger, Song Xia bit her lip, her demeanor shy and hesitant. I would rather bestow my first time upon someone I truly cherish. One must admit, Song Xia's beauty was striking, her gentle exterior more endearing than Chu Yao's. Unfortunately, Lin Che harbored no interest in delicate flowers. Classmate Song, your acting is commendable, but alas, you have chosen the wrong person. Lin Che remarked with a playful smile. Had it been any other classmate standing here, they might have succumbed to pity and sought to rescue you, but I am not like them. Coughing lightly, Lin Che cleared his throat and continued, as the unparalleled extraordinary man of this world, I am destined to be the man you can never possess. Song Xia felt a series of black lines appear above her head, and with an awkward yet polite smile, she replied, Lin, you truly have a knack for humor. At this juncture, Song Xia realized in her heart that she had no chance of winning Lin Che over. Consequently, she found it inappropriate to continue the charade, opting to change her strategy. In that case, could you escort me home, Lin? No, take a taxi. Lin Che retorted, turning away, leaving behind a self-assured yet seemingly aloof figure. Song Xia stood rooted to the spot, stamping her foot, but ultimately refrained from pursuing him further. For Lin Che, it was evident that Song Xia was an easy target, especially since she had already taken the initiative to approach him. Although her words bore a hint of theatricality, if Lin Che were inclined, the line between pretense and reality could easily blur. Alas, Lin Che was resolute in his intention to remain a detached enigma. How could he allow himself to be ensnared by a woman? Moreover, if even Chu Yao could not sway Lin Che's heart, it was clear that Song Xia stood no chance. One was the heir to a billion-dollar empire, while the other was a scheming flower burdened with debts. The contrast was stark enough to render further consideration unnecessary. Golden treasure. Only children make choices. Adults take it all. Lin Che, What do you know, you mere squirrel? Golden treasure. Just tell me, do you want it all or not? Lin Che. In principle, I desire none of it. Golden treasure. Unfortunately, you have no principles. Lin Che. Is your skin itching, perchance? Golden treasure. Humans are perpetually unwilling to confront their true selves. The following morning, a sensational piece of gossip topped the headlines in Huaxia, overshadowing the surrounding reports of the deaths of Zheng Jingren and Qi Hao. The shocking revelation: the second son of the Zheng family was caught in a scandalous act in a bar private room. Astonishing, just as his third brother has passed. The second brother revels in nightlife. Is the night escapade of these affluent youth linked to their martial physiques? When Zheng Jingyan came across this information, a call request popped up just in time. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, Zheng Jingyan could only wear a dejected expression as he pressed the answer button. A stern middle-aged face appeared in the holographic image. Fool, I tasked you with investigating Qi Hao's cause of death, and this is what you are doing? Dad. Zheng Jingyan attempted to explain, only to be abruptly interrupted by Zhang Yi, his father and the current head of the Zheng family in the capital. No matter your reasons. Now, immediately, return to me. Zheng Jingyan's face fell. Returning now would undoubtedly entail a reckoning. What about the cause of Qi Hao's death? I will arrange for others to handle that matter. You need not concern yourself. Zheng Yi's tone brooked no dissent. After the call ended, Zheng Jingyan gritted his teeth. Lin Che, very well. Just you wait. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Having left in a state of disarray, Zheng Jingyan was followed by a few more tranquil days for Lin Che. Aside from the occasional verbal sparring when Lin Zexuan acted up, the Lin family had grown harmonious. This newfound tranquility left Lin Che feeling somewhat bored. Sometimes he pondered how monotonous life in the Lin household would be without Lin Zexuan's antics. On the eve of the spring festival, Lin Che visited the suburban cemetery to pay respects to Lin Yuan. Old man, I will be leaving Xinhai City the day after tomorrow, and I cannot say when I will return. If you lack anything down there, feel free to send me a dream, and I shall burn offerings upon my return. Sighing, he continued, you too had a misfortunate fate. How could you have died so abruptly? If you could have lived a few more years, I could have treated you to a better life. Look at me now, living in a grand villa, chauffeured in luxury cars, with more money than I could possibly spend. Alas, you cannot see it. Suddenly, Lin Che lifted his head, staving off the tears that threatened to spill, and laughed heartily as if to mask his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, and let me tell you, you might not believe it, but the two most beautiful girls in my class are quite taken with your grandson. How about that? I haven't brought shame upon you, have I? Ultimately, tears did escape his eyes, and he hastily wiped them away, offering himself an excuse. The wind is too strong. Sand got in my eyes, not because of you. All right. I shall take my leave. I will return to visit you. After Lin Che departed, two elderly men slowly approached and stood before Lin Yuan's gravestone. That rascal still possesses a modicum of conscience. Sir, should we reveal the truth to the young master? No need. He has his own path to tread. Alas, the young master bears a heavy heart. If he cannot endure this minor setback, how can he achieve anything great in the future? Indeed, you speak wisely. Humph. You old fool, still as sycophantic as ever. To curry favor with you, sir, is my honor. If Lin Che were present, he would be utterly astonished. For he recognized both of these elders. One was the tailor, Ma Jin Tao, with whom he had interacted not long ago, and the other, remarkably, was his grandfather, Lin Yuan, who had passed away 3 years prior. This sudden appearance near Xinhai City at the rift in time and space conjured images from ancient times. Just as the Xia dynasty was being established, teeming with mythical creatures and fraught with peril, Lin Yuan turned to Ma Jin Tao. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Since the master has decided to go, how could I not follow? Ma Jin Tao replied resolutely. Regrettably, I had hoped to craft a few more outfits for the young master. But it seems I must wait until after our return. A grandmaster, yet you choose to be a tailor. Sometimes, I cannot comprehend you, Lin Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Did you not also masquerade as a scavenger for over a decade? Even the young master, who has been with you day in and day out, could not see through your guise. Compared to you, I am still lacking. Ma Jin Tao praised, causing Lin Yuan to swell with pride. Chapter 77. Do they truly believe they can test a cadre with money? Am I the kind of person who can be swayed by such trivialities? In the dead of night, under the bright lights, Lin Che found himself compelled to spend New Year's Eve in the villa's living room with his family at Su Qingqian's enthusiastic insistence. By the way, I haven't seen your pet mutated squirrel around these past few days, Lin Yuru casually remarked. Because it's as much of a homebody as I am. Lin Che shrugged. If you're such a homebody, why go out for training? Lin Wanting interjected at the opportune moment. Well, let us put it this way. Although I am quite lazy, I still need to eat, for not eating would lead to death. Without waiting for further responses, Lin Che continued, there's no need for advice. My ticket is already booked, and I will set off the day after tomorrow. So soon? Su Qianqian expressed her concern. Lin Che nodded, and as the clock struck midnight, he amended, from now on, it should be tomorrow. Mom, Dad, Happy New Year. Eldest sister, second sister, Happy New Year. Bro, Happy New Year. Lin Zexuan exclaimed eagerly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Happy New Year to everyone. Lin Hai nodded approvingly. Come, everyone gets one. There's enough for all. Su Qianqian produced 4 red envelopes, distributing them to the Lin sisters, Lin Che, and Lin Zexuan. Thank you, Mom and Dad. The Lin sisters and Lin Zexuan chorused. In this scene, Lin Che appeared somewhat out of place. He simply could not bring himself to call out to them as Mom and Dad. Noticing this, Lin Zexuan promptly urged, Bro, hurry up and thank Mom and Dad. As a dutiful younger brother, Lin Zexuan never wasted an opportunity to target Lin Che. After all, he was quite the expert in that regard. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Are you instructing me on how to behave? Oh, no need for formality. We are family. Su Qianqian, while speaking, was about to stuff the red envelope into Lin Che's hands. You mustn't refuse, since you are embarking on your journey of experience. You will undoubtedly need funds. Inside this envelope is a bank card containing 1,800,000 yuan, which serves as your New Year's gift for the past 18 years. Lin Che, who initially intended to decline, found the words caught in his throat. A sense of dread washed over him. How could he allow money to become a test of character? Was he the kind of person who could be swayed by such trivialities? Chuckling inwardly, he ultimately acquiesced, accepting the red envelope. What was there to feel embarrassed about? As the son of your parents, receiving a New Year's gift was only natural. Su Qianqian gently patted Lin Che's hand, yet a hint of sorrow crept into her brow. Oh, you've only just returned home for a few months, and now you are about to leave again. My heart truly aches at the thought. At this point, she shifted the conversation. I know I cannot dissuade you, but could you at least tell me where you plan to go? Knowing your whereabouts would put my mind at ease. There are several destinations. My first stop will be Huatong. But rest assured, I will eventually return. Otherwise, the Public Security Bureau might issue a warrant for my arrest. Lin Che raised his right arm, indicating the locator device strapped to his wrist. Lin's father and mother shook their heads in resignation, while Lin Zexuan's eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression. Gold treasure. Lin Zexuan intends to hire an assassin to keep you from returning. Lin Che, that was to be expected. Gold treasure. Why not just eliminate him directly? Lin Che, why not simply conquer Blue Star? Gold treasure. Do you possess that capability? Lin Che, do I have the time for such endeavors? Gold treasure. I do not comprehend. Lin Che, wouldn't eliminating him require me to deal with the aftermath? Is it worth expending effort on such a fool? Gold treasure. Humanity is indeed troublesome. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment until Lin Hai spoke up. In truth, you need not undertake this journey alone. Your elder sister will assist me in managing the company, while your second sister and Zexuan will attend a training camp. However, I can arrange for some bodyguards to accompany you. He paused before continuing. This is to prevent any unforeseen accidents. I would not wish to have to explain to the Chu family should anything happen. Lin Che couldn't help but let out a laugh, surprised to find Lin Hai, despite being in his 40s, still possessed a hint of pride. What is so amusing? Lin Hai asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, it's nothing. There's no need to hire bodyguards. Why not convert that into cash instead? Lin Che flashed a bright smile. Huh, don't even think about it. You already have at least 7 to 8 million on you. What do you need so much money for? Lin Hai promptly rejected the notion. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Lin Che shrugged. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai shook his head. Wealth is indeed important, but one's own capabilities are paramount. Precisely, which is why I seek to venture out. Lin Che nodded earnestly. Very well, since you refuse to hire bodyguards, we shall leave it at that. Just be cautious while you are out there. I'm tired, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Lin Hai slowly rose from his seat. Inadvertently, a bank card slipped from his hand, landing squarely on the table. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zexuan's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly masked it. Father, your bank card has fallen, he said. Everyone present was acutely aware that this was a deliberate act by Lin Hai, intended as a gift for Lin Che. Yet Lin Zexuan pretended ignorance, seeking to create discord and thwart Lin Che's good fortune. Oh, is that so? Lin Hai turned back to glance at the card, a look of exasperation crossing his face. He thought to himself, Zexuan, my child, you lack subtlety. Must I spell it out for you? Do you not care for your own dignity? Ahem. That was intended for hiring bodyguards for your brother. Since he does not wish for them, he may handle that money as he sees fit. At this moment, a fierce blaze ignited within Lin Zexuan's chest, relentlessly scorching his reason. He had to clench his fists tightly to prevent himself from losing control. Lin Zexuan could not fathom why, after Lin Che returned to this family, he continually opposed his relatives, and had yet to utter a single word of father or mother. Why was he the one favored so? Simply because Lin Che was the biological son of the Lin family, and he, Lin Zexuan, was merely an adopted son? If equality could not be achieved, why take him in? If he was taken in, why summon Lin Che back? Lin Zexuan had gone to great lengths to win the affection of the Lin family, pretending to be a model son in front of everyone, only to be left with nothing in return. Lin Che did not even need to speak. The Lin family would consider everything on his behalf. Even when Lin Che consistently rejected them, they showed no anger, continuously striving to please him. Lin Zexuan harbored resentment. He wished for Lin Che to meet his end. These thoughts swirled relentlessly in his mind, more fervent than ever before. Not hiring bodyguards was simply splendid. Listening to the continuous whispers from Gold Treasure, Lin Che nearly burst into laughter again. Lin Zexuan was dead set on ensuring Lin Che's demise, yet he remained ignorant of Lin Che's true capabilities. If he truly viewed Lin Che as merely a target, the assassins he hired would likely return empty-handed. Moreover, even if Lin Zexuan was serious about this assassination attempt, he could hardly afford to hire a master for such a task. After all, to persuade a master to commit murder for money would require a sum of at least several tens of millions, if not more. Not to mention, Lin Zexuan might not possess such wealth. Even if he had managed to save up over 100 million yuan, it was unlikely he would be willing to part with it all at once. As for those below the master level, with Gold Treasure's foresight and the Eye of Insight, combined with his unparalleled martial skills, Lin Che believed there was no one who could rival him. It was not arrogance. Gold Treasure could anticipate threats through mental whispers, while the Eye of Insight could detect others' abilities and realms. Coupled with his unorthodox techniques, how could he possibly lose? Seeing Lin Hai nearing the staircase, Lin Che deliberately inquired, "How much is in that card?" 5 million. If used to hire bodyguards, it would be sufficient to protect you with 10 Transcendent Realm warriors for 3 months. Lin Hai still sought to persuade Lin Che. That was the previous rate. Now, Transcendent Realm warriors are more inclined to venture out and hunt for crystal cores. Lin Che shrugged. Even so, serving as bodyguards is far easier than hunting for crystal cores. If 3 months is too long, then 1 month should suffice. If 10 are too many, 5 will be adequate. Lin Hai paused briefly. Having someone to protect you is certainly safer than being alone. Attention, passengers. We are approaching an area prone to beast tides. Please remain vigilant. No need. I can protect myself. Lin Che immediately tucked the bank card away, ending the discussion. Having taught the Lin sisters their martial arts and received 2 million in return, he had also charged 1 million for guiding them in their abilities. Recently, Su Qianqian had given him 5 million to persuade him to host a birthday banquet, and today he received 1,800,000 as a New Year's gift, along with the 5 million Lin Hai intended for bodyguards. With all these sums combined, Lin Che now possessed nearly 15 million yuan. The next time he wished to purchase the Wheel of Fate, there would be no need to enlist Chu Yao's assistance for a discount. Lin Che felt elated, while Lin Zexuan was far from pleased, though he had no evidence. Lin Zexuan couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Che's inquiry about the bank card's amount was a deliberate show-off directed at him. And clearly, Lin Che had succeeded. Despite Lin Zexuan also having tens of millions in savings, every penny had been painstakingly accumulated, with none of those sums reaching 5 million. Yet, Lin Che had secured 2 hefty sums of 5 million in just a matter of days. This exemplifies the distinction between an adopted son and a biological child. Does it not? At this moment, Lin Zexuan truly felt the disparities inherent in familial bonds. Despite being consumed by jealousy, he resolutely stifled his envious sentiments, masterfully managing his expressions to prevent any hint of abnormality from surfacing. Observing Lin Zexuan's painstaking restraint, Lin Che also struggled to suppress the slight upward curve of his lips. On January 30th, 2207, the second day of the Lunar New Year, travel was deemed inauspicious. Lin Che meticulously registered his weapon before boarding the high-speed train. The journey to Xiangzhou would take a little over 3 hours. However, the subsequent trip to Huatong was far less convenient. Certain key transportation routes were regularly patrolled by warriors who cleared the surrounding mutated entities. Given the current number of martial artists, their utmost efforts were required to secure the core cities and vital thoroughfares. As for the peripheral towns, they could not be adequately safeguarded. This was still within Huaxia. In other nations, traveling would likely rely solely on oneself, as public transport facilities would be virtually non-existent. A young man seated beside him suddenly struck up a conversation with Lin Che. "You look quite youthful, venturing out at such an early hour?" "Me?" Lin Che pointed to himself. "Yes, you appear to be under 18, the young man nodded. "Huh, I merely seem young. In reality, I am 59. Lin Che fabricated a whimsical tale. The young man's face contorted in disbelief. "How is that possible? Could you be?" Noticing Lin Che's exceptional demeanor, the youth seemed to entertain a possibility, and his expression shifted to one of deference. I beg your pardon for any offense. Please forgive me, senior. It was rumored that warriors who reached the extraordinary realm could rejuvenate their bodies. If a 59-year-old appeared as though he were 18, he must undoubtedly be an extraordinary martial artist. When one is out in the world, identity is self-assigned. If Lin Che were to claim he was a master, it would likely elicit skepticism. A master under 18 sounds like a fanciful tale. However, if the remarkably youthful Lin Che professed to be an extraordinary martial artist, the narrative was altogether different. Prior to the day of revelation, the pinnacle of martial arts was the innate master. At that time, achieving mastery typically required one to be at least 40 or 50 years old, with each individual being a venerable elder. Yet, once one breaks through to the extraordinary level, even the venerable elders can transform into youthful figures. Judging age by appearance becomes increasingly unreliable. The lifespan of a martial arts master is approximately 150 years, while that of an extraordinary warrior remains unknown. Nevertheless, considering the phenomenon of rejuvenation, it can be surmised that extraordinary martial artists might live for 300 to 500 years. Consequently, families with an extraordinary warrior at their helm could, barring unforeseen circumstances, flourish for 3 to 5 centuries. Similarly, the limits for divine and martial saints would only be greater. Over time, power and wealth would inevitably gravitate towards these families. For the ordinary populace, the current era, with mutated entities encroaching upon human existence, might be the worst of times. Yet for some prodigies, with avenues for ascending the social ladder still partially open, it could be the best of eras. There is no offense to be taken. Ignorance is no sin, Lin Che remarked, shaking his head and fixing his gaze upon the youth. Mid-stage transcendence realm warrior, ability, resilient physique, iron body, low threat level. An iron body, as the term suggests, is a type of physical enhancement ability, primarily aimed at fortifying one's physical form. This individual initially awakened a resilient physique and subsequently awakened an iron body, with both abilities compounding to create a formidable presence. Notably, he managed to procure the serum during the initial release of the Wheel of Fate. Could he possibly have ties to the military? Feigning profundity, Lin Che inquired, "What brings a young man like you to Xiangzhou?" In response, "I am Songyu, the regional manager for Chushi Pharmaceuticals, currently tasked with expanding our market in Xiangzhou," the young man replied, adjusting to being addressed as young man by someone seemingly younger than himself. Chushi Pharmaceuticals? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, internally comprehending the implications. Indeed, the young man has a promising future ahead. Work diligently, and who knows? Perhaps another Song family may emerge from Xinhai City. Thank you for your kind words, but may I inquire as to your esteemed surname, senior? Songyu asked with renewed eagerness. Li Fiyu. No need for formalities. Lin Che responded earnestly. Very well, senior Li. Songyu replied without a hint of hesitation. Might I inquire what business brings you to Xiangzhou? Is there any way a junior like me could be of assistance? One must commend Songyu's market-savvy nature. He adeptly seized the opportunity. If he were to learn of Lin Che's true identity, his enthusiasm would likely intensify. A mere regional manager could find immense prospects by aligning himself with the son-in-law of the Chu family. Coincidentally, upon arriving in Xiangzhou, Lin Che might indeed require Songyu's assistance, perhaps leveraging Chushi Pharmaceuticals to arrange transportation for him to Huatong. Otherwise, he would have to devise a solution on his own, which could prove troublesome. Yes, I intend to visit Huatong this time, Lin Che stated, refraining from specifying what assistance he required, trusting that an astute individual would connect the dots. Upon hearing this, Songyu immediately recognized the opportunity at hand. What a coincidence! Our Chushi Pharmaceuticals is also heading to Huatong to expand our business. Would it be convenient for you to accompany us, seniorly? In truth, such statements were merely to extend a ladder of opportunity to Lin Che. As the regional manager, he had yet to reach Xiangzhou. How could it be that he was conveniently poised to develop the Huatong market? Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. No rush. We can discuss it once we arrive. Just as Songyu was about to say something further, a train announcement interrupted. Attention passengers, we are approaching an area prone to beast tides. Please remain vigilant and ensure personal protection in the event of an encounter with a beast tide. Lin Che mused inwardly. How thrilling. No wonder ordinary people and body refinement warriors cannot venture beyond the cities. With such frequent warnings of beast tides, how could they endure? Moreover, how are ordinary individuals expected to protect themselves? With their lives? It seemed this so-called beast tide-prone area was situated near some mountains. Unable to resist the urge, Lin Che gazed out the window, and indeed, the rolling hills came into view. The terrain was treacherous and shrouded in mist, if one were to overlook the beast tides. The scenery resembled something out of a fairy tale. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of resounding impacts echoed ahead. Warning, encounter with a beast tide ahead. Please Please ensure personal protection. Indeed, the threat had arrived as foretold. Song Yu's expression grew slightly stiff. Lin Che waved his hand confidently. No worries, should any unforeseen incidents arise. Just stay close to me. While I cannot promise to eliminate every beast tide, I can assure you of your safety. With his persona firmly established, he certainly could not falter now. As long as he did not encounter an exceptionally unfortunate situation, such as a direct confrontation with a level 5 mutated entity. Lin Che felt assured of his capabilities. Bang! Suddenly, a mutated beast collided with the window, followed by a relentless barrage of impacts. Bang! 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 Fortunately, these trains had undergone modifications post-day of revelation. Otherwise, even if the train structure remained intact, the windows would likely have shattered. Chapter 79, Golden Treasure. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. The train gradually came to a halt, and the announcement echoed once more. The route ahead is congested due to a beast tide. The train will temporarily stop to await clearance from the road management department before resuming travel. The sound of the beast tide colliding with the train, coupled with the announcement, cast a tense atmosphere within the carriage. After a brief interlude, the announcement resumed. The personnel from the road management department were bustling about, now extending an invitation to the passengers within the train. Those willing to disembark and assist in clearing the beast tide could converge around car number 8. The crystalline cores obtained during this endeavor would belong to the individuals, and additionally, one could receive exclusive discounts for this train ride, allowing for a 50% reduction on future travels. Lin Che couldn't help but let out a bemused chuckle. Of course, the cores earned from clearing the beast tide were rightfully theirs. And the notion of enjoying a 50% discount on train fares was akin to receiving a $5 coupon when purchasing a Ferrari. Were others truly risking their lives merely for half-price tickets? Nonetheless, despite his reservations, Lin Che promptly rose, retrieved his backpack and weapon from the overhead compartment, and made his way toward car number 8. He could see countless crystalline cores beckoning to him, and the prospect of the innate realm seemed tantalizingly close. Are you going to clear the beast tide, senior? Song Yu eagerly followed suit. Lin Che nodded. Indeed, you need not venture out. Remain here and wait patiently to avoid distracting me. Song Yu, who had initially been eager to join, immediately donned an awkward smile. Ahem, as you say, senior, I will leave it to your arrangement. With a firm nod, Lin Che hastened toward car number 8. As the door swung open, a pungent wave of bloodlust surged into the nostrils of all present. Outside, a throng of beasts charged toward the train car. Several martial artists swiftly forged a path, launching themselves into the fray beyond the door. Lin Che followed the crowd, brandishing his long blade and plunging into the beast tide. As he wielded his knife, glimmers of cold light flickered, each strike resulting in a spray of crimson. Lin Che moved with agility, weaving through the throng of beasts, leaving fallen creatures in his wake. His technique was both fierce and precise, each blow striking true at the vital points of the mutated beasts, swiftly clearing a section. As more martial artists joined the fray, flames and wind blades intertwined, causing the mutated beasts to topple like wild grass before the wind. Typically, beast tides manifest in one of two forms: aimless flight or deliberate aggression. The tide attacking the train clearly belonged to the latter category. While combating the beast tide, Lin Che employed his mental senses to probe certain sentient mutated beasts, seeking to identify the commander among them. It wasn't long before he pieced together an image of a beast king from fragmented information. In the eyes of these mutated creatures, the beast king loomed large, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a mountain. It was lurking not far away in the underbrush, orchestrating its minions. This information, however, seemed somewhat contradictory. How could a being described as a mountain hide within the foliage? Lin Che dismissed the incongruity and pressed on towards the direction of the beast king. Many mutated beasts appeared to sense Lin Che's intentions, converging upon him in a frenzy, attempting to thwart his approach. Lin Che wielded his long knife with relentless precision, dispatching each beast that lunged at him. Yet, there were simply too many, and his advance slowed considerably. At that moment, others began to notice the predicament surrounding Lin Che and moved closer to assist. Brother, hold on. I'm coming to help. A burly man called out. With a sudden surge of strength, the ground trembled as a wall of earth rose behind Lin Che. Thank you, brother, but do mind your own safety. Lin Che replied casually. With the help of others, Lin Che soon carved a bloody path through the chaos, finally catching sight of the so-called Beast King. It was a small white tiger, barely a month old, yet its gaze radiated boundless hatred. Level 4 mutated tiger, ability, intimidation, high threat level, exhibits strong malice. The ability to intimidate was likely the most common innate talent among feline mutated beasts. It seemed that the other creatures perceived the small tiger as a towering giant due to its intimidating ability. Clearly, When it came to perception, these beasts trusted their instincts more than their sight. Lin Che was taken aback by the implications of the intimidation ability, despite being merely a level 4 creature. It commanded the beast tide, indicating a high level of intelligence. This thought sparked a notion in Lin Che's mind. Golden treasure. It surely cannot be more intelligent than I. Lin Che, perhaps if it were fed golden pine nuts, it might become even smarter. Golden treasure, but it seems it doesn't quite like you. Lin Che, that's only because it doesn't know me yet. Golden treasure, if it did know you, it would surely despise you even more. Lin Che, silence. Golden treasure, feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Oh, the tiger's roar, though somewhat juvenile, carried a clear intent. It sought to kill Lin Che. Lin Che, unyielding, sheathed his knife and charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the young tiger. The outcome was evident. The small white tiger, adorned with numerous bruises, ultimately succumbed to Lin Che's overwhelming presence. As Lin Che emerged from the thicket, the beast tide swiftly receded. The crowd hastily tidied the battlefield, collecting their spoils. Lin Che's haul was modest, merely 40 or so crystalline cores, most of which were of the first level. However, considering that first-level crystalline cores were already valued at 10,000 Huaxia coins each, his collection amounted to a substantial sum, along with a few second-level cores. The total exceeded 500,000. Indeed, earning money as a martial artist in the wild was remarkably easy. Regrettably, having focused solely on locating the Beast King, he had slain fewer mutated beasts than he would have liked, preventing him from breaking through to the innate realm. Just as Lin Che was about to return to the train car, the burly man who had previously assisted him approached. Brother, you're impressive. Slaying dozens of mutated beasts with such skill and efficiency. It's evident you are seasoned in the art of combat. Ha ha, you flatter me. I hadn't the chance to express my gratitude for your earlier assistance. Here's a second-level crystalline core as a token of appreciation. Lin Che casually retrieved a core from his pocket, offering it to the man. What nonsense is this? When out in the world, we ought to support one another. There's no need for thanks. The man waved it away, continuing, I'm Qin Chuan. What do they call you, brother? Li Fi Yu. Just call me Li brother. Lin Che responded. Ha ha ha, splendid. Now that we are acquainted, there's no need for thanks. We shall consider ourselves brothers from now on. Qin Chuan clapped Lin Che on the shoulder, exuding camaraderie. All right, then I shan't be polite with you, Qin brother. Lin Che pocketed the crystalline core as they joined the throng heading toward the train door. Excuse me, sir, but mutated beasts are not permitted within the train. The conductor interjected as Lin Che attempted to board with the small white tiger in tow. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had completely forgotten. After all, it was merely a cub. Surely it wouldn't be an issue? Apologies, sir, but regulations are regulations. Even a cub cannot be an exception, the conductor replied. Expressing his inability to assist, Lin Che furrowed his brow. How about this? I can pay an additional fee and sign a liability waiver, should any issues arise. I will assume full responsibility. This little white tiger, barely a month old, was already a level 4 mutated creature. If it were to grow, it would surely reach at least level 5, or even 6. The funds Lin Che possessed were more than sufficient to procure another wheel of fate. Furthermore, with the golden pine nuts, he could enable the little white tiger to awaken its mental senses. The combination of these factors would undoubtedly render the little tiger a significant ally in the future. At this moment, Lin Che was unwilling to relinquish such a golden opportunity. Chapter 80. With countless roads ahead, safety remains paramount. Apologies, sir, this matter does not pertain to the issue of expenses and liability. It is explicitly stipulated that I lack the authority to make unilateral decisions. The crew member expressed his helplessness once more, just as the situation reached an impasse. The train conductor approached. Is there anything else? Why have the doors not been closed? The crew member succinctly recounted the situation to the conductor, who glanced at the small white tiger in Lin Che's grasp. Sir, as a general principle, mutated beasts are strictly prohibited on the train. However, considering your previous valorous actions, I am willing to make an exception this once. Nevertheless, once you bring this mutated beast aboard, please ensure you keep it under control and do not allow it to disturb the other passengers. Otherwise, before the conductor could finish, Lin Che immediately made a promise. Rest assured, I will not allow it to cause any trouble. The conductor nodded. Very well, everyone. Please board swiftly and do not linger at the doors. We will be departing shortly. Lin Che returned to his seat, stowing his backpack and weapons in the overhead compartment as the announcement echoed again. We thank all warriors for their gallant efforts. The beast tide has been successfully repelled. Please return to your seats, as the train is about to resume its journey. Song Yu glanced at the small white tiger nestled in Lin Che's arms and could not contain his curiosity. Senior Li, what do you intend to do with a mutated beast? Lin Che chuckled. adopting a tone of an esteemed elder. This creature and I share a bond. I plan to take it home to guard my abode. Awu. Cough, cough, cough. This little one appears rather fierce, Song Yu remarked, reaching out to pat the small white tiger's head, only to be deterred by its adorably fierce fangs. Lin Che playfully tapped the small tiger on the head. Silence. The little white tiger displayed a look of grievance. The train began to move slowly, then gradually picked up speed. Upon arriving in Xiangzhou, it was just past noon. Exiting the station, Song Yu invited Lin Che to lunch. Initially feigning reluctance, Lin Che eventually acquiesced, intending to hitch a ride to Huatong and could not simply depart. Subsequently, the two made their way to a nearby restaurant specializing in Hunan cuisine, selecting a private room. After placing their order, Song Yu stepped out to greet two colleagues. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Che retrieved golden treasure from his pocket, casually tossing a bag of pistachios to it. He then rummaged through his backpack to produce some meticulously preserved golden pine nuts, placing them before the small white tiger and commanding it to eat immediately. This is quite unfair to the tiger. I am a carnivore. How can I eat pine nuts? Woe is me. The small white tiger lamented as it tearfully consumed the pine nuts, internally grumbling. After devouring 49 pine nuts, a peculiar voice echoed in its mind. Little one, do you have any objections? You are the fortunate recipient of a great benefit. Do you comprehend? The small white tiger surveyed its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze on a diminutive mutated squirrel on the table. Awu. It seemed to inquire of golden treasure. Are you the one speaking to me? No need for words. I can instantly discern your thoughts. How do you feel about receiving a brand new extraordinary ability from your master? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Golden treasure, adopting the role of a competent elder, began to elucidate matters to its junior. The small white tiger's eyes widened. I have awakened a new ability? I can hear your thoughts. Is that not sufficiently clear? Now, call me senior and let me hear it. Golden treasure struck a haughty pose. Now, it had grown bolder. In the past, upon encountering a creature like a tiger, it would have fled in terror. Senior, this is truly marvelous. The small white tiger responded, slightly exhilarated. Given your lack of experience, if you follow the master, you will certainly reap benefits. Golden treasure, while admonishing its junior, did not forget to flatter Lin Che. Lin Che felt a twinge of awkwardness. He was accustomed to self-praise, but being lauded by a squirrel was somewhat disconcerting. Since you have awakened this telepathic ability, you must obediently follow my instructions. Given your mottled fur, I shall name you by Xiaobai. What? You do not like it? I care not for your preferences. Today, I shall impart the first rule to you. My rules are absolute. What I say, goes. You must obey my commands unconditionally. Do you understand? If you do, clap your paws. Golden treasure immediately set an example, raising its paws to applaud. Bai Xiaobai struggled to sit upright, attempting to clap its paws together, but finding it quite challenging. Forget it, you cannot clap. Let's leave that aside. Lin Che dismissed his embarrassment, continuing to communicate to Bai Xiaobai in his mind. If you follow me, I guarantee you will feast on meat every day. I already feast on meat daily. Bai Xiaobai weakly retorted. In any case, as my subordinate, I shall certainly not neglect you. Do you understand? Lin Che casually replied. Bai Xiaobai's eyes sparkled, responding earnestly, understood. Good, very spirited. Lin Che commended. At that moment, Song Yu entered the room, followed by two other young men. Seniorly, these are my colleagues from the Chu Pharmaceutical Xiangzhou branch, who will accompany me to Huatong shortly, so I brought them to meet you. As he spoke, Song Yu patted the robust young man beside him. This is Song Qian, my cousin. He then turned to the other solemn-looking young man. This is Zhang Yang, also from Zhenhai. He proceeded to introduce Lin Che to the two. This is Li Fiyu, Senior Li, Senior Li. They echoed in unison. Lin Che nodded. Yes. Please take a seat. The group settled in, engaging in conversation. Soon, the server began to bring out the dishes. Senior Li, I must drive later. I shall forego alcohol today and toast you with tea instead. Song Qian raised his cup in salute. Indeed, safety is paramount on the road, and I appreciate that. Lin Che responded, sipping his drink and nodding to Song Qian. As they became more convivial, the conversation flowed effortlessly. I wonder, Senior Li, what brings you to Huatong? Zhang Yang asked, with a hint of audacity. Unlike Song Qian, who unconditionally trusted Song Yu, Zhang Yang clearly harbored doubts regarding Lin Che's identity. However, Lin Che remained unfazed by Zhang Yang's thoughts, responding with nonchalance. Have you heard of Changyang Mountain? Changyang Mountain in Huatong? What is so special about that mountain? Zhang Yang continued with a barrage of questions, seemingly undeterred by Lin Che's earlier indifference. Lin Che raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Yang. According to legend, the Heavenly Emperor severed the head of Xing Tian and buried it on Changyang Mountain. I intend to excavate the head. Hiss. Song Yu and Song Qian gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Senior Lee has already attained the Divine Connection realm? It is said that warriors of the Divine Connection realm possess the power to move mountains and divert rivers. Lin Che's declaration of excavating the head inadvertently led the three to form a misunderstanding, assuming Lin Che had already reached the Divine Connection realm. Amidst their astonishment, Lin Che shook his head. Not yet in the Divine Connection realm, but I have my own methods for excavation. In truth, Lin Che was uncertain whether he could excavate or how he would go about it. Initially, Xing Tian only stated that a sharp axe would suffice. It was unlikely that upon reaching the location, Lin Che would need to find the axe himself. Regardless, it was best to first ascertain the specific location before pondering the rest. Upon hearing Lin Che's admission of not yet attaining the Divine Connection, the three felt a quiet sigh of relief. However, this only solidified Song Yu's previous conjecture. The youth before them, appearing to be no older than 18, was evidently a 59-year-old extraordinary martial artist. Why did elderly seek the head of Xingtian? Zhang Yang could not help but press for an answer. Lin Che narrowed his eyes. Young man, do not let your curiosity overwhelm you. Chapter 81. Only 500,000 each. Your lives are truly undervalued. Zhang Yang suddenly realized that he had perhaps asked too many questions. He hastily rose and apologized to Lin Che. Elder, please forgive me. I have spoken out of turn. Humph. Do you know that those who are as reckless as you are courting death? Lin Che feigned a serious demeanor. Zhang Yang became even more respectful. It was my indiscretion. I beseech the elder's understanding. I am not of a petty disposition, but if you continue to act so recklessly, encountering someone with a foul temper could lead to dire consequences. Although this elder Lin Che was a facade, his words bore no falsehood. The elder's admonitions are well taken. I shall certainly heed them. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly and slowly took his seat. Very well, today I shall teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Lin Che surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on a wine-pouring vessel on a nearby shelf. With a sudden punch, he extended his hand and slowly retracted it, as if casually brushing his sleeve. Bang! The wine vessel shattered with a resounding crash, causing Zhang Yang's heart to race uncontrollably. Beside him, Song Yu and Song Qian wore expressions of astonishment. The aura of true energy departing from Lin Che, combined with his youthful appearance, undoubtedly confirmed his extraordinary prowess. Observing the expressions of the three, Lin Che communicated through his golden treasure, confirming their complete submission. In the future, when encountering those one cannot discern, even if suspicion arises, one must not act rashly. Lin Che adopted a serious tone. Otherwise, one might carelessly lose their life, which would be utterly regrettable. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I shall remember it. Zhang Yang rose once more and bowed deeply to Lin Che. Ah, enough of standing. Sit down and eat. Lin Che's expression softened, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Time waits for no one. After dining, we must hasten to Huaizhong, and I shall trouble the three of you on the way. The elder need not be so courteous. It is our honor to accompany you. Song Yu promptly replied. Indeed, it is no trouble at all, Song Qian echoed. The tall walls of Xiangzhou City were not dissimilar to those of Xinhai City, and the city defense forces exhibited the same level of dedication. The four of them sequentially verified their identities, with Lin Che once again receiving special attention. You just arrived from Xinhai City? The city defense officer scrutinized Lin Che. Indeed. Lin Che nodded. You affluent youths, so young, rather than staying in the city, prefer to roam aimlessly. As he spoke, the officer shook his head and waved them through. The vehicles smoothly exited the city, while the other three occasionally glanced at Lin Che, hesitating to speak. Lin Che, aware of their curiosity stirred by the officer's words, proactively addressed them. My identity is not something I can use freely, lest I attract unnecessary trouble, hence I fabricated an identity. Oh, I see. Zhang Yang nodded. Elder. This is what one calls the white dragonfish attire. Lin Che raised an eyebrow slightly. Heh, such talk is rather ominous. The journey from Xiangzhou to Huaizhong spanned over 400 kilometers, and due to poor road conditions, the drive would take approximately 5 hours. As they progressed halfway, they suddenly noticed several vehicles approaching rapidly from behind. Strange, it's unusual to see so many vehicles out today, Song Qian murmured. Humph, they must be coming for us. Lin Che's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Your words have proven true. Lin Che turned to Zhang Yang. Since this is the white dragonfish attire, it is only fitting to encounter a few dim-witted individuals. Song Yu's expression turned apprehensive. Elder, are you suggesting that these people harbor ill intentions? Strictly speaking, they are likely here for me. Lin Che shook his head. Pull over. I will handle this. How dare they target an elder? They truly do not know the gravity of their actions. Zhang Yang suddenly realized he was not as foolish as he thought. There were indeed those who were even more foolish, such as the individuals behind them. Humph, merely a bunch of ignorant pests. Lin Che's impersonation became increasingly adept. fully embodying the persona of a senior expert. He deduced that this group was likely orchestrated by Lin Che. Only his younger brother could be so impatient. Having just left Xiangzhou, he could not help but instigate an attack. Song Qian pulled the vehicle over, and Lin Che casually remarked, "Stay in the car, do not move. I will be back shortly. Shall we assist the elder in dealing with them?" Zhang Yang was eager to join the fray. "Heh," Lin Che chuckled lightly. "They are but rustic chickens and tile dogs. There is no need to mobilize forces." As he spoke, Lin Che opened the door, exited the vehicle, and retrieved a long blade from the trunk, advancing toward the approaching vehicles. As the assailants witnessed Lin Che stepping out, they gradually reduced their speed. However, one vehicle suddenly accelerated, aiming to collide with Lin Che. "Humph, naive." Lin Che snorted coldly, wielding his long blade and executing the technique 1,000 blades breaking the sky. Whoosh. Clang. Bang. The speeding vehicle's front tires exploded in succession, causing the car to lose stability and flip over. Bang. Crash. The screeching sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as the overturned SUV finally came to a halt not far from Lin Che. The occupants, severely injured and bleeding, scrambled to escape the wreckage. Lin Che offered them no chance for excuses, unleashing a series of energy blades that swiftly sent them to their demise. The remaining vehicles, witnessing such a scene, immediately attempted to turn around and flee. Observing this, Lin Che employed his previous tactics, swiftly swinging his long blade to destroy the tires of several vehicles. Since they had come, why the haste to leave? With a few leaps, Lin Che positioned himself in front of the already incapacitated vehicles. "My brother truly has a flair for the dramatic, hiring over a dozen Transcendence Realm martial artists. Let me guess, how much were you all paid?" Lin Che paused. "Could it be? Only 500,000 each. Your lives are truly undervalued." Faced with Lin Che, who could effortlessly unleash energy blades, the dozen or so Transcendence Realm assassins could only muster a feeble defense, too afraid to let their guard down. Yet, Lin Che's relentless stream of energy blades bore down upon them like a relentless tide. One of the assassins shouted, "We cannot merely resist, otherwise we will surely perish. Brothers, let us charge at him. Together, attack." Hearing this, several assassins surged toward Lin Che, while the initial speaker quietly retreated to the side. Upon seeing this, Lin Che unleashed 1,000 blades breaking the sky once more, and half of the group fell in an instant. "Humph, no one can escape alive from me, Li Fu." As he spoke, Lin Che dashed toward the remaining assassins, targeting the one known as the sixth. Clang. Thud. The sixth, realizing escape was impossible, could only turn to fight. However, after exchanging a few blows, he was slain by Lin Che on the spot. The remaining assassins, witnessing this scene, lost all will to resist and scattered in all directions. Foolish. To turn one's back to the enemy is to court death, upholding the principle of eradicating evil. Lin Che swung his long blade once more. Whoosh. Thud. Thud. For vehicles, comprising 18 assassins, left no survivors. Eliminating such nefarious scoundrels must surely be considered a service to the people. Lin Che silently congratulated himself. At this very moment, he stood on the precipice of attaining the masterful realm, merely a breath away. With a casual flourish of his hand, he sent the wrecked vehicles careening to the roadside, and then deftly rummaged through the remains of a dozen corpses. Regrettably, he found no items of significant value. A handful of alloy long swords might have fetched a few tens of thousands of Huaxia coins. But he was determined to maintain his dignified demeanor in front of Song Yu and the others, and thus could not stoop to scavenging in their presence. Reluctantly, he relinquished the prospect of those coins, heaped the corpses and vehicles together, ignited the fuel tanks, and turned away. Boom.